Chapter 271 Arrogant Guilliman, subscribe. The relevant components of the mechanical throne have already entered the production process. Carr and Guilliman discuss only the final assembled product. Now after confirming the design of the throne is adopted, can transport it to the solar system. Assemble the relevant parts and you're done. In addition to the mechanical throne, there is also a celestial class battleship dedicated to Guilliman that uses all the advanced technology of the Empire. The construction has been completed. The name of the warship is Supreme, which was inspired by the name of the Emperor's ship. Of course, this battleship has not yet been announced. Only a few people know the existence of this celestial class warship. The diameter and circumference of the Supreme are modeled on Terra's data. It can be said to be a moving mechanical planet. Inside the battleship is a huge zero-point reactor. This is an energy technology far beyond the plasma energy pile. In the field of imperial physics, there are theoretical data to prove that space, time, energy, and matter can be transformed into each other. Space is the ground state of energy. Cosmology means that apart from the planets, the universe is not really empty. Matter is surrounded by space. It's like a person standing in an empty space with nothing. Actually, this person is surrounded by air composed of particles invisible to the naked eye. When the speed is fast enough, the air becomes the wall. The same is true in the universe. Matter is surrounded by space that is difficult to observe. When an object is fast enough, space becomes an obstacle. This is also the reason why the speed of light cannot break through. Zero-point energy utilizes the characteristics of transformation among the four to complete space energy transformation and thus provide infinite energy. This energy source is very stable. Harvesting energy from space does not cause any harm. Space is giving birth to particles all the time. The lifespan of these particles is extremely short, and they will soon annihilate, completing the transformation of matter-energy space again. The mechanical throne used to maintain the entire subspace firewall will be placed on the Supreme. The mechanical throne will be placed on the Supreme and will be exclusive to Guilliman. In this way, Guilliman can not only protect the mechanical throne, take charge of the warp firewall, but also patrol the galaxy to ensure that there will be no major chaos. What the mechanical throne radiates is Guilliman's will, and it doesn't need to stay in one place for a long time. As long as they are within the scope of the Lighthouse network, the user can control the entire subspace firewall. Carr, Penny, and the others discuss that the Supreme will become Guilliman's flagship after he takes the throne. The original Macrage's glory will be abandoned, and will no longer be used as the flagship of the Primarch, but will become the ship of the Ultramarines. With the vigorous development of the Empire's technology and the overall improvement of the Empire's strength, various new warships are constantly emerging. The Queen of Glory class battleship from 10,000 years ago no longer fits Guilliman's status. The framework of the Queen of Glory class battleship has been fixed. At most, it can optimize energy distribution and reform and replace the weapon system. What's more, the name Macrage's Glory also doesn't fit Guilliman's status as the savior and guide of all mankind. Politics and public opinion are very complicated things, and every word and deed of the superior may cause turmoil in the situation and people's speculation. Guilliman cannot show any actions or words in favor of Ultramar. Justice is the best lubricant for maintaining order. If justice is lost, the ruler will be questioned. Guilliman cannot let the people of the galaxy think that he values Ultramar more than other worlds in the sector. That would cause people to be dissatisfied. Let them think they will be treated unfairly. Dissatisfaction will be accumulated, and then it will not be trusted. The ruler and the ruled will change from the original win-win cooperation to a state of hostility. Any small injustice acts like a butterfly's wings, causing a chain reaction that eventually leads to a storm. In addition to these, Carr and Guilliman discussed for a long time and determined some future development directions. When the glory of Macrage reached the edge of the solar system, the great sage of the command boarded the battleship, and did not leave until Terra's low Earth orbit. The Empire at this stage has achieved impressive results. Completed the previous accumulation, has a huge reserve of technical personnel and industrial capacity. This is the most important thing for a civilization. There are enough talents to carry out various advanced research, and there are industrial capabilities that can transform research results into products. Economy, military, and politics are all based on these two. The first section of the new cosmic channel has been completed. This is a gratifying start, which means that the human empire has taken a small step in the multidimensional field and set foot in that mysterious field. Being able to witness more universes, learning and plundering resources from those universes will inevitably make the empire develop faster and become stronger. Small universe. These creation-level projects have also been formally established, and a large number of researchers are currently trying to create a small universe belonging to human beings. Once successful, even if the universe is destroyed, human beings are capable enough to protect themselves. In this way, facing the gods of the warp space, I have a little more confidence. It is impossible to perish together. At most, you will die, and I will be seriously injured. In addition to the field of science and technology, the military victory is also very gratifying. The aliens that rose later, such as the Titanium family, have been destroyed. The Zergs in the Milky Way are being besieged and suppressed. Several large tentacles have been defeated, and the remaining Zergs are not in trouble. Many planets that were lost before have now been taken back one by one. The traitor forces led by Abaddon have been consumed several times, and their vitality is currently severely damaged. The Empire has mastered the warp firewall and has the ability to enter the Eye of Terror. Their downfall is also doomed. The only threats to the real universe are the Necrons, the Green Orcs, and the Dark Eldar who are hostile to humans. Guilliman is ready to go hand in hand. When the time comes, launch a large enough army to crusade and kill these enemies. To be honest, with the current strength of the Empire, these three are no longer a big threat. The Nether Dragon has already reached a cooperative relationship with the Empire, and it only needs a sufficient price to learn the weakness of the space undead technology from the other party. The various advanced technologies of the Necrons are basically given by the star gods. One of the biggest contributors is undoubtedly the Guy Nether Dragon. Now, the Nether Dragon is on the human side. Victory is already doomed. The space undead who have no reproductive ability and lost their technological advantages are just donated at will, which is not a problem at all. Guilliman did not attack the Dark Eldar for a long time because of the cooperative relationship he established with the Harlequin Theater Troupe and the Arc Eldar. After the fall, the Eldar have split into several parts. Those guys are no longer of one mind. But after all, they all belong to the same race. Rushing to wipe out the Dark Eldar will inevitably cause discomfort to allies like Evelyn. This matter still needs to communicate with the great prophets of the spirit race who have the right to make decisions, and the patron of the Harlequin drama troupe, the god of laughing, to make some transfers of interests and seek their help and understanding. The thing of crossing the river and demolishing the bridge cannot be done. Dark Watcher is also a cooperative relationship. If humans cross the river and tear down bridges against the Eldar, then the Dark Watcher must have his own ideas. Fighting within the same camp is the most stupid thing. Of course, even if the Death Army, the Arc Eldar, and the Laughing God disagree, Guilliman will attack the Dark Eldar. Komodo, the base city of the Dark Eldar, must be erased. Those guys in it are all out-and-out lunatics. Guilliman could not let them go. The massacres of the human planet by the Dark Eldar are endless, and even the Chaos Traders are as amiable as the volunteers in the next-door community compared to these lunatics. After the Great Rift appeared, the number of massacres increased dramatically. Dark Eldar rely on devouring the souls of other creatures to complement their own souls devoured by Slaanesh. They are not dead, and human beings must continue to be poisoned by them. There is no need to say more about the orcs. Only one sentence. The orc warlord must die. An orc is a good orc only if the orc is dead. This race is chaotic, possesses unlimited energy, and exists only for war. The orcs are immortal, and sooner or later they will drag the human empire into trouble again. Even if there is no way to completely kill this race, Guilliman must find a way to abolish the technological knowledge carried deep in the orc genes. After finishing the conversation with the Archmage, Guilliman went to the landing deck in his armor. The honor guards who had already prepared followed closely behind him. Their battle armor is meticulously maintained, reflecting the lights on the deck. Facing such a grand ceremony, they would never allow themselves to embarrass the father of genes. Sikarai stood in front of the team with his head held high, with a smile on his face and a hint of pride that the Primarch could receive such great glory. The mechanical priest on the deck debugged the machine, and after confirming that every parameter met the requirements, he turned on the space transmission device. Accompanied by the sound of crackling electricity. The space is slightly distorted. A light hole appears on the teleportation platform of the deck. Guilliman took the lead and walked in. Sikarais and other honor guard members followed closely behind. The teleportation platform that greets Guilliman is built near the Gate of Eternity, which is the largest entrance directly to the palace. On both sides of the Eternal Avenue stand countless heroes who have made great contributions to the Empire, including the legend of the past Sun Lord Macarius. This place is also the end of the pilgrimage to Terra and the most important pilgrimage point of the Empire. Thousands of years, very few people were allowed to enter the palace through the Gate of Eternity. From the moment Macrag's glory entered Terra's low Earth orbit, the crowds of Terra were boiling, cheering endlessly. They watched the dais, waiting for the Primarch to appear. The high platform also has a huge mechanical device, which is the transmission platform for docking with the glory of Macrag. People looked forward to it, watching the lights on the delivery platform turn green one after another. As the last light turned green, the huge teleportation platform made a melodious mechanical sound. A thick beam of light shot down from the sky, like a road built by the gods for themselves. The war horns on the wall of eternity let out a sharp and hoarse roar together. These war horns have a long history and are placed atop fortified towers and castle walls. It is said that these horns were placed here during the Horus Rebellion in the past. After thousands of years, it still stands here, witnessing the rise and fall of the Empire. The sound of the horn resounded throughout the palace, and the deafening sound echoed in the tall city, making people feel the heavy sense of history. Let them feel the battles of human ancestors in the starry sky, and finally established the history of this great empire. The salute sounded at the same time, shaking the ears of the city and people. Before Guilliman arrived, many people were already weeping. All scholars and warriors, merchants, and travelers wandering in the starry sky who know the sufferings of mankind in the past are all excited by this moment. The swords of human beings swept across all directions, and the aliens and traitors all fled. The mighty power of heaven made the stars submit, even the ancient gods were forced to give in for the rise of mankind. They witnessed this ancient empire fall apart under the poison of former traitors. They witnessed the collapse of this ancient empire in the alien invasion. People look up at the starry sky, but they can't find a trace of salvation, only more despair and suffering than before. Now, everything has become a thing of the past. This race that has evolved over hundreds of millions of years once again stands among the stars. Those who once clamored for the destruction of this empire have either fled to the edge of the galaxy, or have become the ashes of history and been swept into the garbage dump. Terra at this time has gathered humans from all over the galaxy. After the Empire's lighthouse system is complete, the safety factor of navigating in subspace has been greatly improved. The frightening subspace navigation in the past, as long as there are no problems inside the battleship, basically nothing will happen. It is no longer like before, entering the subspace is completely resigned to fate. It's like the ancient wooden ships for ocean shipping have suddenly evolved into modern steel ships, the safety factor has skyrocketed, and there is no need to worry as much as before. The news of Guilliman's return to Terra means that this stage of the indomitable expedition has come to an end. Combined with the previous events, people in the Empire who are keen on the political situation have realized that a historical event that is enough to be recorded in the history of the Empire and even the entire history of human development will take place. They came from all directions, just to witness the historical moment when the old king abdicated and the new king rose. Terra has changed dramatically since Guilliman left. The chaotic city takes on new life and becomes organized, full of gardens and woodland parks. It's not as messy as it used to be. The large-scale dirty and messy slums have also disappeared. At this moment, the huge flow of people crowded the remodeled Terra city to the brim. Parks, woodlands, balconies of every building are people. Near the high platform that greeted Guilliman, there was even a sea of people. At first glance, it was full of people, and it was so dark that there was no end in sight. If it weren't for the great improvement of the Empire's governing ability and the comprehensive development of medical technology, many people would lose their lives simply by trampling on it. A large number of suspension vehicles act as medical and law enforcement platforms, controlling every move of the crowd. Law enforcement officials worked hard to maintain order and avoid stampedes. Accompanied by the sound of gun salutes and horns, people couldn't help cheering. When Guilliman in ceremonial armor stepped out of the beam of light, it was like entering the real world from his own kingdom. People's cheers reached a climax. Countless people uttered deafening cheers, and the terrifying sound wave once overwhelmed the sound of salutes and horns. People put their hands on their chests and make a sky eagle salute. Countless voices roared the oath of allegiance. The eyes were blurred by tears, and the tears on the ground once merged into a trickle. Throat roared hoarsely, and he was still shouting. The warp was swept by this frenzied emotion, demons howled and gods were angry. Witnessing the crowd that Guilliman walked out, I felt like my blood was boiling. Seeing that incomparably noble face, I had the idea of being loyal to the other party until the moment my soul was broken. Even now, Guilliman ordered them to die immediately. I'm afraid they will execute without hesitation. Guilliman stood on the high platform, beside him were the personal guards of glory, the imperial guards, and many heroes of the Empire. Looking around at the bustling city and the crowded scene, Guilliman smiled. Many of Terra's urban buildings were rebuilt after Engren's invasion. Those Gothic buildings with grotesque shapes and dark lights. Abnormal expansion, industrial facilities that emit high concentrations of pollution. Horrible religious emblems and iron cages that imprison the living and the dead. It's gone now. Instead, it is more of a dome building with a technological atmosphere, implying hard work and enterprising, or a landscape carefully designed by an artist with a special meaning. Is no longer as depressing as before. This is exactly the effect Guilliman wanted. Human civilization has developed and evolved for millions of years since learning to use flames. The history of the Empire is nothing compared to the long history of human civilization. Human beings can only go further on this road if they keep their enterprising spirit at all times. To dwell on the past will only lead to destruction. Guilliman boarded the anti-gravity suspension vehicle used for sightseeing, and headed for the palace from the Avenue of Eternity. Where he passed, people cheered and threw flowers. Men, women, young, old, rich, poor, without exception. People's madness once made Terra a sea of flowers. The strong fragrance of flowers filled the whole city. Guilliman stood on the vehicle, smiling, and waved to the enthusiastic crowd. The anti-gravity sightseeing boat travels through the layers of Terra buildings. The huge population is a huge requirement for Terra's buildings, and the builders have to use all available space. The majestic and tall buildings extend beyond the horizon, bringing the former wilderness into the city. With the development of the Empire's technology, the subspace navigation is stable. More and more people came to Terra with a pilgrimage mentality. Caused a massive population influx. Also caused Terra to continue to build urban buildings, except for important ocean areas, natural woodland areas, and ecological areas. Other places are filled with various magnificent buildings to meet the huge living needs. For the utilization of space resources, the cities of Terra have been built underground. Currently, the underground city is deep enough to use the temperature difference between the deep layer and the surface to supply the required energy. It is a completely pure energy, a gift from the laws of the universe. Cleaner and more affordable than plasma energy stacks. The living conditions underground are not worse than those on the ground. They have huge projection facilities that capture the sky in real time, and also have woodland parks and natural forests that are maintained by sunlight facilities to ensure fresh air. Terra's magnificent city is a great masterpiece, a complete conquest of human beings on the Mother Star world. After passing through a magnificent arch, Guilliman and his party came to the Heroes' Square. Those sculptures that are hundreds of meters high are all carved from a single block of marble. These stones are mined from Outworld, transported to Terra for carving, and finally sent to the Heroes' Square. Guilliman glanced at the layout of the sculptures on the Heroes' Square. These sculptures are divided into 3 levels. One is an imperial hero who has made an outstanding contribution to the Empire. One is a primarch loyal to the Empire. The other one is the Emperor and himself. Yes, that's right. Guilliman's sculpture was placed on an equal footing with the Emperor by his fanatical supporters. Faced with such an honor, Guilliman had no joy in his heart. Of the 2 sculptures standing side by side, one of them cannot stand on the golden throne. Kaur repaired himself a mechanical throne again. If you can't get down, then the fun will be great. The boiling crowd crowded the road, and the sound of people cheering resounded in every corner of Heroes' Square. Heroes Square is not only a place to commemorate the heroes of the Empire, but also a public prison. Imprisoned the Primarches who betrayed the Empire. Under Guilliman's evil taste, tourists can watch the captivity of several traitor Primarches at a glance at the designated location. For the proud Primarch, being displayed as an animal is undoubtedly a humiliation. If they escaped from the prison, I am afraid that the first thing these renegade Primarches will do is to find a way to kill Guilliman. Unfortunately, they cannot escape. The entire Heroes Square had already set up sufficient security measures when it was being built. The power of the demon Primarch was weakened by the Emperor's faith in imperial technology to the point where he could barely walk. Every guard has been upgraded twice. The weapons used are all god-killing weapons that can kill demons and contain the most advanced technology of the Empire. Only one wound is needed to cause irreversible damage to these demonic Primarches. The crowd was blocked outside the square by dedicated guards. Guilliman asked his companions to wait for him outside the square, and then went to the Primarch's prison alone to see how the brothers were doing. Fulgrim, Perturabo, and Lorgar all growled in low voices when they saw Guilliman coming. Especially Lorgar, who kept knocking on the thick iron door. Even if he was bounced away by the force field again and again, he did not give up. Liar, Guilliman, you liar. Lorgar growled, you burned my city of faith, and now you brazenly claim to be the Emperor's emissary, you even changed the book of Lorgar the book of Riemann, shameless and despicable. When those guards talked about the Empire, Lorgar could see the current situation of the entire Empire from their few words. Guilliman, who used to burn the perfect city, is now at the helm of the state religion, and even the Pope needs his appointment and blessing. After revising the book of Lorgar that he had created in the past, he took it out and declared that he was the founder of the state religion. How despicable this is! How shameless this is! The Emperor has done nothing like this in the past. Perturabo and Fulgrim's eyes were also full of anger. Guilliman's shamelessness is beyond imagination. He has made a mess of the history of the Empire, and all the rebel Primarches have been splashed with dirty water by him in various ways. In the Battle of Terra in the past, the Emperor brought his loyal Primarch to kill all directions, holding down Horus and the gods of the subspace, and was unfortunately attacked by Horus pretending to surrender, and was seriously injured in the end. After reading the history book compiled by Guilliman, both Perturabo and Fulgrim wondered how they survived the time of the rebellion. The rebel party relied entirely on playing emotional cards and the help of the subspace to successfully attack and seriously injure the loyal Primarch. It's short of saying clearly that the rebel Primarch and the gods are paper tigers. If they didn't play tricks, they would have been hanged. After reading the history of the Empire written by Guilliman, Perturabo and Fulgrim felt that they were going to have a cerebral hemorrhage. In all my life, I have never seen such brazen behavior. Guilliman looked at Lorgar's incompetent roar calmly, and waited until he was tired of shouting, and then said, it's a pity, no one listens to you. No one will believe a poor traitor who can only be hysterical. They will only take my word for it. Look, here's the proof. The sound of cheering was higher and higher. The prison of the traitorous Primarch is more than 10 kilometers away from the cordon that the guards isolated, but it still feels deafening. One can imagine how crazy those people are. Lorgar glared at Guilliman, the anger burning in his heart. One day, you will pay for your lies. Lorgar said with gritted teeth, people can't be fooled by you forever. Hearing this, Guilliman couldn't help laughing. Do you think truth and lies are important to the Empire? You say such things because you know nothing about the truth of the universe, Guilliman. One day, you will pay the price for today's words, and the gods will not let you go easily. Lorgar said viciously chaos is the ultimate truth and future of the universe. You can't always fool those ignorant people. Someone will wake up and raise the banner against you. Do you still think that your master can deal with me? Guilliman said with a smile, Lorgar, I think you are very pitiful. You claim to have seen the truth of the universe clearly, think that the truth of the Emperor's past is a lie, think that those gods born from the souls of creatures are the real controllers of the universe. They think they have seen the truth clearly and are superior to others. They speak for them, spread their chaotic thoughts, and plan the Horus change. But I want to tell you today, Lorgar, your vision is as narrow as that pathetic mouse, and the truth you think is not worth mentioning to me. To me, neither the truth of the Emperor nor the eternity of the gods is a lie. One is a lesser lie and the other is a greater lie. You are flattered that you know the existence of the gods, your master it doesn't rank at all in my eyes. Guilliman glanced at these former brothers, watching Perturabo and Fulgrim stare at him with the same hatred because of his arrogant words. The more they showed their hatred, the happier Guilliman became. Smile is conserved, it will not disappear, it will only transfer to different faces. How arrogant these demon Primarches laughed in the past, Guilliman laughed arrogantly. Even if you guys have an extraordinary body, immortal mind, and provide you with the power to destroy the world. You are just apes who came out of the prairie. You are as short-sighted as the mortals you hate. Your innate flaws make it impossible for you to look at problems from the height of the entire universe, let alone imagine what kind of achievements I will achieve in the future. The glory of mankind has just begun. In your humble minds, there are only gods and fathers struggle, thinking that's what the universe is all about. How sad, how short-sighted. Your hatred and anger are useless, and you will witness new miracles in this prison. Not only the galaxy, but the entire universe will be mine, and every galaxy will be plugged the flag of the eagle, humans will control every star and become the most powerful civilization in the history of this universe. One day, your master will kneel at my feet, humbly begging for a way to survive. I swear, you will witness this scene with your own eyes. Guilliman opened his arms, as if to take the whole universe into his arms. The gazes of the three traitorous Primarches ranged from anger to astonishment, and then to lunatic-like eyes. The smile on Guilliman's face and his firm tone told them that the former brothers really planned to do that. Conquer the galaxy and crush every enemy. And then waged one grand war after another, far surpassing the great crusade launched by the Emperor. The battlefield is bigger and more crazy. Until the last enemy's body fell under his sword. Till the last star was forced to bend to his will. Will stop. Such a terrifying ambition, just thinking about it is enough to suffocate. The gods dare not have such an idea. Such shocking arrogance. Arrogance no one can match. Compared to him, the Emperor is nothing more than a gentle and kind boy next door. A galaxy is no longer enough for Guilliman. He didn't even intend to let go of the distant stars. You are simply a madman. Fear arose in Lorgar's heart, and he saw Guilliman's ferocious smile in his dazed eyes. Under his sharp sword, countless corpses lay down, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Human greed drowned the stars. The gods will also fall under the sharp sword of this lunatic, and countless alien civilizations will be reduced to ashes under his arrogant ambition. He will be the end of countless civilizations. A horrible butcher to the extreme. You won't succeed. Perturabo's face became gloomy. Fulgrim's expression on the side was even more unpredictable. He finally understood why the old crown of vanity couldn't corrupt Guilliman. Hidden under that body was a soul even more arrogant and crazy than the Emperor. The illusion he created for the other party is so ridiculous. It's like a kid seducing a man who aspires to be the richest man in the galaxy with the promise of a lollipop. Wait and see, idiots. I mercifully allow you to live until you see that moment become real. Guilliman left the last sentence, then turned and left, leaving the traitor Primarchus howling in the prison. After scolding these traitorous brothers, Guilliman was in a good mood. Whether it can be done or not is another matter. Bragging is absolutely impossible to lose. What the gods can play, he can play. What the gods cannot blow, he can do better. Blow first before talking, this is the privilege of the keyboard man. After returning to the team, Guilliman did not talk about what he had said to the traitor Primarch. He let the team move on, heading to the palace under the eyes of countless people of the Empire. Last time, his arrival saved the entire Empire. And this time, his arrival will completely change the history of mankind and bring a truly new era. Wizard Star has been the base of operations of Thousand Suns for 10,000 years. After a ritual inspired by the death of a billion souls, it emerged from its position in the warp into the realm of reality. Wizard Star is a crazy planet. Just seeing things on the surface of the planet is enough to drive mortals crazy and fall into endless fear. The color of the sky changes randomly, without any running pattern resembling the seasons. The monotonous glass surface, the constantly changing labyrinth of twisted mirrors, and the swamp of mutated flesh adorn the surface. The ground was struck by a passive lightning storm. Biting cold winds blow across the surface of the earth carrying tortured, eternally inextricable souls. On such a planet, human beings have no way to survive. Creatures born from the worst nightmares thrive on this planet. A herd of Aristorns hunts in jungles of razor-sharp cliffs and twisted shapes of failed worshippers. The wandering demon engine travels through the storm-ravaged crystalline plain, fighting in the plane's own ecosystem, competing for the position of the strong. Rampant giant monsters, screecher sharks, and fire monsters enter reality at will, or emerge from portals that open naturally. In addition to these weird creatures, there are also a huge number of chaos eggs. These fearsome beasts are twisted by traitors who could not bear the blessings of chaos. An invisible spell circles the planet, sucking any ammunition fired at the planet into the warp, turning powerful lasers into harmless beams. This is the territory of wizards. Demons and weird subspace energy tides are sharp weapons in their hands, and they can be driven by them to attack the enemy. Magnus has operated the Wizard Star for more than 10,000 years. He had sworn never to let the Wizard Star suffer the fate of Prospero. Any enemy who tries to invade this planet will suffer the most tragic failure. It's a pity that this time, they are facing the brand new and upgraded Dark Angel. Azrael is not a stubborn person. The Holy Scriptures were revised during the Regent of the Empire, and the expansion of the battle group was put on the agenda. Even if a large number of Dark Angels are sent to all parts of the galaxy, there are more than 4,000 Dark Angels on standby in the megalithic fortress. In addition to this, there are also some Dark Angel subgroups who have been ordered by the Mother Group to come to support. Azrael can mobilize as many as 13,000 Primaris warriors, equivalent to the previous 13 fully formed battle groups. In addition, the Space Wolves and the Blood Angels also have a large number of original cast fighters. The confluence of the three forces will surely gather more than 50,000 original warriors. If you count other armies, the scale is even more terrifying. Such a huge military force is hard to see even in the period of the Great Expedition. Knowing that he has backup, Azrael has no scruples. He mobilized tens of thousands of original cast warriors to carry out airborne operations on the Wizard Star to break the evil ritual on the Wizard Star. Pull the Wizard Star and Prospero from the gap between reality and illusion into the real universe. Then flood Magnus with massive Imperial troops equipped with advanced technology. Let Magnus know that there is no end to the power of demons, and there is no end to the loyalists of the Empire. Following Azrael's order, the overwhelming gunboats carrying Primaris warriors rushed to the Wizard Star. These powerful fighters landed forcibly without using teleportation technology. Facing a scheming enemy like the Thousand Suns who is good at disguising and deceiving, Azrael, the Grand Master of the Dark Angels, gave up any subtle tactical arrangements, and used the Wild Wolf's airborne tactics simply and rudely. Reckless word. There is only one requirement, which is to destroy the ritual of the Wizard Star. Once the Primaris fighters entered the high altitude of the Wizard Star, they jumped off the high-speed mobile gunboat. Relying on the powerful armor with force field buffer function and the extraordinary body with strong recovery ability, it can resist the impact of falling. The transport gunboat dropped the ammunition pods and let them airborne with the soldiers. The Empire's ammunition compartment has also undergone special improvements, and it has the ability to travel. Under the control of the half-body servant, it can go to the vicinity of the soldiers who need ammunition. The best way to face an enemy who likes to plot tricks is to beat him up. The wizards were caught off guard by the Empire's brutal style of play. The flames of war ignited everywhere. Primaris warriors fight in squads. The entire planet is in chaos. There is no front and back, wars are everywhere. Just as it landed, the built-in auspicious instrument of the Boris battleship issued a high-frequency warning sound, detecting a powerful spiritual energy source. Walking to a high place, Boris found a target for this airborne trip. A tall emerald glass tower, surrounded by 9 obelisks carved with runes made of scarlet stone. There is a palpitating breath. Obviously, this is the ritual tower set up on the Wizard Star, which can pull 2 planets into the crack space. Go forward, target the ritual tower. Boris shot and exploded the scarlet fighters near him, and used the communication device of the armor to gather the fighters near him, and headed towards the destination. Members of the 2 Deathwing teams gathered around Boris and followed him to the target. The vicinity of the tower is full of uneven grey rocks, full of ravines and cliffs. Azure blue, chestnut brown, and purple-red flesh and blood wriggled between the gaps. Twisted, ugly, bloodshot eyes stared at the intruders, Boris, on the strange things of colorful crystals. A winged demon flew out of the tower, covering the sky. Those heavy, Baroque-style demon engines made mechanical roars, trying to crush all humans who came in front of them. Rubensal warriors in ornate armor and wizards with scepters also went into battle, trying to defend the ritual tower. There is no possibility of compromise or concession on both sides, and the battle has entered a fierce state in an instant. However, Boris and the others were even more powerful in combat. Like spears, they smashed through the wave of demons and threw a sticky bomb with annihilation energy on the tower of the tower. Accompanied by the rumbling sound, the black annihilation energy formed a shock wave, sweeping in all directions, and flying the nearby demons. The red flames caused by the explosion rose up, and the billowing heat wave rushed towards us. The emerald-colored glazed tower was shattered in the explosion, collapsed, was swallowed by the flames, and the fragments were also blown away by the shock wave. The powerful subspace energy also dissipated. Magnus also watched the scene for the first time. His complexion became ugly. In such a short period of time, a node is destroyed. If we don't take some remedial measures, I'm afraid that Wizard Star will fall soon. Chapter 272 Magnus, who is only proud of himself for 3 seconds, subscription required. Magnus looked through Prospero's layers of guardian witchcraft, and across the long distance, he saw the tragic battle that was erupting on the Wizard Star. Originally thought that suppressing the Empire's technology in the crack space could somewhat restore his chances of winning. But now, the strength shown by the Empire's army has caught him a little by surprise. Where did Guilliman find so many powerful technologies? Enhance those dark angels to this extent. In the crack space, on the Wizard Star, on his territory, the dark angels pressed the demons and wizards on the ground and rubbed them. The combat power shown is far superior to that of his subordinates. The single eye shone dangerously. The thick palm covered with luxurious armor tightly gripped the armrest of the throne, with such force that it deformed the steel containing mysterious power. Magnus is angry at the situation on the wizard planet. The dark angels drive straight in. And his subordinates were defeated in addition to being defeated. Can't even organize a decent resistance. Bombs shredded the bodies of demons born of ghastly nightmares, driving them back into the warp. The power sword destroyed those huge demon engines, and the blessed steel was cut like paper. The crystal forest was covered by a thick cloud of dust raised by artillery fire, and the Tsianch herd died screaming. The magnificent crystal tower collapsed in the flames of the explosion. Countless fragments reflected the brilliance brought by the soaring flames. The second home of the Thousand Suns was destroyed by the savage attacks of the Dark Angels. Wizards and mortal followers of the Almighty fell to the sword of the Empire. Son of Ryan. Magnus let out a low growl like a beast. If you want to win, don't be delusional. The One-Eyed King raised his hand, and countless rays of light gathered in his hand, weaving into a crystal scepter. He swiped at the shifting sky. The violent power radiated from his body, making the whole world tremble. Ahriman and the others looked horrified, watching the action of the One-Eyed King. Every wizard trembled, and the mortals and demons behaved even more unbearably, screaming horribly. How terrifying is the power of the One-Eyed King! Pry the stars and extinguish the stars. Now he is shooting in a rage, even though it is far away. It also made the think tanks of the Dark Angels feel a strong sense of oppression. Magnus presided over the 9-storied pagoda ceremony, unable to leave the planet Prospero, but he was able to project his will onto the Wizard Star, strengthen his subordinates, and let the Dark Angels know how powerful he is. The changing sky gradually becomes transparent, revealing the horror of subspace. The vast ocean of ether poured down, and illusion and reality became one. Mountain like giant spherical eyes and tentacle monsters that only appear in the dreams of crazy lunatics stare down at the doomed world below. The horrific and profane sight drives people crazy, and just one glance is enough to break the spirit. The warriors of the Empire died screaming. Countless subspace rifts surfaced on the surface of the Wizard Star, exuding a malicious light. Huge skeleton faces appeared on the mountains and on the surface, opening mouths full of tentacles, devouring nearby humans. The wizards responded to Magnus and joined forces to launch a chorus. One after another crystal spears erupted with intense light, attracting the power from the other side. Each minaret is the number of 9, containing Xian's infinite power of change. The surface came alive, as if it had its own will. The mountains and rivers cracked, opened their mouths like a giant beast, and magma gushed out, devouring the dark angel. The river became heavy, and any warrior trying to cross felt countless hands grabbing their bodies, trying to drown them. The will of the entire world is at war against the invaders of the empire. Every branch of crystal, every crystal that reflects light has become the enemy of the dark angel. The fighters fell into a completely hostile combat environment. The number of enemies is also unimaginably large, attacking them from all directions. For a while, the primordial warriors who entered the battle on the Wizard Star suffered heavy casualties. Even after the original casting upgrade, it is difficult to resist the invasion and damage of the power of the subspace. With the Emperor's will, with Guilliman's will, with the Lion's will, retreat, evil spirit of the warp. Azrael, who joined the battlefield, witnessed the death of his war brother, roared, and the sword in his hand, the long sword, burst out with a strong light. Arcane weapons made of a mixture of faith and advanced technology are showing terrifying power at this moment. Brilliant beams of light lit up in the subspace, and a will that was as terrifying as the power of destruction was ushered in. Another scene appeared in the sky filled with chaos and evil scenes. The sacred golden light turned into soldiers, tanks, and planes rushed into that terrible world. Two mighty realms are at war. The will of the Lord of Humanity against the will of the Master of Fate. The fight between the two sides was extremely dangerous. It is not accessible to mortals. Fortunately, the Dark Angel no longer has to face that terrifying will. Magnus uttered an angry roar, and his will set off a storm, inciting those traitors to launch more violent attacks. The demon Primarch unleashed a terrible sorcery that enveloped the demons and traitors in a radiance. That layer of radiance absorbed all the damage caused by the Dark Angel. The demons and traitors who were defeated by the terrifying firepower suddenly became fearless of all artillery fire. Bombs and melt beams can only create ripples on the shield. Azrael took out another amulet and crushed it. The subspace set off a terrifying fluctuation, causing the vast ocean to ripple. An ancient will has awakened from the depths of the warp to oppose the power of Magnus. Before the official attack, Azrael went to visit the Dark Watcher. This ancient remnant possesses knowledge and skills beyond imagination. For the sake of alliance, the Dark Watcher gave Azrael an amulet. Crush this talisman to summon another will to block the Scarlet King's interference. The brilliance of witchcraft disappeared, and the demons and traitors who had just reversed the situation were slaughtered again. In an instant, hundreds of demons were killed, and the corpses fell to the ground, leaving shocking traces of blood and broken bones on the ground. On Prospero's crystal throne, Magnus opened his eyes with terrible rage. But apart from being angry, there was nothing he could do. The force that stopped him was equally terrifying. He is hard to shake and can no longer support the Wizard Star. Without the help of Magnus, the defeat of traitors and demons is inevitable. However, to win the final victory, sacrifice is still inevitable. The number of comrades around Boris is constantly decreasing. Battle Brother Troll was torn apart by the crazy beast, and the remaining flesh was set on fire by the pink horror. Fearless sleeping in the sarcophagus was knocked down by the huge demon vehicle, and the amniotic fluid flowed out, revealing the broken body. The brave Dark Angel fights with all his might. They kept roaring, and the weapons in their hands kept slashing at all enemies they could see. Destructive beams of superheated plasma and pulse beams are fired from supporting gunships, blanketing those terrifying foes. The heavy bolter fired continuously, and the barrels all emitted a hot red light. The Heaven's Punishment weapon roared, blowing up the densest group of demons. Blade of Vengeance, Angel of Contempt, Angel of Judgment and many other support fighters sent by the subgroups of the Dark Angels are also fighting bravely, charging towards the ritual towers that emit light. Don't stare at the sky. The captain of the Angel of Vengeance shouted, telling his soldiers not to pay attention to the war in the sky. The battlefield in the sky does not belong to them. That is a confrontation of the will. No matter which side wins. Paying too much attention will damage your soul. The Angels of Vengeance gathered around their chapter master, forming a sharp spear, piercing the wave after wave of mad magic. The same is true for other subgroups, gathering into one team after another to launch a fearless charge against the enemy. Lien's return has greatly enhanced their sense of belonging to the mother group. Azrael's call to war brought them together here to fight for the Empire. These fighters killed rows of crystal streets, leaving a huge number of corpses along the way, blood flowing like rivers. Their casualties were also very tragic, and their extraordinary bodies could not stop the enemy's vicious witchcraft. The Thousand Suns wizards and mortal followers launched an extremely violent attack in desperation. The terrifying subspace flames destroyed the human gene sequence, distorting the flesh and soul into a terrifying appearance. The soldiers who fell to the ground were swarmed by demons, their battle armors were torn apart, and their flesh and blood were devoured beyond recognition. However, death was not enough to make them retreat. With firm determination, strong equipment and body, and unquenchable faith, he persisted. The soldiers fought paths one after another on the chaotic battlefield, moving towards their goals. Azrael also killed like crazy. He activated his abilities continuously, using the arcane weapons in his hands to kill those powerful demons. His throat screamed hoarse until he lost his voice completely behind. Wherever he walked, there was bubbling blood, broken corpses, and steaming pus behind him. With heavy casualties, one ritual tower after another was destroyed by Primaris warriors. While Magnus roared almost crazily, the last crystal tower was engulfed by the flames of the explosion, and countless fragments flew out. A powerful sonic impact swept the entire world. Azrael and the others felt that their souls seemed to have let go of a heavy burden, and suddenly became very relaxed. The terrifying spiritual energy storm dissipated, and the suffocating sense of oppression also disappeared without a trace. Enveloped in golden light, the sky wriggling with huge eyes like mountains was also replaced by a velvety night inlaid with many stars. As the crystal tower was destroyed, Wizard Star and Prospero were pulled back by the laws of the real universe and returned to the material world. Magnus' anger spanned the terrifying distance between the two planets, which was a terrifying distance for mortals, and echoed in the minds of the think tanks on the wizard planet, but they were fearless and used their souls to fight against the will of the demon Primarch. The demons and traitors attacked the primordial warriors even more frantically, trying to redeem themselves from failure. However, when the Wizard Star is pulled back to the real universe, it means that everything is a foregone conclusion. Accompanied by flashes of teleportation, a huge imperial army rushed out of the light, sweeping the enemy with a destructive attitude. Roaring giant titans, suspended heavy tanks pouring out terrifying artillery fire, as well as a huge number of imperial star troops, knights driving mechs, and battle nuns holding heavy weapons. Facing this force, the resistance of Wizard Star was quickly suppressed. In order to completely crush the enemy's attack, the Empire used a huge military force to reshape the ground. The mountains and rivers were blown to pieces, and the rivers were filled with gravel. The crystal forest became fragmented. Those wriggling tentacles were burnt to charcoal in front of the Imperial police. Wait until there are no more demons and traitors on the ground. Azrael and others who are covered in blood and scars evacuate from the surface and return to the fleet to rest. Handed over the battlefield to other troops, let them continue to purify the entire Wizard Star. Magnus' impotent rage echoed through the warp. But there was nothing he could do except watch the light of witchcraft dim on the Wizard Star. Not long after the Dark Angels captured the Wizard Star, the main forces of the Space Wolves and the Blood Angels appeared on the edge of the galaxy. Peripheral defense is not worth mentioning to the Empire, and the scattered second-line troops are enough to pull out the claws of the Psychic Empire that Magnus dreamed of building. Those cowards who betrayed the Empire and humanity will meet the most tragic fate. The three forces converge here. Prospero is surrounded by massive Imperial ships. The Emperor's followers commanded huge warships, surrounding Prospero with murderous intent. They want to pour out the hatred accumulated in the past to Magnus. The orbital defense network and monitors owned by the wizards were destroyed one by one. Every wizard fortress was completely destroyed. The ships of the Empire surrounded every escape route on Prospero like a husk of hatred. It is more terrifying than the fleet that Ruth destroyed the planet Prospero 10,000 years ago. Several huge Mechanic-Use ships activated the anti-subspace force field to completely cut off the escape route of Magnus. Each layer of orbit is crowded with hundreds of warships, so many that the light from their engines can cover the stars and the sun, making the entire sky as if it were daytime. So dense that the entire planet is enveloped in sickly auroras. Bells ring from every tower in the crystal maze. The alarm wails and keeps beeping. Magnus stared at the sky, his face became extremely ugly. Guilliman was far away on Terra, and he dismissed him. Even the expedition only selected a few original battle groups to lead. For ordinary enemies, it is already a manifestation of the Empire's prudent treatment. In the eyes of Magnus, it was a huge humiliation. The most arrogant contempt is not to step on the enemy's head condescendingly and declare one's own victory. But from the beginning to the end, they didn't put the other party in their eyes. Ignoring is the greatest arrogance. Magnus was ignored by Guilliman from start to finish. Pharaoh's incident. The other party didn't show up from the beginning to the end, and the originally designed trap made him suffer a lot. Now, the other party also did not appear. Just the minions he sent out drove him to a dead end. The Wizard Star has fallen, and Prospero is his last resort. Magnus has enough power to pry a planet. But he didn't think he could fight against this huge Imperial fleet. The opponent's orbital bombing and star destroyer alone are enough to make him suffer. What's more, there are special weapons against him. Those ships of faith made Magnus fearful. He knew that Guilliman had created a lighthouse device that used faith to leverage the Emperor's power to kill warp creatures. In Pharos, he was severely injured by the opponent with such a device. The terrible wound has not healed until now. I won't just lose like this, Guilliman. Magnus' tone was very low, full of viciousness and decisiveness. Thinking of Guilliman's arrogance, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Even if he lost the Wizard Star and Prospero, the Shinnik Empire plan would be destroyed, and the Thousand Suns Legion would be completely lost. He also wanted Guilliman to pay for his arrogance. Speed up the sacrifice. Magnus looked at Ahriman and the others, and said in a deep voice, "We want to complete the sacrifice as quickly as possible." Ahriman's face showed a hint of worry. If the speed of the sacrifice is too fast, will the power attracted by the ceremony be too large? In that case, the entire Prospero will be destroyed under that crazy power. Magnus clenched his fist, a look of pain appeared on his face, and then quickly disappeared. We have no choice, Ahriman. Guilliman's minions are aggressive, and our failure is already doomed. The only thing we can do is to complete this ritual. Only in this way can the Lord of Change win the final victory. When talking about failure, Magnus' tone was bitter and unwilling. No one expected that Guilliman's rise would be so crazy. Let the gods join forces again, let him lose embarrassingly. But Magnus did not intend to make Guilliman feel better. He has one last trump card. That is to turn the entire human race into a Shinnik race. Upon completion of the 9-story ritual, each human soul will be luminous in the warp. In this way, human beings can only have a glimmer of life in the arms of Tsianch, who masters the mysteries of magic and the infinite knowledge of the universe. Otherwise, meeting human beings will be a crisis far beyond the great annihilation of the Eldar race in the past. Many wizards stared at Magnus with a firm expression, and could only sigh, and turned around to capture more psychers to feed the roaring machines and speed up the progress of the ceremony. The expression of every wizard is dignified and sad. Speeding up the act of sacrifice will completely ruin their home world. Prospero shall have no day of redemption. The strategy meeting for attacking Prospero started in the stone fortress. The priests of mechanicism stood beside the machine in iron red and blood red robes. The sound of gears engaging and servo pistons moving came from the huge body. Many chapter leaders, grand knights, and captains each formed their own groups and talked about each other's combat experience. Dante and his bloodguard are the last to arrive. When came, the huge suspended projector was already turned on. The planet Prospero is depicted by countless rays of light and displayed in front of many commanders. They will deliver the final blow to the enemies of the Imperium, the Emperor's rebellious sons. Before that, they had to make sure everything was safe. Facing a demonic primarch, even if he is on the dominant side, he needs to be careful. For thousands of years, every time Magnus appeared, he caused a large number of casualties. The powerful force makes every encirclement and suppression of the Empire come back without success. Seth is also in the team. The flesh tearers who have not completed the original casting upgrade are not the only ones in this crusade team. There were also several sub-clans of the Ruth blood who rejected Guilliman's gift. They, like Seth, came to crusade against Magnus, trying to find the final death of honor. The chapters have sadly realized that the time of the Space Marines is over. They are powerless to prevent this. The general trend of history cannot be stopped. Human civilization needs primordial warriors to them. They have no choice but to die with ancient traditions. They still stubbornly believe that Space Marines are the Emperor's gift to humanity. Tampering with this gift is tantamount to betraying the Emperor. Guilliman's ambitions have been revealed. He changed the system left by the Emperor. Changed Space Marines. Expelled those families who had served the Emperor for generations and were loyal to the Emperor. When he wants to seize the Emperor's throne, the entire Empire will have no strength to resist him. Seth was outraged by this. This is betrayal, betrayal of Sanguinius, betrayal of the Emperor. People are kept in the dark, fooled without knowing it. But there was nothing he could do. To resist Guilliman is to cut off the way of human salvation. Behavior like that is no different from a traitor. Sit back and watch Guilliman, and even become an accomplice to the other party's throne. Seth couldn't do it either. The only thing he can do is to seek a final honorable death with allegiance to Sanguinius, allegiance to the Emperor. A holographic projector is installed on the ceiling, and the static-like light with clear lines draws the deployment of the troops of both the enemy and the enemy. Let's officially start. Azrael, who presided over the ceremony, said. Following his words, the magnified holographic projection focused on the planet Prospero. A fine red beam wraps around the planet, forming a protective shell. The siege of Magnus has reached its final stage, and victory is close at hand, but this fruit is not so easy to pick. There are 3 threats we face. The first threat is that this planet is protected by powerful sorcery, which can deflect the attacks of Imperial warships and interfere with the normal use of Imperial teleportation technology. The second threat is the large-scale anti-aircraft firepower. The Dark Angel has experienced the Battle of the Wizard Star. The anti-aircraft firepower on that planet is terrifying, but it does not match the performance of the army in the hands of Magnus, let alone the Wizard Star. It has been operated by those traitors for thousands of years. For this reason, we suspect that this traitor transferred those firepower devices to Prospero. The third threat is Magnus himself. The other party has an extraordinary body created by the Emperor using lost technology and the blessings of the gods. When the Dark Angel attacked the Wizard Star, this traitor tried to interfere with our attack, using a powerful sorcery that shakes the entire planet. Then let's gather our forces and crush Magnus' head. Logan said, as long as the head is beheaded, the rest of the body will naturally collapse. This matter is not so easy to do. The power of Magnus is beyond imagination. Even in the material universe where Cadia still exists, it is far from what we can fight. Every expulsion will require a heavy price. Now the rift has been opened, and Magnus' state has been restored to its full state in the material world, and it will be even more difficult to deal with him. Mephiston said, the beheading tactic is not so easy to execute, we must first only by drawing away his subordinates and gathering superior forces to besiege him will there be a chance of success. This means that we have to launch a fierce attack from the outside, and wait until the guards around Magnus are distracted before we can carry out the beheading tactic. Azrael said. Magnus, a traitor, must be hunted by wolves. That is still owed by Fenris blood. Logan stood up and looked at the crowd and said, the wolves never forget their hatred, and only blood can repay it. Blood debt. In that case, it's too dangerous. Dante said, according to my opinion, we should select the most elite fighters to perform the beheading mission. This sentence was agreed by Azrael. Logan stood up and objected, no, the Red Devils should be handed over to the wolves to solve them. We can solve him. The power of Magnus is terrifying. We should not fight alone for the so-called tradition and honor. We should unite as one and send the strongest fighters to face this traitor. Only in this way can we fulfill the commission of the Regent of the Empire and stop him and bring him back to Terra. Azrael's last words made Logan, who wanted to refute, speechless. The strategic goal of encircling and suppressing Magnus is not to expel the opponent, but to capture the opponent. Killing Magnus and capturing Magnus is not a difficult task. Fenris blood debt should not be higher than the Empire's strategic needs. Since it is the will of the Regent of the Empire, let's do this. Send our strongest warriors to face Magnus and bring him back to Terra. Logan said, the wolves will choose the best wild wolves join the fight this time. Soon, the grand strategy was determined. The large army launched a fierce attack on the periphery to attract the troops under Magnus' command. Then use the elite team to capture Magnus without guards, and resolve the battle as quickly as possible. After discussing the mission goals of each unit and confirming the specific plan, everyone disbanded and went back to prepare. On the bridge of the Celestial-class battleship Holy Blood. Please put me in the team to capture Magnus. Seth said to Dante. Dante is responsible for choosing from among the Blood's descendants what he considers mighty warriors. Dying in the battle with Magnus is undoubtedly the most in line with Seth's idea. No, Seth, that kind of battle is too dangerous for you. Dante said, you should fight on the periphery, not die. The Tira has no future, please allow us to end the curtain decently. Seth said. Dante stared at Seth and raised his voice, you are the ones who resisted the gift. As long as you are not so pedantic, the flesh Tiras can continue to exist, just like other warbands, and become stronger. Seth, sober just a little bit, if you complete the original casting upgrade, I will definitely put you in the team to raid Magnus, you are a very good fighter. You chose Guilliman, and the flesh Tira chose to be loyal to the Archangel and the Emperor. Seth said stubbornly. The Archangel and the Emperor don't think so. Dante retorted unceremoniously. Everything will be decided, Dante, who will be spurned by the Archangel. When we die, it will all be decided. Seth said, I will be embraced, and you will be spurned, it's just because you betrayed the Holy Blood and your genetic father. You became Guilliman's minion, and you broke your promise for the other party's promise. This sentence angered Dante. He glared at Seth and growled in a low voice, even if I didn't embrace death, I would know the answer. The Archangel agrees with my answer. You are just a fool, a stubborn fool. That's just your opinion, and you can't use your opinion to represent the opinion of the Archangel. Seth said forcefully, Dante, you can either fight me here and kill me, or let me go and arrest Guilliman's team. Looking at Seth's stubborn appearance with his neck stuck, Dante was very angry. Soon, a wicked idea appeared in his mind. The resurrection of the Archangel on planet Devon has not yet been reported here. First, it was a secret work to encircle and suppress Magnus. The second is to avoid the appearance of the Primarch, which will affect the original appointment and plan of the Regent of the Empire, and make some people have unreasonable ideas, thinking of supporting the Primarch, and separatist one side. Sanguinius is also very clear about what his appearance represents. If Dante hadn't been aware of Dante's crisis, he probably wouldn't have chosen to appear, but would have been observing in secret. For this reason, he chose to keep Dante a secret. Let the crusade against Magnus proceed as originally planned. I took action when Magnus was finally encircled and suppressed, trying to find a way to catch the traitor. Dante looked at Seth with an angry face, feeling that he might enter a state of anger at any moment. What a dramatic twist it would be for this guy to see the Archangel appear and berate him for his stupidity. Are you sure you want to join the team that beheaded Magnus? Dante asked, will you not regret it no matter what kind of crisis arises? The flesh Tiras are never afraid of death, Seth said, we long to embrace the Archangels and the Emperor. Then I agree. Dante readily made Seth suspect that he had misheard, but Dante also made his own request, my only request is that you must wear a new armor, which can make you maintain a certain degree of rationality in the state of black anger, I don't want you to accidentally injure friendly troops. The deal is established, I will only put my anger on Magnus. Seth said. Dante ignored him, but turned and walked into the darkness, preparing for battle. He has given up continuing to persuade Seth. From Bar to Prospero, he has tried countless times. Seth is a very strong fighter. But that doesn't prevent him from being a pedantic idiot, too. When the Archangel appeared on the battlefield, the idiot knew how stupid his words were. Accompanied by the issuing of war orders. All warships launched an orbital bombardment on Prospero. Every battleship flickered, followed by overwhelming lights and shells. Many Imperial troops entered the battlefield with the sound of horns shaking the sky. A large number of gunships rushed into the battlefield with the original cast warriors. When they cleared a stable place, the huge Imperial army also descended. When war broke out, demons and traitors left Magnus' side in order to resist the offensive of the Empire. Dante, Azrael, and Logan led the most elite troops to land. Magnus' location does not need to be marked. He was at the center of the Chinook storm. Horrific Chinook energy enveloped the entire planet, making every soul feel oppressed, especially think tanks like Azrael and Mephiston. The path leading to the crystal pyramid where Magnus is located is so obvious that just looking in that direction, one will feel the pain of suffocating the soul. The enemy quickly attacked them. The tentacles danced, and the colorful demon with a mouth full of fangs cracked open and attacked in wild laughter, throwing flames and lightning formed by warp energy at the loyalists of the Empire. Creatures beyond mortal comprehension flung clouds of multicolored flame across the marble floor with incredible speed. All those who entered the battlefield were the strongest fighters. They cleaned up the enemies as quickly as possible, and rushed to the crystal pyramid where Magnus was. Fighting cries, warriors pushed their way through narrow crystal streets, past pyramidal temples and bronze sculptures filled with decaying sacrifices, obelisks of azure and crimson whose surfaces undulated like a rippling ocean, the body of a lion. The eyes of the human face were malicious, moving their eyes secretly as they moved forward. Both Azrael and Mephiston are among the most powerful psychers among humans. They pierced the illusion created by Magnus and led the combined forces to fight their way through the hellish battlefield. The closer to where Magnus was, the more terrifying the psychic oppression became. My head is suffering from the pain of being stirred. Even warriors without psychic powers felt the pressure. Those evil energies pricked their heads like thin needles, and weird whispers echoed in their minds, trying to pull them into the darkness. The terrible evil energy oppressed them, making it impossible for them to move. Even with an extraordinary mind, they cannot resist such an attack. The 9-storied pagoda ceremony combined with the power of Magnus made Dante and others feel desperate. Countless demons also come from all directions. They are like tigers trapped in a quagmire, besieged by wild dogs and poisonous snakes, and it is difficult to exert their strength. The situation of Seth and several other chapter masters who have not completed the original casting upgrade is much worse than others. Seth fell into black anger during the fight and was surrounded by overwhelming enemies. The demons bit his battle armor, and the traitors stabbed, trampled, and beat him with various weapons. Seth roared non-stop, preparing for his honorable death. Just when Dante and others thought they had failed, a strong light shone on them. A teleportation crack appeared behind them. Diego, exuding terrifying psychic powers, brought a group of imperial heroes back from the warp to support them. The most dazzling existence among them is Sanguinius, who has white wings and wears golden armor, just like the descendant of ancient gods. This force was exactly the one Guilliman sent to capture Magnus after the Battle of Davin. Now it is the last moment of the war. There is no point in concealing it any longer. Sanguinius swept the spear in his hand, and the demons and traitors burst into countless pieces, saving the joint forces in crisis. Nothing can stop him. No matter how powerful a demon is, it is not his one-hit enemy. With the arrival of Sanguinius, the enemy also retreated. Knocked to the ground, Seth survived with his face covered in bruises and blood. Dante made him wear a new armor that protected him from dying so easily. Seth stared at the noble and perfect face that should only exist in databases and sculptures, but now it appeared alive in front of him, with his mouth open but unable to speak. The Archangel looked down at Seth condescendingly, and could feel that the other party had not accepted the primal caste upgrade, and his physical resilience and combat effectiveness were far weaker than the primal caste warrior. Sanguinius turned his head to look at Dante with reproach in his eyes. Sensing the gaze of his genetic father, Dante hurriedly said, he said either kill him, or let him participate, and let him pursue the final glorious death. He thinks this is loyalty to you, loyalty to the Emperor. Sanguinius could figure out the way in a moment, and shook his head with a sigh. This is also the reason why he didn't show up first. The offspring has a special bond with the gene father. In the past, such a bond could unite the Legion. But now, this bond has become an obstacle to the advancement of the Empire. Sanguinius turned his gaze back to Seth, and then to several other warriors who had not completed the original casting upgrade. Anyone who refuses the gift from the Regent of the Empire will leave the battlefield. After leaving this sentence, Sanguinius turned around and rushed towards the demon tide. We are still on the battlefield at this moment, not the time to deal with this matter. Seth was dejected at this time, and he no longer had the tough appearance of arguing with Dante on the holy blood. He saw disappointment in the eyes of the Archangel. The other captains who did not accept the original caste upgrade also looked pale. Even if 2 of them are of Ruth's blood, they still have to obey Sanguinius' orders. The majesty of the Primarch cannot be challenged. They can only exit the battlefield. With the arrival of support, the situation turned again. The original terrifying Shinnik oppression was also relaxed. Sanguinius relied on his own strength to resist Magnus' will. The joint forces let out cheers, and many holy blood children showed disbelief, followed by excited cheers. The appearance of the Archangel made them very excited. Guilliman returns, the Lion returns, Rogue Dorn returns, and many Primarches have news. Only the Archangel was missing. Made them sad for a while. Now, the Archangel has also announced his official return. If it wasn't for the battle, many heirs of the holy blood would gather around and bow their knees to swear allegiance in front of Sanguinius. Logan stared at the heroic figure of the Archangel with complicated eyes. Thinking of Father Wolf who has never heard from him, I feel a little sad and lonely. Could Father Wolf really wait until the final battle before returning? Logan suppressed the emotions in his heart and abandoned those messy thoughts. In any case, the most correct thing is to deal with the battle in front of you first. The supported coalition forces erupted. Here they saw Magnus' terrible plot. The huge dark mechanical device like a mountain roared, extracting the souls of those poor people. The pipeline is filled with evil energy, transporting it to the 9 crystal towers with 9 floors and countless chaotic runes. The 9 towers resonate 9 times every 9 breaths. The expressions of Azrael and Mephiston became ugly. In the pain of fell oppression, they felt the connection between their souls and the warp became closer and closer. This is a mechanical creation that can make human souls and subspaces closer, and accelerate the process of becoming a psychic race. Once human beings transform into a psychic race, the crisis will be 10,000 times more terrifying than the Great Rift, even 1,000,000 times. Without time to hesitate, Sanguinius charged at Magnus. Dante, Azrael, Logan, and other powerful warriors who have completed 2 original casting upgrades followed the Primarch to attack. They carry devices capable of suppressing the Primarch and weapons that can damage the Primarch's extraordinary body. Mephiston led another group of fighters to rush towards the wizards like Ahriman, trying to prevent the ceremony from proceeding. The battle between the 2 sides was extremely fierce. Magnus gathered unprecedented power, and he wanted to perform a malevolent witchcraft. But Sanguinius' speed was astonishingly fast. Before he finished singing, the spear whizzed towards him with arcane light. Magnus blocked the blow of the spear with the blade staff, and the fire sputtered from the collision of the weapons, igniting the decoration next to the throne. It's really cruel. After all, you are also a brother. Now you don't even want to say hello, and you want to take my life. We are no longer brothers. Sanguinius said, when you decide to turn your back on us, we are no longer brothers. I just chose another path. Magnus spread his wings, revealing his true form. Everything our father said was a lie. What do you think he will do with us after the Great Crusade is finished? But you turned your back on the entire race and chose corruption and slavery. How many innocent people died because of this? Sanguinius rarely showed anger, and his attacks were more rapid and powerful. Magnus tried his best to resist, but seemed a little powerless. The wound caused by the Pharos incident has not yet healed, and every movement makes him feel painful. Soon, Sanguinius seized the opportunity, and he hit the opponent's chin with one punch. This punch knocked Magnus' feet off the ground, and the Primarch flew into the air in a circle. The hot blood spurted out from the shattered jaw and splashed onto the burning throne, screaming the soul. Dante and the others took the opportunity to slash on the body of the demon Primarch with their weapons, aggravating his injuries. Magnus, in a state of embarrassment, summoned the fell energy of the subspace to wrap himself, and healed himself while resisting the attacks of Sanguinius and the loyalists of the Empire. The demon Primarch roared furiously, with endless hatred in his one-eyed eyes. But Magnus knew very well that he was no match for Sanguinius. In his heyday, he may not be the opponent of the opponent. Now that he is injured, his combat power has been compromised. Sanguinius has another helper, and he will definitely lose. He calculated the last time and secretly prepared his own witchcraft. Soon, a second wound appeared on Magnus' body, causing him to bleed again. For the third time, Sanguinius grabbed Magnus' wings and tore them apart alive, causing him to let out a scream. Dante and others rushed forward, desperately attacking Magnus who had lost one wing. Stamped with steel boots, stabbed with weapons in hand, and smashed his face with fists. Magnus roared angrily, but provoked more violent attacks from the loyalists of the Empire. Ahriman was quickly defeated. This time Mephiston did not kill him again, but broke his limbs and brought them back to Terra for trial. Simply killing them makes no sense. After the trial, their souls will be destroyed before they can warn those who try to use chaos to obtain eternal life. Trying to do that will only destroy your own soul, and there will be no chance of resurrection. The wizards died, the captured were captured, and the forces guarding the Crystal Tower were defeated. When the loyalists of the Empire were about to completely destroy the Crystal Tower and end the Magnus conspiracy. With the last resonance, violent spiritual energy poured out, splitting the Crystal Tower. The earth shook, and the huge Chinook energy siphon mechanism went deep into the ground, and as the huge Chinook energy rushed out, the earth's crust was also shaken. Ahriman's worry became a reality, and the accelerated sacrifice would make Prospero unable to withstand the force of the ritual. The volcano erupted, and lava was ejected with billowing dust. Numerous large cracks appeared on the surface, and bright light came out. The whole planet is like a plasma energy pile that is about to be overloaded. The whole world is going to collapse, the earth is torn apart, and a frantic storm sweeps everything. Prospero's spatial structure is broken like glass. Magnus, who was under siege, knew that his chance had come. He pushed down the blade staff in his hand, and a terrifying subspace storm spewed out from under the feet of Sanguinius, Dante, and others, forcing them to retreat. Magnus took the opportunity to stand up. At this time, his face was covered with bruises and blood, and his battle armor was also in pieces. Dante and the others have arcane weapons in their hands. Even the demon Primarch cannot be immune to such damage. There are bleeding wounds everywhere and cannot heal. Magnus quickly drew a gap in the curtain of reality in the air. Before stepping in, Magnus said to the angry Sanguinius and the Imperial loyalists. It's over, Sanguinius, the 9-storied pagoda ceremony is complete, human beings will become a psychic race, and the fall of the Empire will be in the near future. Tell Guilliman, I'm the one who has the last laugh. After speaking, Magnus walked into the gap with a smug smile. He is the final winner. But in the next second, Magnus' scream came from the subspace rift that had not been completely closed. A giant wolf jumped out of the subspace, and its long and thick fangs pierced Magnus' body. One of Magnus' arms has disappeared. Obviously, in the subspace just now, a battle broke out between the One-Eyed King and the giant wolf. Like the reenactment of Ragnarok in Norse mythology. The One-Eyed King had an arm bitten off by a giant wolf. Magnus, who was seriously injured, was completely unaware that Russ had been hiding in the subspace. Caught off guard, his arm was bitten off and his body was bitten through. After leaping into the real universe, the giant wolf's body changed and turned into a burly giant. He wore a simple chain mail, showing strong, well-defined muscles, and his golden hair was messy and fluffy. It looks very barbaric, but it has a noble face comparable to that of Sanguinius. I hope I'm not late, brother. The giant looked at Sanguinius in golden armor. Watching the howling Magnus, Sanguinius smiled, the timing is just right, Russ. His consciousness was in a daze, thrown into a chaotic dream. Pulled by countless hands, dragged into the darkest abyss full of malice. Creeping darkness envelopes everything. When those darkness receded, he saw an unforgettable sight. Watching a corrupt, cancerous universe like an outsider. The stars danced pale, hazy, with vicious radiation tentacles wrapped around those planets with strange flesh and blood, like millions of giant snakes entangled. The unfathomable void is filled with crawling twisted creatures. Consciousness flashes back across the universe. He looked away from those weird creatures and planets. When he saw those monsters and planets, information about them came to his mind. A wriggling canopy monster with a face full of jaws and fangs crawling on a planet full of black tentacles and weird smiling faces. Information about those monsters emerged in his mind. They once belonged to a tree people named Grote. He can even know how corrupt this race is. Lost in the whispers, mutated in the darkness, the soul was corrupted, fused, and finally became a part of that terrifying existence, achieving true eternity. In addition to this, there are many indescribable monsters. Their horror is enough to make every sane human scream. Empty and dead creatures roam around every corner. Mindless creatures enslaved by eternal nightmares. A strange flow of light surged, and the screams of countless souls were reflected in the fragments. Maliciousness boils like an ocean, and everything has been desecrated. The battleship floats in it, and the creatures on it have long been twisted and deformed, becoming limp flesh and blood or monsters full of bones, spurs and eyes. The huge head comparable to a planet floated in the void, whispering. The entire universe is like this, has been completely corrupted, reduced to a part of an unimaginable existence. Countless eyes blinked in the starry sky and let out a terrible, soul-corroding laugh. Then countless malice surged in, devouring this wandering consciousness. Abaddon woke up screaming. When he saw his subordinates still standing not far away, he realized that he had fallen into a dream again. The being named Yog-Sothoth still haunts him. Everything experienced in the dream was nothing but the sea of terrible memories of the other party. In his dream, Abaddon glimpsed countless universes that were corrupted like cancer. Such a terrible scene made people despair and fear. He felt his own mind crumbling, melting, finally becoming a part of the other. The other party uses his existence to corrupt the entire universe, just like what he saw in a dream. The entire universe will become a part of the other party, and every life will become that indescribable horror. Never. Abaddon said firmly in his heart, I will never succumb to any existence, whether it is gods or so-called outsiders, don't think that I will succumb. A wizard walks over, saluting the great marauder. The latest news, Magnus was besieged by Sanguinius and Lemon Russ, lost and captured. Chapter 273 Abaddon's Wrath, subscribe. The lights in the strategy conference room are dimmed. The rotating light outlines a holographic projection covering the entire bridge. Softly mirrors blurry images of Black Legion battleships and fortresses. The pulsating data showed the current situation and the strength of the army to everyone participating in the meeting. The Lord of the Red Pirates, Huron, sat in his seat. Examine the power they currently have. The traitor of chaos, who once made many troops of the Empire fearful, now looks a bit embarrassed. The thick battle armor is full of signs of damage. There are more and more mechanical metal inlaid on the face. A hideous wound across his face made him look even more terrifying. His fingers tapped on the table in front of him, anger, surprise and self-doubt emerged from those violent eyes. As the master of the Maelstrom, the military strength of the Red Pirates controlled by Huron is second only to the Black Legion. Huron therefore became a member of the Empire's must-kill list. Unfortunately, that represents the past. The current Red Pirates have been seriously injured. Instead of having the opportunity to recuperate, they have been weakening all the time. In the Battle of GD Star, the Chaos side suffered heavy casualties, and almost lost all their blood. Most of the important generals also died tragically on the GD Star battlefield. The last Blackstone fortress was also ordered by Huron to crash into Jidixing, allowing them to win that battle. The spirit of vengeance was taken by the Empire, and it is said that it was sent into the interior of the star, and has been completely destroyed. Paying such a heavy price, I thought that the closure of the Nockmond corridor could be used to severely damage the Empire and destroy the kingdom of the Corpse Emperor. Abaddon once made a plan to attack the dark side of the Empire. Preparing to seize half of the Empire, and then attack Terra to kill the Corpse Emperor. However, what happened next threw a bucket of ice water on them. The Battle of Nockmond corridor was purely a hoax. From beginning to end, it is a bureau of the Empire. Calgar is simply a born liar. The way they tried to save the Nockmond corridor fooled them all. Let Abaddon, Huron, and others all make wrong judgments. Believes that the Nockmond corridor is the lifeblood of the Empire. Without the Nockmond corridor, the destruction of the Empire is inevitable. In order to win this battle, they put all their strength into their hands. The result can be imagined. The huge legion was battered on Jidixing, with corpses strewn all over the field. It was useless to spend such a heavy price to win the Battle of the Red Earth Star. The Empire built a lighthouse system in an all-round way, using lighthouse navigation to bypass the crisis caused by the absence of the Astro Torch, and also improved the traffic efficiency and safety factor. Every time a war is fought in the real universe, the swarm of loyalists makes Huron and others experience what is called the Iron Fist of the Empire. Now they can barely achieve some insignificant victories only if they are united. The Cadia Fortress campaign was won, the Vigilante campaign was won, and the Red Earth campaign was won. But the more you win, the worse your situation will be. Think back to the time when Cadia had not yet fallen. Hearing their news, those mortals turned pale. When it comes to war, the warriors of chaos reap mortals like grass. Now, when they heard their news, those mortal officers screamed, fearing that they would run too slowly and not get the merit medal. Those soldiers are wearing exoskeletons and wearing personal shields, just like steel bastards, they can't be cut. Blackstone Fortress is gone. Vengeful Spirit is gone. Most of the battleships left over from the Great Expedition period have been buried in the naval battle of the GD Star battle. The No Invasion where Huron and others are located is a lucky few. It is just a destroyer, born on Mars thousands of years ago. The former sons of Horus arrived from their original master, the 7th Legion Imperial Fist, during the siege of Terra. Its former captain was Seal Khan, one of the marauders of the Black Legion. A calm and calculating officer with a talent for fighting in the void, died in the battle of the Imperial Army during the Battle of Jidixing. Fortunately, the No Invasion was able to enter the subspace according to the established emergency procedures. This behavior allowed it to escape from the fate of destruction. They lost a lot of ships in the GD Star battle, and the remaining ships were scarred even if they were not destroyed. The Black Legion controls a large number of demon furnaces. However, these furnaces also need to be fed with resources before they can be used. The current military strength and support speed of the Empire make it difficult for them to plunder various resources from various worlds of the Empire. The only resource becomes precious. For the maintenance of ships, only those severely damaged ships can be dismantled, and parts can be obtained from them to repair those less damaged warships. In the huge strategic conference room, no one spoke. Hongsuo, who commanded the Battle of GD Star, looked even more gloomy and terrifying. He invested all the accumulation of the Black Legion and the chaos forces of all parties for thousands of years. In the end, he found that he was severely slapped by the other party. His subtle tactics became a joke, part of the opponent's calculation. Has become a powerful pusher to weaken the forces of chaos. Guilliman and Calgar's deception is astounding. They fooled everyone. Hongsuo suspected that even those imperial troops who participated in the Battle of GD Star didn't know that the battle was a hoax. Every replay, he can see the flaws of this scam from some details. If you carefully scrutinize the information from all parties, you will find that the cheating scam is nothing more than this. But at that time, no one saw the problem. They were all blindfolded by the easy victory. Victory is on everyone's mind. The plan went so smoothly, a large number of demons entered GD Star through witchcraft. The momentum is like a broken bamboo. The imperial defenders retreated one after another. Only one step away from victory. Successive victories made everyone extremely excited. Completely unaware that I had fallen into a trap. Hongsuo was once immersed in his own world. Reminiscing that he was about to achieve an unprecedented honor, his blood was surging rapidly, and he was extremely excited. When the deception was unraveled, all he was left with was bitterness and hatred. The other party played him with applause like teasing a child. What a shame. The sound of heavy footsteps broke the silence of the strategy meeting room. Abaddon, who was wearing heavy power armor, walked over. He was wearing a set of power armor that weighed several tons. It was stained with blood, and the shoulder armor was full of sharp spikes. The sideburns on the top of the head are tied together, standing tall on the smooth head. Everyone didn't show any excitement because of his arrival. Under the current situation, no one can be excited. The Empire, which was thought to be about to fall apart, is now thriving like a reborn. The powerful imperial forces swept all directions. A large number of territories have been regained, controlled, and transformed. How sad that they have nowhere to go but in the Eye of Terror, the Great Maelstrom. Abaddon's plan to attack the dark side of the Empire has been completely bankrupt. After the Battle of GD Star, Calgar commanded the imperial troops to pursue them fiercely. They lost every battle and lost all strategic points. The sphere of influence retreated to the vicinity of the Eye of Terror and the Great Vortex. Even near the Great Rift, it is difficult for them to achieve a partial victory over the Empire. The combat power shown by the huge fleet and ground troops armed to the teeth made them feel desperate. Abaddon crossed the crowd and sat on his throne. The Invincible has become the battle mothership of the Black Legion. Followers of the Dark Mechanicum also symbolically build the throne for the Marauder. Magnus has been captured, and the former rebel Primarchs have basically been arrested by the Empire. Only Angren, the Primarch of the World Eater who followed the Blood God, is still active. In the intelligence network of the Black Legion, Alpha and Curse's life and death are uncertain, and Abaddon didn't mention them, just as if they were dead. They are liquidating the remnants of the past treachery, even the demon Primarch, and they will never let us go. Everyone will be liquidated, and no one can shake Guilliman's resolve. We are in the Eye of Terror, and when they come here, they are just looking for death. Those soldiers will become believers of the gods in madness and chaos, and become sharp swords stabbing at the Empire. Huron said, we hold the Eye of Terror and the Maelstrom will be invincible. Fulgrim and Perturabo were captured in the Eye of Terror. Their strength is increasing rapidly. The Eye of Terror has no way to protect us forever. Once the Empire finds a way to avoid the pollution of the subspace, they will definitely don't think that lunatic Guilliman will let us go when the sword stabs at the Maelstrom and the Eye of Terror. Abaddon's words made everyone in the meeting look at each other, and no one continued to speak. Speaking of Guilliman, no one is as calm and arrogant as before. The other party's performance made them finally recall the fear of being dominated by the Emperor in the past. The unparalleled strategy and power made them feel suffocated. Where are they going to find a Horus blessed by the four gods to fight against this Primarch comparable to the Emperor? Abaddon rubbed his sharp claws before speaking again. This sentence is very presumptuous, involving your beliefs and choices, but I have to say it. The war between the gods and the Emperor is not over yet, and they have no resources. We have to find new power to fight against Guilliman. We have to go to Fabius' lair. There are some things we need there. If it goes well, we will get the help of another force, which is strong enough to counter Guilliman. No one objected to this. In the past, there might have been objections. Abaddon's words can be said to be blasphemy to the gods they worship. But there will be no more now. Guilliman has already beaten all dissatisfaction. If there is no foreign aid, they will lose even more bleakly. What does Fabius have in his hands? Huron asked. Sacrificial things. Abaddon said in a deep voice, sacrifice to a sacrifice that surpasses all existence. If we can get it, we can use the power of that existence to fight against Guilliman. Only gods can kill other people. A god. Guilliman is not a god, said another warlord, with a huge skull hanging from his body and a huge book bound. The cover of the book is made of human skin, with distorted symbols written, as well as words that have been lost in distant times. Abaddon glanced at the guy, a Thousand Suns wizard who didn't respond to his genetic father. Then you can try to defeat him. Abaddon was moved by the other party's refutation, stroked the sharp claws on his arm, and said indifferently, as long as you can hurt Guilliman, you will receive the favor of the gods. Beloved. I witnessed with my own eyes that he used his power to fight against a will that rivaled the will of the gods, and he even won. Couldn't such strength be called a god? During the battle on the vengeful spirit, Erebus unsealed himself, releasing the ancient, near-eternal outsider. This is the killer blow. The god-level power is enough to destroy everything, even the soul will tremble under such power. Guilliman expelled the outsider, eliminated the terrifying power invisible, and resolved a terrorist crisis. After that incident, Abaddon had to admit that Guilliman already belonged to the level of gods. Without the gods taking action, none of them can defeat Guilliman. The failure of those great demons fully proved this point. Guilliman has grown into an existence comparable to the Emperor. Unless the four gods join forces again, a Horus that accommodates the power of chaos will appear again. Otherwise, no one can stop Guilliman. Urim, the abandoned world of Eldar Crones. Several space stations are suspended in orbit, alert to possible enemies. This was once the ancestor of Genes, the base camp of Fabius. Abaddon didn't have a good impression of this guy. The fact that the other party cloned Horus made him brood. Even if the opponent is given the right to join the Dark Crusade, it doesn't mean Abaddon wants to see this bastard. The cloning of the other party is an outright sacrilege. Not killing that was already a manifestation of Abaddon's restraint. When the worry-free arrived, the defense system started to work on its own. The reformers don't know the Black Legion, and they don't know Abaddon. They only obey the orders of their master, Fabius. Fabius has already fallen into the hands of the Empire, and his genetic father was sent to Terra. They opened fire on the ships of the Black Legion, drawing Abaddon's wrath. A world so weak that it now dares to defy his will. Abaddon ordered the destruction of all living things in this world. After a brutal battle and killing, the Black Legion took control of the entire planet. Those distorted remodelers were no match for Abaddon and the others, torn apart by explosive bombs and chainsaw swords. Abaddon was able to step into the twisted, cursed, blasphemous laboratory. What Yog-Sothoth wanted was in there. The perfect body that can carry strength and will. Let the influence of the other party enter this universe, pushing the entire universe into cancer little by little, becoming an unimaginably terrifying place. That horrible, unspeakable outsider will eventually devour everything. Abaddon walked in, and when he saw the scene inside and the perfect body that outsiders needed, the great predator let out an angry growl. Back then, he shouldn't have let Fabius survive. The state is not good today. Chapter 274 For Justice, for Subscription. Abaddon and his party easily seized control of the entire planet. When facing the Empire, they were crushed by the Empire. Facing monsters created by Fabius using genetic engineering, they can be said to be invincible, crushing any counterattack of the enemy. Huge numbers of flesh and blood monsters were knocked down by bombs and chain swords. Falling down in the laboratory and hallway with scarlet alarm lights flashing. The air is filled with the pungent smell of blood. Even if the ventilation system is running at full power, it is difficult to discharge all the smell. Hanzuo watched everything in the laboratory, and what he saw made him even more disgusted with that Fabius. The brackets on the walls are filled with processed human flesh. The jars storing organs and surgical tools were randomly placed in a dazzling array, all stained with terrible blood. This is a laboratory hidden between slaughterhouses. In every room, there are blood-stained operating tables, lined with nutrition tanks that store fallen lives. Servants and mindless slaves shuttled among the machines, taking care of everything with a gentleness that was totally unsuited to this filthy seedbed. This laboratory is not for those bitter losers who try to study the mysteries of the human body but cannot master the perfect technology. This is a sacred hall that stores the successful works of mad scholars. The Emperor's children have been conducting research on the cloning of superhuman genes for an unknown number of years. They hold the dark knowledge. Fabius is the best among them, and no one knows how far that madman has gone. This lunatic once cloned Horus, and also cloned many copies of the original body. According to some unproven rumors, Fabius also cloned a copy of his genetic father Fulgrim. Abaddon launched a blow to the Black Legion at the beginning of its creation, destroying the opposing clone Horus. And issued a warning to that guy, he is not allowed to do this kind of blasphemy against Horus again. The wizard Fabi, who obeyed the belief of chaos, obviously did not heed Abaddon's warning. Dark research is still going on, trying to replicate the Emperor's great achievements of the past. In the laboratory captured by Abaddon and others, there are still a huge number of replicas. In the innermost part of the laboratory, there are works of Fabius. Walked to a life support tank with a dirty appearance. Abaddon could see that the amniotic fluid inside had been completely replaced by the oxygen-rich culture fluid. A levitating human baby, staying inside. With hair as white as snow and pupils as dark as night, he stared at Abaddon and his party who broke into the laboratory with his all-knowing eyes. From the eyes of the other party and the soul fluctuations released, they can feel the identity of the other party. The Midnight Haunter who is a madman to both the Empire and Chaos. The baby is a copy of the other. Those eyes and thin lips are exactly the same. It's like copying and pasting on a computer. There is no slight difference between the two. If you don't notice its lower body, you will think it is perfect. But when they saw the baby's lower body, everyone felt disgusted. The baby's lower body turned into tissue like black tar. Wriggling, bubbles popped out one by one. A monstrous scene of blasphemous bone and flesh. Such things should not exist in the real rational world. In the center of the lab, Abaddon found the sacrifice he needed for this trip. In a half-flesh, half-mechanical womb device fed by numerous fleshy and mechanical channels, a flawless body lay within. Through the hardened glass above, you can see that the body conceived inside has become a boy. Strong and powerful, well-proportioned, with the perfect appearance that amazes the world. Abaddon, Huron, Hongsuo, and others, even if their souls were distorted by the power of the gods, at this moment, they still have to marvel at the perfection of this body. Perfect to the point that it shouldn't exist in this world. The researchers who knelt and begged for mercy told the origin of the body. Fabius has been collecting various materials for 10,000 years. He wandered in the world of those spirit races, extracted the souls in those spiritual bone circuits, traded with demons, and looked for elements to create a perfect extraordinary body. With the help of the gods, consciously or unconsciously, Fabius succeeded. He created a creation comparable to, if not more perfect than, the Emperor's Primarch. After the Great Rift appeared, the gods needed a powerful container to contain their power in order to complete the final work. Drag the entire universe into the warp and become their domain. The Primarch was once the best tool of the gods, they perfectly destroyed the Emperor's plan. Allow the influence of the gods to expand throughout the universe. It's a pity to get the last job done. Primarch is not enough. The gods need a stronger container, a container that can hold more blessings. With the help of Fabius, a perfect creation was born. The perfect tool of the gods. A sharp sword that will subjugate human beings was sharpened with the help of that mad genetic scientist. Only waiting for resuscitation to finish the last job. If there is no Guillemon incident, Fabius will use this creation to become the favorite of the gods, and become the driving force behind the establishment of the empire and the destruction of the universe. The genetic creation in that nutrition jar is perfect. No one can pick out any faults, and there is a terrifying power in it, which is enough to make the world burn and the stars to perish. Everyone has already understood when they saw that perfect body. The real creator of this body is not Fabius, but the gods. The gods used his hands to create this perfect body. The gods are already preparing for the final battle of this universe. According to the original arrangement, the realm of the gods will enter the real universe after the Great Rift appears. With the blessing of this perfect body, reenact the duel between Horus and the Emperor. This time, the Emperor will never have the chance to sit on the golden throne. The gods will draw the final end to the war that lasted for thousands of years and reap their own victories. Abaddon stretched out his hand to caress the hardened glass of the nutrition cabin, watching the face of the young man inside. It was exactly the same as the face in memory. That is the face of Horus. Horus' body fell into the hands of Fabius, which was why Abaddon later hated him. During the last raid on the Emperor's children, Abaddon felt that he should have killed Fabius. The opponent can clone the first Horus, which means that this guy has obtained a complete gene chain. As long as there is a first time, there will be a second time and a third time. This body must have used the genes of Horus, otherwise it would be impossible to have such a similar appearance. In addition to this, Fabius should have used all the high-quality genes he could get. The pair of white wings on the back are obviously from Sanguinius. Pale, bloodless face, thin lips, with the characteristics of a midnight ghost. Fabius put the advantages of each gene Primarch on one body, which is not crazy. He probably has no idea what kind of monster he created. What a lunatic. Huron stared at the body in the nutrition cabin, and he could feel a familiar feeling in his body. War Blacksmith, Hongsuo also felt a familiar atmosphere. This perfect creation is created by the genetic mixture of multiple Primarches, possessing extraordinary power. Such a move is really crazy. Abaddon took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. He cannot destroy the creation in front of him like he can kill the clone Horus. This body is the sacrifice that outsiders want. This is part of the original transaction agreement. Get this out. Abaddon said to several followers of the Dark Mechanikus who followed the combat troops, put it in the life support device of the battleship and wait for my next instruction. The members of the Dark Mechanikus nodded, and ordered the machine slaves with mechanical arms to dismantle the device and take the uterus device away. Taking what he wanted, Abaddon gave the order to destroy the entire laboratory. Hundreds of bolters fired simultaneously, unleashing an explosive wave of fire. Terrifying firepower swept across the entire laboratory. After a few seconds, the glass shattered, the flesh exploded, and the metal melted and burst. The dying cries of things that should not have been born are mixed in. The machine slaves without intelligence were slaughtered, and the machines they served were also shattered under the fire. Huron and others shot with all their strength. Use cannons and flamethrowers to blast those mutated creatures into pieces and burn them into coke with absolute firepower. Wait until everything is destroyed. Abaddon and others withdrew from the laboratory. Before leaving, he also ordered the installation of melta bombs to completely destroy this terrible place. Fabius' madness ends here. Even if that has been captured by Guillemon and taken to Terra, he can only stay in the prison guarded by the Imperial army for the rest of his life. It is also difficult for Abaddon and others to show tolerance for the profanity scenes seen in this laboratory. Everything here should be destroyed. Those things that desecrate life and former glory should all be destroyed in the flames. According to the sound of the explosion, Abaddon stood on the Thunderhawk gunship and watched the flames engulf the buildings. The gunboat brought the group back to the cruiser No Worry. The members of the Dark Mechanicum have made preparations, and the womb device removed from the laboratory has been connected to the new energy pipeline. Now, what should we do? Hongsuo looked at the huge nutrition cabin, then turned to look at Abaddon. What is your plan? Abaddon didn't answer him, but walked towards the nutrition cabin under the gaze of everyone. Open it. Abaddon said, looking at the followers of the Dark Mechanikus. The other party nodded, and stretched out a mechanical tentacle to operate on the nutrition cabin. The turning sound of mechanical gears and the hissing sound of hydraulic pipes echoed at the same time. The nutrient solution was slowly pumped out, making a beeping sound. Subsequently, the hatch opened. A thick, slightly foul smell gushes out of it. Abaddon stepped forward, staring at the perfect body created by genetic engineering. The ceremony has already been prepared. Accompanied by him chanting ancient, unknown spells. Subspace stirred faint ripples. With his voice, darkness poured out of the void like a tide. The flood of darkness floods space and pervades time. Huron, Hongsuo, and others were all plunged into absolute darkness. This is not just darkness at the level of physical space, but a place of complete nothingness, and the concept of light has never appeared. They are stripped of their consciousness and thrown into a world of horrors recorded only in banned books and lurid works of fiction. Twisted flesh and blood covered the entire universe, and those crazy creations were making piercing laughter. Thousands of eyes are blinking, and laughter from no source fills everyone's ears. Echoed in their minds. Everyone feels their souls melting, becoming part of something more terrifying. The vicissitudes of time permeate the darkness. Their consciousness entered a very mysterious state, and they experienced everything in a long time in an instant. Tossed to those ancient historical moments that have been buried by the years. The years have washed their souls, making them feel as if they have passed away. The power of time is the most terrifying thing. Steel is corroded by rust. Rocks turn to dust. Even if it is a god, it will be dragged off the altar by the god's lair, and then a new will appear. Only the years have not changed, it has been flowing, monotonous but unchangeable. The darkness faded quickly, submerging into the perfect body cultivated by the womb device, forming a special symbol. Hongsuo, Huron, and others thought that a long time had passed. When they regained the light, they found that only a few seconds had passed. The built-in contemplator of the battle frame is connected to the battleship, and there is no difference in time between the two. The perfect body opened its eyes. The pitch-black eyes are like an abyss without light, deep and containing infinite changes. He stood up naked. Smooth skin reveals a crystal-clear color in the candlelight. The white wings on the back spread out, like a beautiful angel in mythology. Flawless. Abaddon stared at the other party, eyes full of vigilance. Don't be fooled by this guy's good looks. He couldn't forget what he saw in the dream. Those cancerous, out-of-order universes are terrible. Thousands of eyes are the embodiment of chaos. Hidden in this perfect body is a terrifying soul that will drag the universe into the abyss. The contract has been fulfilled, mortal. The man said, you have lived up to my expectations. This body is perfect enough to carry my will and strength. Who are you? Abaddon asked, Yog-Sothoth? That outsider. The man shook his head, nodded again, showing a half-smile expression. Yog-Sothoth is the origin of all things, the embodiment of space and time, and the door to all worlds. I am him, but not him. I am just a part of Yog-Sothoth, an insignificant will incarnation. We will all be a part of him, with this universe. Be a part of him. Be the past, be the present, be the future. Without beginning or end, to be truly eternal. Then what should we call you? A wizard said, everything has a name. I got a name from the memory of this body, Horus. The man said, it's a good name. You shouldn't use that name. Abaddon said angrily, you're not him. The existence named Horus watched Abaddon. He is the mortal incarnation of Yog-Sothoth. A humble mortal creature wants to teach him how to do things? This is the memory obtained from this body. The blood and bones are inherited from the existence of that name. It is the best to adopt this name, and it can fit this universe more perfectly. Abaddon's hands clenched into fists, his gaze became dangerous. The marauder has been trying to escape the influence of his genetic father. Even at the expense of changing the sons of Horus into the Black Legion. Even so, Abaddon would never allow anyone to humiliate his genetic father and use his name to walk in this universe. You can change your name, outsider. Abaddon said word by word, I have completed the contract with you, don't force me to attack you. Gods also have limits, you will bleed, outsider. Horus stared at Abaddon, you shouldn't say such a thing, threatening an omniscient and omnipotent is a very dangerous thing. Abaddon, which weighed several tons, was lifted up by an invisible force, and then slammed into the distant wall, making a deafening sound. I am Horus, a mortal. Horus said in a low voice, are you going to resist me? A mortal creature. Abaddon, who was once regarded as the biggest threat by the Empire, was knocked out of his feet by a single blow. He stared at the guy who pretended to be his genetic father, his eyes were full of anger. But the other party just raised his hand slightly, and he was suspended, and was smashed against the wall again. Two such terrifying impacts in a row. Pained Abaddon, the ceramic armor shattered under the impact. Sharp shards pierced his chest. When facing each other, it is as powerless as facing Guilliman. They are existences of the same level. The controller and competitor of this vast universe. Respect me, mortal creature. This time, I allow you to continue living in the state of body and soul. If there is another time, you will know how terrible my anger is. I will give this universe bring blessings and future, thank me, mortal beings, you will gain true eternity. Abaddon glared at the other party, but he also knew that the other party could easily take his life. Even if everyone here goes forward together, it will be difficult to stop the opponent's strength. Abaddon got up, suppressing his anger. Spat. Spit out the blood and broken bones together. This matter will not end here. Even if the opponent is a god, nothing is indestructible. If there is, it just means that there is no right way to find it. Horus, what are you going to do? Seeing that the strongest Abaddon had no ability to fight back in the opponent's hands, Huron had no intention of challenging the opponent. Even if the opponent takes the name of Horus in the past, it does not mean that the opponent is Horus, but a real outsider, holding infinite power like the gods. You don't need to know, creatures of the mortal world. Your race is simple-minded and cannot understand the complexity of the universe. Horus said, this universe will become a part of eternity, and there will be no destruction and death. Of course, before that, we have to deal with that arrogant little guy first. Who does he think he is challenging? But he is challenging an omniscient existence. Such words are full of arrogance, but the other party's expression does not have a trace of arrogance. As if such a statement is taken for granted. In front of those ancient beings with a nearly eternal lifespan, enough to watch the birth and destruction of the universe, human beings are extremely small. Guilliman's arrogant speech in the past made the other party very angry. A race with only hundreds of millions of years of evolution history including the single-cell period. In the eyes of Yog-Sothoth, it is almost the same as plankton. The other party dared to say such big words. I don't know how to live or die. For those sad races, what happens in the future will determine the rise and fall of their race. For the great Yog-Sothoth, it was just an insignificant game, a short-lived entertainment in the never-ending dream gap. He will let Guilliman know what it means to be small. The entire human race will be mercilessly destroyed. That idiot will continue to pay dearly in his desperate struggle. Till all creation is reduced to dust and ashes. No one dared to contradict Horus' words. The power that permeates the perfect body escapes into the material world. Let Hongsuo, Huron, and Abaddon all be able to feel the boundless will of darkness like an abyss. Standing up again, Abaddon felt that the strength of Horus was rising, as if there was no upper limit. Such a terrifying power, even Horus, who was blessed by the four gods in the past, could not match it at all. When looking at each other, it feels like watching a real god. He couldn't help but have the urge to kneel down. I know who you are talking about, but he has a terrifying army beyond the imagination of the world. It is impossible for us to win the war with him. We have lost everything. Now, only this special place is left to let we survived. Abaddon resisted the urge to kneel to the other party, trying to let the other party know the current predicament. He suppressed his hatred deep in his heart, but it didn't mean he would give in to the other party. Do not expect the sons of Cordhonia to submit. The sons of Corzonia will endure, develop, and finally turn their fangs on those who claim to be gods and masters again. The power of the empire is extremely powerful, and the gods are involved again. We don't have enough troops to fight against Guilliman. Hongsuo also said, if it is to recuperate, Guilliman may not give this opportunity. The gods are haunted by the emperor. Guilliman's army has been blessed with technology again. The Eye of Terror is also at stake. Even if it has the power to destroy stars, it is impossible to contend with the entire human empire. I am a part of Yog-Sothoth, there is nothing I cannot do. Horus said, he is not the only one who has an army, a new army will come to this universe, and the stars will burn, until they become part of Yog-Sothoth. Wriggling flesh and blood covered the entire void, and terrifying tentacles wriggled on countless planets. Huge stars floating in the void, dim, like apples eaten by moths. Huge black holes emerged one after another. Everything here is rotten. Monsters roam around. Among them, the most terrifying is the monster once called the of heaven. Their bodies are huge, and they walk in the void of the universe covered with flesh and blood. The slimy tentacles with mouth parts squirmed on the surface of the huge body like a planet. Foul-smelling saliva dripped from a mouth full of sharp teeth. They wander around the galaxy, looking for food hungrily to satisfy the twisted gluttonous soul. In a giant destruction fortress named Devouring Star, hungry monsters entrenched here, making low-pitched roars, longing for more flesh and blood. And in the center of the fortress, Marvel, who has become a distorted monster beyond recognition, is still trying to maintain his remaining mind. He sat alone on his throne in the fortress. By his side are those who once fought for justice. They were heroes, and now, they're total monsters. All of this is the masterpiece of the superhero of yesteryear, Marvel. In the few remaining memories, you can glimpse some broken past. Marvel was once a superhero. At that time, he was respectfully called Captain Marvel. Marvel. Maintain the tranquility of the universe and protect the peace of the world. But one day, Marvel faced a death crisis. He was seriously injured by his old enemy, and he was only one step away from dying. Death is an inevitable existence, and it is an important part of maintaining order and rationality. Only when old things disappear can new things be born. The path of truth can develop continuously and never end. Eternity represents stagnation. Represents the collapse of rationality and disorder. Without death, there is no new life. Old things squeeze new things. As a superhero who protects the peace of the universe, Captain Marvel never thought there would be such a day. He is so powerful that he can swim alone in the void, can release powerful rays, can easily destroy warships, and repel the enemy's thousands of troops. He has defeated bullies who tried to dominate others countless times. Maintains the peace and happiness of the entire universe. And he was going to die like a mortal. When he saw the smug smile on his old enemy's face. Unreconciled, many emotions such as anger came to my heart. He is so righteous and has done so many good deeds, why should he die? This fate. Why do this? He deserves to live, his old enemy deserves to die. Why is it upside down? Why should I die like this even though I am a good person? Fate is unfair. Marvel's resentment is so great that it attracts the gaze of an outsider, pulling him into the realm of eternity as he draws his last breath. Here, the other party promised that he would give eternity as long as he became his follower. In the endless ages, death itself will die. Only the eternal existence can continue forever. The outsider promised Marvel the power to overthrow that damned fate. Let him live forever, take charge of justice, and protect the peace of the universe forever. Marvel is moved, in order to continue to fight side by side with his comrades in arms, in order to be able to protect his universe forever. He chose to accept the blessings of outsiders. In order to survive, for justice, and to continue to protect the universe. Marvel thinks he's right. Surviving from a mortal crisis, Marvel easily defeated his nemesis. In the following days, he brought salvation to his own universe in accordance with the contract with the other party. Brought the truth of the universe, and brought the immortality of all things to those creatures who fear death. Everyone will live forever in the blessing of outsiders. Those who tried to resist him were defeated. The celestial group, the Avengers, the Transcendents, and those superheroes, as well as those creation gods who claimed to have all the secrets in the world, were all defeated. Defeated in the desire for eternal life, defeated in the inner greed. The entire universe was conquered by those who longed for immortality. Every star, every civilization was dedicated by Marvel and his followers to the outsider who called himself Yog-Sothoth, so that the eternal kingdom would come. Here, there is no more death. Every life has been given eternity. Here they can party till the end of time. If there is an end to time. Marvel stared at the dark void, waiting for Yog-Sothoth to call. Waiting for the call of the being who represents the trinity of time, space, and life. He has an army strong enough to conquer everything for the opponent and bring salvation to those ignorant mortal creatures. Every life that fears death will be redeemed. The All-to-One never rejects those who desire to join his arms. There is no death, no decaying world, and time loses its meaning. Marvel waited, and continued the boring and long wait amidst the howls of many corrupted superheroes. Suddenly, a strange wave sounded. Near the majestic star-swallowing fortress. The squirming tentacles are knotted together, forming a huge and incomparable portal. Malicious rays of light projected from it. Bursts of singing came from inside. This is Yog-Sothoth's call. This is the call of the aliens longing for salvation. Marvel smiled, and countless twisted partners also screamed, eager for a new war, eager to get more attention from the one who returns everything. Let's go, new world, new enemy. We will fight for the great Yog-Sothoth, and give eternity to those ignorant mortal beings. Marvel's voice, full of cruelty and tyranny, scarlet eyes expressed desire and excitement. He can't wait to conquer more worlds. Tremble, cry. The dreaded Captain Marvel, Marvel is coming. As always, he will bring redemption. Gotham City. The chaotic night of the past has become extremely peaceful now. No shootings, no contraband smuggling, no robberies, and no murders. After a company named Robot Group was born, the crime rate in Gotham City plummeted. I don't know who is behind this company, and it quickly opened up the situation with its excellent products. The industries involved in the Wayne Group, they are all involved. Wayne Group is not involved in the industry, they are also involved. This company claims to be a beacon for humanity. Within 20 years, human beings will become a civilization capable of interstellar navigation. If it is another company, such a declaration is naturally just a hoax. But the Lobayot Group is different, they really have this strength. First, it promoted the research and development of nuclear fusion energy reactors. It is planned to build 10 super-large energy reactors within 1 year. Used to ensure the energy supply of all mankind. The space program was launched again, and several spaceships were created like magic. It is planned to establish human colonies on every planet in the solar system within 10 years. This group is good at everything, but they have special religious beliefs. All employees who are required to join the job believe in an existence called the Emperor. As long as the partners believe in the Emperor, they can immediately get a discounted price. It is said that this existence will redeem the entire human society. With the blessing of so many advanced technologies, the Emperor's belief promoted by the Robot Group quickly became popular and became one of the most popular beliefs. Whether God will let you go to heaven or not, you will not know until you die. Emperor can make people enjoy benefits immediately. Believe in the Emperor, enjoy discounts, and get subsidies. After the first large space station capable of cultivating plants and with gravity devices appeared in low Earth orbit, the presidents of all countries have believed in the Emperor. God cannot send a man into space. The Emperor can do it. If you want not to fall behind in the future space field, you can only keep up with the pace of Robot Group. The future of mankind lies in the Robot Group. Bruce stood on the top floor of the Wayne building shrouded in darkness, and he stared at the Robot building, which was more magnificent than the Wayne building. Slightly frowned. After the rise of Robot Group, Wayne Group quickly lost its original market share. Even if he has Krypton, Mother Box, and other alien technologies, it will be difficult to restore the decline of Wayne building. The opponent has fully blossomed from the field of basic physics to the field of application. Wayne Group was defeated. In less than half a year, Wayne Group fell from the world's #1 throne. The longevity technology promised by the other party made the Wayne Group consortium forces betray their capitalist status. Even if there is no betrayal, it will be difficult to stop the rise of the Robot Group. In addition to using longevity technology to confuse the division of consortium forces, the Robot Group also promised to cover the whole human society. Promise that a life will have the most basic guarantee from birth to death, to ensure that it will not die from hunger, freeze to death, and ensure the most basic survival and shelter. Promise that you only need to work 40 hours a week to enjoy a life without worrying about food and clothing, have an independent residence, and enjoy a healthy life. Robot group also promises to work hard to establish a fair and transparent social system, eliminate the exaggerated gap between the rich and the poor, and realize fair competition in the true sense. Such a promise is simply the gospel of angels when the unemployment rate is soaring. The people chose to vote with their feet. Whether it is realized or not, in addition, the slogan alone makes people feel yearning. In this era of skyrocketing unemployment, corrupt officials, chaotic law and order, and rampant gangsters, how bad can it be? The public's choice quickly paid off. Wherever the robot group went, the unemployment rate dropped sharply, food, medical care, etc. all dropped. The slums ushered in reconstruction. The other party is like a sophisticated machine, perfectly returning every penny earned to the local area. If there are no corrupt officials, it will be 100% perfect. Wayne Group can be said to have suffered from all aspects of dimensionality reduction. Price competition does not have any advantages, and it has been defeated all the way in public opinion. The image of the playboy deliberately created by Brewster is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. It is the first time for everyone to be human. Why are you born with rich clothes and good food, go out like a supermodel with luxury cars, sing every night, and rely on the wealth of your parents' connections to become a so-called elite? Others have to work day and night, with little clothes and food, afraid to go to the hospital, afraid to spend money, even have to think twice about adding chicken legs to a work meal with clear soup and little water? Questioning the uneven distribution of wealth in society, but also using the power of the media to promote others' hatred of the rich, which is not good for others. Then why can't people choose a company that is more helpful to them? Wayne Group was slumped under the double blow. Of course, the Wayne Group is still the second largest group in the world. The rotten boat still has 3 caddies of nails. The robot group has risen too fast, and the Wayne Group can still rely on its foundation to resist for a while. It's just inevitable to be surpassed by the opponent. At that time, the Wayne Group will also completely decline and become a thing of the past. Bruce's life of spending money like water will also come to an end. Master. The butler's voice sounded. Bruce withdrew his gaze, looked at the butler and frowned slightly. What's wrong? We lost 90% of the metropolitan medical market share. The steward said, in addition, our market share continues to decline in ocean trade and arms transactions. Is it all taken away by the so-called robot company? Bruce asked. The steward nodded. Yes, master. I see. Bruce turned his head to look at the brightly lit robot group again. He felt that this group was not that simple. How could the other party do good things? There must be a big conspiracy behind it. Suddenly, there was a ding-dong sound. The lights on the desk turned on, and the Wayne Group logo appeared on the screen on the wall. Bastard. I found what you want. The voice of Catwoman Selina came from the speaker. Bruce had a very early an investigation into this group has begun. It's a pity that the security of Robot Group is too strict. There are also various high-tech equipment, even Batman can't sneak in. No way, he can only find the Catwoman with magical abilities, Selina to cooperate with. Good guy, the ambitions of the Robot Group are too terrifying. They are building coordinates, as if they are trying to guide something. Also, I found some evidence for you about their brainwashing. I have passed it on to you. Someone I'm coming, I have to retreat. Hearing what Selina said, Bruce smiled. He knew that there was no such thing as a pie in the sky in this world. A company that does not ask for anything in return and possesses various technologies far beyond this era jumped out to build a fair human society. There is no such saint in this world, they are pure liars. There must be hidden ambitions of invisible people behind. Bruce checked the documents that Catwoman sent to him, and found that the other party was building a huge device in various places, which should be one. Obviously, they want to use this huge device to achieve ulterior purposes. It is necessary for me to investigate this matter. Bruce went to his secret room. A moment later, the fully armed Batman jumped out of the Wayne building, reflecting the reflection of the bat under the bright moonlight. It's time to act and expose this terrible conspiracy. Robert Group base on the outskirts of Gotham City. This base is the latest construction. All over the world, the rapidly rising Robot Group is building bases and factories everywhere. This base can be regarded as a relatively confidential project. Away from human habitation, there are security guards outside. Hurry up, don't waste time. James shouted with the walkie-talkie, it's still 2 hours before it's time to change shifts, hurry up on patrol, and don't let nearby residents in, or we won't have good fruit to eat. The former local hooligan, but now he has turned into a beater. James' changes are not insignificant. It all stemmed from the accident that night. When the muzzle of the gun that could blow his head into pieces was aimed at his head, James once thought he was dead. Unexpectedly, not only did he not die, but he also saw his half-brother, Sam, who had been missing for many years. The other party is working for a huge organization called the Empire. When the two brothers met, their eyes were full of tears. Sam said that he was hit by a big truck, and then traveled to another world inexplicably. Spent many years there, experienced many dangers, monsters, evil gods, and so on. The Empire went to that world and established a base. Brought them back again. Prepare to spread the glory of the Empire in this world and build outposts. Consider that the world is full of humans. Intends to seize control of the entire world by means of economic penetration. James was also confused, but in order to survive, he also chose to join. From the movie, the blood on the streets, the gunfights, I feel very cool, awesome, and handsome. James didn't have that kind of thinking. He had seen many times that his companions were stabbed for thousands of dollars, and their intestines flowed out. Begging for a living in a gang, living a very depressed life, I don't know when I will die on the street. If there is a good way to survive, no one wants to live such a life of licking blood. The next thing was that those mysterious people established the robot group, which made rapid progress and became the largest group in the world. Use various superior conditions to win over the hearts of the people, and gain the ruling power of the entire world without bloodshed. James doesn't have many ideas, which is pretty good. Anyway, I can't make a fortune. I work 8 hours a day and get a good income. This allows me to have a house and a car, and I can meet my brothers and drink some wine when I'm free. It's a pretty good life. Compared with the previous life of licking blood on knife edge and going to prison at every turn, it is simply heaven. Bang, bang, bang. All the lights used for lighting suddenly went out. James didn't realize what happened, his neck hurt, and his eyes went dark. Before he passed out completely, his only thought was that someone had invaded. Bruce came out of the darkness, pulled the fallen security guard to a corner, and continued to sneak in. Using a virus to paralyze the camera of the base, and solve some of the security guards. Bruce entered the base. In the center of the base, he saw a terrifying scene. In the nutrition tank, there are huge heads connected by countless data lines. Not just one, but more than a dozen nutrition jars, all of which are heads severed from the neck. Every face has a look of pain. What evil plan are these guys planning? Bruce said in horror, looking at these things. Continuing to walk inside, Bruce also found a large number of cultivation tanks. Experimental body with terrifying muscles and a few rings larger than others. Bruce frowned slightly. Obviously, the robot group intends to use these modified people to rule the entire world. After grasping the economic lifeline of the world, they mass-produce these modified people, combined with brainwashing technology. At that time, no one can stop them from wanting to rule the world. Bruce filmed these things, these are all incriminating evidence. The conspiracy behind the robot group makes me dreaded just thinking about it. There are so many heads here. If they were allowed to control the world, their methods would be even more cruel. It is necessary to convene the members of the Justice League, formulate an emergency plan, collect more criminal evidence about the robot group, and find a way to eliminate this cancer. For the sake of justice, this group cannot continue to develop in an orderly manner. Chapter 275 The New Majesty, for subscription. Everything in the base is terrifying. Bruce withdrew from the base after collecting the evidence. Returned to the Justice League headquarters as fast as possible with the Batmobile. The headquarters of the Justice League was built by the former Wayne Group and covers a large area. Incorporates technology from Mars, Krypton, Earth, and the underwater world. Built in a special space. Only members of the Justice League can enter it. Even if you are anywhere in the world, you can enter the Hall of Justice with a unique badge of justice. There are many superheroes gathered in the Hall of Justice on weekdays. League is not only a place for superheroes to talk about things, but also a place for them to entertain and connect with each other. Many operating expenses of the Justice League are borne by the Wayne Group, so that many heroes have no worries and can better work for the cause of justice. Today's Hall of Justice gathers a large number of superheroes. The recent actions of the Justice League have not been very smooth. With the rise of the robot group, their workload dropped dramatically. There has been a lot less crime everywhere. In addition, many of them have been questioned by the public because of unnecessary casualties in their actions. Today's Bruce has no way to use world-class resources and money to solve follow-up problems for various actions of the Justice League as before. In the past, every action of the Justice League would destroy a large number of buildings, causing huge property losses, and even casualties. Things like this are enough to arouse public dislike for the Justice League, and even question the original intention of the Justice League. Every time Bruce made a move, using the financial resources of the Wayne Group to solve subsequent problems. Rebuild those buildings and use the media outlets to promote the legitimacy of the Justice League. Otherwise, relying on public doubts, the Justice League is very likely to be unable to sustain itself. For a long time in the past, people felt that the Justice League was constantly saving mankind. However, many enemies are not aimed at human society, but at the Justice League itself, or one of its crew members. For example, the struggle for the throne of the ocean, the grievances of the Olympian gods, what does such a thing have to do with the general public? That is to say, the general public is paying for the Justice League's personal grievances. If you get to the bottom of it, the public will definitely feel disgusted with the Justice League. For this reason, mastering the publicity of the media is a crucial thing. Every fight, the media promotes it as the Justice League protecting human society. In fact, if you explore carefully, it is not true at all. The clown's several crimes in Gotham City were all to confront Batman. Gotham City before Batman appeared, there were very few super criminals. After the so-called superhero Batman appeared, super criminals continued to appear. The few mad scientists who fought against Superman also specifically targeted Superman. Threatening the people is just to coerce the other party to take action. That is to say, the Justice League itself has become one of the sources of turmoil in this world. Those criminals don't commit crimes to commit crimes, they commit crimes to confront superheroes. Super criminals don't like a group of monsters wearing masks and tights to carry out the so-called punishment of evil and promote good in the name of justice, and implement the so-called justice. They tried to create weapons of the same level to fight against those superheroes. The two sides are like some kind of arms race, constantly upgrading their equipment, until one day, both sides have mastered super weapons capable of destroying the world. In the past, some people felt something was wrong. The people of all countries are completely coerced into the hands of these superheroes and criminals, and become their tools to show off their self-righteousness or to accomplish their own goals. The Justice League possesses various high technologies, but these technologies have never been turned into useful creations and flowed into human society. Unfortunately, there are too few people who can see clearly. Their voices are also very small, and they seem a little weak in front of the voice of justice headed by Bruce. Some people even regard those people as human traitors. Think they have ghosts in their hearts and are afraid of the Justice League. The Justice League base, Poison Ivy, Scarab, and Cyborg and other superheroes are all here. They have nothing to do, they can only pass the time in the Hall of Justice, or gather in small groups to discuss the future of the Justice League. Robot Group recently intends to unite countries to introduce a coalition government deliberation system to make early preparations for the development of space for all mankind. It also plans to set up a global joint defense system, and establish a special force dedicated to combating supercrimes to protect human civilization from alien forces. If this proposal is successful, the Justice League has only two options, either to accept the coalition government or to disband. Once the Robot Group succeeds, human society will no longer need the Justice League. The arrival of Batman did not attract too much attention from others. They are still busy with their own affairs, busy communicating with their small team, or just immersing themselves in pastime and entertainment. If Batman came in the past, he would be very popular. But now the Wayne Group is at the end of the road, and will be replaced by the Robot Group in a short time. As Batman, how long can Bruce continue to be active? At that time, they will all be just unknown pawns under the rule of Robot Group. Only Wonder Woman walked over, twisting her body in battle armor. This woman, blessed by the gods of Olympus, is extremely beautiful, with a protruding figure. It is said that it also possesses unimaginable power and can resist a variety of magical and physical attacks. Possesses the ability to fly. It can also easily lift objects of millions of tons, which can be described as extremely powerful. Except for Superman, Shazam, Superwoman, and other superstandard existences, few people can hurt her. How's the situation? Wonder Woman asked. The rise of the Robot Group not only threatens the existence of the Justice League, but also poses a threat to the gods. The Emperor's faith they promote will replace the original faith of this world. According to some gossip, the Robot Group refused to allow any religious content not believed by the Emperor to enter their online database, saying that it was to maintain some purity. Such behavior threatened the gods of Olympus. If they are forgotten by the world, they will disappear. I found some evidence that the Robot Group has a shocking secret behind it. Batman said solemnly, they are trying to rule the world, and they have also conducted a large number of illegal human experiments, which is likely to create a series of threats. We have to be prepared to deal with it. Batman walked to the console of the Justice League base, pulled out a data cable from the bat armor on his body, and connected it to the computer. After a bit of manipulation, Batman used the big screen to play what he had captured. The eyes of the many heroes who were originally casual all became dignified. The severed heads were placed in a liquid made of unknown elements, showing painful and distorted expressions. There are also those reformers in the cultivation tank. Obviously, this Robot Group is not as clean as it appears on the surface. Just these terrible things are enough to prove that the Robot Group has sinister intentions. In addition to these, there is also a brainwashing device. They call it a steel seal. The purpose is to engrave the same thought in everyone's mind like a steel seal, so that they will be absolutely loyal. Several of them are currently under construction. The project is to build a mind control tower. Obviously, they are trying to control the entire world. Batman's words made many superheroes feel excited. The strong rise and performance of the Robot Group have recently caused them to suffer criticism. Many people think that the existence of the Justice League is superfluous. The most important thing to do now is to promote the transparency of the judicial process, realize the fairness of the social wealth distribution system, find ways to reduce the gap between the rich and the poor, and reduce wars. Instead of wearing tights, wearing a mask to satisfy the vanity of self there. Now, the most widely circulated sentence on the internet is: a righteous hero can defeat the most powerful demons, but he cannot prevent those who are tortured by fate from becoming demons. The original intention is that what the Justice League does can't solve the root of the problem, and those supercriminals will continue to rise from the hotbed of crime. In the eyes of many superheroes, such remarks are simply blatant slander, without any gratitude. When you acted chivalrously and righteously, your cheers were very loud. Now, there is a Robot Group to make a choice, so you can pick and choose. I think this is bad, and that is not good. Also frankly eliminate the gap between rich and poor. People earn more because they have the ability. Who can blame me for my incompetence? Batman stared at the many superheroes, saw the fighting spirit resurfaced on their faces, and showed a satisfied smile. His voice came from the speaker of the armor, echoing in the ears of every hero. Evidence alone is not enough. We need to do our best to find ways to collect more convincing evidence and dig out their behind the scenes. Only in this way can we win the final victory. We must not let such ambitious people rule all of humanity. The Justice League must stop this terrible plot. Wonder Woman also nodded, she felt something was wrong from the beginning. This Robot Group is too perfect. Possesses advanced technology, perfectly takes care of the emotions of the people, and is also committed to promoting the development of human civilization. The gods of Mount Olympus are not fraternal. Could it be that the person in charge behind the Robot Group is a saint who does not ask for anything in return but only wants to benefit mankind? Does something like that really exist? Things that even God cannot do. How could a mortal do it? It seems that their kindness is really just a disguise. It's just a disguise for a bigger conspiracy, to control the entire world. What should we do? Poison Ivy asked. Nowadays, the Robert Group is gaining momentum, and the support rate of people in various countries for it is even more terrifying than that of the government of the country where it is located. If one is not handled well, we are likely to die backlashed. We will conduct a secret investigation first, and we will take action after we have enough evidence. Batman said, I have sent messages to Aquaman, Superman, and Flash, and they will come here after a while. We can negotiate a flawless plan. This time, we must bring down each other and never allow such an evil careerist to rule the world. Batman clenched his fist and said firmly. The Justice League will continue to protect human beings. Every evil careerist will be knocked down by the iron fist of justice. This is the land of nightmares, not bound by time, space, or physical rules. The fear, despair, hatred, desire, and many other emotions of the living beings are endowed with evil concrete bodies. This is the home of the Chaos Gods, and it is also the main battlefield where the gods fight each other for the supreme ruling power. The gateway to the world stands in the center of the battlefield. The portal was born for a peaceful, beautiful purpose. Those ancient sages tried to unite all universes and make civilization bloom like never before. Now, it's the key to hell. Once the winner is decided, the owner will have the opportunity to control the infinite universe. Whoever can get it can radiate his influence to the infinite universe. The domain of the gods is also here. Just as there is void in the real universe, the world of death and the world of life are divided. The domains of the gods are also strictly divided. Each evil god's domain has a unique landscape. Xianzha's domain is based on crystals and changes. Nurgle's domain is dominated by life, decay and rebirth. The realm of Slaanesh is rooted in revelry. The domain of the blood is full of violence and war. Rivers of crimson blood rushed across plains full of bones, broken armor and blades, and merged into a huge lake like blood jade. The crimson blood sun hangs high above the sky, giving people a desire for bloodthirsty and war. In the sound of the roaring horns, countless warriors entered the battlefield, fighting continuously in the never-ending battlefield. For the Skull Lord, apart from fighting, everything else is irrelevant. The edge of the realm is composed of blade-like volcanoes, and the magma gushing out from those unstable mountains is like the blood of the earth, implying that the wrath of Khurn will never stop. The crazy plain is now strangely calm. Demons, bloodthirsty slaves, and monsters eager to fight all stared at the brass fortress in the distance, their faces horrified and unbelievable. Two angry roars sounded there. A voice belongs to the master of this realm, the blood-hungry and war-hungry of Khurn. The other sound came from Angren, the primarch of the World Eaters, the berserker most favored by the blood god. Unprecedented chaos broke out in the brass fortress. Under the eyes of everyone, Angren, who was holding a battle axe, was desperately swinging the battle axe in his hand, slashing at the huge blood god. Every blow is done with all your strength, and it looks like you won't stop until you kill the opponent. Angren's red eyes represent that he has been dominated by absolute anger. The voice that kept appearing in his head was trying to pull his consciousness back from the abyss of self-destruction. My lord! My lord! My lord! Angren's shattered soul was still echoing the voices of the 19 Warhound librarians. Their voices are like an anchor, protecting Angren's soul from falling to that irreversible fate. The Empire only knew that Angren was ascended in his former home planet. Unbeknownst to them, during the ascension ceremony, the last Warhounds were still rescuing their primarch abandoned by the Emperor. When they glimpsed Angren's tragic past, they firmly believed that Angren's soul would be redeemed. These poor librarians are not part of the World Eaters. Because Angren hates think tanks and psychers. Every war plan, think tanks are never included in the selection. Before the Horus Heresy, the think tank left by the war dogs could not survive. Unable to implant the butcher's nails, hated by the primarches, they were pushed to the fringes of the Legion. They are not recognized as World Eaters, they can only be the think tank of the War Dogs Legion, not the think tank of the World Eaters. Other battle brothers flee from their side and spit on the floor in front of them to drive away bad luck. This was originally a superstitious custom in Angren's home world, but it resonated widely throughout the 12th Legion. The discriminated and excluded psychers of the war dogs huddled in the hall of the think tank, lingering on their last days, barely getting by. From 500 people, 100 people, 50 people, 20 people, the number is constantly decreasing. They slowly die, slowly disappear from the Legion. They died alone in the time of the Great Crusade, when brotherhood was valued above all things. They were never forgotten, but always abandoned. Legion apothecaries won't even recycle their precious gene seeds. Instead, let them rot with those corpses on the battlefield. Lest the next generation of warriors be infected with the same Shinnok curse. In the end, there were only 19 of them left. When Lorgar, the primarch of the Word-Bearers, completely defeated them and pulled Angren into the Blood Rage abyss. They burned their ego, leaving an indelible mark on Angren's immortal soul. The think tanks will never allow their genetic father to fall into the abyss of tyranny and bloodthirst forever. However, Lorgar's power is so terrible, they are powerless to shake. Realized that he could not redeem the father of genes, Chief Think Tank Voriaz, the oldest surviving think tank of the 12th Legion. Take one last step. That is to leave an indelible mark in Angren's soul to protect the last hope. That engraving will help Angren regain his last sense of reason and regain control of his body. When Angren is extremely angry and thirsty for blood, the engraving will be activated, trying to guide Angren's sanity back. The librarians who tried to save their primarch ended up dying in a mental battle with Lorgar. No one knows their names. Those traitors disdain to be with them. Imperial loyalists see them as enemies. They never begged for glory and medals, and never got them. Driven by the Empire and some warped demons who eat inside and out. The souls of the lost gladiators who were controlled by Lorgar were collected again. It was sent to the Blood God's domain by some means. When Angren saw his former comrades in arms and his adoptive father thrown into the arena of the Blood God like dolls, was put into the arena again and again, fighting with all kinds of bloodthirsty monsters eager to fight. Unspeakable anger once again overwhelmed all of Angren's rationality. Every roar is full of grief. Disordered memories tore apart all seals, and kept reappearing in Angren's mind. He allowed himself to live as a slave. However, the former gladiator comrades are not allowed to be treated as slaves again. In the snow-capped mountains of Nuceria, he swore that even if they died, they would die as free men. In the final battle, they will vent their desire for freedom, their anger and disgust towards the nobles. Angren couldn't forgive himself for not dying in the final battle. Can't forgive myself for submitting to another tyrant's control again. He once cried out for freedom, but became a slave again. Even those gladiators were enslaved again and became playthings of the arena. While alive, they were enslaved by the nobles of Nuceria. After death, the soul is enslaved by the Blood God. Like a sad joke. The freedom they once longed for, but they could not escape the play of fate. Angren's anger was so strong, with the guilt of the past and the hatred of rebelling against the slave master. He hated fate. Why was he born? Why was born, but failed to hold on to everything I cherish? This universe is so disgusting. Fate gave him the ability to feel and even absorb the pain of others, but let him see the most despicable human nature in this universe. For this reason, Angren lost his natural ability on the night his adoptive father died. When he once again witnessed the souls of his adoptive father and many partners appearing in the eternal arena, the lost abilities reappeared on Angren. Located in the domain of the Blood God, all Angren could feel was endless anger. The whole brass fortress was shaken by his rage. The blood sitting high on the brass throne showed a satisfied look when he witnessed this scene. Angren's anger is so pure, so violent, so perfect. But soon, the Blood God discovered something was wrong. Angren picked up the axe and slashed towards the brass throne. The body of the Primarch is burning like a red sun. Tyrant! Angren let out a roar that was too painful to be human, and it contained infinite anger. At this moment, Angren is the same as when he was standing on Nucleus Snow Mountain. Roared at the high-ranking nobles who tried to enslave him again. All Kern demons are stunned. Is Angren crazy? The former Scarboroughlander only dared to chop an axe in the back. The current Angren is cutting towards the front of the Blood God. Such crazy behavior is unprecedented. None of the gods of the Elder Race could pick out such a powerful character. Angren's anger is so pure, his strength has been amplified to the extreme. Each blow is enough to shatter continents and evaporate oceans. He has gone into absolute madness. Caught off guard, the Blood God was cut with an axe, and the blade of the axe burning with eternal anger was cut into the shoulder armor. God's blood flowed from the gap. What a terrifying scene. Countless demons and followers are silent at this moment. Even the erupting volcano became silent. The entire blood domain ushered in an unprecedented tranquility from the moment it was opened up. It's like being enchanted with silence. It wasn't until the Blood God's crazy laughter echoed in the air that the eerie silence was broken. The Blood God's wrath is more terrifying than Angren's. Its eyes were fixed on the patron who made him bleed, and with a slap, the battle axe in Angren's hand shattered. The lasing fragments flew out, killing the unlucky demon in an instant. The next blow, Angren was knocked to the ground. The heavy body hit the solid wall of the brass fortress, making a deafening sound. Angren got up, and continued to attack the blood with his flaming fists. Until he was beaten down again. Blood God's eyes were burning with endless anger, and Angren was lifted up by a huge arm, and the other hand clenched a fist and slammed it on the body of the Primarch, making him howl in pain. Angren had no intention of yielding. He tried to get up, but Kern, who stood up from the throne, stepped on his body and grabbed the butcher's nail on the back of his head. Yanked it off. Angren let out a howl of pain. The butcher's nail that disappeared soon reappeared, appearing on Angren's head. Endless anger blesses Angren, making him almost indestructible. Kern lifted Angren aloft, in full view of the demons across the realm. This is what happens when you dare to challenge his dominance. Angren was thrown out of the realm of Kern. He let out a mournful growl, which was vaguely mixed with words like tyrant. The heavy body finally fell into an abandoned planet. The ancient relic buildings were destroyed and a raging fire ignited. It is different from Scarbrown's expulsion in the past. Angren had no regrets in his heart, only more terrifying anger. He came out of the burning pit, brandishing his battle axe, and uttering terrible roars. The terrible anger distorts the space structure. He uttered an even more terrifying roar towards the deserted desert. However, there is no life here. Apart from Angren's roar, there is only violent wind and sand. Standing on the walls of Terra's palace, Guilliman gazed at the city in the distance. In all the positions he looked at, there were countless towering buildings, stretching all the way to the horizon. As far as the eye can see, there is only everything shaped by human beings. The traffic flows through the building in layers, just like the fish in the deep sea. One more. Guilliman got the news that Angren was expelled from the domain of Kern. The uproar caused by Angren being thrown out of the field was so great that it was hard not to be noticed. Korux, who established a subspace intelligence network for him, gave him the news immediately. Guilliman communicated with Sanguinius and Lion, telling them to put their respective trophies together and hand them over to a Primarch to bring back to Terra, while the others went to Angren's fallen planet and brought Angren back to Terra. Bring that madman back, Alpha. Guilliman whispered the name of the last legion. The Alpha Legion has 2 primarches. One was killed by Dorn, and the other was killed by himself. But Guilliman was still a little worried. Ferris can be resurrected. There's no reason the 2 Alpha primarches couldn't be resurrected. If this is the case, only 2 primarches of the Alpha Legion are needed to complete the task. But there has been no news about these 2 guys. It is really troublesome to start the 3rd stage. Footsteps came. Matthew, wearing a monk's robe, came over. He is now Guilliman's war apostle, and he is also Guilliman's speaker in the state religion, specializing in spreading Guilliman's revised teachings, forming an absolute orthodoxy. My lord. Matthew saluted Guilliman. Guilliman nodded. What's the matter? After calculation, the Grey Knights, the tribunal, and many officials of the state church feel that holding your enthronement ceremony on the Emperor's birthday is the best thing. There are still a few months to go, relying on the Empire's current warp space navigation the speed is enough for the return of the primarches. Guilliman felt a little twitching in his heart when he heard Matthew's words. It feels like a point of no return. The mechanical throne has been established, and now it is the new lord of humanity. It feels more and more like the Emperor's situation. If there is another crisis, I won't just sit on it like that. The Emperor sits on the golden throne, Kern sits on the bronze throne, and himself sits with him. Thinking of this, Guilliman was a little messy. In the matter of becoming the master of mankind, Guilliman refused in his heart. If there are no 4 gods, Guilliman will take office immediately and build a harem the size of a planet. There were 3,000 concubines in the harem of ancient emperors. Guilliman has a concubine with 300 million concubines, and the entire planet is a harem. What is arrogance? This is arrogance. The ancient harem was simply petty. But there are 4 gods in this universe. The position of the Lord of Humanity is not a blessing, but a proper pit. But up to now, Guilliman deserves to be wronged. Either all previous efforts are wasted, or all the way to the dark. For the former, the gods will never let him die because he has drawn so much hatred. The identity of the regent of the empire can no longer grasp the huge empire. The return of many primarches is a huge challenge to Guilliman's absolute dominance. If only Guilliman returns, it doesn't matter whether he is enthroned or not. Empire, what he says is what he says. No one is older than him. But now, the loyal primarch has returned. Guilliman was originally just one of the primarches. Even the other primarches think that Guilliman should follow suit. But those people below don't think that way. This is the primarch, and that is also the primarch, and whoever orders you obey is the order of the primarch. In addition to the greatly weakened authority, there is another important factor for Guilliman to ascend the throne. That is the pit left by him in Call, which has to be filled with the identity of the Lord of Humanity. Today's original caste warriors use various organs bred by human purebred genes. The gene seeds and the characteristics of each original body are actually simulated by Guilliman's heart. There is actually nothing to do between those Primaris warriors and the various primarches. This secret is known only to Kaur and Guilliman. But as time goes by, someone will inevitably see the problem. This problem must also be resolved. At the beginning, it was only to launch the Holy Scriptures, split up the major legions, and avoid the recurrence of the Horus Rebellion, and the second turmoil almost broke out. This time, even the child belongs to someone else. One can imagine the consequences. Then let's do that. During the Emperor's birthday celebration, hold a ceremony by the way. Guilliman nodded, without revealing the complicated emotions in his heart. Since there is no way to escape this matter, we can only accept it calmly. Many primarches agree, and all departments have no objection. In such a good situation, it would be really stupid not to grasp the position and title of the highest power in the empire and put yourself in the active position. Even if it is possible to sit on the mechanical throne in the future, it will be a matter of the future. Understood. I will convey your order, my lord. No, your majesty. Matthew said respectfully with a smile on his face. Matthew has no objection to this. He knew it was the Emperor's will. His most eminent son will accomplish what he failed to accomplish on earth. The Emperor will be the of the heavenly realm, and Guilliman will be the of the mortal realm. It's perfect harmony. Guilliman watched Matthew's performance, turned around and continued to stare at the huge city of Terra. At this point, generations had passed since he defeated Angren. Many things have changed. Don't use your majesty's vocabulary to address me. Guilliman said, there are still a few months before I am on the throne, and I don't want people to think that I can't wait to be on the throne of God. Everyone is looking forward to that day, your majesty. If it can come sooner, people will cheer and be excited about it, so how can they have any opinions? Matthew said with a smile, you are the Emperor's last, the great son will also be his most perfect successor, and mankind will surely go to endless glory under your leadership. Hearing such flattery, Guilliman didn't smile much. Every time I see the city, it makes me very sad. When I first came here, it was full of decadence and despair. Those grotesque Gothic buildings reminded me all the time how big this galaxy is. Despair. Now, people feel that this place is full of reason and technological glory, and think that it will be the same in the future. It's like they thought the universe was only hopeless before I woke up. All the changes are so sudden, beyond people's guesses about fate. I wonder how long this prosperity can last, even if we defeat the gods, whether we will meet the next more terrifying enemy. Under your leadership, nothing is invincible. Matthew said. We also said this to the Emperor 10,000 years ago. Guilliman watched the suspended traffic flow like a school of fish and said, everything is reincarnated. What do you mean? I don't understand. Matthew said, are you afraid that there will be another Horus rebellion? Guilliman did not speak. Considered Matthew's words by default. Horus is dead, he was completely destroyed by the Emperor. Matthew said, his soul has completely disappeared, and there is no possibility of resurrection. Horus is just a symbol, and when the Empire stands, people like Horus will continue to appear, learn from their failed predecessors, and want to destroy the human empire time and time again. Guilliman said. No, no one can defeat you. Matthew said, your power is so powerful, even a god, it is absolutely impossible to defeat you. I hope so, Guilliman said. At this time, a message popped up. From that call guy. Your Majesty. Carr also imitated Matthew and called Guilliman His Majesty. Guilliman frowned slightly, I suggest you delay this title a little bit. This is an established fact. The entire empire is waiting for your enthronement ceremony. The mechanical throne will be completed before you ascend the throne. Perhaps this will be the first thing you will give to the human empire after you become the lord of mankind. Gift. Carr said, the relevant parts have been tested and overhauled, and there is no problem. It's done well. Guilliman said, don't take it lightly, the mechanical throne is of great importance, and any mistakes will bring the empire to collapse. Everyone on Mars will keep His Majesty's instruction in mind, and there will be no problems with the mechanical throne. Call cut off the communication after leaving this sentence. Guilliman, I still have my own business. Matthew saluted again. Guilliman waved his hand, beckoning him to leave quickly. Matthew turned and left, leaving Guilliman alone. Guilliman stared at his system panel. Thinking about his third stage mission, he felt that it was necessary to find some unusual means to find the 2 primarchs of the Alpha Legion. To complete the third phase of the task in the shortest time, unlock the database. Once there is a full-scale war with the gods, it must be strong enough. Even to eliminate the Necrons, one must master the technology of time. Otherwise, if the other party keeps backtracking, it will be a mess. Inside the Holy Blood Hall of the Holy Blood. Bastard, you should have told me, Seth growled at Dante. Since the Battle of Prospero, the chapter master of the Flesh Tearers has been trying to get Dante to give him a reasonable explanation. If he speaks the news of the resurrection of the Archangel, then he will never lose face in front of the Archangel. I asked you, and you said that you will not regret what happened. Dante stared at Seth, and helped him recall what happened before the war word by word. It is you who must enter the raid Magnus Adams' team. That's because you didn't tell me about the resurrection of the Archangel. Seth roared in a low voice. This is what the Archangel asked to keep secret. Dante said, the matter of capturing Magnus is above all else. Don't forget, I once told you that your so-called glorious death will not be obtained by the Archangel. Appreciate, but you have to go your own way. Who do you think you are against? Guilliman is the blood brother of the Archangel, the most outstanding son of the Emperor, and the future master of mankind. What kind of arrogance is it that makes you question a great man who once saved the Empire? You don't understand the kindness of the Archangel at all. In your narrow eyes, only eternal anger and bloodthirst are holy blood heirs of thee. But I have never read the ancient books that record history. The Archangel has always hoped that we can get rid of that curse and become a real warrior. You regard the dross as a tradition, and dare to question a man who brought the Empire out of the abyss. Great man. This matter is your fault from beginning to end, I really don't know why you have the courage to question me. Dante's words left Seth speechless, and the original anger seemed to have been wiped out. Opened his mouth a few times, but finally couldn't speak. A crisp sound sounded. The voice of the captain came from the hovering cherub. My lord, the Archangel is going to summon his heir, please go to the Holy Blood Hall, where he is waiting for you. Speak concisely. After speaking, the communication was cut off. Reflect on your own mistakes, and don't be ashamed in front of the Archangel. After Dante finished speaking, he turned and left, heading for his genetic father. Chapter 276 Fukin Who Casts the Crown, subscribe. An angry Seth stands behind Dante. With red eyes, he watched the departure of the chapter leader of the Blood Angels. The cherubs follow behind Dante. Mechanical wings are waving in the air. The sound from the anti-gravity array echoed in Seth's extraordinary keen senses, becoming weaker and weaker. When they disappeared completely, Dante also left the place where they gathered. Seth clenched his fist tightly, but soon let it go again, his eyes showed a trace of decadence and bewilderment. He has no right to blame Dante, all this is his own fault. For a long time, Seth believed he was on the right track. Only he is the one who is absolutely loyal to the Archangel and the Empire. Those who are tempted by Guilliman's small favors, all deviate from the way of the Holy Blood. Now, it's all smashed to pieces. The disappointment and confusion in the eyes of the Archangel was the biggest blow to Seth. In the end, I was the one who deviated the farthest from the way of the Holy Blood and the teachings of Sanguinius. His questioning and anger towards Dante just showed his inner fear. During this time, he has been afraid to go to see the Archangel alone like the representatives of other battle groups. But he knew that it was impossible to avoid this matter forever, and one day, he had to face the reality. He will suffer the consequences of his old folly. Whatever punishment the Archangel sends, he will accept it. The highest spire of the Holy Blood is the residence of Sanguinius. The decoration here is extremely luxurious, no less than those so-called ancient emperors. The entire hall was made pure black. The walls, ceiling, and floor are all completely covered with carved black marble. These numerous, finely carved blocks all come from the same black rough. The glyph depicts the heroes of the Holy Blood Legion who once fought battles for mankind holding weapons and wearing armor. They are the great guardians of humanity. But under the light of the fire, the pitch-black relief looks evil and hideous. The swaying firelight endows those sculptures with dark and uncertain expressions. Sanguinius sits on his throne. The huge white wings have been retracted. He gripped his arcane spear with one hand, resting on the armrest of the throne with the other. Sitting there like a cold sculpture. After issuing the convening order, many Holy Blood descendants quickly arrived according to the scheduled time. Waiting for the last participant to arrive, the blood slave walked up to the identity of the archangel and bowed slightly. "My lord, everyone has been summoned." Sanguinius, who was sitting on the throne, nodded, looking around at the many subgroups separated from the former legion. During these 10,000 years, there have been many military build UPS. The number of subgroups of the Blood Angels has also expanded a lot. The huge hall was packed to the brim with representatives of many battle groups. They stared at Sanguinius on the throne with sincere eyes. Even though the light is not very good, the hall is surrounded by dark reliefs. Sanguinius is still radiant, with a touch of melancholy on that holy and perfect face, just like the angels in humans' beautiful imagination, grieving for the suffering of all beings. Wait until many representatives of the battle group gathered in the hall. Sanguinius threw out a shocking news. The regent of the empire will hold a coronation ceremony on the emperor's birthday. One stone stirs up waves. Countless people were astonished by this news, and the heroes who had experienced countless battles could hardly maintain their inner peace at this time. Is the emperor's rule about to be replaced? As the chapter leader of the Flesh Tearers chapter, Seth had an impulse in his heart and shouted at those people. "Look, I'm not wrong. Guilliman just had an idea about the position of the emperor. He can change the law, and he can also do something to the emperor's creation? When the army, law, politics, and economy are all under his control, why can't he replace the original position of the emperor?" However, when he saw the calm face of the archangel, there was no change. Seth also understood the inner thoughts of the archangel. He suppressed his impulse and did not speak out. Archangels have no anger at all. Means that he doesn't really care about it, and he won't stop Guilliman from doing something like that. As Seth guessed. The next moment, Sanguinius stretched out his hand, motioning the representatives of the many battle groups to quiet down. "This is my father's will, my brother, the Primarch of the Ultramarines. Guilliman will become the new emperor of the empire, the new lord of mankind. Son of Baal, all who flow through my blood must be loyal to the new emperor, fight for him. The Space Wolves, the Salamanders, the Raven Guard and many more will be summoned by the Primarch they belong to. Each Primarch will speak the same words and prepare for the arrival of the new emperor. The Blood Angels and all the Blood Sons will go to Terra to participate in the enthronement ceremony and swear allegiance to the new emperor. You don't need to object, because this is not a suggestion, but an order. Disloyalty to the new emperor is disloyalty to the empire, and disloyalty to the emperor will be punished and wiped out by us." As soon as these words came out, many battle groups looked at me and I looked at you on behalf of you, but they were speechless. The archangels have said such things. Whoever stands up to oppose is the target of public criticism. Openly rebelling against your own genetic father in order to oppose the Guilliman hierarchy? But what is the purpose of doing that? To be loyal to the emperor, to be loyal to the empire. But the problem is that the emperor and the primarches who participated in the founding of the empire also agreed to such a thing. Seth stood in the crowd and didn't make a sound. After the preparation meeting is over, go to upgrade the original casting. After Guilliman ascended the throne. The age of the emperor is really over. Either follow the old era and disappear into the long river of history. Either embrace change, there is no third way. Before the Battle of Prospero, Seth would not hesitate to choose the first option. I think that only in this way can I live up to the blood of Sanguinius in my body. But now, he knew that the archangel supported Guilliman. Guilliman's becoming the new emperor is estimated to have already been acquiesced by many primarches and emperors. All the previous events were just a foreshadowing for his ascension to the throne. Everything will usher in unprecedented changes. Mankind will usher in a new era. Sanguinius nodded when he saw that everyone looked at each other, but did not object publicly. This matter needs to give them a little time to digest. Presumably, they must be able to think clearly. Guilliman ruling the empire is the best choice for mankind. After talking about Guilliman's accession to the throne, Sanguinius talked about another matter. That is the meeting of the Blood Angels, Space Wolves, and Dark Angels. The rendezvous of the three-party fleet is because two primarches are needed to bring back Angren who was thrown into the real universe. A primarch brings the captive traitor primarch back to Terra. Dante and several imperial heroes were selected into Sanguinius' team as followers when welcoming the other brothers. This is a great honor. Being able to attend the gathering of the three primarches is the greatest affirmation of the loyalty of these people. Seth couldn't help being a little jealous, if he had completed the original casting upgrade earlier. Among these people, there may be a place for yourself. It's a pity that now, he can only watch others accept the honor, but he can only hide on the edge with the fragmented flesh tearers. It all stems from his stupidity. Three extremely magnificent fleets meet at the edge of a galaxy according to the designated order. Their arrival once caused local shock. The governor of the planet and the government of the galaxy continue to send inquiries. They don't know why such a huge fleet appeared in the galaxy. The current situation of each planet in the galaxy is very stable, and there are no problems. Nor did they ask the Empire for help. The sudden appearance of such a huge legion made them feel a little nervous. After the three Gene Primarches gave a simple explanation for this, they ignored it. After all, they won't stay long. The meeting takes place in the Stone Keep of the Dark Angels chapter. Dante asked the technical priest to maintain and wax his armor, to show the spirit of the Son of Blood as much as possible. Wearing brand new armor, Dante followed his genetic father to the stone fortress. The huge megalithic fortress is no less than the Holy Blood. Protected by a huge fleet, countless long guns and short cannons stand on the surface of the cold void. The majestic steel ridge is attached to the industrial city, forming a mobile fortress that can provide war equipment by itself. This is the mainstream trend of the Imperial Army. Each Imperial unit will have deep space combat capabilities far from the Empire. According to the plan of Terra Military Affairs Department, the army of the human empire will enter a new stage in the next few years. It can be separated from the Empire for hundreds or even thousands of years to carry out pioneering operations in the territory far away from the Empire. In the true sense, where the Empire's double eagle flag is located, it is all human territory. The meeting scene of the Trinity is very exciting. Many narrators considered it a great moment. In the tens of thousands of years of the Empire, today is the first time that the three primarchs have gathered together. It is a pity for these narrators that the three original bodies did not express any reflections on this. The primarchs didn't even stay long in public. After meeting, we went to the secret meeting room. After an hour and a half, they came out from inside. Then, they announced their decision to everyone, that is, the Dark Angel Ryan will be responsible for bringing Magnus and Curse back to Terra. Space Wolves and Blood Angels will change course. With the announcement of their decision, the cage where Magnus was held was moved to the stone fortress. After the meeting, the three fleets sailed to their respective missions without stopping. They all have to rush back to the solar system before the enthronement ceremony. Nocturne Star. This is the home of salamanders. On the surface of Nocturne Star stands a huge group of doomsday volcanoes. The volcano inside is active all year round and will erupt from time to time. According to the investigation of the Mechanics, this is because the doomsday volcanoes are located at the junction of the continental plates, and they are squeezed with the movement of the plates, bringing about volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and tsunamis. But the people of Nocturne Star stubbornly believe that this is the power of the doomsday volcanoes, the wrath of the fire dragon hidden in it. There will definitely be arrogant people who believe that the latter statement is a manifestation of ignorance and superstition. However, neither claim is at fault. The former is based on rational explanations and research results of the real universe. The latter is a manifestation based on the disordered power of the subspace. The dragon soul of Nocturne is real. Of course, being real and having a real shape are two concepts. The soul of fire dragon is a symbolic concept formed by the beliefs of the Nocturne stars. Salamander priests will gain power from the symbol of the fire dragon, so that they can use the power of ether more safely and ensure that they will not be poisoned by the subspace. The people of Nocturne have mixed feelings about the doom volcanoes. For this source of disaster, they fear and awe it at the same time. Salamander warriors need to go to the doomsday volcanoes to complete the trials before officially undergoing genetic modification. Of course, they generally stay on the outskirts of the doomsday volcanoes to complete their trials. In the volcanic group, the high temperature and toxic gas brought by many volcanic eruptions are beyond their ability to bear. Even veterans who have completed genetic modification, even with the protection of armor, dare not walk inside easily. But now, the sound of metal beating came from the depths of the doomsday volcanoes. The sound is dull and loud, echoing in the volcanoes. A figure in green armor was active in the crater of the largest volcano in the doomsday volcanoes. He held a giant hammer and struck a piece of red-hot metal. The solid metal changed shape at will under his hands. If you look closer, you can see that this figure is extremely tall, with knotted muscles, and wearing a huge and heavy armor. Beside this giant, there are also 7 smaller giants who also wear armor. They watched every move of the giant, silent, standing aside, silent like a sculpture. The 7 smaller giants are the 7 captains of the salamanders. Before Fukin arrived at Nocturne, the world was already ruled by 7 families. With the rise of Vulcan, these 7 families were soon unified by Vulcan. After the arrival of the Emperor, Fukin kept this tradition and formed a management system of 7 major family structures within the Legion. Highly preserved relationship between salamanders and mortal blood relatives. Salamander became one of the most relatable legions after its establishment, which is also closely related to this point. The 7 company commanders watched Fukin's every move. Fukin has been here since his return a year ago, casting some sort of crown. Did not answer the cry of any of the heirs. They can only stand here, waiting for the completion of the work in Fukin's hands. Today's Fukin is dark-skinned, covered with green and red stripes. One eye is scarlet, but the other eye has a green light unique to orcs. In the Beast War, Fukin and the Orc Warlord died together. After an earth-shattering battle, 2 huge creatures were sent into the energy pile together. Because of this, the red eyes of Vulcan, who was resurrected again, changed into green eyes. Fukin silently swung the sledgehammer, striking the metal in front of him. As time passed, the forging in his hands gradually became perfect. It is an extremely delicate golden eagle laurel crown with complex textures. With the final hammer falling, Fukin completed his work. When he raised the crown, a golden sun shot out from the grey sky, covering the crown and the primarch. Now there is only one job left, and that is to bring you to your master. Fukin looked at the crown in his hand reflecting the dazzling brilliance in the sun, and showed a satisfied smile. It took him a year of hard work, and the finished product can be said to be flawless. He turned to look at the 7 heirs. After a moment of silence, he said, "Go get ready, I'm going to Terra." Chapter 277 You are my most trusted brother, Chagatai, please subscribe. Fukin's words made the faces of the 7 company commanders look shocked. The Primarch, who had been silent for a long time, turned out to tell them to prepare the ship and head to Terra for the first time. Did not ask about the situation of Nocturne, nor about the situation of the Salamanders. As if he didn't care about it. The first company commander, Prometheus, who also served as the commander of the chapter, stood up. He knelt in front of Fukin on one knee, staring sincerely at his genetic father. Prometheus is the belief of Nocturne, the symbol of fire. Emphasis on self-trust, dependence, loyalty, and self-sacrifice. Every chapter master will succeed the name of Prometheus, which means the spirit of the Salamander chapter will continue. Among the many punishments and trials of the Salamander, it is common to carry hot metal on your back and walk over hot coals. Every warrior of the Salamander's chapter bears numerous ritual scars of branding and cauterization. This has become their specialty. My lord. Prometheus, who was kneeling on one knee, said sincerely, it has been so long since you returned to Nocturne, but you have never said a word. You are silently casting a crown that you don't know who belongs to. Wait until the work is finished, but you still ignore me and go to Terra. The Sons of Fire Dragon need your leadership, Lord Primarch. Before heading to that sacred home, I beg you to set your sights on Nocturne and listen to your people the sound of. Fukin stared at Prometheus, his red and green eyes were as deep as the starry sky, and no one could see the inner thoughts of the Primarch through these eyes. The only thing that can be felt is the terrifying power contained in the dark body covered with red and green cracks. Like a volcano, suppressing unimaginable terrifying power. Once they are fully displayed, the world will surely be shaken. Several company commanders also knelt in front of Vulcan. They took off their helmets, and the hot, sulfurous smell poured into their bodies through their unprotected nostrils. The extraordinary organs work with all their might, extracting oxygen from the toxic air to ensure the needs of many organs in the huge body. In this silent way, the captains begged their genetic father to set their sights on Nocturne first. They have lost him for too long, and the Sons of Fire Dragon hope that he can lead Nocturne to glory again. I will no longer lead the Salamanders, child. Fukin looked around at these silent children, and from their dark faces, he felt a trace of kindness. When Fukin spoke, people felt a hot breath rushing towards them. But his words were very gentle, like a terrifying fire dragon trying to speak kindly to mortals. Why? My lord, we have absolute loyalty to you. Every son of the fire dragon is looking forward to your return. We have endured the grief of you leaving us for 10,000 years. Beast War failed to return to Terra in time to meet you, let the seniors feel guilty and uneasy all their lives. Prometheus's tone was terrified, and he looked at his genetic father, not knowing why the other party would say such unfeeling words. We all have to be loyal to the true king. Fukin raised the crown in his hand, the perfect decoration shining in the sun. This is a crown that represents honor and power. Someone will wear the crown as king, take over the heavy responsibility, and lead the entire human race to launch the final battle against the gods. The scale of the battle that is about to break out is beyond imagination, and it will be launched from all dimensions. No one can stay out of it. From now on, we all have to fight for the final destiny of this race. If your loyalty to me exceeds your loyalty to the new Lord of Humanity, it will be the beginning of disaster and we will lose that war. Fukin stared at his heir, his resolute black face revealed a trace of tenderness. He is well aware of the confusion and incomprehension of these heirs in front of him. And now, he said that he wanted to abandon them. Fukin knew it was cruel, but only by doing so could he save Nocturne and the entire human race. These kids don't know the whole picture. They are just judging by their allegiance. We all have our own missions, and I will be my brother's vassal and general. And you must be more loyal to him than to me, otherwise, the Horus transformation will repeat itself. We cannot let this fragile civilization is killing each other again, boy. Go ahead, prepare the ships for Terra, the grand enthronement ceremony, and the dragon sons of Nocturne. Prometheus, who knelt on one knee, stared at his genetic father, and saw only determination in his eyes. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. The Salamanders, Nocturne, and Fukin, it is impossible for these three to return to the relationship they had during the Great Crusade. Every warband does this. Loyalty to the Empire is higher than loyalty to one's genetic father. No one can cross this red line, otherwise it will bring turmoil and distrust. What would happen if a vassal had an army loyal to him, not to the Empire? The supreme authority of the Lord of Humanity will be weakened. This kind of seed will be like a termite hole on the dam, the poison of distrust will slowly spread, and the strong and magnificent dam will be hollowed out, and the flood can easily swallow it. I see, my lord. Prometheus lowered his head, with a hint of sadness in his tone. He stood up, and several other company commanders also stood up. They knew they could not sway the Primarch's decision. Prometheus sighed, turned, and left. He went to dispatch the Primarch's ship to Terra, and he also needed to take the Dragonborn to Terra. If the Salamanders did not participate in the enthronement ceremony of the new emperor, it would undoubtedly be a challenge to its supreme authority. After his son left, Fukin once again set his sights on the crown in his hand, holding it carefully. The delicate texture covers the entire crown, which is just perfect. This crown can be said to be the best finished product ever. Its material is not extraordinary iron, but a mysterious substance extracted from subspace. Derived from the most essential thing of those loyal heroic spirits, the indelible loyalty and faith. Fukin forged this visible crown out of invisible things. Only the real king can wear it and exert its power and power. After putting the crown away, Fukin looked at the huge doomsday volcanoes. The hot scarlet magma is constantly erupting, and the sulfur-smelling lava turns into a flowing river flowing in the valley between the volcanoes. The scarlet light is reflected from the river and is swallowed by the black obsidian. Such a landform is like the people of Nocturne Star. In the dark body, there are endless flames hidden, which will never cool down. Nocturne shaped him, shaped the salamander. But Fukin also knew that he not only belonged to Nocturne, but to the entire human race. His every move should consider the interests of the entire human race, not just the interests of Nocturne. The sons of Horus are loyal to Horus beyond the Emperor and men. Magnus betrayed the Emperor's last redemption for the sake of the thousand sons. These actions have brought about unimaginable disasters. In the name of the Primarch, to continue to accept the allegiance of the son of Fire Dragon is to continue to plant the root of disaster for the future. When no betrayal occurs, everyone is loyal. Only when betrayal happens, will the world know who the loyalists in disguise are. Just like Horus. No one knows who is necessarily loyal. Every creature has a fickle soul, and will shape its own worldview based on what it knows. Military power should be in the hands of only one person, the new Lord of Humanity. No one knows who the next Horus will be. Humanity can no longer afford a new Horus rebellion. Let the past pass by. Only by letting go can we embrace the future. Fukin whispered, the broken steel can only be renewed after undergoing new shaping and high-temperature tempering. The Empire is like the broken steel, and repairs will only make it more fragile. It is better to smelt and recast to become sharp and hard again. The huge dome is built from layers of basalt and diamond. The hatch below opened slowly after the visitor entered the genetic key. The buzzing of the machinery and the hissing sound of the hydraulic device are mixed together, and the scarlet light of the killing force field slowly fades away, so as to avoid accidentally injuring friendly troops. Fukin, led by Prometheus, entered the interior of the battleship. This is a moving black fortress. Forged by the Imperial Forge World, it was used by the Salamanders and became their exclusive mothership. The Empire's casting process for Celestial-class warships has become more and more exquisite, and the efficiency has also improved a lot. As long as there are enough resources, you can build like dumplings. This is the worst of times, with the Great Rift running across the galaxy and unprecedented monsters of the old night roaming the void, waiting to devour unsuspecting travelers at any time. The storm in the subspace is constant, and the monsters and powers in it are driven by ambitious wizards with impunity. The influence of the gods on the real universe is also unprecedented. Some older beings also woke up from their slumber, or broke free from the terrible seal, and came to this universe again. And this is also the best era. There are countless imperial warships, and new worlds are discovered and conquered every day. Humanity's control over the galaxy has reached an unprecedented level. Based on the current speed calculation, it only takes another 50 years for human beings to completely control every planet in the galaxy. The resources of the entire galaxy will serve humanity. Humanity has become the out-and-out overlord of the galaxy. New technological theories are proposed or confirmed every day. For the first time, human beings have the opportunity to get rid of the original universe. The huge ship that Vulcan boarded was named Fire Dragon. Was named after Prometheus summoned the other 6 company commanders and went through a heated debate meeting. The scale of the Hulong is extremely large, and its surface area is comparable to a continent. Has foundry factories, assembly factories, boot camps, and logistics cities. Also has an ecosystem that can complete self-circulation. Capable of feeding and drinking billions of people without logistics. Fire Dragon is a mobile military fortress and colonial warship. One day, if human beings can go out of the galaxy, such celestial warships will be the pioneers of pioneering. Even if he had seen the period of the Great Crusade, when the Emperor was still walking among the stars, Fukin, the powerful military force of the Empire, couldn't help but sigh in his heart when faced with this situation. The Empire of today and the Empire of the past are no longer the same concept. Guarding the Hulong celestial battleship is a magnificent fleet whose scale is far beyond the imagination of the world. Fukin looked out from the porthole. The entire starry sky is occupied by a huge number of ships. As far as the eye can see, there are all giant steel beasts cast by humans, all crouching in space, always ready to use their fangs to tear apart all enemies who dare to offend humans. The brilliance emitted by the conventional plasma engine and the celestial force field engine is like the suns on those ships. What made Fukin even more amazed was that such a terrifying military force only belonged to the Salamanders. It is true that the Salamanders are the founding parent group. But this battle group is only an insignificant small branch of the huge army system of the Empire today. If you look at the height of the entire Empire, how terrifying the military power of the Empire will be. This kind of force is already many times more terrifying than that of the Great Expedition period. Realizing that all this was due to Guilliman, Fukin smiled. With such a powerful military force, human beings are enough to sweep all directions. Conquering the galaxy is nothing more than a bag of tricks. As long as there is no infighting like the Horus Rebellion in the past, the rise of mankind is unstoppable. Renouncing the allegiance of the air is the right thing to do. This empire doesn't need 2 voices. Let's set sail. Fukin said, let's set sail for Terra. Prometheus, who was standing next to Fukin, nodded and he reached out and slid across the emerging control panel. The command to set sail is communicated to various departments through the data center. The engine room was injected with power, and a slight tremor spread from the power energy pile in all directions, passed through the metal structure, and was transmitted to the human body through the steel combat boots. Fukin's terrible hearing can hear all the machinery on the ship humming. These sounds merged into the never-ending mechanical hum of the massive celestial-class battleship, summarizing the various sounds made by the crew. Propelling flames were ejected from the rear of the hull, and people felt a slight push in the chest. The force field engine also started to work, distorting a huge force field channel for the ship. Avoid Celestial-class battleships being torn apart by space tension due to acceleration. Under the joint promotion of the conventional engine and the force field engine, the Celestial-class warship like a satellite was quickly accelerated to 1% of the speed of light. Around it, the rest of the fleet accelerated. The engines of all ships are running, perfectly maintaining the fleet formation. A large piece of distorted space-time appeared in the void. That is the trajectory of the Salamander battleship group. At the edge of the galaxy, a huge crack has opened. The radiance of the warp is projected from it. Fire Dragon's navigation network has been connected to the lighthouse system, and the real-time position has been updated. Entering subspace. The destination has been updated, the sacred home of mankind, Terra. With the news that Guilliman was about to ascend the throne, it spread like a hurricane to every world in the Empire. It caused a shock that was no less than an earthquake in the local area. The news was so explosive that many people immediately thought that someone was spreading the news. I didn't dare to believe it was true until I confirmed it several times. The 10,000 orders most loyal to the Emperor, as well as special departments such as the Sisters of Battle and the Sisters of Silence, have publicly expressed their support for the Regent of the Empire. Several living saints appeared throughout the Empire. They conveyed the Emperor's will to the world. Imperial Regent, Guilliman is the faithful second Lord of humanity. With so many statements and support, the shock brought by this news did not cause the Empire to tear apart. Nowadays, there are basically no voices against Guilliman in the Empire. The group of people who used the things recorded in the book history of Emperor Sanguinius to attack the Imperial Regent have been confirmed to be followers of chaos after investigation. Their main purpose is to destabilize the Empire. Waving the flag and shouting for their evil master. It caused some confusion, but it also found the pests hidden in the Empire for the Empire. Many disguised officials were exposed and received due punishment. Cleared up the chaos of the Empire. When the so-called struggle between the two factions failed and a large number of anti-imperialists were captured and shot, those who still dare to publicly express their opposition to Guilliman are undoubtedly declaring to others that they are followers of chaos. Those cunning traitors would never do that. They will only stay in the shadows insidiously, waiting for the next opportunity to attack Guilliman and shake the foundation of the Empire. Others don't have to do this either. Many people traveled to Terra from all over the galaxy to witness the coronation of the Empire's second ruler. The Empire is a regime that controls millions of planets and is the largest regime in human history. The people are too numerous to count. It is impossible to count clearly. Even with the statistics of the brain. In the huge empire, the number of people who died and people who were born every moment was so terrifying that it became a luxury to count the population of the empire completely. Just sorting out the number of worlds controlled by the empire and arranging their positions in the empire's division of labor system is already a huge workload. It is also a nightmare for the Ministry of the Interior to care about how many residents there are on each planet. Only a small number of people dare to cross the stars and go to Terra to witness the coronation ceremony. Even if the safety factor of subspace navigation has risen sharply, there are still only a small number of people who dare to go out of the planet. Man is always a creature of small scale. Get used to living in places you are familiar with. However, this small number of people has already crowded the most critical subspace waterways in the Empire. Every day, those key waterway nodes entering and leaving Terra are overloaded. Those spaceports have massive requests every moment for resupply and access to the port. Officials are tired of coordinating the ships and relying on doping to keep working. But they didn't dare to complain too much about it. The ascension of the new emperor will be the most exciting and grand event in the history of the Empire. No one dares to interfere with it. Otherwise, it will definitely be the wrath of the trial court. During this long period of 10,000 years, the Empire stagnated like an emperor sitting on a golden throne. The gigantic cogs stopped spinning the moment the emperor was mortally wounded and sent to the golden throne. With the emergence of the new emperor, the gears of the Empire's destiny will turn again and roll forward. This is a big event enough to be recorded by later generations. Anyone who can participate in it will feel the weight of the glorious history of mankind. This journey will be an event worth remembering in a lifetime. White Scars learned of the Primarch Jagatai's return in the 500 worlds of Ultramar. Warriors with many White Scars are very eager to meet their genetic father. They drove warships from all directions to the Primarch's return route to Terra, just to rendezvous with Jagatai. Considering the authority of the new emperor enthroned, Jagatai, who is well versed in the art of emperor, also knows very well that the White Scars is no longer his exclusive. The White Eagles of Kogaris have and can only have one absolute object of allegiance. That is the new emperor of the empire, Guilliman. This is the best way to avoid a repeat of the Horus heresy. Jagatai rejected the chapter's personal allegiance to him and offered them their allegiance to the emperor. This made many fighters of the White Scars feel sad, but under the persuasion of the father of Jean, they still accepted the established result. Jagatai refused the allegiance of his sons, but he followed the White Scars to Terra. It would be much safer to Mortarion that way. And can reach Terra faster. White Scar ships are much faster than ships of other armies. What they pursue is one word, that is, fast. Battle skills must be fast, and warships must be even faster. Jagatai's journey to Terra was extremely smooth. The demons could only howl outside the Geller force field, but were unable to break the force field and rescue the imprisoned demon Primarch. They can't do anything but impotent rage. Thanks to the proud identity of Primarch Jagatai and the important task of escorting Mortarion, the Primarch of Demons, the spaceports along the way are giving green lights to the ships of the White Scars chapter. It took only half the time for Jagatai to reach Terra. The news of Jagatai's return aroused the excitement of the people of Terra once again. After the Imperial Regent took control of the Imperial power, miracles continued to appear like mushrooms after rain. The construction of the lighthouse network, the popularization of celestial class warships, Primaris warriors, the Astral Legion armed to the teeth, etc. Now, the Primarches lost in history are returning one by one. Like a myth repeating itself, the gods of war created by the Emperor returned one by one. Under the operation and struggle of Guilliman, the Empire, which had lost a lot of blood and was only one step away from death, not only returned to its peak, but also broke through to a whole new level. In the hearts of many people, the small galaxy can no longer satisfy the human empire. The great human race needs more territory and a wider starry sky. Under the leadership of Guilliman, they will create a greater legend and create a great cause that will amaze future generations. One day, the entire galaxy will surrender at their feet. Humanity will create the most powerful regime since the birth of the universe. Just the regent of the empire has created so many miracles. If he becomes the true emperor of the empire, what kind of miracles will Guilliman create? This has made many people look forward to it. Longing for Guilliman to bring more miracles and lead them to create a more brilliant future. The welcome ceremony in Chagatai was far less grand than when Guilliman returned to Terra. After all, people were looking forward to the enthronement ceremony in a few months. Many departments are busy with this matter. It is difficult to mobilize troops to organize a grand welcome ceremony. However, Guilliman brought many important figures of the empire to meet Chagatai, and the specifications were beyond the reach of ordinary people. The meeting of the two loyal Primarches on Terra caused many officials to cry. They are regaining the honor they had lost. Humanity is no longer the regime that Twilight is old and dying. The grand banquet to welcome Chagatai was held in the palace. Before starting, Guilliman chose to take a walk with his brother. On the walls of the palace, two giants walk side by side. Personal guards wearing heavy cavalry-style armor followed behind them, and several imperial guards also acted as guards to prevent the two loyal Primarches from being attacked here. The regent of the empire has achieved unprecedented feats that only the emperor can match. But the rebel forces of the empire have always been undercurrents. The gods will not give up the opportunity to drag humans into their terrible kingdom, and will definitely try their best to stop Guilliman. Those who claim to see through the truth of the universe will also follow their disgusting masters to obstruct the rise of the empire in every possible way. Figure out a way for there to rule the real universe. I think the last time the two of us walked side by side was already more than 10,000 years ago. Time flies, and everything passes so fast. Guilliman said, thinking of the failures of the past, it's so embarrassing. At the beginning, we were only one step away from success. Who would have thought that Horus would destroy everything within 10 years? Yes, after several centuries of expeditions, we rescued mankind from the horror crisis brought by the Old Night Age, but under the betrayal of Horus, it was shattered into pieces. Chagatai was also full of emotion. At the beginning, the empire was extremely glorious, and many aliens were killed, even the Orc Emperor was beheaded. It is difficult to find a force that rivals human beings in the starry sky. Everyone believes that human beings are about to usher in an unprecedented prosperity. Whoever thought that Horus' rebellion came so suddenly? As the emperor's most trusted Primarch, Horus, the War Master, controls the military power of the empire. His rebellion brought half the empire to war, and half the Primarches to chaos. That war did more harm than any enemy. Let the newly established human empire go to pieces, bringing the emperor's efforts to naught. This is a new opportunity. Guilliman pointed to the vibrant city of Terra. It was night, the lights illuminated the entire sky, and the traffic flow was still constant. Even at night, the city was full of vitality. Nightlife is equally rich. People who are tired all day meet in twos and threes to go to the entertainment venues they are familiar with, pubs, restaurants, or places to relax like virtual reality. They live the dull and uninspired life of an ordinary person, dedicating themselves to their day-to-day work. The wealth they create will allow the entire human civilization to complete the ultimate transformation. This is a time that needs everyone. Need warriors, need scholars, need workers. Everything is so well organized. This is indeed an unimaginable feat, Guilliman, you are far superior to all of us. Chagatai looked at the prosperous Terra city. Even 10,000 years ago, it was difficult to match the prosperity of today. Are you sincere? Chagatai. Guilliman looked at Chagatai, who was as tall as himself, and asked, do you really think so? It's absolutely true, Your Majesty. Chagatai changed his title, with a firm look in his eyes, the future you created may be the best choice for mankind. I am shocked by everything you created, those magnificent fleets, those a strong military, and institutions that are complex but fair. Guilliman watched Chagatai, judging the sincerity of the other party's words from the other party's eyes. Didn't see a hint of deception. I'm not perfect, Chagatai, and you probably shouldn't have made up your mind so quickly. It's already done better than most people, and another person would not be able to do this. Chagatai said. Then do you really support me? Guilliman asked the most core question. Chagatai nodded. Guilliman showed a smile, thank you for your trust. Perhaps, you should know something. Seeing the darkness and twists and turns behind this prosperity, we may be able to reduce the possibility of disagreements in the future. Chagatai showed a puzzled look. Guilliman beckoned and let a safety-verified floating airship land in front of him. Let's go, there are some things you need to know. Guilliman said. Every city has a huge brain core building. The wriggling giant human head stores all the information of the city, and perfectly coordinates the allocation of resources and production tasks. Using such technology, human cities have achieved an alternative intelligence. There is also such a brain building in the imperial palace. It is more advanced and stores more data. Guilliman led Jagatai into the brain building of the palace. The huge building covers a vast area, and a large number of mechanical equipment are placed on each floor, connected by thick energy pipelines and data cables. Mechanical priests and technologists maintain these devices here. Here is stored most of the data information of the Empire. The information that can be stored in this way can be found here. Those data that are not allowed to be stored with bioelectronic information can only be found in the Great Library guarded by the custodians and Grey Knights. In the core area of the brain building, a large number of information windows are suspended in the air. Jagatai has an information digestion ability far beyond that of ordinary people. It can take a few seconds to read and understand information that others can only fully digest in a few days. But when he walked into the data center, seeing the massive amount of data still made him feel dazed. A superhuman brain cannot process so much information in a short period of time. What are you going to tell me? Jagatai asked, puzzled. With a wave of his hand, Guilliman moved several holographic windows to Jagatai. Human Purebred Genetic Organ Research Project. Collection of Primordial Warrior Improvement Data. Original Warrior Battlefield Data Report. Jagatai stared at Guilliman, who nodded, motioning him to read the report. This kind of work didn't take long. Jagatai finished reading it. His brows were slightly frowned, and the confusion in his eyes was replaced by horror. After Jagatai realized what Guilliman had done, he looked up at him. Did you really do that? Jagatai said, using human purebred gene seeds to replace the original gene seeds. Yes, all gene seeds have been replaced, including me. Guilliman said calmly. Who knows about this? Jagatai looked at Guilliman like he was looking at a madman. Such behavior was tantamount to playing with fire. Including you now, there are 3 people who know about it. Even the technical priests involved in this work don't know. Guilliman said with a smile, I also specially implanted a correction program in the heart of the Empire. Those implanted the original caste warriors in the heart of the Empire. The gene seeds born are all made up of purebred human genes. The heart of Guilliman was officially changed to the heart of the Empire after several meetings. Less personal touches. Let the fighters accept it better. Let them feel that they are loyal to the Empire, to the Emperor of the Empire, rather than simply to the Great Lord of Ultramar, Guilliman. A name has different particularities, and it needs to take care of people's emotions and reduce people's resistance. Do the other brothers know? Jagatai said. You were the first to know. Guilliman stared at Jagatai, and said in a serious tone, I think you are the ally I am most likely to win, because you are the most rational among them. You know what does the human race need. The era of the Primarch has passed, and human beings can no longer suffer from the greed of the gods. Nothing is eternal, and even I will withdraw from the rule of the Empire one day and hand it over to a better successor. Jagatai was silent for a long time. What Guilliman did was undoubtedly to erase the last traces of the Emperor. Space Marines are the Emperor's greatest gift to humanity. They have protected humanity for 10,000 years in this dark universe. Now, they have been renamed Primaris Warriors, and even the traces of the Emperor's transformation in them have almost disappeared. What do you use as their anchor? You must know that the reason why the Primarch was created is that our father wanted the Legion to have an anchor to control those irreversible genetic mutations. Jagatai asked. The heart of the Empire. The heart of the Empire is a collection of all the genetic technologies, which describe the genetic program of human beings. The heart of the Empire is like a dam of a river, controlling the genes so that they will not break through the shackles. Guilliman slid his hand. Another information window appeared in front of Jagatai. Reading the information inside, Jagatai knew that Guilliman had already made all preparations. From the heart of the Empire implanted into human purebred genes. Every step has been calculated, and now I tell myself that it is just a situation where the game is set, and I hope to get the support of the original body as much as possible. I can't find any reason to object. Jagatai said, you have made all the arrangements, what else can I say? I want to know, do you support me? Guilliman asked. Jagatai stared at Guilliman, I will swear allegiance to you, brother, you are the new emperor, the ruler of the empire, I support your decision, maybe the era of the Primarch should really pass, we can't always it's looking at the past, so you can't spread your wings to the future. Guilliman smiled. He put a hand on Jagatai's shoulder and said, I knew I could trust you, Jagatai. You will always be the most rational of us, Empire. Your people will be cheering for you. When we strike the final blow against the traitors of the Eye of Terror, those fools will absolutely be terrified by the Kogurus Eagle's vengeance, and Abaddon will cry like a far dove. You are exaggerating. Jagatai said with a smile. No, Jagatai, you don't know how important you are to me. Just like a sailing boat needs the wind, a swimming fish needs the ocean, I need your help, Jagatai. Kiri Man said, let's talk as we go. Some things require a heavyweight to sit in order to stop the destruction of those demons. For example? Jagatai asked. Build a tunnel or something. Guilliman said, those damned demons are already doing everything they can to stop the construction of the Empire. The devil still prevents the Empire from building tunnels. Jagatai felt that his brain was not enough. The behavior pattern of subspace demons is unpredictable. It can prevent the construction of tunnels, which is somewhat weird, right? Of course, the location of the tunnel is a bit special. Guilliman added. Looking at Jagatai's confused and questioning eyes, Guilliman smiled and added the rest. The tunnel was built in the depths of the subspace. I found that the universe is like an island on the sea, and the subspace is the air and ocean including the island. As long as we can build roads, we can continuously send troops to other universes. I have already made a plan. After solving the small problems of the Necrons, Orcs, and the Eye of Terror, I will launch a new expedition to the outside of the galaxy and other universes at the same time. Humans need to continuously expand their living range in order to live better. Only in this way can we completely defeat the gods. The threat we are facing now is only a part of them. Even if we defeat their minions, it will not help. The foundation is still there, and they can have a steady stream of minions. Only by completely cutting off their roots will they are expelled from the territory of human life in order to prevent future troubles. Chagatai stared at Guilliman, shocked by his words. He has been fighting in subspace for many years, so he naturally knows that the horror of the gods is not just their ability to corrupt. The gods are like weeds, the wildfire is endless, and the spring wind blows and regenerates. This is also the reason why many civilizations cannot defeat the gods. Those civs can win countless times. The gods only need to win once is enough. He just didn't expect that Guilliman had also seen through the essence of the gods, and planned to fight a multi-universe battle with those terrifying guys. This is much crazier than the Emperor. Chapter 278 Primarches Gather? Seeking subscription. Before officially starting the banquet, Guilliman showed Chagatai many plans. Every single one of this program is amazing. The construction of the alien universe tunnel, the genetic modification of purebred humans, the re-upgrade of the heart of the Empire, the new reform of the Legion, the research and development of demon-killing weapons, and even the small universe research project. Every project can be described as shocking. Ordinary people who can complete one of them are enough to leave their own names in the magnificent history of mankind. Now, these things are all conceived and planned by Guilliman. Even if only half of the plan is completed, Guilliman's achievements will probably surpass the Emperor. Learning about these planned projects, Chagatai tried hard not to show a shocked expression. Even if my heart is already as turbulent as the ocean under the storm, I still cover it up very well. Didn't show any gaffe. This war is not so easy to fight, we don't know anything about other universes. Hearing what Chagatai said, Guilliman laughed it off. With the swipe of his finger, many magnificent fleets reappeared on the floating screen. Those huge celestial-class warships are particularly conspicuous among them. So what if we don't understand at all? When the ancestors of mankind first set foot on the starry sky, how much did they know about the starry sky? Collecting poor information from the poorly defined optical telescopes can only use so-called theories to guess the situation of other civilizations, but they have the courage to take the first step resolutely. Guilliman pointed to the fleet in those information windows, like a general counting his army. We have a stronger army and technology than them, but don't we dare to take an unknown step? As the Emperor's creation, the strongest human beings in history, can't we compare with those with weak bodies? Mortal. Has the courage of our ancestors disappeared in our bodies? Has all our courage been consumed in the war against the gods? Only cowardice is left. The crisis brought about by marching into other universes is very likely to plunge the Empire into a new crisis. The gods are watching. If we provoke a strong enemy again, we will be alone. We will be wiped out in the two-front battle. Chagatai said worriedly, the most important thing is to run the galaxy well. Only when we are well prepared can we continue to expand outward. When will you be ready? Chagatai, you and I both know that no victory in this world is won when you are fully prepared. There will always be accidents. During the Great Crusade, I really appreciate your strategy, that is to win in offense, not lose in defense. During the siege of Terra, the enemy controlled the entire airspace of Terra, controlled the low Earth orbit, and launched an attack on the walls of the palace like a tide. Round after round of crazy offensive. Dun chose to defend, but your approach is to take the initiative to fight offense with offense. The same is true for the current empire. We are surrounded by gods, and their minions are all over every universe, possessing unimaginable terrifying power. Should we be trapped in the Milky Way? Waiting for them to accumulate strength and pry open our teeth. Guilliman opened many screens sent back from the number 1 different universe exploration base, showing the corruption of the entire universe to Chagatai. See, this is the corruption of a universe, and this universe is just one of the gods' control. Can you imagine how many universes in the endless multiverse have been completely polluted by them? The enemy's foundation is so strong, controlling so many universes, do you think we can win if we stick to the human empire? Chagatai stared at the screen in the information window. The wriggling stars radiate malevolence. Rotten tentacles with giant eyes, crowded in the sky like a group of snakes, entangled, and crawled. Countless monsters wander in those demonic worlds, making desolate howls of despair that can never be relieved. Only those creatures who sell their souls can survive in those weird worlds. Chagatai imagined that one day, the human empire would also face such a situation, and shuddered. Even if you want to launch a war across the universe, what are your chances of winning and how do you plan to fight it? We only need to control the road to different universes to be invincible, to advance and attack, and to retreat and defend. We have enough depth and opportunities for comeback. We can't be so narrow and focus on this small the Milky Way. The Empire needs a larger territory, more people, stronger equipment, and we need every star we can find. Guilliman opened his arms, speaking impassionedly about future plans. In this case, anyone who changes someone will be sent directly to a mental hospital, where the mechanical priest will perform electric shock therapy. But such words can be convincing when said by the regent of the Empire. Thought he was really capable of doing that. Looking at Guilliman in this state, Chagatai had a strong sense of déjà vu, which overlapped with the picture in his memory. When the Emperor had just found him, on the flagship in the low Earth orbit of the planet Kogaris, he berated Fang Chu in the same way, pointing the country, and wanted to bring the stars into his pocket and create an unprecedented prosperity. The same is true of Guilliman now. I hope that the tragedy of the past will not repeat itself. With so many plans, maybe you should be more cautious. You must know that haste makes waste. If you move too fast, you may not be able to see the traps ahead. Chagatai said. So I need your help, Chagatai. Sit on one side, deter the enemy, let those gods see their doomsday coming but can't do anything, let them die slowly in fear. Guilliman took 2 steps forward and opened another information window. After the enthronement ceremony, I hope you can lead the project of the different universe, Chagatai. Guilliman said his well-thought-out plan. The alien universe tunnel project is related to the retreat and future of human beings. Can be said to be the top priority. If there is no way to save this universe from the hands of the gods, leaving is the best choice. If you can gain an absolute advantage, you can go to other universes in time and space with the help of different universe channels. Wantonly harvest resources and occupy territory. All the heavens and the universe are the land of kings. All the heavens and all spirits are kings and ministers. The alien universe tunnel project is related to whether the Empire can complete the sublimation and become a truly free race. Chagatai is the best candidate for the project leader. He is not like the other Primarchs. Sanguinius, Dorn, Russ, Ryan, and others. Being loyal to the Emperor is being loyal to the Emperor. The reason Chagatai is loyal to the Emperor is because chaos is worse for humans. If the Emperor were worse than chaos, he might have backhanded Horus. As the Khan of Kogoris, he knows what it's like to be a ruler. For this reason, he never considered the issue of loyalty. But which path is most beneficial to mankind? It is undoubtedly the safest thing to entrust the different universe project to him. If you keep the passage to another universe, you will keep the escape route and the future. Chagatai has been fighting in the depths of the subspace these years, and his experience is far richer than others. Can handle various crises well. The perfect candidate. Is it too rash to entrust such a task to me? Chagatai heard Guilliman's words, looked at the information in the window again, and frowned slightly. At any rate, he also commanded the White Scars Legion and was one of the founders of the Empire. Chagatai can naturally see the importance of the different universe tunnel project to human beings. I have absolute confidence in you. Chagatai, I know you can definitely complete this task. The different universe tunnel project requires a strong mobile force that can support any place in the tunnel 24 hours a day. Kogoris White the Scars are the fastest troops in the Empire, and you built them. I know that you will be able to build a defense emergency force strong enough and fast enough again. Hearing Guilliman say this to this extent, Chagatai also knew that if he refused to continue, he would appear a little cowardly and dare not take responsibility. Then I will take over this mission. Chagatai said. I feel relieved that you can accept this task. Guilliman laughed. The banquet welcoming Chagatai was held in the banquet hall inside the palace as planned. Many important figures from the Empire were also present. A rough estimate is that there are 20,000 people, all of whom are people with power. We are looking for everything that was lost. Guilliman raised his wine glass and said, humanity has suffered a lot, but everything has passed. We will create brilliance and create the future. Today we welcome back the hope of another emperor. Son, Eagle of Kogoris, my dear friend, blood brother, Chagatai. Many officials in Chinese costumes also raised their wine glasses. Empire Chancellor Penny. Marshal Valener of the Forbidden Army. Director of the Star Language Court, Brava. Warlords with high-level positions, senior officials and counselors of Terra's Government Affairs Department, as well as astropaths, many fleets, representatives of Mechanikus, Titan Legion, Knights, and Battle Sisters are all here. Even the Sisters of Silence were represented by a major sister. Everyone is a high and powerful existence of the Empire. They hold the lifeblood of the Empire and the future of mankind. Holds power unimaginable by the world. But at this time, they all showed excitement like ordinary people in the market. It is self-evident what the return of Chagatai represents. To the eternal existence of the Empire, to the savior of mankind, my brother, Guilliman. Chagatai also raised his glass and delivered a speech. The two drank in one gulp, as did the others. After the speech, the music sounded immediately, and a tide of machine servants rushed out from behind, presenting the first dish of many dishes. Guilliman sat in the main seat, next to Chagatai, and the others took their seats according to their respective status. The lighting ball is suspended in the banquet hall, and the candlesticks flickering above the head are arranged on the long table. The combination of the two fills the hall with a golden light. This made many guests who were honored to participate in the banquet recall the extraordinary halo that belonged to the emperor they had witnessed. I just picked up the tableware in my hand and wanted to taste the food. An officer in military uniform hurried in and whispered in Guilliman's ear. Chagatai watched Guilliman's expression change from calm to joyful, and it was obvious that something great had happened. Ordinary things are not enough to make his brother show such an expression. Guilliman whispered the order in the official's ear. The other party nodded and hurried out. What happened? My lord? Asked the Imperial Chancellor Petunia. It seems that this banquet will take a long time, and we have to clean up the dust for the next distinguished guest. Guilliman put down the tableware in his hand and said with a smile. Chagatai stared at his brother. Is another brother ready to arrive? Yes, the master of the First Legion, the fleet that our blood brother Ryan belongs to has jumped out of the warp. If there are no accidents, we will see him in half an hour. Guilliman said with a smile. Unprecedented prosperity. Wearing a Star Language uniform with only the whites of his eyes, Brava smiled and raised the wine glass in his hand. The same is true for everyone, all raising their glasses to celebrate the return of another Primarch to Terra. The lost heroes will return. The lost glory must also be regained. Guide the spaceship into the preset route. Entering route. Authority requires verification of sailing permit. Navigation permission has been confirmed. Inspection officials and navigators are preparing to board the ship. Please prepare for inspection. Sound waves came from the automatic speaker, washing over the eardrums of many staff members of the giant stone fortress. They wore black monolith uniforms, busy in front of the console, monitoring the operation of various systems in the huge megalithic fortress. We have arrived at the sacred solar system. Azrael grasped the railing with his armor-covered palms, and his brows stretched. You must know that there are 2 rebel primarches on the megalith fortress. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be disastrous. Even if there are lions in charge, it is difficult to ensure the safety of the megalithic fortress. By the Emperor, they successfully completed the journey of the subspace and came to the sacred solar system. Data update. Docking with the Solar System Security Department. On the main deck of the platform below Azrael, the bridge personnel with many posts connected to each other talk to each other, sharing and updating the data of the physical space with the fastest speed allowed by their respective mechanical components. Grand Mentor, the Great Rock Fortress can only stay outside the solar system. The captain on the side reported to Azrael. The dim light reflected on the opponent's silver-gray mechanical prosthetic eye, and the nerve damage paralyzed the captain's face up. He hasn't shown any expression for more than 10 years, but Azrael sensed excitement from his tone. Yes, who can face this situation and not be excited? In the outer reaches of the solar system, one after another huge celestial-class battleships are suspended in the void. Like one mythical titan after another, the continuous steel ridges are like ant nests, with densely packed troops stationed there. Those huge muzzles extend from the steel ground into the void, and every shot will tear apart pieces of warships. Their main bodies are extremely huge, dragging a huge glow, just like imprisoning a sun. In addition to the celestial-class warships, there are countless ships, all of which are suspended in the void, like a swarm of bees surrounding the solar system, densely packed, almost blocking the starry sky. Azrael had never seen such an exaggerated scene. He believed that even in those days when the Emperor was still walking among the stars, there could not have been such a glorious and magnificent scene. There are various magnificent steel platforms all over the solar system, as huge as a giant city. The huge gun muzzle is black, as huge as a continuous mountain range. Once it is fired, any alien ship will be reduced to dust under its terrifying attack. Dense landmines were laid in those forbidden void areas, each of which looked like a smooth polished metal skull. The giant ship belonging to the state religion wandered in the dark sky, sailing according to the established track, and completed the pilgrimage. Inside the Ark of Repentance and the Sun Shrine, which are hundreds of kilometers long, there are sculptures belonging to the Emperor and the heroes of the Empire everywhere. The interior of the candlelit hall is full of pious believers and ascetics prostrate on the ground. Scourge himself day and night, to show the glory of the Emperor. A large number of surveillance ships are patrolling back and forth in space non-stop, maintaining a high level of vigilance around the clock, guarding their nests like a dutiful bee swarm. On the road from the outer reaches of the solar system to Terra, a giant fortress comparable in size to Mars is deployed at intervals. They use force field devices to maintain their position in the solar system, moving with the movement of the stars. These fortresses bear the responsibility of protection, defending against attacks from the real universe, as well as attacks from subspace. Their existence ensured that Horus' old tactics of crossing the outer defense line and entering the interior of the solar system would no longer be effective. The gods' attempts to use the blood sacrifice ceremony to cast minions on Terra will also become extremely difficult, and the price to be paid is countless times that of the past. Any enemy who wants to attack the solar system can only gnaw in from the periphery. Throughout the universe, no civilization can do such things. These fortresses are also used as nodes, using large-scale force field devices to form a force field in the entire solar system, and have a detection network. Any enemy ship that does not sail according to the established orbit and tries to sneak in by using the feature of the vastness of the starry sky will be discovered immediately. Whatever the purpose, meeting the fate of those trying to infiltrate the ship is total destruction. Any plan to capture the fort from the inside is pure desperation. Each fortress is stationed inside a large-scale army that is absolutely loyal to the Empire. Both body and soul are branded with the stamp of absolute loyalty. Every once in a while, there will be a special person to conduct cross-checks. Any traitor who wants to get away with it is impossible to lurk in it. The extremely strict defense measures ensure that the sacred homeland of mankind is absolutely impossible to fall like it did at the beginning. My lord. Azrael looked at Ryan, who was sitting on the shadow-covered throne. We have to change the ship. The megalith fortress and the fleet are not allowed to enter the solar system. Ryan sat on the huge seat dedicated to the Primarch. When he opened his eyes, the amber pupils lit up in the dark. He smiled. It seems that Guilliman has managed this place perfectly, much more perfect than when our father was here. It's hard to imagine what kind of strength it takes to crush such a defense. Ryan also had to admit that even if he wanted to break through such a tight defense system, he would have to pay a price that even the gods could not bear. The regent of the Empire has extraordinary talent. Azrael said, he is the best in the Empire just like you. Before Azrael could speak, he was interrupted by Ryan waving his hand. Such words are meaningless, Azrael. Remember what I told you once, the campaign to wipe out the Tau is the last time I command you, and now, the Dark Angels are in your charge. This is the power that the Empire has given you, it is also the power my brother gave you. Use it well and don't let people down. But you are the Primarch of the Dark Angel, our father of creation, the Dark Angel should be loyal to you. Azrael said unwillingly. I have more important things to do. It's not 10,000 years ago. Today's wars don't need the Primarch to command the Legion to win. The Primarch is not indispensable to the Empire. Without me, have you been doing nothing for 10,000 years? Ryan calmly refuted Azrael's words, we all have new roles to play and new missions to complete. Ryan stood up, his majestic body cast a huge shadow. His words were firm and powerful, and Azrael could not refuse. Remember who you are, Azrael, don't get stuck in the past. Nothing lasts forever. The ancient kings said one by one that they wanted to create an eternal dynasty, but who can really achieve it? I once leading the Dark Angels participated in the creation of the entire empire, but I can't lead you forever, we all have to look forward. Azrael stared at Ryan, he knew that the other party would never be shaken. I understand. Azrael said with his head bowed. Ryan didn't look at the disappointed expression of his son. My lord, the security department allows us to directly use the teleportation device to enter Terra, and they have opened a special passage. An officer said, the requirement is that it is limited to 10 people and the prisoners we transported. I see. Ryan nodded, it seems that my brother can't wait to see me. Lien's teleportation location was placed on a giant platform on the wall of the palace. Accompanied by the dazzling light, the Lord of the First Legion stepped out of the light. Behind him were Azrael, Ezekiel, Boris, and other important members of the Dark Angels. There are also 2 huge cages that have been teleported, and they are surrounded by force fields. Inside are Magnus and Kurtz. Ryan was wearing the grey-black armor as always, with a white cloak flying behind him. The oppressive feeling of the mountains makes it difficult for others to breathe. Standing next to the lion, it feels like suffocation. The noble face is like a perfect work of art in the world. Many officials trembled under the gaze of those eyes. Just the eyes were enough to make them feel that everything about themselves was seen through. Guilliman stepped forward, and the two embraced. Afterwards, Ryan also hugged Chagatai. On behalf of the entire empire, I would like to express my gratitude to you, brother. Guilliman looked at the imprisoned Magnus and Kurz, and the imperial guards immediately surrounded them. There are more than enough prisoners. In addition to the Forbidden Army, the Grey Knights in the palace also rushed over. Deal with demons, they are the strongest. The officials stared at the 2 fearsome demon primarches, fear could not help but appear on their faces. Every time these horrible guys appear, they cause massive casualties and losses. Who would have thought that one day, these terrible sources of evil would be locked in cages and sent back to Terra? These 2 will be punished. Guilliman added. Excellent, brother. Ryan said, I captured Kurz, and Magnus was captured jointly by the 2 brothers Sanguinius and Russ. You must not let all the credit go on me. Even if only one person is caught, it is a feat worthy of praise by the world. They have been poisoned for thousands of years, and they are so rampant that they want to destroy the entire civilization. Their crimes are unforgivable. Guilliman affirmed Ryan's credit undeniably, not to mention, you also fought a beautiful war of annihilation on the Far East frontier, eliminating those arrogant alien races that tried to replace humans for the Empire. This is what I should do. Ryan said. Guilliman nodded, you have never disappointed, Ryan. There are still important challenges ahead, and you still need to do a lot of things. I'm never afraid of challenges. Ryan said, as long as I can share your worries, I will feel at ease. I know that you, who are about to become the new emperor of the Empire, will face much greater pressure than us. If it was in the past, Ryan might be dissatisfied. But experienced the Battle of Terra and Caliban thousands of years ago, witnessed the methods of those evil gods, and witnessed countless human beings being corrupted and transformed. Ryan knew that his ability was not enough to fight those weird existences. Emperor failed. Lion didn't feel that his abilities surpassed the Emperor's. The Lord of Mankind, the Emperor of the Empire is not like those ancient kings. This position does not represent the pinnacle of power, nor the pinnacle of honor. But unlimited responsibility, and a long, even endless confrontation, is responsible for the life and death of the entire human race. Just thinking about the crisis contained in it is enough to suffocate. Even if it is the Primarch, he dare not guarantee that he can withstand such a great pressure. This is my mission. Someone has to take care of everything. Guilliman said with a smile, however, with your all-out help, I think it will be a lot easier. I will swear allegiance to you, brother. Ryan said, I will be the sword in your hand, your general, your soldier, and your staff. I will be the shield that protects the Empire, and the spear that pierces the darkness. Please believe in my loyalty to you, brother. Guilliman smiled, I believe, Ryan. Let's go, the banquet is starting, we will have a good drink and talk, and then I will give you the most important task. What kind of mission? Ryan asked. I need a marshal who will fight against aliens, brother. Necrons, orcs, Zerg, they are all eyeing, but I can't fight every battle, I need a man who can control the whole field, have infinite loyalty to the Empire and to mankind general. Guilliman said, you will lead an unprecedented army and sweep the galaxy. This is a great honor. Ryan said, I gladly accept such an appointment. Guilliman held Chagatai with one arm and Ryan with the other. Let's go, brother, the banquet is in progress, tonight we will have a long talk all night, planning the future of this great empire. Guilliman. Magnus' voice came out of the cage, and unimaginable anger was suppressed in his words. Guilliman turned his head and looked at Magnus with confusion in his eyes. This expression made Magnus even more angry. Such slights. Is his status already so humble? The other party didn't even say a single cruel word to him. It's like an insignificant little character, he doesn't exist at all in the eyes of the other party. You can be complacent. Soon, you won't be able to laugh. Magnus growled, the entire galaxy will become a plaything in the hands of the Lord of Change. Soon, very soon, the entire human race will, after completing the sublimation and becoming a psychic race, I would like to see if you can still laugh. Yes, I see. Guilliman nodded. When Magnus heard this, he immediately felt a punch hit the cotton. Throat was immediately sweet, and blood was almost spurted out. Labor and management have worked so hard to plan for so long, made so many sacrifices, and worked hard to preside over the 9-storied pagoda ceremony to transform the entire human race into a psychic race. Is this your reaction? How about furious? Are you angry? Why only I know? Such an understatement. Don't you want to save mankind? Isn't it to defeat the gods? Is this how you react to something so important? Humanity will be destroyed. Magnus yelled madly, their souls will shine in the subspace and become hunted creatures. Cry, Guilliman, you can't save anything. Yeah, I really know, you don't need to repeat it again. After Guilliman finished speaking, he looked at Chagatai and Ryan again, come on, tonight, let's plan the future. You are my most important thing. Reliable brothers, as long as we are united, we will be invincible. Can't you hear what I'm saying? Guilliman. Magnus' eyes were red, and his huge fist was beating the indestructible force field. This guy must have done it on purpose. I must be terrified to death. Here bluffing, pretending to show to those mortals. Humanity has become a psychic race, and the number of mutants and psychers will inevitably increase dramatically. When the time comes, the long night crisis of the past will repeat itself. I'm not interested in knowing about your little tricks. I'm not your father, Magnus. You don't have to tell me what you did, because I don't care. Guilliman said word by word, I don't care about anything you do, because in my eyes, nothing you do will affect me. You are just a wretch blinded by superficial knowledge. You are not even a real scholar, because you're not looking for knowledge from the perspective of knowledge. You are like a pathetic aristocrat studying 10,000 uses of cutlery, and then smugly declaring yourself the most learned scholar. Your tricks are useless. When you bow your knees at the feet of evil gods, you are just poor who studies how to use the power of evil gods. I don't care what you do, because I know that all your knowledge and power come from your master. As long as I concentrate on dealing with your master, you will have no source. The flood has dissipated before hitting the dam. You are stupid and arrogant. Do you really think that you can defeat me by using the power of those evil gods? No, you're lying, you're just bluffing. Magnus growled, my plan is bound to hit you hard. Then just wait and see. Soon, you will know how much trouble your plan has caused me. I hope you won't make me laugh. After Guilliman finished speaking casually, he waved his hand and signaled the Imperial Army and the Grey Knights to take him away. To the prison. Let this idiot stay in jail. Cuz didn't say a word. Beating violently by Ryan and breaking his spine, he crouched silently in a corner of the cage, his eyes dazed. Ryan's blow to him was twofold. On the one hand, it is his body, and on the other hand, it is the belief he has always adhered to. Let's go, don't be in a bad mood for these traitors. Guilliman held the arms of the two Primarch brothers, tonight, we will have a long talk all night to plan the future of the Empire. Half a month later. 3 brothers stand shoulder to shoulder, standing on the walls of the palace. They welcomed another brother. That is the Lord of Fire Dragons from Nocturne, Vulcan. Amidst the sound of the horn, a huge door of light was opened. A giant whose stature was comparable to that of the Trinity Primarch stepped out of the light. With courage like a melting pot sweeping around, Fukin in green armor looked at the 3 brothers in front of him and smiled. The light of the force field distorting space faded on his face, revealing that incomparably resolute and noble face. The shining cloak made of brown scales was tightly fastened on the giant dragon skull on his shoulders. His skin was dark as midnight and smooth as polished obsidian. One of his eyes was as red as the sunset after the battle, and the other was as transparent as emerald. Holding a huge warhammer made of steel and bronze in one hand, and holding a box with exquisite and noble patterns in the other. Fukin. Guilliman was the first to go up to him, hugging his brother tightly, and the heavy armor collided with each other, shooting out sparks. Guilliman, the new emperor of the empire. Vulcan said with a smile, please forgive me for holding something in my hand, and I cannot hug your noble body. This is an unforgivable crime, Fukin, I have to get someone from the law enforcement department to come over. Guilliman joked. Everyone on the sidelines also smiled when they heard this. Chagatai and Ryan also embraced Fukin in turn. Nice to see you again, brother. Ryan said sincerely. Me too, Ryan, the Lion of Caliban is still majestic today. Vulcan said. It's hard to express my excitement in words, brother. Chagatai also said in a sincere tone. It's hard for me to say that about Kogarus Warhawk, Fukin said. What is this? Ryan asked, looking at the beautifully decorated box in Vulcan's hand. Naturally, it's a gift for our new majesty. I haven't caught any traitors, but I can't come empty-handed. Vulcan opened the box, and the shining golden eagle and laurel leaf crown appeared in front of everyone. Everyone who saw the laurels let out a gasp of wonder. Such a perfect creation is definitely not made by mortals. Only the craftsman of God who masters the mysteries of all things can forge it. It's perfect. I'm indeed the most outstanding master craftsman among our many brothers. I may not be able to create such a perfect creation after spending my whole life Guilliman praised. That's true, and this material is also extraordinary, not an ordinary thing. Chagatai has a keen eye, and can see the material of the real universe that casts the kingdom. The material of the crown is formed by the pure essence of the loyal heroic spirits of the empire. When it encounters a disloyal person, it will warn the wearer and even initiate an attack. Vulcan said, this is what I can think of best gift, brother. Only a true lord of humanity can wear it and wield its power. This feature is perfect to the extreme. Ryan said, Fukin, your gift far exceeds what we brought. No, your gifts are equally valuable. Guilliman said, your support for me is already more important than all gifts. The crown was handed over to the imperial army for safekeeping, and it could only be worn at the enthronement ceremony. Terra gathered the 4 primarches, and the unprecedented grand occasion made people look forward to the upcoming enthronement ceremony even more. However, this is not the end. After a month, Sanguinius and Russ brought back Angren, who had been expelled from the Kern domain, according to the established plan. Trying your mind on extreme evil gods, if you ignore their power, it is much easier than dealing with mortals. Kern is always in extreme anger, and any plans and compromises do not exist on it. Angren dared to strike at it, and for whatever reason, Kern's wrath would drive it out. It is even possible to destroy it directly. Angren's strength is unquestionable, but facing the 2 loyal primarches with a powerful army, they were still pressed to the ground and rubbed against each other for a while. Even the pair of wings burning with scarlet flames were torn apart by the joint efforts of the 2. The spine was also broken alive, and finally dragged into the prison force field, locked up and brought back to the solar system. Sanguinius and Russ just returned to the solar system. Guilliman got a system prompt. The 3rd stage, the task of gathering all the living primarches to Terra has been completed, and the database of the 3rd stage has been unlocked. This sudden reminder made Guilliman stunned. Aren't there 2 primarches in Ferris of the Alpha Legion? Auxiliary elves. The system has detected that all the primarches are in Terra, even if they are not in the same dimension. The mission is considered complete. Alpharius and Omega have also detected that the other party is in Terra, so the mission is complete, the host. As soon as these words came out, Guilliman suddenly felt a little bad. Terra's recent censorship is so strict, those 2 guys also got involved? Can you know where they are? Guilliman asked. Sorry, the system does not have such a function. The task detection module is composed of the principle of fate observation, and cannot accurately locate the opponent's position. Chapter 279, for subscription. Seeing this reply from the system, Guilliman felt even more insane. Fate observation principle? Knowing that the other party has arrived in Terra, but not knowing the other party's location. This system is more or less a bit. Are you fooling me? Auxiliary elves. Guilliman said in a deep voice. The host should not think too much. The system adopts the principle of non-interference fate observation, which can minimize the risk of being discovered. At the level of the multiverse, the reversible law of detection is always in effect. If the system spy on other lives, it is inevitable that other lives will discover it, and it is only a matter of time. In order to ensure that the inherited knowledge is not stolen, the system adopts the highest level of security measures, and the survival of the host will be guaranteed only when the knowledge is passed on first. It's so cruel, that is to say, if there is a severe test of knowledge loss, I will be abandoned. Guilliman silently despised me. Currently, the probability of such a crisis is infinitely close to 0. Unless the multi-level life form uses the ontology to control the host and check the host's soul, the hidden function of the system is enough to ensure the security of the database. What if such a crisis really happens? Guilliman asked, will you abandon me? It is recommended that the host first consider whether he can survive such a crisis. That means you will betray me. Guilliman said. This system only carries the inheritance of database knowledge, and does not have any ability to protect the host. Saving the database from the host is the best choice. Sure enough, you have to do it yourself to save your life. Guilliman rarely complained in his heart. The 3-stage database is opened, and the knowledge inside has already involved the shallow structure of time and the deep structure of space. There is also about subspace, an illusory field without the concept of time and space. If it is successfully digested and completed, sub-universes, time anchors and other projects can make substantial progress. To fight the gods, the application of time and space is indispensable. Even if you are not fighting against the gods, you have to use the knowledge of time to fight against the Necrons. Even the metal skeletons of the Necrons have time technology in their hands. For example, the overlord of the Necrons Arakan, who has a 100% predicted success rate. If the prediction is wrong, go back directly to ensure that the prediction result is correct. Just imagine, if human beings want to deal with such an enemy, it is not enough to rely on long guns and short cannons, and they must have some unusual gadgets. If you want to have an equal dialogue with the star gods and destroy the Necrons, you must have some knowledge of time and space, otherwise you will be fooled by them. Guilliman checked the knowledge in it, and then looked at the most urgent threat now. The war against the Necrons has not yet been fully launched, so don't worry too much. The most important thing now is how to solve the potential threat posed by the twins. Alpha Legion was the most special legion during the Great Crusade. This legion has twin primarches. One is Alpharius and the other is Omega. One light and one dark, also known as twins. There may also be schizophrenia. After all, no one has actually seen 2 primarches appearing at the same time. There is too much fog surrounding the twins. Guilliman has no way to rely on the existing clues to get the real answer. As for the twins, he actually doesn't know much. Alfarius was the first primarch to return to the Emperor's embrace. Earlier than Horus. When Horus was received by the Emperor on the battleship, Alfarius hid in the crowd and watched his brother's return. He witnessed the historic moment when most of the primarches returned to the Emperor's arms, and carefully concealed his identity until he thought it was time for him to appear on the stage, so he came to the stage dramatically. The four gods cast the primarch into different worlds. The Emperor accidentally discovered that Alfarius had fallen on Terra. He quickly brought it back to his secret place, and killed the wanderer who saw Alfarius, cleaning the memory of his men. Only a few people know about the return of Alfarius. Many believe that Alfarius is the last primarch to return. But only the Emperor, the Marshal of the Custodian Army at that time, and the Prime Minister of the Empire, Malkador, knew that Alfarius had never left his father. A lot of chaos that the primarch didn't know, Alfarius also knew, and even had a very good understanding of it. Imperial Prime Minister Malkador personally taught him how to hide secrets in order to succeed, and even become secrets themselves. Alfarius was once regarded as the biggest secret by the Empire. Be hidden from the eyes of the world to study and live, to avoid being hurt again by the minions of the gods. The loss of the primarch made the Emperor realize that the gods were still running the game in the Veil. Only by concealing it can the growth of Alfarius be protected. If you want to fight against the gods, you have to hide your own cards and find a way to figure out their cards. Unfortunately, the Emperor lost. No matter how superb the card skills are, they can't stand the gods teaming up to make a game. Gamblers do not end well. Thinking of this, Guilliman reminded himself again. Don't play the same routine as the gods. They play their own, they play their own. Don't be led by the nose. When the opponent plays chess, you will flip the chessboard. If the opponent cheats, you have to grab the card. When the opponent plays the game, they have to directly pick out the guys and shoot them in the head. Playing tricks with the gods is too tiring, and the harm outweighs the benefits. In the opponent's field, no matter how you play, you will lose. If you want not to lose, the best way is not to gamble. It may be the reason for Alfarius, the latent ability of the Alpha Legion is the most powerful among many battle groups. Both the Raven Guard and the traitorous Night Lords are good at stealth and infiltration. But they can't hide, disguise, and infiltrate this field beyond the Alpha Legion. They really did. Who am I? Who am I? The highest potential realm. During the siege of Terra, there were still quite a few alphas active inside the palace. One can imagine how terrifying these guys are. This simple but impossible thing to do. Guilliman remembered a famous saying. Never know if there is an alpha standing beside you. They are like the Hydra in ancient mythology. Cut off a head, and two heads will grow back. Endless, impossible to kill completely. Guilliman is considering whether to be in the palace. No one is allowed to wear a helmet, and all of them show their faces. Think about it, forget it. This method is not very practical either. Alfarius and Omega, two primarches who are good at lurking, must have means to evade inspection. Making such a decision will only bring unnecessary panic to everyone in the palace. What are you going to do? Guilliman whispered, are you going to save the traitor primarches? Or are you here to assassinate the Emperor, or me? In the Horus Heresy, the Alpha Legion was like a schizophrenic. Jumped back and forth between loyalty and betrayal. Rescued Korix and then backhandedly destroyed the opponent's Legion rebuilding plan. Chased and killed the Space Wolves, and secretly helped the White Scars stay away from danger. Helped Horus steal the defense data of the solar system, but withdrew the soldiers of the Alpha Legion from the battlefield. It is simply a mysterious operation. The Loyalists couldn't understand it, and the rebels couldn't understand it even more. Guilliman has some guesses. It may be related to Alfarius' contact with secret religion. The Emperor once told Alfarius many secrets. As the head of Hydra, Alfarius knows even more than Ryan. The secret of the establishment of the Empire, the real enemy of the Emperor. Even the existence of the gods, he is very clear. Alfarius is both disloyal to the gods and interfering with the Emperor's plans. Its purpose is very likely to let the Emperor sit on the golden throne and become a god. What may be pursued is pure destruction. Let the Emperor gain the faith of mankind, and finally form a crisis similar to the Eye of Fear. Use a massive human fall to completely end the subspace crisis. Guilliman did not make such a guess without basis. After witnessing the power of the gods, some like Erebus and others chose to submit, and some like Khan, Sanguinius and others chose to fight to win a way out for mankind. The former will inevitably create a universe ruled by gods. People get the so-called eternity and endless suffering. The latter will bring a very difficult road of resistance. It is too difficult to defeat the gods with the power of human beings. What's more, the power of the gods also comes from human suffering. If you want to win, the road of resistance is too difficult and too difficult. There are still some people who choose another method. Human beings cannot defeat the gods, so let the gods defeat the gods. These people used various means to try to make the Emperor really die, and then become gods in human belief. The rise of the state religion was fueled by these people. In addition to Alfarius, Lord Cypher, and some heroes who were active in the Empire in the early days may be doing similar things. Abaddon was able to obtain the magic sword Drachanian, not only because of his ability. Many people pushed him to obtain the magic sword, and even planned 13 expeditions. The fall of the Cadia fortress cost the Empire blood, but it also made the Emperor more active than ever. The Legion of the Cursed is on the move. The truth is like a ball of thread hidden in the dark night. It can't be seen clearly, and it's still a mess. Forget it. Guilliman sighed, and gave up the stupid decision of learning the reasoning method from Holmes as a teacher, and finding the truth. Truth only matters to those who need it. A true ruler does not need the truth. All a ruler needs is control. Truth is not the most important thing, it should serve for control. If the ball of thread cannot be untied, split it. For a ruler, solving the problem is the key, and the means are just a consideration of the cost. Guillemon wants to see how long Omega and Alpharius can hide. He'll catch them. Peekaboo is not that fun. Guillemon concealed the news that the twin primarchs had arrived on Terra. Only when prey think they are still hunters will they go deep into the forest and into the trap. Otherwise, they will flee and run far away. While thinking about how to capture the twins, Guillemon stood up from his seat and walked out of his own meditation room. Sanguinius and Ruth have also arrived. He had to go and greet him in person. As soon as he reached the door, a mechanical buzzing sound interrupted his plan. The cherub who was silent on the bookshelf flapped his wings and flew over. Sicarius' voice came from the brass sounder at its throat. Lord Fukin hopes to meet you, Your Majesty. Where is he? Guillemon asked. Currently waiting in Hall 1, do you want to summon him? No, I'll go see him in person. Guillemon said after thinking for a moment, please inform the Imperial Army and the Grey Knights to receive Angren's cage, and let the Imperial media publicize that Sanguinius and Russ the return of the Primarch. Calculating the time, Guillemon felt that after seeing Vulcan, he should be able to catch up with the welcome party for Sanguinius and Russ. As the highest ruler of the Empire, Guillemon's life is not as comfortable as the world imagines. His work is very busy. All affairs of the entire Empire are entrusted to him. He has to look over the details of the battles of the Milky Way, big and small. If a mortal came to sit in this position, he would probably go crazy within a month. The entire Empire is too large. It is not something a mortal mind can control. In order to save more time to deal with government affairs, Guillemon's meditation room is located in the council building in the palace. Going out is a wide corridor. The guards saluted Guillemon. Your Majesty. Sicarius saluted Guillemon who came out of the meditation room. Guillemon nodded, not caring about Sicarius' greeting. His enthronement ceremony will be held soon. Correcting in advance also helps with their later addressing. Guillemon walked towards the administrative hall to meet his brother. The Yajeng building is very magnificent. Is a marvel of civil engineering with a central view of the palace complex. Is the core area of the empire, and it is also the concentration of imperial power, which determines the life and death of millions of colonies. Located deep in the palace. The building covers a vast area, in which millions of administrative personnel are active. They were all recruited to handle administrative paperwork. The building has millions of rooms, with corridors running through its bones like veins. From the simple cubicles piled up, the boring office of the clerical staff, to the hall built of marble and gold. Walking in the brightly lit corridor, Guillemon can see the great art treasures of generations are displayed on both sides. Thousands of robed scribes and clerks, accompanied by servitors carrying documents and squires trotting along, hurried through the stream of people. The officials of the empire handle the affairs of countless departments here. The Yajeng building is no longer the stale and inefficient look of the past. Scribes are no longer immersed in cramped workshops that smell of ink and musty paper. The pulsating information window moves with them, except for the necessary documents and information that need to be recorded by the slaves behind them with paper. Most of their work is carried out in the information window. A battle report came from the Targus sector. Terra's prices are not stable enough, too many people come, we have urgently dispatched supplies on 50 agricultural planets, but they still can't meet all the needs, we need more supplies. The test reports of the staff involved in the ceremony came out, and some of them found something wrong. Let them go down, even if the problem is not serious, we must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Guillemon's keen senses can hear all sounds. The entire political building is in operation, like a mind and a body, undertaking complex coordination work. Sicarius and other honor guards and several imperial guards guarded Guillemon. Assassins activating cloaking devices lurk in the shadows, wary of any rogues trying to get close to the imperial regent. Vulcan was waiting for him in the hall. When Guillemon entered, the armored dragon lord was looking at a painting of the emperor and the primarchs standing on a starship. The primarchs stood behind the emperor, all portrayed very vividly. In front of the emperor is a floating star map. The powerful fleet in the void can be seen from the porthole next to it. Those ships all bear the emblem of the golden double-headed eagle. That is the imagination of the people of later generations about the Great Crusade. They thought that we were united and established the empire in this way, and we followed the emperor's side all the time, launching wars to destroy the enemy. When Guillemon walked in, he spoke. If I let them know the real situation, they will definitely be disappointed. We basically do our own things, and Chagatai is even more indifferent. Fukin turned his head and smiled. People always like to beautify something, and proper romance can boost their morale, so I put this painting here. Guillemon said. You are superior to all our brothers, just the fact that you are close to mortals is enough to make us feel inferior. I have never dared to forget why I fought, and I will never forget why I was created. Guillemon walked to the side of the fire dragon lord and stared at the painting in front of him together. Me too. Vulcan said. Guillemon put a hand on Vulcan's shoulder armor. I never doubted this, tell me now, what's the matter? I asked you to come here personally to meet me. Speaking of this, Fukin looked to Guillemon, eyes of scarlet and emerald on his brother. I just want to inquire about your mission arrangements for me. I heard that you have arranged missions for Chagatai, Dorn, and others. Do you think I'm snubbing you? Guillemon smiled. Don't dare to have such an idea, I'm just confused. Fukin said, maybe I'm not as good as them, so you didn't assign me a task. No, brother, No one can be better than you. Your outstanding talent makes me have to carefully consider your position, Vulcan. There are several tasks that are suitable for you, so I think about which task is more worthy of you. Be responsible. Guilliman said, we don't have much time, and these tasks will take a long time, so I have to think carefully. Vulcan said decisively, then leave it all to me, I have enough ability and confidence to complete them. The amount of mental energy required is beyond imagination, and each one is related to the future of mankind. Are you sure you want to bear such a great pressure? Vulcan. The son of the fire dragon born on the Nocturne star has never been afraid of challenges. The moment I was created, I wanted to bear the burden that others could not bear. Guilliman stared at the resolute Fukin. I know that the immortal Fukin will always live to challenge the unbearable burden. If you really want to, then bear it, Fukin. I need someone to go. Supervising the project of forging demon-killing weapons requires someone to supervise the construction of sub-universes. The former is an important project for humans to fight against demons and regain the Eye of Terror, and the latter is the trump card for whether humans can escape the war of the gods. Such work is not so. There are many honors, but they are more important than war, and they are of greater significance to mankind. Are you willing to accept such a task, Vulcan? I have never lived for honor, Fukin said. During the siege of Terra, Fukin was always on Terra, but he was protecting the Emperor beside the throne. He was the last whole card in the Webway War. When Magnus sneaked into the palace, intending to assassinate the Emperor, it was Vulcan who blocked Magnus' blow. His achievements are equally outstanding, not inferior to those of the Primarchs who guarded the palace, but the world knows little about it. But Fukin didn't care. Dragonborn is never bothered by honor or anything like that. They fight and fight for the flame in their hearts. Guilliman stared at Fukin. I know, I read you right, Fukin. You will be my favorite support, and those traitors will cry like a fart because of your return. They will be disappointed to find out that I have received the full assistance of a dear relative, brother, and sister. Let's go, now, let's welcome the return of Sanguinius and Russ. I hope Russ won't blame us for our negligence. He is our most irritable brother. Chapter 280 Assassination of the Emperor, for subscription. Sanguinius, Lemon Russ, Vulcan Fukin, Ryan L. Johnson, Roger Dorn, and Jagatai Khan are all names that are regarded as myths by the world. These titles represent heroic deeds and fruitful achievements, as well as human courage and wisdom. They shaped empires, they shaped history. But they have been away from humans for a long, long time. So long ago that their real deeds have become stories in mythology. In the past, no one could have imagined that one day, they could walk among the stars again, stand side by side with human beings, and jointly fight against the terrible crisis beyond human imagination. Now, the myth has once again become a reality. The Primarch returns to fight against ancient evils whose names cannot be recorded. Just remembering these names in your head is enough to make people feel excited. Everyone will feel excited and excited to be in such an era. This is the age of mythology. This is the age of miracles. This is the age of creation. And the name at the top of the list is greater than any of them. That is the Lord of Ultramar, Regent of the Empire, the ultimate Primarch, the 13th son of the Emperor, the great human commander, and the second Emperor of the Empire, Robert Guilliman. A legend that no one can match. A miracle bestowed upon humanity by the Emperor. A man who is destined to run through the entire history of mankind. He is the radiance of the scorching sun in the eternal night era, the guiding lighthouse in the confused era, and the dawn of the dark dawn. He is not a god, but he makes the gods tremble. His record made the enemy frightened. His wisdom made his people live and work in peace. His strategy paved the way for the future of mankind. His kindness frees everyone who suffers from suffering. Cockle used the most pious attitude to record everything about the imperial regency. The gods want to suffer human beings to lift up their thrones and submit to their rule forever. The gods need human beings, and they use all kinds of sinister and vicious schemes to plan everything about human beings. Is eager to drag this young race into the kingdom full of endless desires and become their food and slaves. The imperial regency is just the opposite. Humanity needs him far more than he needs human beings. Every creature capable of normal thinking is very clear that only Robert Guilliman can complete the ultimate salvation of mankind. When Kaker wrote this, he stopped. He pondered whether his next content was suitable for writing. The silver-plated memory pen tapped the data board, and the machine slave beside him also stopped printing. The half-printed paper was stuck in front of the printer in front of the machine slave, the fresh handwriting was clearly visible, and it smelled like ink. Everyone who knows the details of chaos and the existence of the gods should be clear about one thing, that is, the position of the Lord of Humanity is not a prize for Robert Guilliman, but a heavy burden. Is a means by which humans want to tie it down. Ascending the position of Lord of Humanity means that Guilliman is pushed to the front line against those ancient evil existences that have destroyed countless civilizations. He must face those terrifying creatures that are too terrifying to describe in words, and find a way that can allow mankind to move towards the future amidst many crises. Once he fails, he will face heavy siege from the gods. At that time, death is probably the lightest redemption. As a narrator for so many years, the Natal Corps following General Hawk is active in the front line against demons and traitors. Cockle also knows a lot of truths about this universe. The wrinkles on his face record the long years he has spent, and the many scars on his body are his medals for being active in the front line these years. He has a hideous wound on his chest, and an orc almost cut him open. If he hadn't reacted faster, he would have died. The former Hawk has become a very important general in the Empire, capable of acting alone. He also became a famous narrator of the Empire. The materials recording the heroic deeds of those brave soldiers are piled up in his workshop. He has published several books. These books are well received in the Empire, and the sales data is even better. Some of these books were also included in Terra's library to supplement historical materials. This time, Kaker returned to Terra to prepare for the enthronement ceremony of the second Emperor of the Human Empire. And I plan to take advantage of this time to sort out what I have recorded, and write a book from the perspective of a mortal narrator to look at the changes brought to the entire Empire after the awakening of the Imperial Regent. Kaker was not born in the era after the awakening of the Imperial Regency, but lived in the era before the awakening. That era was the most terrifying Dark Age. Demons hunt in the shadows, traitors roam the galaxy and plunder. The aliens continue to launch a series of terrifying wars, trying to completely end human of the galaxy. Everywhere you look, there is only suffering. The revival of the Imperial Regency is the end of that era. Fate also took a dramatic turn at that time. The Regent of the Empire led the heroes of the Human Empire to launch unprecedented grand wars, regaining control of the galaxy for mankind, and protecting people from being harmed by monsters in the night and poisoned by alien wars. However, achieving these achievements is not enough to make the Empire stable. Behind a series of victories, there are still deadly hidden dangers. The dreaded Great Rift still stretches across the galaxy. It splits the galaxy in two. Completely obscures the yoke-shaped dense cluster of stars in the heart of the Milky Way. Its light is painful to the observer. The Great Rift seems like a law of nature. But just stare at it for a while, and people will see things they don't want to see. Those terrifying forces spewed out from it, threatening the survival of mankind. Traitors within the Empire are still lurking in the shadows, trying to subvert the new order of the Empire, or distort it. Cockle learned something about the past from those ancient books and the allies of humans, the Eldar. Although those Eldar are not easy to deal with, and they don't like dealing with mortals in their eyes. But by virtue of his wisdom and identity as a narrator, Kaker still won the favor of some Eldar. They told Cockle something. Let him know the whole picture of the war between humans and chaos. The 10,000 years that the human empire has experienced is insignificant to the development history of the entire human race, and it can be regarded as a moment of heartbeat. For the entire universe, it is even more insignificant. But this battle against chaos is the most important battle for mankind. If they win, mankind will be able to get rid of the doomed fate of destruction and move towards a new life. If it fails, humans will become slaves of the gods. Chaos will play with every soul of the human race until the race is completely destroyed or the universe is destroyed. Race after race wasted away in this confrontation with the evil that consumed the entire universe. Mankind's first star empire also declined because of this. The savior of mankind, the Holy Emperor, undertook the task of redemption alone in the dark, and finally sat on the golden throne. Now, Guilliman will bear the burdens of the Emperor's past. The Lord of Humanity represents not only absolute power, but also absolute responsibility. The gods will definitely do everything possible to stop Guilliman, and try to drag him into the eternal abyss. Once humans no longer have awe of the gods, their influence on the real universe will plummet. It's unbearable for those guys. Kaker picked up the memory pen again, organic crystals captured the surface thoughts in his frontal lobe, and lines of writing appeared on the flickering screen. After modifying the wording of the record, he chose to print. The sound of printing sounded again, and the smell of ink wafted from the machine beside it. Half of the head was transformed into a mechanical slave, using the mechanical tentacles to gather up the printed paper. The mechanical prosthetic eye installed in the orbital position emits a red ray, which is scanned on the text for final inspection. After the confirmation is completed, the machine slave will gather these papers full of words together and put them into a box. The box is full of Kaker's masterpieces. Someday, he will compile a memoir. Write everything you see in it, and leave a record of this era for future generations. Let them know what's going on in this day and age. Let them learn from the experience and lessons of history. After Kaker finished writing everything he wanted to write, he put down the memory pen. A burst of crisp music sounded. This is the prompt sound set by Kaker. The originally closed holographic projector was automatically activated, and an information window appeared in front of Kaker. Light twisted and formed in the darkness. A woman's image appears in the information window. The opponent has one eye that has been transformed into a mechanical prosthetic eye. Exudes a faint red glow. Reporter, Riemann, Russ, and Sanguinius are about to arrive in Terra. The voice came from the speaker placed aside. I see, Director Ashery, I'll be there right away. Kaker said. Don't be late, or I will deprive you of the right to record the enthronement ceremony. A late narrator cannot be used on such an important occasion. Don't worry, I will never be late. I hope you will do what you say, narrator. Holographic projector off. The image and voice of the woman also disappeared. The whole room was once again plunged into darkness, only the machine slave's electronic prosthetic eye and the data board in Kaker's hand gave off a faint gleam. Prepared everything and tidied up his clothes. After confirming that there were no omissions or problems, Kaker stood up, picked up a small recording instrument, and set off for the venue. In order to ensure his own inspiration, Kaker always likes to be alone in remote places. Returning to Terra this time is no exception. For this reason, he asked his good friend, the General of the Empire, Hawk, to write a request letter so that he can get a quiet residence away from the hustle and bustle. Walking out of the door, a faint light came in from the distant window. With a century-old history, the polished blue marble on the surface reflects a dim light spot that varies in size and size. In the long corridor that no one cares about, the original silence is broken by the humming sound of the gravity engine of the servo skull, destroying the silence accumulated over the years. The scarlet electronic prosthetic eye of the servo skull locked on Kaker, and a mechanical tentacles carried a lantern edged with a golden double-headed eagle pattern, illuminating the way ahead for Kaker. The shadow formed by the double-headed eagle pattern is reflected on the marble floor in the front through the lantern. As Kaker advances, the suspended servo skull is always at an optimal distance to provide him with illumination. The floor is smoothed for a brief moment as the servos pass by. Exudes nebula-like rich colors. With the departure of the lantern, it gradually dimmed and returned to darkness. Walked out of the corridor, the light of the sky dispelled the darkness. Cockle looked up at the sky, and the light of the salute illuminated the entire city of Terra. Neon lights make this city a city that never sleeps. People's cheers are deafening, and only when the salute is fired, can one or two be suppressed. It is already late at night, and many people are still so excited that it is difficult to fall asleep. I can only use screaming to relieve my inner excitement. 2 more primarches return. The unprecedented grand occasion made them all very excited. Kaker showed a slight smile. He witnessed the rise of the human empire. From the Ultramar sector to Terra, he witnessed the triumph and change of humanity. The future of mankind will be bright. There is no doubt about this. The servo skull adjusted the brightness of the lantern in his hand, suspended behind Kaker, the gravity engine was also adjusted, and the sound was much quieter. A gust of wind blew up, and with the dazzling searchlights, a hovering vehicle rushed down from a high altitude and landed firmly in front of Kaker. The golden double-headed eagle is particularly eye-catching. Accompanied by the sound of mechanical pistons, the hatch slowly opened. 2 imperial soldiers stepped out of the open hatch, their uniforms blown by the wind. Master Narrator, we are taking you to the venue under the order of Director Ahiri. A soldier said loudly. Good. Kaker said. Another soldier reached out to support Kaker and led him to the hatch. The suspension vehicle roared up, heading for the Eternal Airport from the air road dedicated to the military. Eternal Airport is the closest airport to the Royal Palace. Towering buildings stand on the surface of Terra, connecting the void and the ground. Every day, a large amount of materials and personnel are sent to the palace through the Eternal Airport, or transported to other areas. At this time, all the lights of Eternal Airport have been turned on, and the whole body is shrouded in light. Above the space, there is a huge artificial fusion sun, which reflects soft light and dispels all darkness. The port that has stood for thousands of years has witnessed the history of countless empires. The Emperor brought many primarches to build an empire. Horus fell into the embrace of chaos, and launched a rebellion that set the entire galaxy on fire. The rise and invasion of the orcs, the conspiracy of the Great Marauder, and Kern's ambitions for the palace. Now, this building carrying the history of the empire will once again witness a historic moment. The cornerstone of the palace is ancient and deep. This ancient land has been rebuilt thousands of times over eons. Before humans set foot in this place, there were already other beings who built their palaces here. The latecomers continued to build their own temples on the basis of the former's abandonment. Build, scrap, and rebuild. Is like a circle, repeating over and over again. After a long time, human beings rose up and built their own temples. No cartographer can fully describe its deep labyrinth. Any advanced technology would have trouble detecting those never-ending winding roads. This is a place that completely violates the natural laws of reality. It is built using exquisite and complex geometric principles and multidimensional knowledge that mortals think only belongs to gods. In the darkness without light, a figure walked forward in the passage, looking very lonely. What is surprising is that the figure is like a ghost, walking in the narrow and smooth passage, but it doesn't make any sound. It seems to be a projection that does not belong to this world, without any interaction with the surrounding things. The channel is polished from smooth black rock. Perhaps, these rocks are not black, but the color of nothingness. It's just that they absorb all the light and devour everything, so they will be regarded as black. The tunnel itself is like a living creature, moving and changing all the time. The strange knuckles and misaligned proportions show that the builders of the tunnel are fundamentally different from humans. From a three-dimensional perspective, the tunnel is extremely weird, extending and twisting in directions that cannot exist. If you can examine this tunnel with a higher dimensional perspective, you will find that the tunnel is flawless. The figure in the tunnel never walked a downward path, and even walked upwards for several sections, but his position was getting deeper and deeper. Only a very few people can find the right path here. Those who broke in by mistake died in the tunnel without exception. Also, don't try to use brute force to break everything. Unless you have the power to crush every atom in this universe, it would be foolish to use brute force in a tunnel. Tunnel is not simply a product of the real universe, nor is it a purely three-dimensional product. Based on illusion and reality, take shape in a higher dimension. It is the intersection of the physical realm and the illusory realm, a thread torn out of the complex web of time, and a raised scar on the skin of space. That figure made the most correct choice at every fork in the tunnel. Represents chaos, change, a maze that drives wise scholars mad, and is an unchallenging toy for them. He has insight into the secrets and is familiar with the changes in each tunnel. Before the wolf returned to his father's arms, he had already regarded this place as his own paradise. He paused at the sight of a large, abandoned courtyard. The objects inside have been destroyed, and many things are torn apart and in a mess. The portraits, sculptures, reliefs and tapestries all show signs of destruction. Even the wreckage showed signs of decay, exuding a strong smell. Walking into the courtyard, the first thing that catches the eye is the huge man-made underground lake. Moisture corrodes the patio, wood becomes slippery, broken furniture is covered in black spots where mold grows. The wind that does not belong to the real universe blows this space, causing the lake water to fluctuate, beating the red stones by the lake. Looking at the dilapidated courtyard that has been lost for 10,000 years, the movement of the figure is slightly sluggish. He knows what's going on here. It was here that Malkador was murdered by Magnus. The vicious witchcraft tore apart the old man who had grown up with him, and that frail body fell down in the lake. If Olivia the Eternal gave her strength, Malkador would truly fall. There will be no later things. The devastation caused by bombs and witchcraft is still vivid, and those huge craters will not disappear with the passage of time. The Emperor sat on the golden throne, and the Prime Minister of the Empire, Malkador, sat on the golden throne and sacrificed himself. Who can still remember this place? A place where dreams sprout. 20 courtyards, 20 demigods, one golden dream, one race of redemption. It's a pity that he is the only one living and growing up here. The other brothers are all far away from Terra, and have experienced painful or happy lives in their world. You're still here, Alfarius. A voice sounded, hoarse, with a hint of joy, like an old man seeing a child he had been away from home for many years. The voice also revealed the true identity of the figure, which was Alfarius, the Primarch of the Alpha Legion lurking in Terra. As a demigod, he has the same immortality as other brothers. Dorn killed him, but didn't completely destroy him. After a long time and the efforts of the Alpha Sons, he returned to the real universe. Now, he is ready to complete the final steps. It seems that the emergence of the Big Rift has allowed you to do many things that you could not do in the past. You are getting closer and closer to becoming a god. Alfarius turned to look in the direction of the voice, and took off his helmet, revealing a noble face no less than that of Vulcan and other loyal Primarches. Those deep eyes stared at a corner in the darkness. Even in a world without light, his vision was not affected in any way. A stooped old man in a black robe stood in front of a broken table. Like a ghost wandering in the ancient deep courtyard, fettered by some past events, unwilling to leave. The words just now came from the other party's mouth. Isn't that the path you wanted me to take? My son. The old man raised his head, his golden pupils glowed in the darkness, and the irresistible pressure was as heavy as a mountain. Alfarius felt unprecedented oppression, and his strong 3 lungs were unable to absorb enough air from the oppressed air, making it difficult for him to breathe. The power of the Emperor has never been weakened in these 10,000 years, and it has been continuously strengthened. His words possessed extraordinary power, echoing in Alfarius's mind like a bell. Those eyes were not just the eyes of the Emperor, Alfarius saw the eyes of countless people from them. Malkador, Loken, etc., those former heroes are all in those eyes. It was a judging gaze, questioning why Alfarius had betrayed their dreams. I was right. Alfarius said, only gods can fight against gods. This is the best way to realize your old dreams. Gods are hypocritical. The old man said, their power comes from deception, and so is my power. When you choose to believe in their power, you have become a on the chessboard, and you are destined to be unable to stand objectively. Look at everything in the universe. Only those who are not superstitious about authority and power can see the truth. But now everything is as successful as the plan, isn't it? You are becoming a god, as long as the result is good, the evil deeds in the process are worthy of forgiveness. As long as the plan is successful, mankind will have a new redemption, as long as you can completely replace them, and mankind will be completely saved. Alfarius said, this is the best way, the way to let mankind go to eternity, but without kneeling in front of evil gods. In that case, I will become a new cancer of human civilization, a cancer that is stronger and more indestructible than the gods. The Emperor will poison humans like the gods, and he will desire more sacrifices and sufferings to come. Protecting the survival of mankind, in this way, is there any difference from the dark age created by the gods? Chaos still wins. The only difference is that the way of winning is different. The old man's voice became more majestic. Alfarius felt that the vast ocean of the supreme sky was setting off waves of turmoil. The Emperor's will is so terrifying, even those powers of chaos, don't think about gaining any benefits in his hands. Humanity can at least survive like this, can't it? This civilization can also continue to be maintained. Alfarius said. But they have no chance of redemption, and they will live in the terrible kingdom created by their own suffering. At that time, all indulgence will be cruel and dark, and human beings will never be able to escape. Just because the lawmakers of this universe are not ordinary, the enemy is not some deranged empire that is inevitably going to be toppled and disintegrated. In order to maintain the living dead sitting on the golden throne, they will continue to increase the intensity of sacrifices. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, just like gluttony, can never be filled until the entire races are devoured, burnt to ashes in the flames of consecration. There was a hint of sadness in the old man's tone, and his voice became hoarse and heavy. What is the difference between such a country and the kingdom of the gods? You claim to have seen the truth clearly, but you are walking on a path that pushes mankind to self-destruction. I trust you, even more than Horus, but you never gave me the opportunity to enlighten you. Your betrayal was so sudden that I was defenseless. Alfarius fell into silence. He looked at the old man without any trace of regret in his eyes. Even if time goes back, he will make the same choice. So you chose Guilliman? Let him become a new variable, entrust everything to him, think that he will help mankind to go to the road of detachment, think that he will help mankind get rid of the control of the gods. No, humans chose Guilliman. The old man said, you don't know all the truths, Alfarius. You have got a lot of truths, but those truths are shallow. Your knowledge of the universe, and even the universe, they don't understand things outside. The power of human beings to resist chaos is far beyond your imagination, they will never succumb to those evil gods, and Guilliman is one of them. You never said this. Alfarius said, I just determine what I should do according to the truth you gave. I never thought you would betray. The old man said, knowing more truths will only make you cause more damage. Then what are you here for? Alfarius said, judge your rebellious son? Or prevent me from destroying your last body and completing the last link of God's plan? Both, or neither. The old man said, I am angry that you have betrayed my trust, but have no intention of condemning you. Everyone has the opportunity to choose their own path. If I condemn you for this, it is meaningless, and it goes against the original intention of redemption. I have no intention of destroying your so-called plan, because all of this is meaningless. When your brother ascends the throne, the operating rules of everything will change fundamentally. You conspiracies with Magnus will become meaningless, and even become his help. It's just that when you enter the throne room, you will have no chance to go out. The day when you and those rebel brothers are imprisoned until the destruction of the universe is your final end. There is still time to stop now and leave Terra, to find an unnamed planet and spend the rest of your life as your best choice. Alfarius walked towards the center of the square in the abandoned courtyard. Express your choice with actions. The old man didn't say much, nor did he stop him. He here is just a projection, a remnant of past memories. The square is carved with a huge symbol symbolizing the duality of the universe. Alfarius pressed the symbols on the square with ease, and with a burst of vibration, an ivory tower as smooth as porcelain rose up, rumbling up, and the red shimmering domes were connected together. A moment later, a curved door opened sideways, casting a blue artificial light. Inside is a functioning elevator. When designing the elevator, the designer emperor considered various extreme situations. Keep it running for a long time, just need a simple trick about time. A secret passage leading to the throne room was formed. The old man sat at the table, calmly watching what Alfarius was doing. You are very confident in your guard. Alfarius walked into the elevator, turned to look at the old man and said, you think they will keep me? This is my last advice to you. Your fault is insignificant to me. Even if it shatters my dreams and makes me a rotting corpse suffering both body and soul, I still choose to forgive you. You, because you are my son. But your brothers don't think so, you betrayed them, killed Sanguinius and Ferris, tortured Fukin to madness, and almost drove Lu killing Guilliman. You were their brother, and you committed such a terrible crime. They will not choose to forgive you. Abandon all your plans, flee Terra and live the rest of your lonely life, is the best ending, and it is also the last advice an old father can give his disobedient son. I firmly believe in my own judgment. Alfarius said, Father, you have lost your foresight and wisdom beyond mortals in the long torment. The glory brought by Guilliman can only last for a while, just like beauty like the epiphyllum, although it is amazing, it is also short-lived and sad. You must become a god, Father, that is the only way for human beings to be free, and the only way to fight against chaos. The elevator doors closed, leaving only Alfarius' words echoing in the abandoned courtyard. The figure of the old man also gradually dimmed. A faint sigh was mixed into the sound of the waves of the lake, and it was drowned out. Eternal Airport. Chagatai, Ryan, and Vulcan stood behind Guilliman. With the humming of the machine, the transmitted beam of light pierced the sky like a sharp sword, sinking into the eternal void. The reminder lights on the machinery flickered continuously, and one after another changed from red to green. Sanguinius and Ruth stepped out of it. Imperial Chancellor, Penny stands at the forefront of government officials, following the Imperial Regent to meet his brother, those Imperial myths. Sanguinius' face was so handsome that even Petunia was momentarily absent-minded. Apart from other things, Sanguinius is undoubtedly the best in terms of handsomeness. Sanguinius wears noble golden armor, and the wings of eagles are ornate and exquisite adorned his shoulder plate, knees, and arms. He wears an eye of Terra and the holy blood emblem on his chest. The pure white wings were gathered behind him, and the golden protective ring and the sun-shaped protective force field device were located in his mind, emitting a faint golden radiance. Lemon Russ standing on the side was completely different from his brother. Apart from that noble face, Petunia couldn't find anything in common between them. When facing Ruth, Penny felt that she was being watched by a terrifying beast that she had never seen before. Like Sanguinius, Lemon Russ also has hair like golden filaments. But he did not unravel, but wove into a whip. His armor is very simple, without any extra decorations. Just those sharp rivets and a giant wolf head adornment. When facing Lemon Russ, it feels like facing a terrifying monster that will swallow people directly. Those sapphire-like eyes are as deep as an abyss, and any arrogant person who tries to pry into the mystery will be swallowed by them. Welcome back, brother. Guilliman stepped forward and hugged Sanguinius. Then he hugged Ruth again. Long time no see, Ruth. The same goes for other Primarches. Everyone had a happy smile on their faces. The reunion after thousands of years made them cherish each other's friendship even more. I hope we haven't delayed our business. Sanguinius said, it took some time to capture Engren. Our brother has gone completely crazy. Following Sanguinius' words, the cage where Engren was imprisoned was also teleported. The demon Primarch, who had been burned with rage, was still frantically beating the light wall of the prison with his good hand. Sanguinius and Russ severely injured Engren, shredded his wings, broke his spine, and suppressed his primordial essence and demonic power with a suppressing force field, so that he could not be recovered and remained seriously injured posture. At this moment, he was lying in the cage, like a wild dog with a broken spine, still growling meaninglessly. Guilliman shook his head, smiled and said to Sanguinius, everything is just right, and soon, we will be together. Whether it is loyal or those who choose to betray. Dorn is in the portal galaxy of the solar star field, the Beta Garmin galaxy. Corix and Ferris should be in different dimensions of Terra. 2 Primarches of the Alpha Legion lurk somewhere in Terra. Guilliman walked to the side of Angren's cage. Angren was beheaded by him once when he returned to Terra for the first time. Angren, who was resurrected now, was sent back as a prisoner. Mixed like this, no matter how you say it, it's a bit of a loss. I don't need your pity, Guilliman. Angren, who had regained his telepathic ability, let out a low growl. But I just pity you, so what can you do? Angren, what else can you do but be incompetent and furious? Your comrades in arms are treated as playthings, and your former companions are other people's entertainment, and they are considered dead. It is also doomed to be someone else's slave, and there will never be a chance to get rid of it. Boom. Guilliman's words made Angren's eyes burn with anger, and he hit the wall of light with a fist, causing it to tremble. Send him to Lorgar's cage, let him recover his mobility, don't restore his strength. Guilliman showed a playful smile, really looking forward to Angren repaying Lorgar's kindness. At the beginning, Lorgar was determined to let Angren become a demon. Also in the name of helping Angren get rid of the butcher's nail. Let this smart man who sees the truth see how Angren will repay this kindness. Hope Lorgar won't be beaten to beg for mercy. In that case, it would be too shameful to be a Primarch. After dealing with Angren's affairs, Guilliman walked up to Sanguinius and Russ. Let's go, don't waste time here. We have many things to discuss. Guilliman said, I have a big plan, that is. Before he could finish speaking, the sound of booming explosions came from the depths of the palace. Several Primarches looked in that direction, all with horrified expressions. Guilliman also frowned all of a sudden. Panic, crying sounded from Guilliman's communication device. My lord, the throne room has been attacked. Guilliman's expression changed instantly. If something happens to the Emperor, Terra will have to blow up. How many people attacked? How is the Emperor's situation? There is only one, I don't know, the Imperial army has surrounded the assassin, and there is only one person on the other side, claiming to be Alfarius. When Guilliman communicated, he did not hide from other Primarches. The Primarches were shocked when they heard the name. Immediately evacuate all non-combatants in the palace, and I will go there immediately. After finishing speaking, Guilliman raised his head and looked at Sanguinius and Russ. It seems that your banquet has to be cancelled first, we have to deal with it, just a big hassle. Chapter 281 The Fall of the Emperor, for subscription. Alfarius knows more about the security measures of the Imperial Palace than most people in the Empire. Before the palace was built, he was already wandering in it. The secret path he took is not known to the present custodians. Only the First Marshal of the Imperial Army, the Prime Minister of the Empire, Malkador, and the Emperor can know such a secret tunnel. The latecomers knew nothing about it. Never thought that there would be such a road that could lead directly to the most important place in the Empire. When Alfarius was discovered, he was only the last door from where the Emperor was. A custodian noticed the anomaly and found Alfarius sneaking in the dark. The eyes of the two met. No one expected to find each other in this situation. Alfarius moved quickly, flicking his hand violently, a throwing blade flew out. The forbidden soldier was hit directly on the forehead by the throwing blade he threw, and even the helmet was cut open like tofu. Throwing blades have some warp power added to them. Possesses the sharpness that can easily break through the armor of the Imperial Army. This is the killer blow. Alfarius hopes to use the fastest way to solve the opponent, otherwise he will be exposed and add unnecessary variables to his actions. The assassination of the Emperor must be successful. This is a gamble that has put everything on it. 10,000 years ago, when Alfarius learned the truth of chaos from those ancient races, there was no turning back. The Forbidden Army has a body and combat power that surpass the Astartes. Alfarius knew very well that if he attacked the opponent's throat, he would not be able to kill him immediately. The custodian will still have enough time to fire warning shots and delay himself. The custodians are very tenacious fighters, possessing almost crazy paranoia in protecting the Emperor. Strong willpower can even make them ignore the call of death. 10,000 years ago, Alfarius knew this very well. But Alfarius missed one point, that is, the Imperial Army had accepted the upgrade not long ago. If the Forbidden Army thousands of years ago suffered a blow with subspace power, they would definitely be dead. After accepting the implantation of the heart of the Empire, the upgraded Forbidden Army broke out with a powerful vitality beyond Alfarius' estimate. The throwing blade with subspace power didn't kill the custodian in the first place. Under Alfarius' astonished gaze, the opponent raised the spear in his hand at the speed of an afterimage. The bolt launcher installed in the front screamed, and the bullets filled with high explosives were wrapped in flames and roared out. Alfarius leaned over to the right, and 2 explosive bombs passed by where his head was just now, and hit the wall behind, making an explosion sound. Hanging on the walls were ancient works of art that were reduced to ashes and fragments in the flames of the explosion. Realizing that he had no time, Alfarius drew closer to the custodians. Must be quick. The power field of the spear was activated, and crackling blue arcs wrapped around the shining spear blade. The Forbidden Army swung a vicious and precise blow, trying to strangle the enemy who broke into this place. It's a pity that even after accepting the upgrade, the Forbidden Army is still too weak in the face of a rebellious Primarch with an awakened essence. Alfarius grabbed the spear thrust by the custodian, hit him with his back and buttocks, and then used himself as a lever to knock him over his shoulder to the ground. Before the Imperial Army could react, they took away the spear, turned it upside down, and stabbed it into the opponent's chest. However, the other party has successfully prevented Alfarius from infiltrating. He has been exposed. The footsteps of the Imperial guards echoed in the silent corridor. They are numerous and coming fast. Alfarius passed the last door with a bleeding spear, and rushed into the humming throne room. He was running, past those soul siphons, toward the Emperor's throne. Those siphons rumbled, spouting steam and rainbow light. They took the souls of psychers and used them to feed the Emperor. The sacrificed lives all showed expressions of extreme pain, scratching the thick and hard cabin. The existence of the Empire is bloody, dark, and brutal. Every day, 10,000 psychers give their lives to keep the Empire alive. Thousands of oil-stained servants maintain the machinery according to established procedures. The rapid sound of the siren did not make them leave their posts. Protecting machinery takes priority over dealing with intruders. These machines need to be kept running, drawing souls to feed the Emperor, ensuring that he can hold the webway and keep Terra from becoming a demon world. Several priests of mechanical technology in red and black cloaks stared in horror at Alfarius, who broke in. They have no weapons in their hands. This is to ensure that no one can harm the Emperor. The mechanical priest stood up bravely, trying to slow down the opponent's speed. Alfarius waved the spear in his hand, and with just a few breaths, he killed all those mechanical priests. Synthetic blood and motor oil flowed from the body of the fallen priest. Then the spear in his hand was thrown out, piercing through an imperial army guarding here. Its heavy body was taken away by its incomparable strength, and it was firmly nailed to a machine, bursting out a large number of sparks, and the gushing flames engulfed the imperial army. Alfarius did not check the opponent's life and death, but rushed to the golden throne where the Emperor was at the fastest speed. A long sword exuding a cold aura appeared in his hand. The body of the sword is pitch black, as if forged from pure night. This is a special weapon. Only such weapons can harm the Emperor. The teleport flash lights up on the golden throne. Forms of custodians emerge from the flash, weapons in hand, trying to stop Alfarius. It's a pity that the opponent's speed is too fast. They can't stop it at all. And they are also wary of fighting, and they can't let go of the battle, worrying about destroying the golden throne. You are not allowed to move forward, rebellious. Valinar's roar sounded. Alfarius didn't care about the roar of the marshal of the Forbidden Army, but sped up his speed instead. After knocking down 2 custodians again, Alfarius stood beside the Emperor. Golden light reflected on his goggles. Through those lights, he saw the broken body of the Emperor. The horrific scars of the Battle of Horus still linger on that immortal body. All plans will come true today. Alfarius said in a deep voice, you will return like a strong wind and rule this race again. Father, after today, your throne will be lifted up and turned into a realm of gods. Alfarius' eyes are so determined. Since 10,000 years ago, when he saw all the truth, this plan has been promoted. All he does is for the Emperor. This is also the reason why the Alpha Legion was so precise during the Great Rebellion. He must ensure that the power of the 2 factions is on the same level, so that the direction of things does not deviate from the future he has seen. The Emperor was seriously injured and accepted the faith, thus completing the transformation from a mortal to a god. If the Emperor had not been injured, the state religion would never have been able to rise, let alone accept faith. Alfarius knew of the Emperor's plans for the webway. But he knew that the road was a dead end. The webways cannot save humanity. The Eldar have mastered the webway, and their end didn't end in a tragic end. Even if the Emperor isolated those psychers and cut off the tentacles of the gods, it was only for a while. Chaos will not die. Will only hibernate. After thousands of years, 10,000 years later, mankind will gradually forget the Emperor's warning. The arrogant people will regain the abandoned psychic power again. Take a path of depravity and indulgence similar to that of the Eldar. It's just that the history of human beings will be much shorter than that of the spirit race, and the ending will be much more tragic. Only when the Emperor becomes a can the extinction of mankind be prevented, the chaotic subspace can be ended, and the 2 worlds can be kept in balance. Valino has been running wildly, but his speed is still a bit slower. Alfarius stared at the Emperor, the sharp blade in his hand piercing the heart. The black blade that sank into the Emperor's body turned red, shining as bright as lava. The sharp blade forged with the most terrifying witchcraft can completely cut off the Emperor's anchor point in the real universe, that is, the broken body. The power of witchcraft exploded, and the shock wave spread outward in a circular shape. The surrounding machines sparked and exploded, and the flames engulfed the servants who maintained the machinery. The overloaded energy spewed out like a spring, causing even more terrifying explosions, and the terrifying sound echoed throughout the palace cheering for the return of the 2 Primarchs. Accompanied by human beings for 10,000 years, only when the big rift opened, the star torch light beam that was briefly extinguished flickered a few times, and then disappeared completely. The Emperor's song, which had been echoing in the warp for 10,000 years, slowly faded away. Throughout the galaxy, an indescribable sadness suddenly emerged in the hearts of countless people. In the entire solar system, the people who were still reveling just now suddenly became extremely sad. They feel like they've lost something important, something that held them together. Throne room. No. Valinor yelled in pain as he saw the Emperor impaled by the vicious weapon in Alfarius' hands. He sprang to his feet and slashed at Alfarius with his spear, forcing him away from the Emperor. The advancing custodians formed a shield wall around the Emperor. Alfarius didn't care. He has succeeded. Emperor possesses the characteristic of immortality, even if he is killed, he will be reborn again. But this time, he will not be reborn as a mortal, but as a god. The Emperor is dead, and the Emperor will appear. Alfarius blocked several attacks from Valinor, then turned around and rushed outside the throne room, forcing away the forbidden troops who were trying to stop him. The plan is done, it's time to leave. As long as he can escape into the maze, no matter how many people Guilliman sends, he will never be able to find him. Unfortunately, it was accompanied by a few flashes of teleportation. Alfarius' escape plan went bankrupt. He is no longer facing the Imperial army, but the Primarch who has the name of a demigod like him. Fukin, who came out of the light, waved the giant hammer in his hand, blocking his way. What did you do? Fukin's eyes showed anger, and his extraordinary mind allowed him to analyze the truth from those panicked shouts. Alfarius assassinates the Emperor. Did what I should do. Alfarius held the stolen spear of the Imperial army and looked at Fukin vigilantly. Alfarius, you bastard! Russ also roared, and the angry Wolf King stared at the brother who dared to kill his father. Sanguinius, Jagatai, and Ryan also came out of the light. The shock on their faces was indescribable, followed by monstrous rage. Seeing the arrival of these brothers, Alfarius felt more and more heavy in his heart. It was impossible for him to escape. It seems that I can't escape. Alfarius dropped the spear in his hand. Fighting will only make you lose face and end in embarrassment. It is impossible for him to defeat so many brothers. Furious Ruth raised his fist and punched Alfarius a few times. If there were no other Primarches holding him back, I'm afraid he would beat this guy who dared to kill his father to death. The Imperial guards who rushed over pressed the bleeding Alfarius to the ground and controlled him. However, everything is irreparable. The blade, imbued with the power of the warp, pierced the Emperor's immortal body. Complete blockade. Immediately check the operation of the Golden Throne to ensure that the webway will not explode. Guilliman stepped out of the teleportation beam, saw the weapon on the Emperor's body, his heart sank, and he immediately issued an order. Penny, the Prime Minister of the Empire who came in a hurry, was trembling when she heard the news, but she still insisted on carrying out Guilliman's order. Many sages were dispatched urgently, and Guilliman asked them to ensure the operation of the Golden Throne. Several spiritual prophets who originally came to participate in the Imperial Regent's enthronement ceremony, including the old antique Eldrar, were also invited to find a way to treat the Emperor. However, no matter how hard the Primarches tried, the damage Alfarius had wrought could not be undone. There is nothing we can do. Elder Prophet Eldral also shook his head, that weapon is too vicious. Under the desperate eyes of the Primarches, the Emperor's vitality slowly faded away, just like the evening sun being pulled towards the horizon little by little. No matter what they did, they could not save the Emperor's life. The legendary man who built the Empire has come to the end of his life. The power of the Golden Throne is weakening, and more than 30% of its components have been destroyed. After checking, Call reported to Guilliman, the subspace is making waves, and the minions of the gods are waiting for the power of the Emperor. Collapse, if there is no Emperor's will to guard, those demons will pour directly into Terra, and the power in them will tear the solar system apart. Turn the Grey Knights here, guard the webway, and bring Magnus here. Guilliman said, also, to speed up the assembly of the mechanical throne, the firewall must be established before the Emperor's power completely disappears. Stand up. Guilliman kept making arrangements, blocked the news, and at the same time tried to make the astronomical torch light up to calm people's hearts. My mission has come to an end, sons. Sitting in the stasis field on the Golden Throne, the Emperor who hadn't spoken a word for 10,000 years opened his eyes and spoke again. It's just that there is an undisguised weakness in the voice. Chapter 282, Number 280 Enthronement, for subscription. Father. 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 Several Primarches spoke one after another. There is sadness and pain in their eyes. Tears welled up on the noble face. Sanguinius knew very well that the end of the Emperor was coming. Before he was actually resurrected, he already knew about this matter. Humanity must not repeat the horrors of the fall of the Eldar. The Emperor cannot become the so-called Emperor, he cannot become a god. Otherwise, that hungry Nu will absolutely devour every human soul, just like Slaanesh and the Eldar. As long as they die, their souls will fall into the hands of Slaanesh. If the Emperor becomes a god, so is the fate of mankind. God is never a good thing. These so-called gods never brought anything to mortals except suffering and torment. Man is born lucky, why go through various so-called trials and tortures to prove himself? Don't glorify suffering just because you can't get rid of it. Sanguinius knew what was wrong, and he knew what the Emperor was planning. But when he watched this once proud and arrogant man die on the Golden Throne like this, it still made him feel unceasingly painful. The wild man in Chagatai also shed tears. He used to loathe the Emperor's deceit and fooling, but the truth of the warp dispelled all this. He can't demand too much from a man who fights against a strong enemy. Thousands of years of exile made him realize the hardships of the Emperor, and how difficult it is to fight against the gods. Re-examining the past, he admired the Emperor's courage and determination, and admired the Emperor's daring to declare war on the gods. The strong declare war on the stronger. Only cowards will show off their power in front of the weak. Lord of Caliban Lion remained silent, he stared at the Emperor with endless grief in his heart. Only those who keep secrets can empathize with what the Emperor has carried. Only those who have kept fighting spirit in the face of the most terrifying things in the warp can realize how great the Emperor really is. Throughout the past and present, who can surpass him in courage and strategy? Those so-called eternal emperors that have appeared in human history are undoubtedly a joke in front of him. Draw your sword and look around, and make an enemy of God. Just this one move has surpassed countless people. He took the first step against God, and Guilliman could take the second step. Fukin, Russ, and the others were all filled with grief. At this moment, they no longer had the usual fortitude, and wept for the Emperor's imminent departure. The Emperor's eyes swept over everyone one by one, and finally set his eyes on Guilliman who was in a state of desperation, showing a smile, the expression of relief when he saw someone succeeding in his career. Poor and stupid Horus used the power of the Chaos Gods to permanently damage my body, which means that I can never be resurrected as a human being. Alfarius' actions destroyed this broken body, my soul power will break free from the shackles of the real universe, my last will dissipate, and a new will take my place. The people in Alfarius took a darkened path. They tried their best to make me a god, but they didn't know whether a mortal could become a god. If you want to become a god, you must give up the part that belongs to a mortal. Father, we can definitely find a way to help you. Ruth said. The Emperor shook his head, it's meaningless, Russ. Horus' attack is not only aimed at the body, but also about special dimensions such as fate. The gods have made a plan from the beginning, and I was removed from the real universe forever. I paid the price and used the golden throne as a support to anchor the real universe for 10,000 years, and now it is time to end. Lord of Caliban. The Emperor said softly, looking at his eldest son. Ryan is the primarch most like him, and was once his most proud assistant. The Emperor once thought about handing over the position of War Master to Ryan. But he also knew that Ryan didn't care about such a vain honor, and it was the most cost-effective thing to give it to Horus. If there is no subsequent rebellion, then this arrangement is undoubtedly the most perfect. Father. Ryan's voice choked with pain. I am very clear that you have more opinions than other brothers, and you are the one who is most like me. But you must be loyal to your brother, Guilliman. Only when you are united can you win the final victory. The Emperor watched Ryan, make an unbreakable oath in front of me, swear that you will always be loyal to your brother, and never point your sword at him. The Emperor is weakened to the extreme, and the terrible oppression of the past has disappeared. At this moment, he is like an old man whose life is coming to an end, extremely weak. The eyes that are about to dim are filled with eager anticipation. He is well aware of Lion's potential, and he also knows that the Lord of Caliban holds the secret of chaos. Lion could not refuse the Emperor's request, and he swore an oath, swearing eternal allegiance to Guilliman, becoming his knight and sword. The Emperor listened to Lion's oath, and nodded when he finished. Then, he looked at the primarchs and asked them to swear in turn. There must be no repeat of the Horus heresy. Never surrender to chaos. Never surrender to evil gods. Never fight among brothers. Always be loyal. Always put the interests of human beings first. Always abide by the oath. There are countless crises in the universe, and there is still an extremely vast space beyond the heavens. The vastness of it cannot be imagined with the human mind. The future of mankind is limitless. You brothers need to unite as one, and do not let the chaotic world destroyer to destroy mankind. My departure is not the end. The expedition to save mankind has just begun. Countless worlds are waiting for your redemption. My sons, stay loyal and stay vigilant. Your future is beyond my imagination. After the Emperor said this sentence, he became even weaker. The broken body released Federationic light wings. His breath became weaker and weaker, and his life was like the last red glow in the evening. The darkness has slowly gathered, ready to erode the last red glow. The red glow will soon be overwhelmed by darkness, and in the end there will be nothing left. Your rescue work is meaningless, and this is what I said to you. You go away first, and leave some time for me to talk to the new Lord of Mankind. The Emperor said to his loyal guards, and sons said. Valinor was unwilling to leave, but the Emperor's will could not be denied. In the end they all had to leave the throne room, leaving only Guilliman and the Emperor. Waiting until the last person had left the throne room, Guilliman stared at the Emperor, his gaze becoming grave and sad. You can obviously stop him. You just need to give the Imperial guards a little hint, and Alfarius won't be able to get close to you. Why do you do this? Why do you want to seek destruction yourself? Just give me a chance, and I have full confidence in resurrecting you. Guilliman could feel the abyss-like terrifying power in the Emperor's body. Countless wills howled in it. They were all suppressed by the Emperor alone. After losing his body, that terrible power may immediately swallow the Emperor's ego, and make all wills become one. No Emperor means no more buffers. Guilliman has to face those terrifying evil gods. That's something he's always been reluctant to do. Fighting God is not so easy. A light sentence represents countless sacrifices. Only the blood and bones of countless heroes can pave the way to victory. It doesn't make sense to stop him. Someone has to do this step. Except for Alfarius, I can't imagine anyone else who can bear such a mission. I must die, you know? Otherwise, it will be a disaster for mankind. The Emperor watched Guilliman said, the battle 10,000 years ago has destroyed this immortal body. This damage is irreversible. It is manifested in higher dimensions, manifested in the soul, manifested in the fate and time. Among them, the power of the gods is beyond your imagination. But you are an immortal, you can be resurrected again. Guilliman said in a deep voice, I can find a way to guard the golden throne and buy you time to resurrect. Life and death are not that simple. The gods cut off my lifeline and tried to erase me from the real universe. Even if I can be resurrected, it will take an extremely long time. Without my support, the seal of the webway will not exist. There is no way to support it for such a long time. More importantly, during these 10,000 years, the faith of mortals has created my divinity. Once I die and resurrect, it must be dominated by divinity. In that case, the future brought to mankind it is an unprecedented disaster, and I will incarnate as the end of mankind. Now is the best time. You already have the power to fight against the Chaos Army in the webway, and my humanity can still dominate. If you continue to delay, the situation will become bad. I will help you before leaving you do the last thing, Guilliman, help you suppress the influence of the gods on the real universe again, and then I will throw my humanity and divinity to the heavens and universe, so that the day when the Emperor will never be born. Guilliman stared at the Emperor, and after a moment of silence he said, then can you still be resurrected? Death is not the end, but the beginning. The Emperor said, it is fusion, it is rebirth. Just like yourself, 13th soul was broken, and the fragments of another soul complemented him and made him what he is now. You are the lost soul, also number 13, the old you and number 13 are both dead, but your union gave birth to a new existence, which is now you, a new human salvation by. Guilliman knew that the Emperor was aware of his identity as a time traveler, so he was not very shocked by what the other party said. I thought you'd reveal my secret. The fusion of souls is no secret, said the Emperor. I have discovered this when I wandered in the depths of the warp, seeking power against the gods. The different universes are like bubbles in the ocean of the warp. The life inside travels through the subspace, which is nothing to those powerful civilizations. Just like the shuttle between the stars, if human beings have not entered the industrial age and have an accurate understanding of the starry sky, there must be no way it was done, and traveling through the starry sky was once considered something that only gods could do. Hearing this, Guilliman sighed. In the face of such a truth, the individual is really small. The starry sky is boundless, and there is still an endless territory beyond the highest sky. Actually, I come from a world with your story, and this universe is just a book in my world. Guilliman said something about his previous life. The Emperor didn't care much about it. It's like hearing 1 + 1 = 2, and there is nothing surprising for people. Illusory things are not false. You should be very clear about this. When you understand the universe more deeply and master time and destiny, you will gain more insights. The subspace hides countless secrets. It wraps every universe, everything is reflected in it, and the traces left behind will never be erased. The human soul is closely connected with the subspace, absorbing the nutrients in it and knowledge. The fictional stories you think may just be the past of another universe. Psionic power is a kind of talent, it can leverage the power in the subspace, and perform various attacks beyond physical common sense. And those who write the stories also have with another talent, their souls will capture the fragments of the past from the warp, refine their information, and write them into stories. Creation is never easy, even if it is just a story, it is also difficult. What is created is more of a record and improvement. False things are not really false, and real things may not be real. Don't be confused and entangled in these things. Believe in yourself and move forward is the most important thing. Guilliman frowned slightly, this was the first time he heard such a statement. The knowledge in his hands is not enough to outline the overall structure of the universe and the warp. There are countless secrets waiting for him to discover. Only by mastering those secrets is the beginning of civilization's true detachment. Before that, it was just learning from the pioneers. My time is running out, said the Emperor. When I leave, the faith of mankind will fall on you, giving you the power to fight against the gods. The storms of the future will be fiercer than the past, and there will be no people can stay out of it. The power of chaos is beyond your imagination, and their tentacles have already extended to countless universes. In the face of them, you must always be vigilant. This is a war that has lasted for countless years. Countless races have won more glorious victories than humans, but their final outcome is not good. You can go farther than me, and the crisis you face will be more terrifying than I have ever faced. Guilliman, never underestimate chaos, and never underestimate the gods. There are still endless challenges waiting for you in the future. Only by uniting with your brothers can you move forward. The Emperor's body emitted a strong light, which was his last light of life. A majestic voice came out of his mouth. The machine heals itself. The crashed machine resumed its operation, and the scattered fragments returned to their original positions in a flash of light. The sound of booming sounded again, and the hum of machinery sounded. The pulsating arc is confined inside the flask. The energy emitting a strong light was once again trapped in the pipeline, surging according to human thoughts. The dimmed Astronomicon burst out with strong light again, illuminating the entire Terra. It was like a sun rising. The same is true in the subspace, extremely intense, every psyker sees the golden sun shining in the subspace. Every cathedral of the Emperor is shining, the golden light is extremely bright. People stared at this sudden change in amazement. From the golden light, they felt the peace of mind and a kind of support for their souls. It's like the sense of security when I was held in my father's arms when I was a child. A majestic voice sounded in their minds, deafening. Every human being weeps for the one voice they hear. They had never heard the voice. The moment they hear it, they know who it belongs to. Belongs to the great Emperor, to the man who has always protected them. In the Beta Galman galaxy, Dorn stared at the glowing Emperor's church, with tears streaming down his resolute face. He knew the final moment had come. The Emperor will leave them for good. This is not a bad thing. He suffered too long. For the sake of mankind, he has endured thousands of years of torture. The Golden Throne continued his life, and made him suffer and suffer. Dawn still felt unspeakable grief. The departure of the Emperor means that they can only bear the burden of fighting against the gods alone. My people. The Emperor's voice echoes from every corner of the galaxy, ensuring that his voice is heard by every human being. Everyone put down their work and listened to the voice from the soul. The old era has come to an end. I have appointed the regent of the empire, the 13th Primarch Robert Guilliman, as the new emperor of the empire. My people, from now on, you all need to unite and by his side, only in this way can you fight against the unknowable horror disaster. Forgive me for not being able to lead you any longer. I cannot be a chain that binds you, nor should I be a nightmare that hinders your progress. Remember, I will always love you. After saying the last sentence, on the golden throne, the resolute man left a tear, which was crystal clear and reflected golden brilliance. Guilliman stared at the emperor with a complicated expression. He knew how much this man cared about the human race. He loves the world above all else. The emperor's body emitted countless feather-like energy rays, and the entire huge body turned into rays of light and disappeared into the air. When those people rushed in again crying the name of the emperor, they only saw the emperor smiling in the light, little by little turning into dots of light in the sky. He is gone. I left in the true sense. The light of the astronomical torch broke away from the huge machine and rushed to the sky, which was the embodiment of the emperor's will. Countless faces are reflected in the light, like a majestic army advancing. Those heroes who once fought for mankind stand with the emperor, and they will do one last thing for mankind. Just like their oath, they will fight for mankind until the moment of real death. Everyone was crying. Even though tens of thousands of light years apart, they also knew the same news at the same time. Their protector has left. The man who gave everything to protect them finally chose to die for them. He is the first emperor of the empire, but he has never received any enjoyment. Only war and endless suffering accompanied his life. The intense golden light turned into a skyfire meteor and crashed into the depths of the subspace. The gods of the pantheon roared with extreme anger. However, those skyfires were so violent that they wiped out everything they had worked so hard to build. The brutal blood field was shattered, the hills were cracked, and countless arenas were destroyed. The crystal labyrinth collapsed, and countless Tsianch demons let out shrill screams. The palace of indulgence ignited raging flames, and the prince of joy, immersed in pleasure, let out an extremely angry howl. The laughter in the rotten garden disappeared, and the demons dragged their fat bodies to hide the terrible skyfire. The crazy subspace storm subsided strangely. The screams of the gods caused countless demons to flee in terror. That man's madness at the end is so horrible. Even if it is a god, it is difficult to get any benefits. The big rift across the entire Milky Way erupted with strong golden light, making it a golden ribbon in the starry sky. Those strange things hiding in the darkness let out a shrill howl, and then disappeared under the light of light. The primarchs stared at the empty golden throne, and everyone was haunted by unspeakable sadness. Guilliman had been wary of the emperor and calculated, but at this moment, there was only sadness in his heart. The world said he was a tyrant, a dictator, a madman. But his original intention was so simple, only to bring the ultimate salvation to the human race. Those who ridiculed him left behind in the long history of mankind? But this so-called tyrant, dictator, and arrogant person has created the most powerful regime in human beings, making it possible for human beings to resist gods. Father has left, but our work has just begun. The seal of the golden throne won't last long, bring Magnus here quickly. Guilliman suppressed his sadness, he knew that he still had a lot to do. Besides the emperor, there is another candidate who can sit on the golden throne, and that is Magnus. His psychic powers are sufficient to ensure the proper functioning of the golden throne. This is also the reason why the emperor exerted his power to repair the golden throne before leaving. The main switch of the firewall is still the last step, and it will take a few days for Magnus to do it. Guilliman can naturally also be on top. His strength is strong enough to hold the seal. But Mao, he wants to sacrifice himself instead of Magnus. It is true that the heart is sad, but the original body has a tough heart. Russ and several guards hurried out. Just now, Guilliman had ordered Magnus to be brought here. As soon as they went out, they saw the cage being dragged over, and hurriedly dragged it into the throne room. Magnus was suppressed in it, unable to move. After being dragged into the throne room, Guilliman asked the tech priest to turn off the anti-magic field device. Would it be too risky? Said the great sage Cower, we can use a more secure method. Magnus has all kinds of weird means. Once he is out of the shackles, there is a high possibility of accidents. Don't worry. Guilliman said, he can't do much, if he can escape in front of so many people, then we have to examine our own strength. Seeing the insistence of the regent of the empire, plus so many primarchs gathered here, Cower finally nodded, and ordered his subordinates to release the anti-magic field that suppressed Magnus. The beam of force field flickered a few times, and the hum of the machine disappeared. Magnus is unchained. But before he could do anything, he was grabbed by Russ and dragged to the golden throne. The wolf claws pierced Magnus' body fiercely, making it difficult for him to exert his strength. Do not. Seeing the empty golden throne, Magnus, realizing what was about to happen, let out a desperate scream. The scene that the Lord of Change had predicted to him appeared in his mind. He will be bound to the golden throne, psychically drained by that dreadful siphon to maintain the seal of the webway. How painful the soul siphon is, you can see it clearly from those poor people who were once tortured by his 9-storied tower plan. That kind of torture is a horrible punishment comparable to hell. Absolutely no life can bear it. Isn't that exactly what you want, Magnus? Sanguinius demanded, with anger in his eyes, at Prospero, you were so high profile that you declared make history. Do you forget those mortals you tortured? Your so-called success is based on the pain of others, and you shattered the dreams of our father, so that he had to sit on this throne. Why do you let out such a miserable scream now that you just have to accept the same pain as him? You are such a pathetic coward. It is not unreasonable to be attracted and seduced by chaos. There is a cowardly hidden under your powerful body soul. Don't do that, my brother. Magnus let out a sobbing voice. He knew how horrible the torture of the golden throne was, something that even his father could not bear. It's too late to repent now, Magnus. Guilliman said in a deep voice, at the beginning, you shouldn't have betrayed. You destroyed everything, but you never paid the real price. Do you think Prospero's destruction the price you pay? No, that's just your nomination to chaos. Otherwise, why would you hate Russ and the Emperor, but not Horus who brought you to the brink of destruction? Guilliman stepped forward and grabbed Magnus like a chicken. Activate the Golden Throne. No. Magnus howled, it can't be done, please. Repent in pain, you guys all. Guilliman pinned Magnus on the Golden Throne. With the activation of the device, shrill screams resounded through the throne room. The soul siphon device is working again. Magnus' strong body trembled crazily, crackling psychic arcs emerged from his body. The only eye also emits a strong light. It was as if there was a sun inside Magnus, trying to burst his body and explode from it. Countless devices in the throne room are running again. How's the situation? Guilliman looked at Call and asked. The Golden Throne is already running, but the input power is still a little bit lower. Kaur stared at the floating information window in front of him, in which there was a huge amount of binary data, and the chip module in the skull was running at high speed. Increase the output power. Guilliman glanced at the screaming Magnus, and gave the order again. Understood. Call stretched out his mechanical tentacles and slid on the window. Magnus' screams became more and more shrill, and he was suffering from inhuman torture. The sound shielding force field device was activated, and Magnus' voice disappeared from everyone's ears. I can only see his painful expression sitting on the Golden Throne. Vulcan, Russ, you two look at Magnus, you can't let the Golden Throne go wrong again. Guilliman looked at the other brothers after finishing speaking. Sanguinius, you go to the webway to seal over there, lead the Grey Knights to suppress those lifeless people who escaped while the seal was unstable. Penny, let the Grand Mentor of the Assassin's Court come to see me, deal with those guys who try to spread bad news directly, don't let the news of the Emperor's fall affect the stability of Terra, and don't allow those guys to take advantage of this opportunity. Made waves, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs was notified that the Emperor's state funeral and enthronement were scheduled for the same day. Valinor, clear the memories of other insiders and implant new memories into them. The Emperor died of exhaustion in order to fight against the evil and maintain the astronomical torch. There was no attack tonight. Seeing that the Golden Throne remained operational, Guilliman hastily issued a barrage of orders. The coronation ceremony has been in preparation for a long time. If it is changed now, the impact will not be generally large. How the Emperor died is also a very important question. He can only die in order to fight against the exhaustion of the gods. If it is said that he was assassinated and died, it will inevitably bring people's doubts about the Imperial Army and the Palace Defense Force. At that time, there will be another series of troubles. Guilliman knew that this matter would never be blamed on the Imperial Guards and Palace Defense Forces. The Emperor wants to use Alfarius to end his immortal body, how can they stop it? Under Guilliman's order, Valinor hurried out in grief, controlled all the insiders, and modified their memories. Sanguinius also hastily went to integrate the Grey Knights and prepare to deal with the demons. What can I do? Ryan asked. If there is any task, His Majesty can order it as much as you like, and the son of Caliban will never shirk. You and Chagatai stay by my side. During this time, you all stay with me. If you are suddenly transferred, it will inevitably arouse people's bad guesses. Wait for a while, and I will give you the task. Guilliman said. Now, your task is to stay by my side until the day you ascend the throne. Alfarius was captured, but Omega was still active in the dark. Guilliman really wants to catch that right now, but the most important thing now is to ensure that the power of the Empire can be handed over to him smoothly. When the time comes, all of Terra will have to catch that and stuff it on the Golden Throne for psychic fuel. Let them feel the pain they have inflicted on others. The news of the Emperor's fall because he had fought against the gods for 10,000 years caused turmoil. Under Guilliman's strong wrist of maintaining stability, the overall situation is still controllable. Under the high-profile publicity of the official media, the anger of revenge is also surging in the Empire. Many people hope to launch a strike against the Eye of Terror and avenge the Emperor. After years of popular education, the people of the Empire generally know the existence of evil gods and aliens. Of course, Guilliman's statement was very euphemistic. He didn't promote the power and terror of the gods and aliens. He just described human beings as disunity and underdeveloped technology, so they were invaded, beaten, and slaughtered by the gods and aliens. Also moved all the routines of the divine drama, reducing people's fear by vilifying the minions of the gods. Abaddon and these people are traitors who betrayed mankind, led the way, and cooperated with the gods to oppress mankind. The official media of the Empire also launched a TV series based on Spol Marley throughout the galaxy. For example, clips of one person slaughtering an entire orc army, tearing up the battleship of the Dark Eldar, and smashing the minions of the evil with one punch were circulated on the Imperial network. In addition to this, the growth of military power and the constant victories have also boosted the confidence of the people of the Empire. After so many years of information bombardment and propaganda, the ideas of the young people in the Empire and the old generation are completely different. Old generation, the galaxy is full of minions and aliens of evil gods, so scary. New generation, labor and capital are fighting evil gods and aliens. Guilliman also made several speeches, promising to put down the Eye of Terror and avenge the Emperor. Make the traitors like Abaddon pay the price, let the gods pay the price. At the same time, an order was issued for the mobilization of military supplies, so that all regions of the galaxy would mobilize elite troops to prepare for the attack on the Eye of Terror. Just complete the firewall plan and shelter the human soul. The Eye of Fear's corruption and pollution of humans will be minimized, and attacking the Eye of Fear will naturally become a reality. Guillemon privately summoned Call again, handed him part of the database knowledge of the third stage, and asked him to keep it strictly confidential. We need some time creations and convenient anti-psychic devices. Guillemon stated his needs very directly. The Emperor has left, we must speed up, and after ascending the throne, we will launch an attack on the space undead, dark and all-out campaign for the Eldar, the Orcs, guaranteeing humanity's absolute of the galaxy. We must not have anyone stabbing us in the back when it comes to waging the final battle against the Eye of Terror. Kaur spent a while reading the knowledge given by Guillemon, and the more he read it, the more frightened he became. Many of these knowledge have already involved special fields such as advanced spatial dimension knowledge, fate, causality, and time. Guillemon asked him to use this knowledge to create weapons, which has to be said to be a bit too crazy. Seeing the firm eyes of the other party, he knew that he would not be able to persuade the other party. There are complete checking formulas in it. If you use the upgraded brain to design the scheme, the process can be omitted a lot. You should be able to get the first batch of technologies dedicated to fighting the space undead after the enthronement ceremony. Call said. Very good, let's communicate with the Nether Dragon again, provide it with a batch of alien captives, and inquire about the means of the Three Saints Council. When the time comes, arm a group of assassins to eliminate them as quickly as possible, and win us an advantage in war. War is war. Guillemon has never liked morality in war. What he has to do is to kill space undead rulers like the King of Silence as quickly as possible, and let the King Suo Teifa he supports take control of the power. At that time, indirectly control the entire necromancer race and make them their own high-quality thugs. Destroying the Necrons doesn't make much sense. Their entire race is hopeless. No reproduction, no offspring, waiting for the memory to wear out in a long life, they are just some metal skeletons running according to the established program. It is impossible for the Silent King to do such a thing as the transformation of living body from beginning to end. Unless he is strong enough to turn back time to the moment when he signed the contract with the Star God. The souls of the Necrons are long gone. All that remains is the memory of their memories. It's like a story Guillemon once read. A fraudulent company uses replication technology to achieve so-called instant travel. In fact, it is to kill the original owner, and then make a copy on the other side. The same is true of the conspiracy of the Star Gods. The Necrontyr are long gone, and all that remains are replicas of their memories. The Silent King wanted to reincarnate as a necromancer, it was simply a dream. I see. Call made no sense of what Guillemon was doing. When the Necrons slaughtered humans, there was no morality at all. Those aliens be damned. After handing over the relevant technology to Call, Guillemon put all his attention on the enthronement ceremony, ensuring that there would be no problems. The new emperor ascended the throne, and the emperor's state funeral was added. The people who emerged from the solar system became more exaggerated. There are countless ships floating in the outer periphery of the solar system, densely packed, stretching for billions of kilometers. The entire solar system is full of people. Various suspended ship platforms are connected together in the void, forming a huge metal city. If there is enough time, a person can even go to Mars from the low Earth orbit of Terra with the help of those floating platforms. It is conceivable how exaggerated the population of the solar system is at this time. Near Terra, a giant ship comparable to a planet is suspended in the void. The huge force field device roars day and night to ensure that it will not be pulled by Terra's gravity and cause a collision. It is the Supreme that is designated as Guillemon's flagship. As the moment of enthronement draws closer, this magnificent ship is also unveiled in front of the world. Supreme stands an incomparably magnificent throne, winding and clinging to the metal surface like a mountain range. Just standing under the throne, one can feel the unparalleled sense of terrifying oppression. Guillemon's crowning ceremony took place on the throne. Everyone who saw the throne and the Supreme was amazed. This is simply the pearl of human industry. Dorn returned from Beta Garmin. Corix and Ferris returned from the Webway. Emperor had already made all preparations for his departure. Prepare Corix and Ferris for the seal to expire. To this end, all loyal Primarchs have assembled on Terra. As the big clock passes midnight, it points to the wee hours of the morning. The carefully timed salute resounded throughout Terra. Several fusion solar light sources suspended in the sky were lit up, and the entire Terra was illuminated. In the Imperial Palace, the Primarchs who had already prepared walked out of the throne room holding a golden coffin shrouded in light. There is nothing in the coffin, only the mourning that people entrusted. This is not only the funeral of the old emperor, but also the celebration of the new emperor. Valerian has the emperor's fragment in his hand, I'll talk about it later. Chapter 283 Killing God, for subscription. The war horns placed on the Wall of Eternity and the Wall of Victory, as well as the many towers and fortresses, made a sharp and rough sound. It was deafening, and people couldn't help but feel a solemn and awe-inspiring thought. The process of the ceremony and celebration is recorded by the recording equipment carried by the servo skull and the cherubs, and then transmitted to the solar system and even the galaxy through various communication methods. This is definitely the greatest celebration in human history. It is much more amazing than those scenes recorded in mythology. Every place where the ceremony can be seen is full of people. Below the big screens where the broadcast was broadcast, there were also crowds of people. The horse horn sound slowly faded away, like the dim roar of an ancient giant beast gradually fading into mythology. After the sound of the trumpet disappeared, the big bell on the tower at the highest point of the Imperial Heroes Square was rang immediately after. The majestic bells echoed in the magnificent metal city, floating in every corner, echoing in the mountainous machinery factories and spaceports. People watched the beginning of this grand ceremony with piety and grief. They stared at the grand gate of the throne room through broadcast or using supervision devices. The imperial guards in golden armor stood at the door with weapons in hand. Compared with that door, their strong bodies are very small. Countless eyes watched the door open silently under the ringing bell. Countless voices mixed with grief swept through the crowd and echoed everywhere. Through the slowly opened crack of the door, people saw the diffuse golden mist pouring out of it, spreading on the magnificent steps. Ethereal and mournful whispers can be faintly heard. The primarchs wore funeral gowns and carried a heavy coffin, and slowly walked out of the throne room. The top officials of the empire followed closely behind them, seeing off the first human lord. Watching this scene, people covered their mouths, tears could not stop streaming down, and the sound of sobbing filled the air. Some men and women with weak control couldn't help crying. Remember this moment, child. We will never forget the hate, and one day we will avenge our protector. A young mother holds up her young child to watch the funeral of the protector of humanity, said in a mournful voice in his ear. This is an eternal hatred that will never be forgiven and undone. The high gods slew their guardians. The will to revenge is burning, it will be unleashed, and it will consume everything. Whether it is the stars or the gods, they will burn under this anger. Humans and gods, there must be a complete fall. The primarchs approached the throne room steps. A slight mechanical hum sounded, and a huge flying hovercraft slowly lifted into the air and docked in front of them smoothly. It is a long distance from the throne room of the palace to the mechanical throne used by Guilliman to ascend the throne. More importantly, the throne is still in the void, so it is impossible to reach it simply by walking. Even if you can walk, it's a waste of time. People's emotions will be dominated by exhaustion, and they feel that celebrations and funerals are too cumbersome. For this reason, the celebration also needs to be planned well. The primarchs carried the emperor's coffin onto the suspended platform. A large group of strange flying objects flew over from all directions at this moment, forming a huge parade. Servo skulls, cherubs, clone genetic creations, old priests sitting on anti-gravity levitators, clerks with huge books bound, narrators who are eligible to participate in recording the event. The parade was irregular. Guilliman has to take care of the ideas of each faction, make them eligible to participate, and not make them feel excluded. The procession appeared in the sea of fog formed by burning incense. The thick, scented smoke was swirled by the banners they carried. The scale of the parade is extremely large. Tens of thousands of floating, levitator-riding representatives mournfully chant the emperor's hymn. Thousands of different hymns were sung simultaneously by poets with various beautiful melodies, spreading to all parts of the galaxy. The automatic preacher was suspended in the air, roaring with religious vocabulary, proclaiming the greatness of the emperor, and proclaiming the grief and hatred of his departure. The suspended platform lifted the coffin of the original body and the emperor, flew along the city of Terra Palace, and then went to the mechanical throne in the void to complete the final enthronement ceremony. The royal palace is a magnificent building built in the Himalayas and occupying the entire plateau. If you count the periphery, the imperial palace and the vassal cities barely occupy the entire continent. The primarchs team set off from the throne room and marched along the eternal road that ran through the entire city of Terra. The eternal avenue stretches all the way, and along the way, it is polished with huge stones collected from all over the Milky Way, and then cast into many famous palace buildings such as the Eternal Wall, Lion's Gate, and the Victory Wall. At the beginning, the loyalists fought against the rebels headed by Horus in these places, fighting so hard that the stars were eclipsed. Such a doomsday scene, Guilliman still can't forget it. In the true sense, there is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The air is full of burning plasma and blood. Under the majestic high walls, huge towers and sturdy halls soar upwards, overlooking the inner court, the legal building and the hegemonic tower. And a little further outside, it belongs to the residences of imperial counselors and high-level people. The astronomical court where the astropaths are located is closer to the inner court. That area looks a little cold, and few people like to take the initiative to approach the astropath. Not even birds will pass through that area. The fear and loathing of the subspace is deep in the genes of every creature. The huge parade, under the protection of many brave warriors, walked out of the huge palace and followed the city of Terra to Lion's Gate Airport, the largest spaceport in the empire. Huge port building connects low Earth orbit to the void. Wherever the parade passed, the men, women and children onlookers all looked sad. At one point someone cried until they fainted. It is difficult for people to suppress the grief in their hearts. Their eyes were placed in the exquisite coffin, watching the protector who had been silent for thousands of years leave the palace and them. Under the watchful eyes of the people, the procession reached the Lion's Gate. At this time, a huge teleportation light gate has been built in the magnificent airport. For such a major ceremony, it is naturally impossible to use the elevator to go to the void. The primarchs carried the coffin, and the floating platform slowly flew into the light gate. In the blink of an eye, they appeared on a huge metal fortress platform in the void. The gravity device binds the air and temperature, allowing the parade and sightseeing people to breathe freely on it without any protective measures. On this platform, there is actually no audience. Instead, the army. Countless armies. On the iron gray metal platform, a bright ocean rolls. Heraldry and banners are flying. Soldiers, tanks, suspended fighters, and titans. Besides the platform, there is also a large and magnificent fleet. The Mechanics created this huge platform, shaping a world in the void like a god, just to prepare for this grandest ceremony. Those war machines are in an active state, and the sound of the engine is booming. The huge titan is like a terrifying metal behemoth. Even in the picture taken through the servo skull, the distortion caused by the vibration of the engine can be clearly seen. The magnificent giant ship is suspended in the void, like a continuous metal mountain range, silent in the cold and dark, but no one dares to underestimate the terrifying power contained in it. When the Emperor's coffin walks by, all the soldiers knelt down on one knee. Those heavy dreadnoughts also lowered their heads. They watched in silence as the floating platform on which the Primarchs sat flew across the avenue. The whole world remained silent, except for the sound of machinery running and the sound of war flags fluttering. There was no movement. These heroes who fought for the Empire bid farewell to the protectors of mankind and the lords they once served in a unique way. The speed of the suspended platform is well controlled, and it reaches the end point, the mechanical high platform within the set time. The mechanical high platform on which the throne is placed is hundreds of kilometers high. In a sense, it is an out-and-out metal mountain. The Emperor's coffin was finally placed in the stasis field next to the magnificent throne. There is nothing in the coffin. This is just a symbol. Symbolizes the never-forgotten hatred, symbolizes that the Emperor never left. The activated force field light enveloped the coffin. Many Primarchs, led by Guilliman, knelt on one knee and offered the last courtesy for the Emperor's departure. When Guilliman stood up, Matthew and several living saints also walked over from the side. Living saints are the bearers of the unyielding will of human beings. They have independent bodies and a certain degree of freedom. Before he left, the Emperor handed over the power of faith to Guilliman. These living saints were also handed over in a sense. From now on, they will serve and fight for Guilliman. Living saints don't only appear in the group of fighting nuns, as long as they have an unyielding will, a pure heart, and absolute loyalty to the Emperor, they may be blessed. For example, Sly Marbo, the tough guy from Katachan, Gosler from the Imperial Guard, and so on. Of course, the living saint is not simply the Virgin. The concept of Our Lady is dangerous. Especially in such a dangerous universe, the kindness to aliens and traitors is the greatest cruelty to those who want to live. Living saints do not represent kindness to some extent. They will kill those individuals who threaten the survival of human beings with a thunderous attitude. Even those alliances that may threaten the overall interests of mankind may be regarded as enemies. For this reason, living saints represent more human interests. Matthew walked towards Guilliman, a living saint named Annis with wings and similar to Celestine. Holding in her hand is the crown of golden eagle and laurel leaves forged by Fukin. A faint halo projected from the complicated runes, like a dream, not like a real thing. Your Majesty. Matthew said respectfully. Guilliman nodded, and walked towards his exclusive throne. The main body of the throne is composed of two colors of gold and blue, and the whole body is inlaid with fine silver rune circuits. The technology contained in it is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The accumulation of the golden age of mankind, the gift from the mysterious civilization, and the knowledge in the hands of the star gods and those ancient races. Guilliman and Kara stripped the cocoon of this knowledge, found its essence, and applied it. The throne connects every human lighthouse in the galaxy. As long as it is activated, it can create a huge firewall to protect the souls of all human beings. Guilliman caressed the armrest of the throne, his gaze became serious. This is like a fateful reincarnation. Every human lord will sit on his own throne. I only hope that my final ending will not be like the Emperor. Guilliman sat up, and the surging power of the mechanical platform established a connection with him. With the help of mysterious technology, his will and strength have been infinitely increased. Merged with the thoughts of the entire human being and gained dominance. At this moment, he has a feeling of omnipotence. Able to hear every human voice. Give them strength or guide them. As long as he has a thought, he can activate the firewall and really keep the gods out. In the spiritual field, there is a saying that has been circulating for a long time. Everyone's spirit is an island in the ocean. Independent on the surface, every soul is connected in the depths. Guilliman now has this feeling. He is Guilliman, and also the union of wills of the entire human race. Being one of the individual and the 10,000 of the group, this feeling is really amazing and difficult to describe in words. Guilliman sat on the throne. Custodian Marshal Valenor presented him with the Emperor's sword. The living saint, Anais put on the laurel crown for him. When those people retreat, Guilliman's crowning ceremony will be completed. Sanguinius, Ryan, Vulcan, Jagatai, Dorn, and others were loyal to the Primarch, all knelt on one knee, put their hands on their chests and performed the Skyhawk salute. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Your Majesty! With them as the center, the mechanical throne, the viewing stand, the Imperial soldiers in formation, and the Imperial people who watched this scene all knelt down on one knee subconsciously to pay their allegiance to their new Emperor. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The sound resounded through every corner of the galaxy. The Empire ushered in a brand new Emperor. Humanity also has a new guide. Fulgrim, who was trapped in the prison, could also see the scene of Guilliman ascending the throne and the entire Empire kneeling through the big screen on the square. All of humanity is taking an oath of allegiance. Such a scene, even he dared to imagine it. Guilliman did it. Lorgar's expression was extremely ugly, and Angren on the side let out a low growl. If the opponent was not restrained by force field chains, he might be beaten to death by Angren. Burned his perfect city. Now become the new emperor of the empire with monarchy and theocracy as one. What a ridiculous thing this is. Kaz looked melancholy, roaring like a madman from time to time. Perturabo's complexion was the ugliest among the many Primarchs. During the Great Crusade, Guilliman was a little piece of shit. Now, the opponent has become an opponent at the same level as the four gods. Guilliman sat on the mechanical throne, and the power of dominion and faith in his body connected with the throne, forming an ensemble movement. Infinite power surged within his majestic body, and ocean-like tides washed over his body. His eyes have also changed, golden and blue, and the aura that belongs to the king emanates from him. Human Emperor is not only a name, but also has some special symbolic meaning in the dark. Don't underestimate those illusory things, sometimes, they also determine the final outcome. Get up. Guilliman's voice was not loud, but it could reach everyone's ears clearly and powerfully. People obeyed his order and stood up. The entire starry sky was quiet, and people were waiting for the new emperor to speak. From now on, you will give me your allegiance, your life, your blood, your death. Everything about you will belong to me, just as everything about me will belong to you. Those gods think they are high above us, and they control our destiny and future. Soon, they will find that the sword of human beings will pierce their throats. To do this, I need your help. Many people will think that I have become the emperor of the empire, possessing infinite power and being able to accomplish everything easily. That kind of thinking is wrong. My power comes from you, my brothers, my compatriots, and my people. You are the most powerful force in this galaxy, you are the muscles of the empire, the sinews of the empire, the heart of the empire and the blood of the empire. If you don't support me, then I can only accomplish nothing. The magnificent warships are built by the suffering workers, the food is provided by the hard-working farmers, the powerful weapons are provided by the mechanical monks, and the victory is won by the brave soldiers. It is you who have created today's glory. Rescued from the abyss of suffering, this is your strength, and my actions are so insignificant, and receiving such an honor makes me uneasy, worrying that I will not be able to complete such a heavy burden. Guilliman's voice gradually grew louder, shaking people's ears and souls like thunder. This is a powerful presentation technique that better directs people's emotions. I need you as always, my people. When we are united, nothing in the galaxy can defeat us, not even the gods above. Hate will not be forgotten, my father died for the redemption of this race, the traitors will usher in liquidation, the temples of those false gods will be pulled down, their minions will be slaughtered, all glory belongs to empire. Long live mankind. Guilliman raised the emperor's sword in his hand, golden flames rose up, and his majestic body roared, shaking the air. Long live mankind. Sanguinius roared. Then Ruth, Vulcan, Korax, and others. Their voices resounded through the audience like 1,000 cannons. Long live humanity! Long live humanity! Long live humanity! Penny, the Prime Minister of the Empire, Valinor, the Marshal of the Imperial Army, and other high-ranking officials of the Empire followed suit and shouted. Even the great mentor of the assassin chamber who was hiding in the dark could feel the excitement surging in his body. The passionate soldiers all raised their arms and shouted. The voices of Long Live Mankind swept across the sky and covered the sky. Long live mankind! The voice of Aina Ya, the mistress of the Jiao Yang Legion who is driving the Titan Mecha, also passed through the Titan's loudspeaker. Many knights responded to their allegiance, and also uttered the same roar. Dante, Azrael, Calgar and many other imperial heroes are also the same. Holy blood! Seeing all this, Seth burst into tears, and he felt guilty for his past stupidity. How dare he doubt such a noble man? This is an unforgivable crime. Brother Matthew's body was trembling, and he felt a force hitting him. The vacancy left by the lost emperor was once again filled by a stalwart figure. The cheers were so majestic and overwhelming, it made the subspace vibrate. The human will has never been more united. The demons cried out in despair, and the gods roared impotently. Those powerful inanimates screamed piercingly under the fear of the doomsday. Visions of the future are clearer than ever. The dead see their own death. See the future prophecy that the magnificent human legion will sweep away everything. Those mutilated fragments certainly do not herald their doom. Unimaginable despair hangs over the hearts of these monsters who claim to have eternal life. It's really scary. Elder Prophet Eldrar stared at Guilliman on the throne. No one has ever been able to unite mankind to this height. Guilliman's achievements were beyond his imagination. Such a powerful and united human empire, it is hard for Eldrar to imagine any power that can destroy it. The most correct thing the Eldar have done is perhaps to participate in the resurrection of Guilliman. It's time for the Dark Eldar to be outcasts. Eldrar's priority goal is to keep the Eldar alive under the persecution of Slaanesh. Guilliman had already talked to him several times. After the alliance between the two races, the Dark Eldar caused a large number of massacres. Wherever they went, the sewers of human cities were filled with corpses and blood. Such a brutal crime, the human empire is absolutely impossible to let go. What Guilliman wanted to talk to him was to ask the Arch Eldar not to interfere in this matter. In order to express his sincerity, Guilliman even proposed to let the Eldar race enjoy the right to use those webways restored by humans, and specially divide a part of the world to help the Eldar race restore their population. With such conditions, it must be false for Eldrar to say that he is not moved. With Guilliman's guarantee, there is hope for the survival of the Eldar. Moreover, if it is really not possible at that time, it would be a good choice to borrow a few human ships to leave the galaxy. Guilliman watched the cheering people, and an information window floated in front of him. After the firewall program is loaded, whether to start it immediately. Seeing the information in it, Guilliman looked at Call, who nodded, indicating that everything was ready. This is a new age that humanity has never had before. My people, Guilliman shouted. Guilliman's voice stopped the cheering crowd. As a reward for your loyalty, I will give you the first gift. Guilliman said loudly, you will stay away from the poison of those dark things, away from those weird whispers and the torture of terrifying will. People showed a blank look. Gift? What kind of gift? Sanguinius, Ryan, and others were all in a daze. In the original ceremony process, there is no such paragraph. Guilliman smiled slightly, his eyes showed the confidence to control everything. The road to transcendence for human beings begins now. Let's start, Kar, and reveal this secret plan that has been hidden until now to the world. I understand, my lord. Kal took a step forward, and a floating operation window appeared in front of him. After entering the complex key, a cylinder rose from his side, and a smooth round thorn pierced into his remaining flesh and blood to read the required genetic information. After all the work was completed, a suspended servo skull flew in front of Guilliman, and a data pad was grasped on the mechanical tentacles. Requires setter genetic verification. After Guilliman kissed the data pad, the red text turned green. Saliva can also complete genetic verification, but in that case, it will be somewhat lost. The huge mechanical throne made a rumbling sound. A beam of light that surpassed the astronomical torch a million times shot out into the sky, illuminating the entire solar system. Everyone watched this scene dumbfounded. The lighthouses built all over the galaxy also emitted light simultaneously. Countless rays of light lit up in the dark galaxy, and they also lit up in the subspace. Guided by Guilliman's will, countless filaments stretched out, connecting every human soul like a neural network, weaving into a huge network beyond imagination. Then, the connected human souls form a whole, a huge black shadow, like the hive mind. The firewall is based on lighthouses and built with human souls as nodes. All emotions born by human beings will be transformed through this network and become the strength and barrier of this network. Whether it is fear or excitement, every human emotion will be absorbed and transformed by this huge network. The violent warp space storm was blocked outside, like a huge dam separating the inner sea from the outer sea. The turbulent open sea set off squalls and showers, but everything inside the embankment was calm. With the help of such a firewall, human astropaths and psychers will be protected to the greatest extent, and they no longer need to face the terrifying, vast ocean full of corruption. They can use Shinik energy without worrying about the violent malice swallowing them up, forming a kind of filter and protection. Being within the confines of the imperial firewall, the distortion of human will by evil things will also be weakened. The loyalists can also use the power of the firewall to fight against the demons who came to the real universe, causing terrorist attacks like the lighthouses of the past that pride the power of the Emperor. Eldrar stared at the majestic beam of light dumbfounded, and his powerful soul immediately noticed the defense network that Guilliman built in the subspace. Relying on that powerful network, the Emperor's vision in the past can be realized, preventing the gods from absorbing any emotions provided by humans, and causing the inanimate to starve to death. Guilliman hid so deeply that he didn't reveal a little wind from the beginning to the end. The Internet Channel Project and the Different Universe Project are all lies, all for this moment. A true firewall. In a sense, Guilliman elevated himself to the realm of gods. Every human being can be regarded as a fragment of the will of the race, just like those minions of evil gods are fragments of evil gods. What a crazy plan. The Primarchs also showed astonishment. They finally knew why Guilliman didn't care about Magnus Nine Towers' plan. Transforming humans into Shinik races will not allow the gods to gain the real universe, but will cause even greater trouble. Make the firewall made by Guilliman stronger and more indestructible. If Magnus knew about this, he would be even angrier. From beginning to end, he was played by Guilliman. Using the soul power of human beings and the energy of the real universe to build a barrier that even the gods cannot break through, trapping human beings inside, and human emotions will feed this network. The souls of dead humans are also absorbed into this network. It is equivalent to creating another subspace area network exclusively for human beings. From this moment, human beings have a real hole card. With a firewall, you have the confidence to declare war on the gods. Otherwise, the more wars are launched, the stronger the power of the gods will be, and it will be impossible to win. Everyone can feel the change in themselves. Those psychers are even more so. The sense of terror and oppression in the past disappeared, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and the whole person felt a lot lighter. It's amazing. Sanguinius exclaimed, I never thought you could hide so deeply, your majesty. The name that is best at keeping secrets seems to belong to you. Ryan also shook his head. From the beginning to the end, they didn't know about Guilliman's hidden plan. Everyone thinks that the Lighthouse project is to establish a navigation system belonging to the Empire. Guilliman and Kara literally fooled everyone. I'm afraid those so-called gods don't realize that the Lighthouse project is just a cover. Otherwise, they will never focus on destroying the Fortress of Dorn, trying to prevent humans from building the webway. It is really false, and it is hard to guard against. It's fine if you can fight, but you can play tricks better than the Emperor. In the Nockmond corridor, the Black Legion and the demons were eaten to death, with heavy casualties. Abaddon also wanted to cut the throat of the Empire, and the entire dark side of the Empire was his. As a result, the warships of the Empire used lighthouses to travel through the Great Rift from the depths of the warp like no one else. The high-level traders at the time felt as uncomfortable as eating shit. Being played by Guilliman from beginning to end, the Empire didn't care about the Nockmond corridor at all. Seeing the emergence of the subspace firewall, if the four gods had an entity, they would probably vomit blood like Abaddon did in the past. Guilliman went to the Eye of Terror to find the lost knowledge of the Eldar, made deals with the star gods, and mobilized troops with great fanfare to repair the webway. Isn't it clear that he wants to follow his father's path? For this reason, the subspace demons kept smashing the fortress built by Dorn, and the two sides fought in full swing. Looking at the big battle, everyone thought that Guilliman wanted to repair the webway. Don't say the devil would think so. As an ally, Eldrar always thinks like this. Dorn, Ryan ETL. Thinks that Guilliman just wants to build the webway. The webway is the only known way to escape the control of the gods. After the webway is repaired, the gods are howling in the subspace, which has nothing to do with humans. Now, people don't care whether the internet road can succeed or not. Building a wall directly, enclosing humans, making something similar to the shadow of the Zerg. Seeing everyone's surprised and joyful eyes, Guilliman didn't show any complacent expression. The firewall has just been established and is still very fragile. Moreover, it is not without weaknesses. Those lighthouses are visible weaknesses. If there is no lighthouse to radiate his will and connect the souls of the local people, the firewall will be ineffective for the local area. It is far from the point of peace of mind. This is the first gift I give you, my people. Guilliman said in a deep voice, it will free you from the poison of the gods, and give you the strength to fight against those traitors and minions of evil gods. Guilliman paused, scanning the excited crowd. Get ready, we will soon have to fight a war of vengeance against the gods. The Eye of Terror also set off a violent storm at this time. Human will also affects here. Many traitors are all terrified. If the Eye of Terror lost their ability to corrupt the Imperial army, they would have no way of stopping the vengeful Imperial army. When the time comes, the Empire's crusade against the Eye of Terror will definitely be their doomsday disaster. In a fortress made of a huge head, countless twisted creatures are howling in it, looking forward to corrupting those beautiful things, dragging everything into the abyss, and enjoying eternity with them. What a crazy guy. A part of Yog-Sothoth, Horus can also feel the changes, and the original plan seems to have to be changed. Without the ability to corrupt, it is not easy for his legion to conquer the human empire. Originally planned to corrupt the entire empire at the fastest speed when other evil gods were unable to take care of him, and then expand to other parts of the universe. But now, it seems that the galaxy is not so easy to take down. The direction of fate that he can see has also changed, and everything in the future is in chaos. Foreseeing the future does not mean that the future will definitely develop in that way. The future holds endless possibilities. I can only find ways to promote the present and realize the future I want. Horus stared at the chaotic void filled with subspace power, his eyes became a little dignified. As the clone of Yog-Sothoth, he has a part of the power of the main body, but it is also very limited. After all, if you want to be active in the real universe, you must have a body that conforms to the laws of three-dimensional space physics. Such a body cannot withstand the true power of the all-knowing and all-powerful Yog-Sothoth. Means that he is active in the real universe, and he will also be defeated, and he will be expelled like a demon. Facing Guilliman, he may not be sure of winning. Horus beckoned. Master. The distorted Captain Marvel came out of the darkness. How is the army assembled? Horus asked. The army of the Nine Realms has been assembled, Master, we can launch an attack at any time, crush those damned mortals, and drag this world into your domain. Several mouths on Marvel's face said at the same time, the voice with a weird sense of synergy. Very good, but this is not enough. Horus said, drive those gods over, we need their power to destroy those mortal ships. I see, Master. Marvel said. After the servant walked into the shadows, Horus fell into thinking again. If he wanted to teach that arrogant mortal a lesson, he had to make a plan. He will turn everything built by the opponent into dust little by little, then drag the opponent into the abyss, twist it, and become his own servant. Many areas inside the invincible battleship were covered with thick flesh and blood. Eyes and a mouth full of sharp teeth also grew on the flesh and blood. The entire battleship revealed infinite malice. Abaddon, who had just recovered from his injuries, stared through the porthole at the troops constantly emerging from the gap that traversed hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Those huge planet-like heads were built into fortresses, and a large number of weird and twisted lives lived on them. The guy named Yog-Sothoth must be at the same level as the four gods. If you want to fight against the opponent, you must find equal strength. Only God can kill God. Abaddon looked down at the magic sword in his hand Drachanian. It is said that this is a sword that can kill the Emperor. There is a terrible demon parasitic in it, which is the old enemy of the Emperor. Now, the Emperor has fallen, and everything about the other party has been taken over by Guilliman. If this sword is against Guilliman, Abaddon feels that it is difficult. That who is always playing tricks, definitely has the trump card to counter the magic sword. Abaddon suppressed the idea of using the magic sword against Guilliman. Now, he has another person who needs to deal with more urgently than Guilliman, and that is Horus, who has become Yog-Sothoth's clone. The other party bears this name, which is not only a humiliation to the Black Legion, but also a humiliation to the former father of Genes. Abaddon could not tolerate such a thing. To kill this guy, Abaddon knew that relying on his own strength was far from enough. Only weapons that can severely damage the gods can harm the opponent. Such weapons are hard to find. In the galaxy, if you want to get such a weapon, perhaps you can only get it from those ancient ruins. Before becoming the leader of the Black Legion, Abaddon once wandered around, looking for the lost pieces and the truth of the matter. He also knew the ancient battle of heaven, and even the ancient battle of civilization. Compared to the long-lasting battle of civilizations, the war between humans and the gods is like a child's play. The stars are annihilated, and even the laws of physics, space, and time have become weapons of attack. Such a war is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Abaddon couldn't imagine either. How could those mathematical laws become weapons? However, Abaddon did not go into this issue. He just wants to find weapons that can hurt those so-called gods. Let that idiot know that it is not the so-called omniscient and omnipotent who can be arrogant. God is also mortal. Not to mention just a clone. Chapter 284. Go to you superhero, please subscribe. Abaddon's heart was filled with hatred. But he didn't show the slightest bit on his face, but pressed it in the depths of his heart that even gods couldn't peep into. On the road against Yog-Sothoth, the marauder is doomed to be alone. Abaddon knew very well what the loyalty of those around him looked like. They will swear their most loyal oaths in your presence, only to turn around and sweep them into the trash. Like carrion vultures, don't beg them for any humanity. Abaddon withdrew his gaze, turned around from the porthole, and walked back to the ring-shaped high platform of the strategy room. The dim strategy room was barely lit by a few braziers flickering with green flames. Shadows lurk everywhere, whispering whispers echoing in everyone's ears. Strange creatures that are hard to discern are hiding in the dark. Abaddon was used to this. They've been down for too long. It's been so long that I have forgotten what the normal world is like. Without those weird shadows and whispers, it makes people uncomfortable. Huron, Hongsuo, and the others stood aside. The dancing flames reflected their shadows in the wriggling bulkhead of flesh and blood. As before, they left the throne on the dais to Abaddon, tacitly making him the leader of the legion. Abaddon remained calm, but he was very clear in his heart. Nothing will ever be the same again. The ambitions of these guys changed with the appearance of Horus, the avatar of Yog-Sothoth. They saw another object of allegiance. Horus is stronger than Abaddon, and has a terrifying army that the Black Legion did not have at its peak. Even the name overwhelmed Abaddon. You must know that Abaddon was another Horus company commander before. Regarding these changes, Abaddon did not have much sorrow, nor did he have the idea of condemning these people. When they rebelled against the Empire, loyalty and honor ceased to exist. No one takes those anymore. Their twisted minds desire nothing but pure malice for destruction and destruction. What matters is strength. Whoever is stronger will be their master. During the time of the Black Legion, Abaddon controlled the strongest force, and they were loyal to Abaddon. Now, they began to plan how to please their new masters. The strange green flame of the brazier swayed, and an invisible force washed over everyone like a sea wave. Abaddon. A majestic voice came. Everyone felt that Horus with a majestic body appeared in front of them. The opponent's body was covered with a thick Terminator armor, which weighed more than several tons, like a terrifying metal monster. The armor is covered with various distorted symbols, and a layer of black light is shrouded behind its head. Just standing there brought an indescribable sense of oppression. Master. Abaddon respectfully walked in front of the other party, and took the initiative to kneel on one knee to welcome the other party's arrival. Not a little rebellious and vowed to take revenge before. Gives a sense that Horus has conquered him and won his allegiance. Seeing Abaddon behaving like this, Horus couldn't help smiling. Mortals who are disobedient really need to be disciplined. Now, he is much more honest. Whether it is half-hearted, or really surrendered, at least I have learned to kneel. Horus was able to see every soul change. I can see the fear of everyone present, and even have the ambition to replace themselves. No secret escaped his eyes. Yog-Sothoth, the all-knowing and all-powerful, does more than shout. Horus can tell the past of these guys with just a glance. A group of who have abandoned all good qualities, leaving only a vicious nature. Loyalty is something that doesn't exist for them. They are immersed in desire, yearning for more power. Of course, Horus doesn't care whether these guys are loyal to him. To the eternal chaos of chaos, loyalty is meaningless, and only mortals desire such useless things. He prefers these guys to show their cruel, heartless side. Freedom and chaos are the essence of chaos. The 14th Dark Crusade has begun. Horus paused. You need to be the vanguard of the expedition, Abaddon. The cancerous legion controlled by Marvel will follow behind, sowing true eternity. Fear will invade that little kingdom protected by mortals, and he will finally understand that in the face of absolute power, he will not even have a chance to fight back. Hearing what the other party said, Abaddon's complexion changed slightly, and he quickly covered it up. I see, Master. I will be the hammer in your hand, smashing Guilliman's clenched teeth. Very good, I am looking forward to your performance. Horus said, as a reward, you will get a of destruction fortress, which is made of the head of a god, containing their infinite power. Thanks for the gift of my lord, said Abaddon. The Black Legion will shed the last drop of blood for great Yog-Sothoth. Hongsuo, Huron, and others also shouted the same words. Seeing this, Horus grinned and showed a mocking smile. A mortal who dares to declare war on God, how stupid you must be. Soon, you will know how wrong you are. Walf Galaxy. Outer orbits of stars. Celestial class battleship storm strategy room. The commanders of the 4 chapters of the Star Knights, the Black Angels, the Golden Suns, and the Covenant Guardians, as well as the Titans, the Knights, the Star Army, and the Navy, all gathered at the meeting. They are discussing how to launch a war against the space undead entrenched in the WAF Galaxy. WAF Galaxy lost contact some time ago. No matter how the Star Area government called, there was no response. According to the description of an narrowly escaped merchant ship, the Necrons have taken over here. After some investigation, the Norwalk dynasty entered the vision of the Imperial Military Department. With the help of allies and special channels, relevant information about the Norwalk dynasty was also disclosed. The Norwalk dynasty is located on the edge of the Limit Star Field. The area they control is far away from the Empire's borders. Before, the scope of the astronomical torch was generally regarded as the territory of the Empire. Beyond this range, the people of the Empire think that those territories belong to the Dark Realm and are unwilling to go there. Only Mechanicu's priests eager to find lost relics and Golden Age technology and wandering traders eager to risk their fortune will go to those places. The Empire launched several expeditions. The front is very smooth, but as soon as it gets close to the edge of the Astronomicon, the soldiers of the Empire will show a very strong sense of resistance and are unwilling to move forward. The Norwalk dynasty, which is far away from the astronomical torch, is not regarded as a target that must be attacked by the human empire. Until the Empire wiped out many small dynasties located in the Empire, the Norwalk dynasty began to do things frequently. Building a large-scale exorcism death zone, and also wantonly implementing the human three-light policy in the frontier galaxy. Such behavior angered many big figures in the army. Many armies have called for battle, hoping to go out to destroy the Norwalk dynasty. In fact, not only the Norwalk dynasty, but the conflict between the Necrons and humans in the entire galaxy has reached the verge of a full-scale outbreak. The Necrons headed by the Silent King are unwilling to give up the galaxy. Even less willing to succumb to human beings. In the eyes of many dynastic overlords, human beings who have only risen for tens of thousands of years are like a little kid. The time they fought against the ancient saints was much longer than the history of human starry sky. Surrender to human beings, they can't do it. More importantly, King Suotai supported by the supreme ruler of mankind Guilliman also put those powerful dynastic overlords on fire. The Suthai dynasty has grown from a tiny thing to a behemoth. The centers left over from the dynasties conquered by the human army were all controlled by King Suotai. The heart of Guilliman can be clearly seen by scarabs with low minds. Is to make the space necromancer his vassal. To some extent, they have been cornered. Either boil the frog in warm water. With the help of humans, the Suthai dynasty completed the unification of the Necrons and became a vassal race and thugs of humans. Or turn against human beings now, and use various powerful technologies that have not yet been caught up to severely defeat Guilliman's vicious conspiracy. Judging from the current situation, the overlords of the dynasty, such as the Silent King, have decisively chosen the latter. The strategy room echoed with the sound of mechanical buzzing. The hologram is installed in the middle of the ceiling of the strategy room. As the device is slowly turned on and stretched, like static electricity, the clear lines of light flicker and gradually take shape. The holographic image of the VAF galaxy slowly unfolded in front of many high-ranking imperial military officials. There are 11 planets in this galaxy. 2 icy groups composed of solid ammonia gas, without any signs of life. The 2 planets that entered again are ice and snow planets that are far away from the stars and cannot get enough light and heat. Establish industrial mines and pioneer settlements. According to the reports from the scouts, life on both planets has been completely wiped out. The town is full of traces left by Gaussian lasers, another brutal massacre. The enemy is currently gathering in the fourth world. Admiral Gridis reached out and clicked on the holographic projection, and a lot of data flowed like the waves of the ocean. The hologram senses Gridis' movements, and rotates and enlarges according to her will. The image is gradually enlarged to reveal more details. Finally focused on the fourth planet from the star. Through the screen, you can see that it is a planet covered in bruises and black as coal. The surface is covered with rock concrete like gray scales and man-made canyons with bottomless cracks. This is a colonial world with a long colonial history. Before the disaster happened, more than 6 billion people lived there. What happened to the residents above? Lothar, the leader of the Star Knights, asked, is there still a need for rescue? The situation is not good. It is predicted that more than 2/3 of the residents have been massacred, and the rest have been used as test subjects. The enemy is using humans to test the power of the death zone, trying to use it as a countermeasure against subspace and humans. A sharp weapon. Gridis spoke heavily, introducing the current situation. The Norwalk dynasty must come to an end. The Golden Suns chapter commander said, dozens of worlds have suffered misfortune, and countless citizens of the Empire have been killed. This is a provocation to the Empire. The only way to reduce their tomb worlds to ashes, to wash away the shame and hatred. We are here for this. The leader of the Black Angel chapter said, let us present the first victory of the new era of the Empire. They must not be tolerated. Those who violate the Empire will be punished no matter how far away they are. Make them pay. Many high-ranking military officials have all spoken out, wanting the Norwalk dynasty to pay for their crimes. Introduce the situation of Planet VAF-4 in detail. We have to assign tasks well. The exorcism dead zone has a certain restraint effect on us. It is difficult for ordinary people to persist in it for too long. We must first destroy those facilities before we can summon the army. Enter the surface to fight. Lothar said, those can't run away. Gridis nodded, and with the movement of her fingers, the holographic projection changed again. Shows the black pyramid and those suspended black diamond columns. Everyone present is no stranger to this, it is an exclusive building belonging to the Necrons. Gridis pointed out the node buildings in the exorcism death zone one by one, and they had to destroy them in order to destroy this special domain that excludes souls. The exorcism dead zone on planet VAF-4 is composed of countless black obelisks. The deployment of these minarets follows the principles of non-Euclidean geometry. Complicated encrypted logic graphics are enough to drive the wisest mortal mad. Paralyzed the Empire's divine brain computing core. Each minaret is unique, forming a complex special device that can interfere with the warp. The principle is similar to the anti-magic field used by the Empire, but the effect has been enhanced countless times. Under the effect of the exorcism death zone, the subspace to which the VAF galaxy belongs has become a pool of stagnant water. According to the entourage of Psychers, the raging warp storm is contained by a complex crystalline dome of fractal structure. Even if there is no Geller force field, you can travel freely in the subspace without worrying about the attack of demons. In the scope of exorcising the dead, even demons dare not touch it. The only disadvantage is that the backwater subspace is like an ocean turned into a desert, and it is difficult for the subspace engine to drive a huge ship forward. The Mechanic Use sages who accompanied the army had to adopt new technology and build a temporary super-light tunnel to allow the Imperial fleet to gather here. WAF Galaxy is just an edge node of the Exorcism Dead Zone. The Norwalk dynasty and those space undead overlords are building Exorcism Dead Zones all over the galaxy, intending to exterminate all living creatures with souls and isolate subspace. Once, let them succeed, the entire galaxy will be cut off. Some weak races may not even be able to sail in subspace. Their ships can only fly in the physical plane. The speed will be under the speed of light flight by the laws of physics. The spirit-expelling death zone and Guilliman's firewall have certain similarities in principle. That is to intervene in the subspace through physical means to form a barrier. But there is also a big difference. Guilliman's firewall can allow humans to use Chinook energy unimpeded, and the soul can also absorb nutrients from the subspace. It just divides a human domain. Expelling the spirits of the dead zone directly turns the subspace ocean it belongs to into a desert. Those demons are like fish in the sea that cannot be active in the desert. They cannot enter the scope of the Exorcism Dead Zone at all, and even if they can enter, they will be severely suppressed. Humans have a physical body in the material world, which is better than demons, and they can move within the radiation range of the Exorcism Death Zone. However, it is only a little better, and it also hurts. After approaching the Exorcism's Death Zone, even if they stayed on a ship in the void, people were easily tired, drowsy, depressed, and lacked energy for doing anything. This is the phenomenon of soul exhaustion because the soul cannot get enough nutrients. Exorcism Death Zone repels the power of subspace, creating a desert of nothingness. The human beings who enter it, their souls will lose water like those travelers in the desert, and finally die of thirst. The closer you get to those weird space undead buildings, the more serious the symptoms will be, and it is not impossible to go crazy later, or even lose your soul and become an idiot. A core composed of ordinary people is bound to be unbearable for this battlefield environment. I am afraid that it will become weak before fighting for a long time, and a large number of soldiers will collapse. The only way is to use the 4 original Foundry battle groups to launch the first wave of strikes, and first find a way to destroy the nodes in the Exorcism Death Zone, so that ordinary people can fight normally. The primordial warriors have been fully upgraded, and the heart of the Empire has strengthened them not only physically, but also at the soul level. Even in the barren Death Zone, you can still absorb enough nutrients to keep your soul from exhausting. Lothar assigned the tasks of several battle groups. Everyone has no opinion on this. The previous achievements of the Star Knights gave Lothar enough reputation to make everyone here obey his arrangements. After the military meeting, everyone returned to their ships to prepare for the assault. The Necrons must have known about their arrival. It may be because of the huge size of the Imperial fleet that they did not take the initiative to launch an attack. This is also in line with the usual practice of Necrons. Their void power is generally hidden in the pocket dimension, and they will suddenly attack when the enemy is close, catching the enemy by surprise. Before the official battle, Lothar entered the depths of the Tempest. The only dreadnought of the Star Knight was sleeping there. Dreams are sometimes the best place to soothe people's inner pain. There, people can get the treatment of good memories of the past, so as to forget a lot of pain. Brother Seed was groggy. After upgrading, he had the ability to enter dreams. He usually chooses to go back to the period of time in the Obsidian Fortress, where he spends his boring time in sleep. Obsidian is a barren world. The world of each warband is very barren and primitive. Only the tempering of nature can make people stronger. Those strong people became recruits of the Star Knights after being selected. Training, fighting, drinking, praying. The daily life of the Astral Knights is as dull as that of other warbands. Brother Side stood in front of the gate made of logs and bronze. Behind the gate is a majestic fortress monastery. Walking in, you will see a hall with vaulted ceilings shrouded in shadows. Sed manipulated the huge mech body to walk on the marble floor, making a heavy sound. The quiet lobby didn't last long. After walking a few steps, a large number of fighters appeared in front of Brother Sed. They greeted Side warmly. Sheerts, Felicita, Hikilos. Seeing those faces, Brother Seed's mind came up with their names. The former chapter master Almurad stood in front of the statue of the heroes of the chapter, watching Side's arrival. You should do your duty, Side, tell me, why are you here? Asked Almurad. I feel lonely and confused, chapter master. Side saw Amurad through the observation device of the dreadnought. The other party's face was covered with scars, and his eyes were as firm and unyielding as ever. He is as stubborn as a rock. Even if there is an abyss in front of him, he will jump into it without hesitation for what he insists on. Loneliness is normal, and it is also one of our enemies. Side, we have to learn to endure loneliness, so that our hearts can become stronger. Amurad said indifferently, as a soldier, you not only must you fight against tangible enemies, but you must also fight against invisible enemies. As for your confusion, you have passed through centuries, what kind of confusion makes you so hesitant, and you must seek inner answers. I don't know how to put it, you all left. The old lords of Terra took everything from us and gave it to another warband. Our serial numbers were stripped and we have nothing left. The new emperor, the Astral Knights were rebuilt, the new storm, the new monastery, and the new comrades in arms, but I felt at a loss. These more powerful Astral Knights were really the same battle group as before, and they really deserved it. On this flag. Amurad stared at Side, his sharp eyes seemed to be able to see the remnant body inside through the thick mech. What do you think the Star Knights are? Are they the coats of arms and banners that depict achievements? Is it the illusory glory and praise? Side, what is the real inheritance of the Star Knights? Power? Glory? Courage? said one by one, but Murad kept shaking his head. Power can be taken away. Our bodies are not immortal. Courage can also be lost in the face of invincible enemies. A small misunderstanding may wipe out all our glory. At that time, what are we left with? Said was lost in thought. Become a weak, fearful Star Knight, what an unimaginable thing. Our most precious quality is sacrifice. Murad said, when I was selected as a candidate for the Star Knights, my mentor told me that we must make all sacrifices to protect this race. Under the leadership of the Emperor, drive out those enemies. For this reason, only those who are willing to sacrifice can pass the final assessment and become true Star Knights. You and I both know how powerful the enemies humans face are. Facing those real enemies, those unimaginable temptations, courage and strength will also deteriorate. Those traitors are the best proof. Only sacrifice will not, if death can't make you surrender, what else can defeat you? The inheritance of the Star Knights is not the obsidian star, nor the coats of arms and banners that depict achievements, nor the tomes written by the dead, but sacrifices. Facing the almost unsolvable world engine, the Star Knights chose to put all their eggs in one basket. The reason is this: we use our own sacrifices in exchange for the survival of others, in exchange for victory. Don't doubt those recruits, they will also become excellent and achieve victories that we could not achieve in the past. They have the same will in their bodies as we do. They are true astral knights. Chapter Master said stared at Murad, and a hoarse voice came out of the speaker, relieved. The battle to destroy the world engine gave the Star Knights unprecedented glory. It also put the Star Knights chapter in a crisis of being banned. At that time, there were only 30 Star Knights who were not involved in the crisis, and there were 20 recruits among them, who were simply unable to rebuild the battle group. The Sable Swords chapter who came to receive their legacy gave them a final chance at honor. That is to choose a battleship and carry out the final expedition until every knight dies in the vast starry sky. The destruction of the Astral Knights will only happen sooner or later. Later, after discussing with Side and Lothar, they decided to make a pilgrimage. Even if the Astral Knights were utterly wiped out, they would travel to Ultramar to meet the resurrected Primarch and take part in the indomitable crusade that might save humanity. It was a desperate journey. When we arrived in Makraj, there were only the last 15 Star Knights left. Everyone is scarred. Traveling through the warp was no easy task at that time. It's a tightrope walk every time, and if you are a little careless, you will be doomed. It is fortunate that the Star Knights have not been destroyed. Magrag tipped some resources to the Star Knights to assist them in completing the original casting upgrade and reconstruction. With the help of the Heart of the Empire, even if they only use the gene seeds of their own battle group, the recovery speed of the Star Knights is very gratifying. Up to now, the Star Knights already have thousands of people. Sid fell into confusion. Is the rebuilt Astral Knight still Astral Knight? It is still covered with a layer of skin. Now Sid is relieved. Star Knights will never inherit honor and merit, but will. The will to sacrifice for others. Mentor. A voice called Sid's dream shattered. The visual device of the mecha made a clicking sound, and in the confusion, Sid saw Lothar. One of the few remaining Astral Knight veterans. Sid's combat career was very long, and he taught countless recruits. Even Lothar has followed his study. What are you doing here? Lothar. Sid asked. The landing battle is about to begin, I want to ask if you want to join the battle. Lothar asked. With the upgrading of the original casting and the optimization of the Knight Order, the role of fearlessness in war is getting smaller and smaller. Many dreadnoughts take on the task of teaching recruits. Why do you ask such a question? Lothar was silent for a moment before finally speaking. This is revenge, revenge against the Necrons. They almost killed us, but now, we are back full of blood. Tell me, Sid, are you going to fight? Are you going to announce the return of the Star Knights on the battlefield? Sid fell into silence, and after a while, a hoarse voice came from the sounder. Then throw me into battle. Gotham City. Booming explosions resounded throughout the city. Batman dispatched with the Bat family and launched a war against Robot Company. After a long period of collection work, the Justice League has obtained definite evidence. They discovered the dark side of the conglomerate. Conduct human experiments and use human brains to transform supercomputers. Created a lot of modified fighters. Also trying to control governments and rule the world. In order to defend the justice of this world, the 5 giants of the Alliance are preparing to launch a full-scale attack on Robot Company and destroy their headquarters. The headquarters of Robot Corporation is naturally located in Gotham City. Here is where they first rose. Robot Company controlled all the gangsters by means of dark means, forcing people like the clown to behave with their tails between their legs. Many gangsters who tried to fight them met a terrible fate. The brain lobe was removed and transformed into a mechanical and flesh and blood servant. What a crime. Let every hero who sees the relevant photos grit their teeth and vow to eradicate such cancers, and never let them control the world. This is a battle to save the whole world. After planning, with the help of the Wayne Group channel, many superheroes gathered in Gotham and launched an attack on the Robot Group. They wanted to cut off this head, kill the man behind the scenes, and let the world know the true face of this company. The Robot Corporation Group building is the tallest building in Gotham, and even the world. Beneath it sits a radiation-free heavy reactor that provides clean energy to the city. The superheroes have long planned and attacked from both the outside and the inside. A large number of drones were released, and scorching laser beams rained down on the superheroes. Armed security guards are also sniping superheroes on every floor. James is also a member of the security guards, manipulating the exoskeleton mecha and shooting a superhero crazily. The current attack on the base has made the top executives of Robot aware of the crisis brought by the heroes. They increased the power of security guards and accelerated the speed of genetic modification. However, superheroes move extremely fast. James had time to accept the primary transformation, and was recalled to the headquarters, ready to fight against the heroes who represented justice. Don't be obsessed with it anymore. The superhero codenamed Blue Beetle, Ted Cord, avoided the laser shot by James, and persuaded, "Do you want this world to be ruled by a lunatic? It's better to be ruled by madmen than to be ruled by your justice." James yelled, "Go to hell, bastard. A brainwashed idiot." Ted Cord shook his head. Ted Cord can't imagine why the security guards in this company are so stupid. It is really incomprehensible to be so stupidly loyal to the Robot group. Aren't they afraid of the same fate befalling them? With so much evidence in front of them, why are these guys still obsessed with it? Even criminals have human rights. Riddler, Poison Ivy, Killer Crocodile, Penguin, these vicious villains have killed many people and created a lot of chaos. Some of the gangsters also trafficked people, lent usurious loans, and forced them into prostitution. But they are also living people, we should give them human rights and respect. They too should be judged by the laws of Gotham City. Not the trial of the Robot group. Such bottomless lynching will only plunge the world into darkness. Being transformed into a mindless machine slave, transformed into a human brain computer, this punishment is countless times more terrifying than death. Wake up, heroes represent justice. They are the shields that guard the world. A laser hit Ted Cord's Blue Beetle armor. The armor was directly pierced, and the smell of scorched flesh and blood emanated from it. Ted Cord's eyes turned cold, and he sighed inwardly. He didn't want to cause too many killings, but these people were stubborn. After dodging a few times, Ted Cord shot with all his strength. Ted Cord was God's favorite from the moment he was born. Everything about him is so dazzling. Is the heir of the world's top-ranked Colder industrial group. Since I was a child, I have never had to worry about food and clothing. As long as I like it, I will spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in pocket money. She is also an outstanding genius, a famous inventor, and a martial artist who is good at various schools. James was just a poor man who had become a frequent visitor to the prison at a young age. No learning, no skills, nothing. Even if you master the fighting skills of street gangsters, it is impossible to defeat a superhero. After a few rounds, James was beaten to the ground, the exoskeleton armor was blazing, and the hydraulic pipes and wires came out. Ted Cord stepped on James' head and looked down at the guy. "Stubborn guy, spend the rest of your life in prison." He too. James stared angrily, which was the only response he could make. Ted Cord broke his legs, making him unable to stand up again, and then wanted to continue rushing towards the core area of the Robot group. As soon as the opponent's feet left his head, James, who was sweating from the pain, did not admit defeat. Hugged the other party's feet, holding the other party tightly. "I'm not dead, bastard." James howled, "I won't let you pass." James knew he was a sucker. Dropped out of school at a young age, messed around with society, and was a scum and trash that a superhero looked down upon. Is the background board of those glamorous superheroes, and it is the material for them to fight crime. He also thought that he was a bad guy. In the future, I will find a poor woman like him who has no education and no money, and have a few children who are also trash and scum. His life was counted in this way. Colobout Group gave him a chance to be a man, and gave him a chance to enter heaven. You can have your own garage after working for only a few hours, and you can go to eat, drink and have fun with your friends after get off work. James knows about those cruel experiments, about those genetic modifications, and about the Robot Group's desire to rule the world. But he doesn't care, he just wants to live like a human being. Robot Group is the only one who is willing to give these rotten people a chance to live. Clean energy, a new social wealth distribution system, cheap food and industrial products. Those superheroes have all kinds of technology, but they never cared about people like him. They wear all kinds of high-tech equipment and go to the slums to swagger through the streets, attack those criminals in their eyes, and carry out their justice. From the beginning to the end, they never thought about why those crimes became more and more serious under their iron fists. Never thought about it, maybe the high technology in their hands can change the world. What they think about is always fighting crime and satisfying their vanity. Look at this Batman, that Robin, that Superman, that Wonder Woman, what a famous name. People are all singing their justice, how great it is. But what changes did they bring to the world? Chaos and war as always, ghettos always stink, human trafficking and gangsters who persecute teenage girls are thriving. The more superheroes there are, the more chaotic the world is, the more crimes there are, and then there are more superheroes. No one knows where the root of the problem is. There are more and more superheroes, but society is becoming more and more chaotic. Robot Group did not give birth to a superhero wearing armor, but it brought peace to the world and let Gotham City see the sun. Energy technology and the desire to develop the starry sky have made it rare for countries to reach an agreement and move towards true peace. The slums have ushered in changes, old and dilapidated buildings have been remodeled, new communities, new schools, and a new security environment. They give everyone a chance to embrace change. Only those who are stubborn, who think about chaos and resist change, and even try to destroy the guys are punished. James is afraid that without the Robot Group, the world will become chaotic again, and it will once again become a battlefield for heroes and criminals. Countries will fight because of the uneven distribution of benefits. Several drones roared over, and the laser beams kept shooting at the shield made by Ted Cord. Stubborn. Feeling the pressure, Ted Codd activated the weapon in the leg armor, and the strong electric current knocked James into the air. Afterwards, he fired a palm cannon and hit the opponent. The whole process was smooth, like it was like defeating those little guys before, finishing off the opponent, and then rushed to the depths of robot building, ready to find the mastermind behind the scenes and solve booze. James, wearing a damaged exoskeleton armor, shattered the glass with great force, and fell to the ground freely, like a sinner falling into a lightless abyss. He reached out and tried to touch the sky, the heaven he had longed for. James recalled his life in a flash. He also had a dream to become a musician who heals others. Unfortunately, he eventually became a gangster, a scumbag. He also loved this world and had a beautiful ideal. However, living in a chaotic community, without a good education, a good living environment, and a good brain, what else can he become besides being a scum like his father and brother? A bright light lit up. Superman in tights is suspended in the sky, his cape fluttering, like a god. James saw the morning sun rising behind the opponent, and the golden light reflected on Superman's body. Those rays of light were like a halo of a god, so dazzling. He fired laser beams from both eyes and began to destroy the protective shield on the top floor of the robot group building. Fuck you, superhero. Recalling his tragic life, James, with tears in his eyes, uttered his final roar. Then the whole person fell to the ground, and with a bang, the whole person fell apart along with the mechanical exoskeleton. The superheroes didn't care about such an unknown person. After bypassing the fragmented corpse, they rushed into the robot group building. All the 3 views in this article only represent the 3 views of individual characters, so don't take them for granted. Chapter 285, The Mission of Sanguinius, for subscription. It's really too dangerous. Catwoman couldn't help feeling tense when she saw that Batman tilted his head to avoid a laser beam, and a trace of high temperature melting appeared on the armor. Catwoman has been acquainted with Bruce since he was young and frivolous. The affection between the two has been secretly growing. Bruce really loves and hates this little wild cat who is inseparable. Catwoman behaved aloofly and arrogantly, but she always cared about Bruce in her heart. She wanted to be with Bruce, a man, but was afraid that Bruce would tire of her. Because of various reasons, the two have always maintained an ambiguous relationship that is more than friends, but the last step is short of lovers. Batman dodges several laser beams. Seizing the opportunity, with a flick of his wrist, he threw the bat dart out at a weird angle. The dart flew at high speed, shooting out several electric currents in the air. This invincible ultimate move was blocked by the opponent using a transparent energy shield. It's really difficult. Seeing this scene, Bruce in the bat armor sank in his heart and became more dignified. The enemy is much more difficult to deal with than he imagined. The battle armor built with the help of money ability can be said to be invincible. In Gotham City, it can be said that it is invincible. At least these minions can be dealt with easily. But now, a security guard of the robot group made him feel tricky, and he couldn't break through for a long time. If it weren't for the superheroes who gathered the entire alliance, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to attack. Batman avoided several lasers by using his strong figure or thick shield. The security guards control the exoskeleton armor, and the fist-sized drones are also hovering in the sky, and the lasers are intertwined to form a deadly network. Once forced Batman into a mess. With the help of Batman's confrontation, Catwoman moved around, looking for opportunities. When the other party deflects the direction and produces a visual angle of view, Catwoman seized the opportunity, and with the blessing of ancient magic, she flexibly used dead angles to launch a fatal blow. The magic dagger pierced the opponent's throat in an illusion. When it was pulled out, bright red blood also gushed out. The security guard wanted to cover his wound with his hand, and Catwoman made another blow. The security guard stared angrily, looked at the two superheroes in tights, and let out an unwilling roar. After that, after staggering a few times, he fell directly to the ground without breathing again. You shouldn't kill people. Bruce came over and whispered, our target is the mastermind behind the scenes, not these brainwashed people. If we don't kill them, we won't be able to get through. Catwoman said arrogantly, if I knew it earlier, I would ignore you and let you be dragged here. Bruce looked at the woman he loved and hated, and could only shake his head helplessly. He has always adhered to the principle of no killing. He is somewhat displeased with other people's killing behavior, but he will not say anything. He stepped over the body of the security guard and walked into the building. Accompanied by bursts of explosions, the entire robot building was shaken. At this time, the superheroes have launched a full-scale attack on the entire building, and are about to eliminate this cancer. The sounds of fighting are everywhere. Master. The butler's voice came suddenly. What's wrong? Batman asked. Dick was killed. The steward's tone was full of sadness, they used a powerful bomb, and Dick sacrificed himself to save other heroes. A video was transmitted. Dick in Nightwing armor pushes the other heroes out of a room with a bomb, only to be engulfed in flames from the explosion. After the aftermath was over, other people went in to see that he was in pieces, not even a piece of intact flesh and blood could be found. Batman clenched his fists. Dick was the first-generation Robin, his good helper, and his disciple. The one who has worked with him the longest and knows him best. Now, Dick died in robot building. Batman grows to hate the man behind the scenes, the who wants to rule the world. Otherwise Dick would never have died here. I will make the man behind the scenes pay the price. Batman spoke word by word, as if making an unbreakable oath. The superheroes who attacked the building suffered tenacious resistance and suffered casualties. The deceived security guards guard the robot building bravely. The robot building was also equipped with various defensive devices. The sharp claws that cut the steel can only draw a few white marks on the wall of the building. A shell strong enough to shatter can only make a few small craters. Superheroes feel like a ground war. Every step forward will cost heavy casualties. They launched an offensive on the vast robot building in all directions. But after playing for so long, they didn't break into the real core area. The robot group should be regarded as the strongest villain that the Justice League has ever encountered. I don't know what means they used. Flash BAL Speed Force, Wonder Woman's power, and some superhero magic can't be used here. The Justice League can only use physical means to break in from the periphery a little bit. It's like an ancient war, fighting with a knife and a gun. Those security guards are not cannon fodder roles. Each one has an exoskeleton armor strong enough to fight a superhero. There are also drones that hover like bee swarms, and their lethality is also terrifying. The laser beam is enough to penetrate their armor. Those turrets hidden in corridors or corners are also first-class killers. The Justice League went all out and played very hard. If only relying on the power of the Bat family in Gotham City, I am afraid that there will be no return. They can't be allowed to continue to develop, this time we must completely defeat them. Bruce saw the messages from other heroes, and the casualties increased as they rushed. He is also becoming more and more afraid of this robot group. If the opponent's evil conspiracy hadn't been discovered in time, the opponent would have become a behemoth that even the Justice League would have difficulty fighting against. Absolutely cannot allow the robot group to continue to develop. Otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. This time, we must cut the grass and roots. The superheroes showed their special abilities and fought back and forth with those security guards. Various peculiar attacks are unleashed. The strength of the Justice League has also been shown. Their power is enough to subvert any country in the world. However, as a force capable of controlling the world, the power possessed by robots should not be underestimated. More unmanned combat aircraft rose from all over Gotham City, ready to support robot building. Sea King, Wonder Woman, and other superheroes who could not participate in the robot building war formed a peripheral defense line to prevent support forces from passing. The battle between the two sides caused the entire Gotham City to fall into the flames of war. Flames are burning everywhere. People ran around in fear. The gardens, roads, and public welfare facilities built by the robot group to improve the image of Gotham City have all become potholes at this moment. Splashes of gravel everywhere. The bright flowers were set off by the artillery fire and torn apart by the shock wave. Like a society, beautiful and fragile. It only takes a little effort from an evil or a righteous person, and it falls apart. Destruction is always faster than construction. Quick, protect the company. A big man raised his laser gun and shouted. Protect the company. Protect Robert. Others also rushed out from all directions, holding laser guns issued by the Robert Group, or rifles. There is no such thing as a gun ban in Gotham City. On the contrary, Gotham City is flooded with guns, and getting a standard rifle is easier than drinking water. They are all brainwashed idiots. Neptune, holding a trident, said helplessly, and the breath of the king of Atlantis emanated from him, and his eyes full of divine power became more majestic. With a random wave of his hand, water curtains shot up into the sky, covering the entire street, and flying away those who attacked him. Some unlucky people, under the influence of the water, hit a corner or hard debris, and their bones were broken for a while, and they wailed continuously. Asshole! A man roared, shooting Aquaman's body with a rifle. There was a rattling sound, and a scorching breath came out of the gun barrel. The bullet hit Hai Wang's majestic body like hitting steel, and it couldn't hurt him at all. Get out, brainwashed idiot! Hai Wang waved the man and sent the man flying. As the master of the ocean, his majesty cannot be challenged. These damned mortals have no ability to tell right from wrong, but I am fighting to protect them. Now they are attacking themselves. Kill, for justice. The superhero fire released green flames, and the whole street was set on fire. Wonder Woman also brandishes her own whip, stopping those people. Flash's speed is extremely fast. As long as he is not near the robot building, he can use his terrifying speed to quickly eliminate those ordinary people. The superheroes showed their prowess and formed an impenetrable line of defense to block the reinforcements of Robot Company. The battle on the robot building was extremely fierce, and the deafening explosions shook the huge building. If it wasn't huge and strong enough, it would have collapsed by now. The of the world Superman broke through the top defense of the building with his powerful superpower. The cloak flew up, and Superman fell slowly. The sun was behind him, like his halo. He descended into the world like a god. The tights outlined his perfect figure, strong and powerful, and the knotted muscles contained infinite power, surging like a volcano about to erupt. The security guard at the bottom was easily knocked away by him. Nothing can stop him. He is the strongest fighter in the Justice League, a man comparable to a god. The laser light projected from the eyes is enough to melt steel, and the freezing air from the mouth is enough to freeze the sea. No sound could escape his monitoring. No secret can be hidden from his eyes. Injuries that are enough to kill a mortal, but he can heal them all in a few seconds. In addition, he also has a terrible memory and learning ability, and can learn the knowledge of other people's lifetime in a few seconds. You are strong, Superman, or Clark. A man driving a mecha came out of a ruin on the top floor and confronted Superman. Superman looked at the guy in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized the identity of the other party. Lex. A mad scientist. Always fantasize about defeating him. He was defeated by himself several times and sent to prison. Being active here now is obviously a masterpiece of Robot Company. This company oozes evil inside and out. A bad guy like Lex can be accepted by them. One can imagine how depraved this company is. Superman's eyes became cold, he looked at his old enemy, and said in a deep voice, "Are you also the minion of the mastermind behind the scenes? Assist those guys in promoting such a vicious plan to control the world. These plans are not malicious, they will save the world." Lex said, "What you are destroying now is the salvation of the entire world. People are looking forward to a better future, but you have destroyed it. What redemption is there in the future of deprivation of liberty? Your vicious plans will not succeed. Those ambitious people who want to rule the world will eventually fail." Superman said solemnly, "Justice will never be ruled out. Defeated, the Justice League will always protect people's safety and freedom, and will never allow these beautiful things to be taken away by you." Lex, who was driving the mech, stared at Superman, and felt the seriousness of the other party's words from each word, and couldn't help but sneered. "It's weird to be a Kryptonian and come to be the savior of mankind." Lex mocked. "Love and justice are the pursuit of every race." Superman said, "Even if I am not a real human being, I will protect this beautiful world from being destroyed by you." Speaking so nicely, "Can you tell me, what have you brought to this world?" Lex asked, "How many wars have you prevented? Solved the human famine? What terminal illness was solved? What problems that have plagued mankind for a long time have been solved?" Superman stared at Lex. "What are you going to do, Lex?" "Save my race, don't let it be destroyed by you vain bastards." Lex said word by word. "It's another excuse to use unscrupulous means to save mankind. This is really nothing new." Superman said dismissively, "Is your salvation just those disgusting experiments? Brainwashing those innocent people as your thugs, it's really a dirty trick." Lex didn't become angry when he heard this, and his tone remained calm. "So what did you do? Do you really think you're righteous? Flying around in your underpants and becoming a superhero celebrity? In normal life again, pretending to be a reporter, spreading stories about yourself, come enjoying the praise of those people, don't you think you are hypocritical?" Hearing this, Superman frowned, his eyes showing displeasure. He has done so many good deeds, but in the mouth of the other party, he has become a clown who uses his own ability to become famous. "I help save those children's kittens and puppies every day, and save those people who are in crisis." After doing so much, the other party even said that he was hypocritical. What a twisted mind. People like you who don't have love and justice in their hearts will always look at the world with colored glasses. Do you think everyone is the same as you? Lion sneered when he heard what Superman said. "Am I wrong? You are disgusting hypocrisy, Superman, all of your so-called superheroes, disgusting and disgusting. You have so much technology and you never try to save those people, you just want people to depend on you and become brainless waste cheering for you. As for their future, you never care. When human beings are fighting each other for energy and technology, and frequently wage wars, you hypocritically call for peace, but you never think about sharing a little technology, and you never think about changing this dying society. The rapid development of human science and technology will inevitably lead to more tragic wars." Superman said, "And the Justice League does not interfere with the operation of human society, and it is also for the good of mankind. Those disgusting parents, or those who control the right to speak, always say that they are for the good of others, but in fact they are full of perverted desire to control. Admit it, Superman, the first thing you want to protect is you, the world you want." Lex said with a mocking tone. Before the arrival of the robot group, the technology in the hands of the Justice League was the most advanced. Not only did they master Mother Box, Krypton, and other technologies, but they also possessed various magical abilities. As long as you, if you are willing, the people of this world can enjoy a good life, get rid of the torment of diseases, and everyone can live and work in peace and contentment. You would rather those technologies rot in laboratories and books than spread them out, because with those technologies, human beings will get rid of their dependence on you, they will go to the stars, to other worlds, and will not cheers to you again. Those technologies will destroy the stability of human society, cause a lot of unemployment, and cause more chaos. Take medical technology as an example. If people don't get sick, the medical industry worth trillions will go bankrupt, and countless people would lose their jobs, they would lose their homes. Ha ha ha. Lex laughed loudly. "Superheroes really think too much. Why don't you ask the great Batman, how did the Wayne Group rise? With the help of the mechanized textile industry, it defeated the hand-woven textile industry. At that time, Bruce's ancestors did not have mercy on those unemployed female workers. This is the inevitable pain brought about by the development of the times." Superman said, "No one wants that. It's a different way to talk about my comrades in arms. Listen, it really makes sense. You can always say a lot of great truths." Lex sneered. "This matter is not the same thing. As superheroes, we should not interfere with the development of human technology, but leave the future to human beings to create." Superman was determined, and Lex's words did not disturb him. He firmly believed, "I am right. What's wrong with protecting human beings? Human beings want to sing praises to him and rely on him, but he doesn't force them. Since this is the case, why do you want to interfere with human beings' own choices? More than 90% of the people have already chosen the robot group. If you look outside, it is all those civilians who are fighting against your superheroes. You are no longer it is popular again, and people like robot group even more, like the stable life they create, basic necessities of life, every detail, they have done so perfectly. Because they were wrong, they were fooled." Superman levitated up and looked at Lex condescendingly. "The Justice League needs to correct this mistake. We can't just sit back and watch humans be fooled by the small favors of the robot group. But you just said that you want to leave the future to human beings to shape, what? As long as human beings shape the future that is not what you want, will you interfere? And you haven't even given small favors. Like I said, don't you think it's shameless to do this? Stubbornness. Superman said, I represent justice, and you Lex, a regular prisoner, what right do you have to say this to me? You are just a who helps others, surrender, or I will just can beat you. You can try it. Lex said, justice of hypocrisy. Hearing this, Superman knew that Lex couldn't be persuaded. There is no need to persuade this evil supervillain. Just beat him. An insignificant jumping clown. Laser beams exuding scorching heat are shot from Superman's eyes. Rex activated the shield of the mecha, and at the same time fired a pulse ray to fight against Superman. As a mortal of flesh and blood, Lex has been trying to destroy Superman all these years. Human beings suffer from superhuman dependence or superhero dependence, which is a very serious disease and must be treated. Before becoming a villain, Lex was an outstanding entrepreneur and inventor. At the beginning, he also believed that the existence of Superman would lead mankind to a better future. Until a space accident, the astronauts who encountered a crisis refused to find a way to escape by themselves, but waited for the rescue of Superman on the spot. Finally, the meteorite destroyed the spacecraft and all crew members died. This incident shocked Lex greatly. Mankind's dependence on Superman has reached the point where it cannot be saved. Accidents are an opportunity for human beings to learn from suffering. Superman deprives this opportunity of learning. He is doing good deeds every day. When human beings encounter difficulties, they don't think about how to solve them, but hope that Superman or superheroes will save them. They become weak and dependent like children. Lex felt confused. Everyone said that superheroes are good, but no one saw the crisis. The contradictions of society are suppressed by Superman and superheroes. The gap between the rich and the poor, the cultural gap, and the ideological gap have all been covered up. What changed Lex forever was what he learned when he came to Gotham. In this city controlled by Batman, he felt suffocated. Yes, choke. The unique rule formed by superheroes and high-ranking people is beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Gotham City is like a piece of stagnant water, firmly controlled by Bruce. No one can stand against him. Secretly, he is the Batman who makes the gang fear. On the surface, he is the richest and most influential man in the world. More than half of the MPs need the support of a consortium headed by the Wayne Group. What power can shake Bruce's rule over Gotham? Everyone says Batman is the guardian of Gotham. Krex doesn't think so. Batman is as much a dark part of Gotham as the villains like the Joker. If Bruce is willing to spend more time on solving unemployment, reducing vagrants, and solving the problems of low-level medical care, education, and corruption and inefficiency in the police system, Gotham City is bound to slowly get better. But Bruce didn't do that. He didn't promote legal reform, and he didn't think of ways to deal with corruption. Instead, become Batman and fight those street crimes. Formed the Bat family to do jobs that would have belonged to the police. For those gangsters, he is not killing them all, but setting a red line. For this reason, Gotham City is still flooded with drugs and guns, and children who cannot afford to go to school and idle people without jobs are all wandering around, becoming potential gang members. What Batman is after isn't really getting the people of Gotham out of this chaotic scene. He just enjoys being in control. Nobody dares to go against the will of the King of Gotham. Whether it is a gangster or a political official, they have to succumb to Batman and Bruce and act according to his rules. So the Batman mark over Gotham City is the best proof. It will take a long time to promote reform and promote social development. It will also create many enemies, be stigmatized, and thankless. It is easy to become a superhero. Wear tights, fight a few down-and-out street criminals, leave your own mark, and use a few newspapers to publicize it, and you will become a household name. Everyone will say that this superhero is awesome. Lex has changed since then. He became a villain in people's mouth. Deliberately deal with Superman. With Superman out of the way, the Justice League is at least half weaker. He wants to free mankind from superhero dependence. In this universe, human beings should rely on themselves to solve problems and make themselves stronger. You want to use such means to defeat me, you are too naive, Lex. Superman used his speed. Before Lex had time to react, a big hole appeared in his mech. The electric flame flickered, engine oil flowed from the broken pipe, and the air was filled with a greasy smell. Lex was trapped in his cockpit, unable to move. He lost again. Superhuman strength is unimaginable. Weak as always. Superman flew in front of Lex in a levitation, and said, "Your conspiracy is meaningless. Tell me, Lex, who is the mastermind behind the robot group? In that case, maybe it will be less painful. They all say you are as powerful as a god, Clark. For this reason, I am curious about one thing. What's the matter? I wonder if God bleeds." Superman wanted to stay away from this guy when he saw Lex's sneer. But in the next second, his abdomen hurts. A white spike pierced his body of steel. Unimaginable weakness caused Superman to collapse on the ground. A weapon made of kryptonite, with a molecular force field, is enough to paralyze all your functions. I know your ability, so I have been waiting for the opportunity. Lex said, "Do you think that we are against the Justice League? Do you know nothing about the plans of the company? Do you think you are fighting against those wretches who are weaker than you? You want to know the mastermind behind this company so much, so let me tell you with mercy, the behind the scenes of this company, the main ambassador is Master Luo Bayot, an existence that you will never be able to match. Lex walked to the side of Superman. Under the pressure of kryptonite, Superman had no strength to fight back. There is nothing in the robot building. When the Justice League invades, it will be detonated, and the media will be used to exaggerate the terrorist acts of superheroes launching wars. This behavior will drive the Justice League into the abyss. As long as the whole people understand you discuss those who ignore the power of the law, and your time will be over, Clark, when there will be no superheroes in this world. Superman was too weak to speak, and he couldn't think clearly about what Lex said. Kryptonite will not only suppress his steel body, but also cause damage to his super brain. However, Robot Company can control the whole world, and the controller behind it definitely has an unimaginable strategy. Attacking the robot building is likely to fall into the trap of the opponent. A hovering mecha was summoned by Lex. Under his control, the mecha raised the spear. Superman was picked up on a string like that, and sent into an open teleportation hole. Now is not the best time to kill Superman. Superman has a reputation all over the world, and there are a lot of diehard fans. Killing him rashly will inevitably lead to violent turmoil. For Superman, there are still arrangements for the big guy above. A wonderful show that is enough to make Kryptonians and superheroes go to the end is about to be staged. It's really exciting. Can be called the fall of God. Lex, who had a feeling in his heart, looked towards the sky, and a light spot was flying fast. It is Superman's kin, Superwoman Kara. The other party realized that something happened to Superman and rushed to rescue him. Lex showed a smile, and jumped into the teleportation light hole. When the Superwoman arrived, the teleportation light hole was closed, leaving only ruins on the ground. The enthronement ceremony went very smoothly. Guilliman took power. But the departure of the Emperor also made Guilliman clear that there was not much time left for him. It is necessary to accelerate the implementation of various plans. In front of the mechanical throne, Sanguinius stood in front of his brother, waiting for the other to speak. At this moment, there are only the two of them here. You have to leave this universe and create a retreat for the Empire, Sanguinius. Guilliman sat on the throne, looked at his brother and said, Abaddon has come out of the Eye of Terror again and launched the 10th four Dark Crusades. He has brought a new legion. We can no longer be trapped in the galaxy and this broken universe. Guilliman fully inherited the Emperor's legacy. Among them are some information left by human exploration in the Golden Age. Human beings in their heyday have a terrible desire to explore. In addition to conquering the galaxy, they also try to travel to other galaxies. Using subspace, the distance of hundreds of thousands of light years is not insurmountable. The situation in those places is not good. The closest to the Milky Way is the Large Magellanic Cloud. According to the news sent back by the explorers, the situation there is worse than that of the Milky Way. They live in a remote corner of a wasteland universe. The Dark Watchers of Stonehold had not deceived him. The entire universe has been plunged into darkness. The remaining civilizations are fighting. Horrible creations of all kinds will eventually burn the entire universe to the ground. This universe is on the verge of collapse and is about to collapse. The test that the Empire will face is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Chapter 286 Entrance to the Small Universe, for subscription. Hasn't the Black Legion been exhausted? Sanguinius looked up at Guilliman, who was wearing a laurel crown and sitting on the golden throne. A surge of golden and blue energy light arcs radiated from the opponent's body, like a king shrouded in halo and ruling many stars. It is absolutely impossible for him to gather a large army again so soon. The population of the Eye of Terror is pitifully small. Only those desperate traitors and those fooled cultists will enter it. If you want to add an army that is enough to wage war on the Empire, the difficulty is as difficult as climbing the sky. He has received new help. Guilliman stood up from the throne and took a few steps back and forth. Following his movements, several glowing information windows appeared in the air, showing Sanguinius the information sent back from the frontline battlefield. In the image, a tidal wave of black legions gushes out from the gap in the crack that exudes malicious light. Those flesh and blood warships made Sanguinius frown deeply. All of them were warships corrupted by the subspace. Their depravity can be seen from the outside. A battleship as huge as a planet is particularly conspicuous. Judging from the overall structure, the battleship looks like a giant head wearing a helmet. It is hard to imagine what kind of creature can have such a huge body. Just a head is as huge as a planet. Sanguinius stared at the huge head and felt a huge threat from it. Therein lies the essence of evil. Various flesh and blood buildings were built on that battleship, pulsating like organs. The blood vessel-like red pipes maintain those forts and towering bone buildings. Unimaginable darkness, forming a black, fog-like barrier around the head fortress. The light spears and torpedoes launched by the Imperial ships hit the black mist and only caused ripples of floodlight, and there was no way to break through that layer of defense. In addition to releasing various shells and light beams, that weird head fortress can also release two huge rays of destruction from the position of the eyes. A celestial fortress was hit, and an explosion exploded in an instant, tearing the huge fortress apart. With this weird fortress, the Black Legion gained an advantage over the Empire in the Void battlefield. No longer being directly crushed to death by the Empire's Void fleet as before. When Sanguinius saw these pictures, his eyes were also dignified. The Void power of the Black Legion has been increased so much all of a sudden, the pressure on the Empire will probably also increase. I have blocked the relevant news. Guilliman said solemnly, otherwise, the news of the big Predator's comeback will inevitably cause a new round of panic. Whose help did Abaddon get, and why he was able to assemble such a huge army so quickly? Sanguinius asked solemnly. Gilliman shook his head, expressing that he was not very clear. He had some vague guesses in his mind, but it was inconvenient to tell Sanguinius, as there was no confirmation after all. Mere guesswork is pointless. Wait until he confirms it before telling Sanguinius the truth. Until then, secrecy is the best option. The task of going to other universes is too difficult, there are many crises, and the diplomatic relations of the local indigenous people must be handled well. Ryan is very capable, but he is not suitable to be a diplomat. Russ, let alone let him be a diplomat. Diplomat, I'm afraid the situation will get worse. Chagatai is a good candidate, but he already has a new mission. After thinking about it, you are the most suitable, Sanguinius. Sanguinius has long known that Gilliman has been preparing to go to other universes as a backup option for the final battle. The different universe is no secret to Sanguinius. In the subspace, there are also many demons that do not belong to this universe. They escaped to this galaxy from their own destroyed universe through various inconceivable means. Sanguinius also agrees with Gilliman's approach. Humans can't always be stuck in a corner of the galaxy, that would be too dangerous. Then I will accept this mission. Sanguinius said, when should I start? The sooner the better. According to the news from Moto, the teams that went to different universes to explore sent back news. Several teams successfully established some forces in the local area, but they encountered great resistance. The local ruling force is trying to completely unplug the influence of the Empire. I have to go there alone to sit in charge. The sooner you get there, the more at ease I will be. After all, we are running out of time. Gilliman controls every corner of the entire Empire. The complex intelligence system connects reality and illusion, so that he can clearly know what happened in every place. He is also very clear about the progress of the project on Moto. Except for Universe 1, which established an outpost. Several exploration teams starting from Universe 1 also had different harvests. The news from an exploration team made Gilliman pay more attention. The expedition team, led by a traveler named Sam, even arrived in DC. The Justice League, the Lantern Corps, and the existence of the creation level of the Supreme God. If it can occupy a place in DC, even if it loses to the four gods in the future, the Empire can still move to DC. It is also an option to escape to other universes with the help of DC. Maybe when the time comes, we can see which one is stronger, the so-called Supreme God or the Evil God. Gilliman did not have a clear understanding of the two, to be honest. God Most High is the omnipotent creator. Coincidentally, the four gods also claim to be omnipotent creators. In the legends of those gods, even a dog can create the world and is omnipotent. Gilliman recalled the myths he had read, none of them said that he could create the world and was omniscient and omnipotent. It is a bit of a joke to determine combat power based on their descriptions. Fight a game, maybe the winner will be decided. If it weren't for the inability to tell, Gilliman wouldn't care. It would be best to delay the time. Gilliman does not like either side. Whether it is claimed to be evil or good, only dead gods are the best gods. In addition to DC, several other exploration teams have also found clues to forces that can span multiple universes. These news made Gilliman secretly vigilant. Even if you have the technology to escape to other universes, it is not necessarily safe. The dangers of the multiverse are unimaginable. The human empire will definitely not be the first civilization to master the technology that spans the universe. The top civilizations that participated in the Civilization War, according to the Dark Watcher, they have escaped from this universe by virtue of the subspace road they built. In the multiverse, civilizations that may be able to span the universe are as numerous as the grains of sand on the seashore. Sanguinius is the best to deal with these things. He has enough emotional intelligence and ability. If Russ, the father of wild wolves, were to go, Gilliman would have to consider fighting the gods while fighting a multi-level war with those civilizations. Gilliman took out a document sealed with double-headed eagle wax from the side of the throne, handed it to Sanguinius under the throne by the servo skull next to it. The content inside was written by him himself, and it was a document that appointed Sanguinius as one of the heads of the different universe exploration factory. The body of Sanguinius contains the latest technology of the Empire. It is the best choice for him to be in charge of the project of the different universe. Gilliman did not dare to hand over all the power to him. Gilliman is very aware of and trusts Sanguinius' loyalty and kindness. The problem is that the crisis of the multiverse is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The lessons of the Horus Rebellion are vivid. No one knows whether there are unimaginable enemies in other universes. It is not impossible for an existence like Sanguinius to be distorted by those indescribable things and become an enemy. The greatest crisis of survival lies in arrogance, not weakness, and backwardness. Those who have no awe of the multiverse, have self-confidence, and think that they are invincible will only usher in a tragic fate. Sanguinius is loyal, but he may not always remain loyal. This is the biggest problem. Proper defense is good for the stability of the Empire. I will definitely complete the task satisfactorily, Your Majesty. Sanguinius knelt down on one knee and took the document with both hands. Gilliman smiled. I look forward to your good news, Sanguinius. Sanguinius stood up, turned around and walked towards a teleportation light hole, disappeared into it and disappeared. Just a moment later, he appeared on another battleship accompanied by a teleportation flash. My lord. The captain saluted Sanguinius respectfully. Through the porthole, Sanguinius looked at the Radiant Supreme in the distance, and the mechanical throne like a mountain stood on it. Gilliman is like a lonely king, guarding his people there. Go to Moto. Sanguinius looked away, looked at the captain who was connected to the main console of the battleship with a hair-like nerve cable, and gave an order. Understood, the target has been set, the Mordo Galaxy. A navigation permit has been applied for. After 1 hour and 38 minutes, you can leave the gravitational range of the stars in the solar system. The estimated subspace voyage is 1 hour and 7 minutes. Guilliman's senses are extremely keen. After controlling the power of the Emperor and the firewall, he even gained the blessing of faith from the entire race. Even if the distance was far away, he could still see that the engine of the battleship where Sanguinius was on ejected a scorching, several kilometer-long plasma radiance, propelling the huge battleship to sail in the void. When the speed of the warship enters 25% in a specific channel, the conventional engine is turned off, and the warship glides in the void. There is no resistance in the void. After the acceleration is completed, there is no need to accelerate again. The battleship will keep flying at the inertial speed. Guilliman's eyes sparkled, and he watched the battleship where Sanguinius was leaving. Turning on the firewall is only the beginning of the ultimate war, not the end. Humans who can ignore the corruption of the subspace have the confidence to fight against the gods. But this does not mean that humans will win. No general dares to guarantee that any war is absolutely victorious. Guilliman did not dare to guarantee. Counting the sleeping time, he was only born more than 10,000 years ago. Compared with those evil gods, it is really not worth mentioning. He didn't achieve a little achievement, but arrogantly thought that he would be able to surpass his predecessors and tear apart the gods, Long Aotian. Now the situation has become more complicated. Yog-Sothoth, who was expelled by himself before, is likely to become the man behind Abaddon, the predator, just like the four gods. There must be a gentle woman behind a successful man. Behind a successful god of extermination, there will be many evil gods with unpredictable intentions. Yog-Sothoth, the outer god, is also known as the nameless fog, the ruler of time and space and the one who unifies all things. One of the three pillar gods in the Thulhu mythology. The ontology is located outside all multidimensional universes and possesses infinite intelligence. Those who are mad enough can see him through the portal through dreams and gain knowledge. Guilliman knew it all too well. In the universe he came from, there is also the legend of the other party. Yog-Sothoth is an existence that mortals cannot touch and reach. Those who received his gift, eventually went mad. Just from these descriptions, I feel that the force is almost stronger than the supreme god. Time and space can no longer bind Yog-Sothoth. Any conventional power cannot harm the opponent. Another tricky guy. Others don't worry about debts. He has provoked many omniscient and omnipotent people, so he is not worried. Difficult, the four gods have not been killed yet, another big guy comes. These guys can't wait in their own universe peacefully. Wait for your empire to achieve great success, and then go over and kill them in seconds. Both games and novels lie. Because Mao's opponents are all so perverted. I now have a sense of overlooking Darkmond, Superman, and Lantern Corps in the DC universe. The small fights of these guys are not worthy of attention at all. Guilliman sat on the throne, closed his eyes, suppressed the swelling in his heart, and thought about another thing. Yog-Sothoth became a reality. Does the three-pillar gods really exist? Is the Thulhu mythology universe also real? The so-called fictional stories of DC, Thulhu, and Warhammer are all real history. Does the Foundation and Marvel exist? Zooming in on some of the patterns, how many of the anime and novels he had read were real? Whether the time and space where the other part of the soul lives is affected by these universes, is it a book from other universes, and whether I can go to the hometown of another part of the soul. From the few words of the Emperor, Guilliman knew that there were some so-called fictional stories, which were not fiction, but the real history of the endless universe. Tales drawn from the unreal warp by gifted writers. Guilliman has a wild guess about the multiverse. If it is confirmed, I am afraid that many people will go crazy. Myth is just absurd, but the truth brought by science is the real subversion. The stories that have been written are all history that happened. Then there is a good chance they will happen again. Life is reincarnation and spiral forward. It took billions of years for humans to evolve into our current body. How long will it take for a universe with strict laws to evolve to the present level? The universe is as precise as a machine. Enabling the planet to move in its own orbit, allowing life to reproduce and thrive. It's all just as designed. Like a coded program. From the moment of the Big Bang, the development of the universe has a clear thread. The light and heat from the Big Bang were cooled to form the most basic molecule, hydrogen. Hydrogen comes together to form a strong and unstable fusion reaction, and other elements are born in this reaction process. Over the ensuing billions of years, stars became stable, galaxies gradually emerged, and life soon followed. Everything is done step by step. No failure cases can be seen, it is so perfect that it feels weird. Why is the world that people live in basically elliptical? Why do galaxies appear as flat disks? Why do planets have rotation? Scientists have nothing more than a few explanations for this. Gravity and the influence of gravity have shaped the landforms of these planets. But I never thought about why the universe shaped those planets like this. No one stipulates that the starry sky must have gravity, People look for the reasons behind the phenomena that have already been caused. It's like, why do humans have such a fragile organ as the lungs? Some people will answer that there are lungs because people need to breathe. Why breathe? Because people are born to breathe. Why are we born with lungs to breathe? Can't let the pores breathe by themselves? Countless problems have accumulated to explain the single-cell era and the various evolutionary crises that humans have experienced. All human organs are selected from billions of years of evolution, and they are the organs that best meet the needs of survival. It seems that the lower body of human males used to have bones, but in order to improve fertility, it was optimized. Later humans chose cavernous hyperemia and nerve stimulation, giving humans the advantage of being able to estrus and mate 24 hours a day throughout the year. This advantage allows humans to reproduce and grow their race, giving humans the opportunity to become the top of the biosphere. This is especially important. With the development of the human brain, it is much more difficult for women to give birth to the next generation than other creatures. Walking upright changes a woman's pelvis and narrows the birth canal. Every birth brings endless pain, and a mortality rate far exceeding that of other species. Every human newborn is premature compared to other animals. It needs to be reared for 1 year before it can move freely like the young of other mammals. If humans have a fixed breeding season like other species, this race may have already ushered in destruction. The large number of newborns born at the same time will squeeze the time and energy of the tribe, thus dragging it down. There are not enough newborns, and there is no way to replenish the tribe's population. In order to deal with this problem, human beings have chosen another path and no longer have a fixed estrus period. As long as there is enough food, there will be a desire to reproduce. Every human organ is left over from the long evolution. The genetic information is stored in the chromosomes, and then passed on to the next generation through the combination of parents. From the fertilized egg, it divides step by step to form different organs and body structures. The seemingly easy and ordinary development condenses the evolution of more than 4 billion years of human beings. The appearance of each organ represents the evolution and selection of human beings. What condenses is the evolution of human beings, and even the entire Earth's ecological circle of more than 4 billion years. All this is no miracle. Can the universe, which is more complex than the human body, develop into what it is today? The structure of each atom is incredibly complex. If you magnify it, you can see a structure comparable to a universe. All kinds of laws are interlocking, achieving harmony in the infinite micro and macro fields, without any mistakes. If we talk about miracles, the evolution history of the universe is a real miracle. There are countless cases where life evolution failed and was eliminated by nature. Among them, the most classic is the dinosaur. This former overlord became extinct because he could not adapt to the post-catastrophic environment. The bones buried deep in the ground are the best proof that they once existed. The ecological circle on the Earth has to undergo such cruel elimination and selection to form the current ecological system. However, the universe has completed all the evolutions in one step, and no examples of failure have been seen. It is like having a fixed template, evolving and developing step by step. It is like the development of the human body, from a small fertilized egg to an individual with blood vessels, bones, internal organs, and brain. Guillemot thought deeply about this issue. At the end, he came to a conclusion. That is, there are no miracles in this world. Human beings can become the overlord of the Earth, behind it is the cruel survival of the fittest in nature, which created such a complicated human body. The reason why the universe can become the starry sky it is today is only because there is a more cruel truth behind it. Only in this way can we create a cosmic starry sky that is harmonious in the micro and macro fields, reality and illusion. After the Big Bang, the universe was born. Then when will this universe end again? Nothing is immortal. Even the burning sun will weaken and go out one day. Why is this universe eternal? If it cannot be eternal, what will happen after the universe is destroyed? Asking more deeply, what was before the birth of the universe? As the emperor said, those stories that are sought after by people may not be stories, but real history that happened one by one. The universe is a reincarnation, destroyed and reborn again and again, constantly improving various laws, just like biological evolution. And the era and universe they live in now is very likely to be a lucky era and universe, with no signs of failure. Those things that have happened are reflected in the warp space, surging to other universes with the destruction storm, and then captured by those gifted people to write them down. Those wonderful worlds that are completely different from your own worldview may just be the unique evolution of different universes. It's like there is a huge difference between the Earth's ecosphere and the alien ecosphere. Articles are made naturally, and they can be obtained by chance. Guillemot remembered an ancient poem he had learned, and sighed. The path of truth has no end. It's like the evolution of life. Everything evolves. Even the silent universe. If this is really the case, how desperate it must be. Human beings are so small. All their efforts are insignificant in the face of the vast history of the universe. Just like the impact of ants on the world. Those evil gods pursue eternity, perhaps they also saw this. Even if they are in the face of the magnificent evolution of the universe, I am afraid that they are just fallen leaves in the river, and they can only be dragged forward. Guillemot withdrew his thoughts, cleared his mind, and avoided letting himself fall into nihilism. Life is meaningful, even if it comes to an end. Death is the greatest gift of life. Its existence allows people to learn to cherish time and the people around them. At this time, a soft electronic voice sounded, and Ferris was ready for his meeting. Guillemot already has suitable arrangements for many brothers. Fukin went to supervise the weapons factory, Chagatai formed a mobile force to protect the alien tunnel, Ryan, Sanguinius and others also had their own arrangements. Only Wild Wolf and Iron Hand have not clearly assigned their responsibilities. This matter cannot be forgotten. Let him come here, said Guillemot, standing up and moving his body. The teleport flash lights up in the open space in front of the throne. Ferris in iron grey armor stepped out of it. Before Ferris could react, Guillemot had already gone up to him and gave him a big hug. This move made Ferris look shocked. Your Majesty, he said, this is a bit impolite. I'm sorry, I'm too excited, Ferris. Guillemot let go of his brother before he said, it's hard for me to describe my feelings at this moment. When I found out that you died in the Battle of Istvan's landing field, there was a lot of grief, but fortunately, now you are back with us. The resurrection of Ferris is much simpler than that of Sanguinius. It was only the demon that hurt him, not the soul. Sanguinius was really hurt. The power of Horus is no joke. In a sense, he is already comparable to the Emperor. The only pity is that he can't control that power. Is there anything you need to summon me? Your Majesty? Ferris asked respectfully. Of course, there is one thing I need you to do, Ferris. It's up to you, Guilliman said. In this case, I feel very honored. Ferris had a smile on his face. You are the most outstanding brother among us in studying the laws of the operation of all things. I have many important tasks for you to do, and they are all things that can determine the future. Guilliman said, Ferris, your importance to me is unimaginable by others. I can imagine that when the gods realize your return, the importance to the Empire and mankind, they will inevitably cry like a fart. Return to us. Such words are a bit exaggerated, Your Majesty. Ferris said a little flattered, compared to other brothers, my ability is not worth mentioning. Don't belittle yourself like this, Ferris. Guilliman laughed, you are incomparable. Please tell me what I need to do to be worthy of your praise, Your Majesty. Ferris said sincerely. Look at this. Guilliman stretched out his hand and scratched in the air, and several lines emerged out of thin air, like some kind of projection, which does not exist in this universe. This is... Ferris looked at the box formed by the lines and asked in confusion. The entrance to the small universe that has not been completed is also an important mission I am about to entrust to you, Ferris. This matter will affect the retreat of human beings. You must firmly remember every word I say next. Lyman said in a deep voice, never forget what a heavy burden you shoulder. Chapter 287 Time Weapon, for subscription. Ferris stared at the so-called small universe entrance. It looks like a child's bad line drawing. It is 3 meters high, suspended in the air, and moving slowly. The entrance to the small universe. Ferris' tone was full of confusion. He reached out to touch the linear gate suspended in the air, but he didn't touch anything, and his hand didn't feel any field. Even if it is projected, there will be static electricity. But this wireframe gate has nothing. It's like a shadow. His gaze can be seen directly through the box, and see Guilliman on the throne. This thing is like a transparent projection, it just emits light, but it does not exist in this universe. Ferris can see the wireframe gate, but can't sense it. It's all too weird. An entrance? Where does it connect? Ferris' eyes were full of confusion. This creation surpassed his previous cognition. He tried several times, but there was no response from the weird wireframe door. Cannot be touched and cannot be interacted with. Even a hologram should respond to the user's actions. Why is this thing not responding at all? Seeing the confusion and incomprehension in Ferris' eyes, Guilliman explained, the small universe project has been implemented for a long time, and the progress has been very slow. Until now, they have produced a defective product, which is also a leap forward. It has been achieved, and if it can be popularized, the benefits will be unimaginable. Guilliman explained the small universe project to Ferris. For this project, Guilliman already had an idea in Ultramar. A floating screen appeared in front of Guilliman. Small Universe Operating System version 1.0. Owner of the highest authority, the supreme ruler of the sacred human beings, the Lord of humanity. Whether to grant relevant authority to Iron Hand Primarch Ferris. Accompanied by a series of prompts, Guilliman clicked OK on the virtual screen without any pause, and granted Ferris the authority to enter the small universe. After confirming that the authorization was completed, Guilliman asked Ferris to try again. This time, his arm didn't pass through the moving line gate, but sank into it. Ferris showed a look of horror. His hand seems to have penetrated into a section of space that is different from the real universe. Ferris tried to catch something, but found nothing. There is nothing inside. It's like a void. My hand. Ferris asked in surprise, how could this be? He withdrew his hand and arm intact. Did I touch another dimensional space just now? Ferris pointed to the line door and asked, this is incredible, my senses can't detect what's inside. The hand and a small forearm passed through the gate formed by the lines, and disappeared without appearing on the other side. His eyes can see the section of his forearm, like a mirror, with bones, blood vessels, and tendons clearly visible. The smooth cross-section gives people a feeling that the arm seems to be cut off by some mysterious force, but there is no pain. The entrance has an automatic identification function, and those who are not selected cannot enter it. Guilliman said, go in and have a look, Ferris, and feel the power called creation. Ferris stared at his brother, he chose to imagine. Stepped into it. The majestic body disappeared into the wireframe and disappeared. In the dark age that time and space, even chaos, did not appear. Ferris had a special feeling. He transcends all dimensions of time and space. Here, time is reduced to zero and everything is frozen. He lost his sense of time, replaced by a sense of spanning everything beyond everything. Ferris has an illusion that a moment is eternity. Human language does not have a corresponding vocabulary for expressing the moment when time begins. It is wrong to say that time began after they entered. After is a concept of time. There is no time in the small universe, so naturally there is no concept of sequence. The microcosm is activated, and time drives space, so that all things can move. This is a question that has risen to the philosophical level. It started, but not exactly when it started. The light slowly came on, like the first beam of light piercing the darkness from the Big Bang. Ferris sees everything inside with his extraordinary senses. Inside is a magnificent palace. The statues of Guilliman and the Emperor stand side by side in front of the hall. The two statues hold a huge iron chain in each hand, and a huge concentrated energy pile is tied to the top of the iron chain. Just suspended in the void like that. It looks as if two great people joined forces to grab the star and let it, a small universe that does not belong to the big universe, provide light and heat. There are a large number of mechanical equipment standing in the hall, stretching into mountains, towering incomparably, and the meters are shaking, swinging back and forth with the surge of energy. The mechanical priest wearing a red and black robe paced back and forth, monitoring the operating status of various mechanical equipment. What is this place? Ferris' eyes were full of confusion. Light lingered around Ferris, as if weaving into Guilliman. Ferris was amazed at this kind of miraculous method, but he didn't show it. His brother always gives people a feeling of omnipotence. A small universe, a space independent of the main universe, is somewhat similar to the pocket dimension of Necrons, but more advanced. Guilliman explained, the pocket dimension is still within the scope of the main universe, but the small universe is independent of the main universe. This method is comparable to creating the world. Ferris sighed, it is really surprising, such a mysterious technology, you have the authority to create the world. Don't use such a crazy description. It is more dependent on the scholars of the Mechanicum to create this small universe. Guilliman said flatly, you and I both know that gods are lies. Ferris looked at this small universe. He feels that this small universe is like a room. You can see the end at a glance, and you can see countless yourself and Guilliman standing in the void, looking at the palace. Every movement of them is synchronized, like mirrors placed on both sides of the room. This is not copying, but the circulation of the spatial structure, giving him this weird perspective, where the end is the end. Is this what the edge of the universe looks like? Finite and boundless, like the snake of fate, connected end to end, never ending. Guilliman nodded, acquiescing to what Ferris said. Why did you bring me to see these, Your Majesty? Ferris looked at Guilliman, he knew that he should be the first Primarch to know the existence of the small universe. Guilliman never does meaningless things, obviously, he has a new plan. This small universe project has not been completed, and it does not meet my requirements. For this, I know that I cannot criticize those scholars. They have tried their best. It's just that their speed is still too slow. I need someone who is equally thirsty for knowledge. Brother, come help me expedite those projects. You want me to lead the development of the sub-universe project? Ferris asked. Not only that, but also this, I also need you to do it. Guilliman handed a plan to Ferris. He read the entire content in a few seconds and understood the importance behind this plan. Imperial Personal Knowledge System Creation. Ferris repeated the project name of the proposal. The emergence of the subspace firewall is like the human beings entering the internet era in the subspace. Everyone is an individual terminal of the network. By using the firewall network to build a network that combines databases, terminals, and the main control center, the potential of the firewall network can be maximized. Guilliman nodded, the emergence of the subspace firewall has connected me with the people of the entire empire, forming a huge spiritual network. The potential of this spiritual network is limitless. I want to further develop it and strengthen peoples for the sense of belonging to the empire, let the two be more closely linked. If you want to promote the development of the firewall network era, the full-like terminal operating system is essential. The emergence of the internet age has benefited from the popularity of operating systems. Without a full-like operating system, computers will always be a toy for a few people, and they will not become popular, let alone the so-called information age. It's simply a genius idea. Your Majesty's talent really makes me feel ashamed. Ferris used various compliments without hesitation, boasting about Guilliman's greatness. Such a plan, he absolutely can't think of it. Human beings can achieve a new information age with the help of the subspace protective wall network. Knowledge will be popularized, and the exchange of various news will be much more convenient. Ordinary people can also participate in this great era. Use this new information age to sweep the stupid gods to the trash. It's like humans once abandoned those useless religions. It's too exaggerated, Ferris. Guilliman shook his head and said, without your assistance, I would definitely not be able to complete such a plan. The subspace firewall and the small universe project will be the top priorities in the future. It is related to the salvation and future of mankind. You will not refuse my appointment. Ferris bowed respectfully, it is my honor to serve you, Your Majesty. It is also my honor to have your help, Ferris. Guilliman said with a smile. The small universe project is related to the retreat of human beings after failure. The personal system of the empire is related to the upcoming reform of the empire. Any perfect system cannot avoid people's execution in the end. In the end, any perfect system will slowly decay as people desire it. The High Lords Council created by the Emperor and Malkador fully considered the balance of each party's forces. It can be said to be quite a perfect system. However, when Guilliman woke up, this perfect system had been corrupted by an intricate chain of interests. People are obsessed with infighting and ignore the dangers that will destroy the race. The dictatorship and democracy currently in operation allows mankind to unite and unleash unprecedented productivity and combat effectiveness, allowing mankind to sweep the starry sky. But once Guilliman leaves, this system may become a nightmare for the empire. Absolute dictatorship and military control. Once a certain careerist is allowed to take control of this power, the entire empire will surely usher in an era of unprecedented oppression. There must be another force to check and balance this absolute dictatorship. Guilliman pinned his hopes on the personal system of the Empire. If this project is successful, each Empire will have individual systems and panels like games. These personal systems and templates are connected through the subspace firewall, allowing them to learn knowledge, share various things, and prevent the rise of families or certain group forces. Ferris did not reject Guilliman's appointment. Gladly accepts this task. He swore to his brother that he would finish both projects as quickly as possible. Guilliman handed over the appointment documents that had been prepared to Ferris. I trust you, Ferris. When Ferris came out of the small universe, Guilliman was still sitting on the mechanical throne. The Guilliman in the small universe is just his projection. After connecting the entire human race, Guilliman's power has also increased significantly, and he is getting closer to the so-called omniscience and omnipotence. According to Eldrar, the elder prophet, Guilliman, who has accepted all human emotions, already has the qualifications to become a god. Emotion is powerful, and the most powerful force in the galaxy. The fallen emotions of the Eldar gave birth to that terrible evil god. What will the blessing of the entire human race make Guilliman? Emperor has not yet gained all the emotional power of the entire race, and only came close to becoming God Emperor. Guilliman is in control, and his power will be even more terrifying than the Emperor. Ferris saluted his brother respectfully, and then left with the appointment document. Guilliman watched him go. Several loyal primarchs have already made arrangements, but Russ is the only one left. As the Emperor's former executioner, Guilliman had other plans for Russ. Not every universe is willing to live in harmony with the Empire. He needs a knife to cut off those forces that are unwilling to submit to the Empire. Just about to issue an order to summon Ruth and entrust him to create a new execution force. Another voice interrupted Guilliman's arrangement. Great Sage of the Ruler, Call sent a message. The message was brief, but it made Guilliman smile. My lord, the time weapon you want has taken shape. Time is an unimaginable technology for low-level civilizations. It is invisible and intangible, but it is the key to the development of the universe. Guilliman needs this weapon against Necron overlords like the Silent King. Those guys are likely to have mastered the mysteries of time, can turn back time, and let the future move forward on the path they want. At that time, time weapons are also likely to be used in inter-universe battles. There are many difficult guys in DC. If the strength is not enough, the Empire will be humiliated by entering the DC universe. Come here, Call, show me the power of those weapons. Guilliman said to the notified floating skull, telling Call to come to him directly. I haven't been feeling well for a few days, and I woke up today with a high fever. Chapter 288 Battle of the Space Dead. After receiving the news from Guilliman, Kaur came very quickly. A dozen priests in red robes followed him. Behind the group of them, several anti-gravity industrial suspension cranes hummed and were working. The anti-gravity crane is controlled by mechanical priests. It is the size of a house and looks like a tokamak device in the AD century. Your Majesty. Call and many mechanical priests saluted Guilliman. There is no need to be so polite. Guilliman waved his hand, signaling them to relax a bit. Two mechanic priests manned the hoist, placing the room-sized device in front of the throne. Guilliman watched their movements. If you guessed correctly, this should be the time machine designed by Call. To be honest, it is hard to believe that it is a weapon because of its shape. The main body of the time device is a sealed hemisphere surrounded by dizzyingly complex devices. There are many pipes of different thicknesses inserted on the spherical surface, and a large number of meters are inlaid on it. Several sleek metal long rods stick out from the center of the ball, pointing to a shiny metal platform. This is the time weapon. Guilliman looked at Call and asked. Yes, Your Majesty, this is the time weapon, the experimental version. Call said, although it is not perfect, it has already given us the ability to anchor a certain node. Guilliman nodded, give me the relevant data and design drawings. Kaur produced a data pad. The floating skull with mechanical tentacles grabbed the data pad in Call's hand that contained research data and design principles. Handed it over to Guilliman. It took a few minutes for Guilliman to thoroughly grasp all the knowledge about the time device with the help of the data pad. Can even point out a few of the problems. Guilliman suppressed the thought of pointing out the problem. Don't expect everything to be perfect. That would put a lot of pressure on your subordinates. Perhaps you should show me how it works. Guilliman said with a smile, handing the data pad to the floating servo skull. That's exactly what I mean. Kaur nodded. Under his command, a mechanical priest took out a blank sheet of paper and placed it on the smooth metal platform of the time device. An open control window appeared in front of Kaur. He reached out and started the machine. The machine hummed loudly, and the smooth metal rods on the machine turned red, but there was no light or heat emitting from it. After a while, the humming of the machinery stopped. A mechanical priest carefully took it out. Tear it to pieces in front of Guilliman, put one of the pieces in it. Other debris is thrown to the ground. The machine was started again, making the same buzzing sound, and when it was over, a complete piece of paper appeared on the metal platform again. The debris on the ground disappeared. This is anchoring. Through this machine, the time of an object is anchored and reset to the previously anchored time node. Call explained the principle of the machine's operation. It is like the reset function of the computer system. After setting up a node, and then reset it with one button, the computer system will be restored to the state of that node. Kaur's machine is the same. Anchor the time node of the paper, and then reset it with one click. Guilliman remembered some information about Marvel that he knew in his previous life. This is how the Supreme Mage used the Time Stone to defeat those invaders. Doctor Strange keeps resetting, eventually causing Dormammu to collapse. Can only flee in embarrassment. Time technology is really incomprehensible to those weak civilizations or those gods with insufficient knowledge reserves. The bug ability of the time gem is a high-level existence in any world. Classified according to the item level of the multiverse, at least it is also at the creation level. If the traveler gets it, he can become a king and bully those outsiders with ease. By constantly resetting your own time, you can restore yourself to the peak state, or even go back to the past and choose again. It can be said to be a different kind of immortal body. Invading other universes with time technology and without time technology are really two completely different concepts. Otherwise, if there is a supreme mage, the Flash will just reverse the time casually, so what a fart. The Imperial Army is like the villains in those superhero movies, they were wiped out, and they were beaten along the road. That would be really embarrassing. Can also be a heavy morale blow to the Empire. With time technology, such a situation will definitely not happen. The Supreme Mage uses time technology, and the Empire can also use time technology to restrain and crack. It will be difficult for Doctor Strange to use the means of repelling Dormammu to deal with the Empire. In addition to the worries of different universes, unifying the galaxy also needs the help of time technology. During the period of the Great Crusade, the Iron Warriors were attacked by the time technology of the alien civilization. Many fighters aged hundreds of years in minutes, some even died of old age. The Empire has the same time technology. At that time, dealing with those guys will not be so difficult. There is no need to be afraid of being constantly retraced in time by Necrons and changing the ending. The application of time technology is undoubtedly a cross-age for the Empire. Very good, the speed is so fast. Guilliman nodded with an approving expression, it's just that this is not enough, the equipment is too big and the power is too small. I need a device that can reset the entire battleship, so if not, the troops of the Empire will become legions of the undead. When the warship is crushed or destroyed, use the time device to reset it. What is immortality? This is called immortality. Enemies who have finally crippled the Empire will find in despair that the Imperial fleet has been restored through reset and has become extremely ruthless. We are already working hard, and there will be results soon. Carr said, it's just that the reset function also has a limit. The longer the reset interval, the more power is needed, showing a geometric exponential increase. After precise calculations, the reset time length of 3 days is already the limit. If it exceeds 3 days, the energy consumed will not be able to withstand the energy pile of the battleship. If it exceeds 5 days, it may take a universe to complete the reset. I know, 3 days is enough. Guilliman nodded. Equivalent exchange is an unchanging iron law of the universe, and there is no way to violate it. If you want to leverage time, you have to pay a price. Get out a qualified time reset machine that can be equipped on the battleship as soon as possible. The final battle between us and the space undead will start soon. Guilliman asked Call to speed up the research. Follow up with several other projects at the same time. Those dimensional weapon projects and space weapon projects should also be accelerated. Yuxotos really thinks that he is omniscient and omnipotent, so he can control himself? Let's see how heavy this so-called omnipotent is. These arrogant guys are destined to be eliminated by the development of the times. After giving instructions, Guilliman let him retreat. Prepare to summon Russ to discuss with the other party how to form a team of executioners to clean up those who try to betray the Empire. This kind of thing will happen sooner or later. Especially after the start of the alien expedition, those forces that are unwilling to submit to the rule of the Empire and want to betray will be ruthlessly purged. Walf Galaxy. A large number of human warships passed through the battlefield full of wreckage of the Necromancer ships and headed for the planet VAF-4. Those Necromancer warships have been completely destroyed, and the wreckage is bursting with electric sparks and bursting into flames. In the past, the Void Fleet of the Empire was often suppressed by the elusive warships of the Space Necromancers. Even if it's just an Elegy-class assault ship, it can make the human fleet run away. This situation continued until Guilliman woke up, and the gap between the two sides was evened out through technological replacement. Will not be at a disadvantage as before. The Necrons use a crownless engine, which can instantly teleport from one location to another, and can also perform short-distance jumps and emergency exits from the battlefield. The more important point is that the warships of the Necrons can enter the pocket dimension, which is a very foolish method. When a Necromancer battleship is set on fire and damaged, it will escape into the pocket dimension for maintenance and repair. Wait until the time is right to strike from the pocket dimension. This ability once made the Empire suffer. The Nether Dragon provided enough technical details about the Necrons for the sages of Mars. Let them find a way to restrain each other. The Necrons are no longer able to rely on their technological advantages to fight against the Empire, and they seem to be lagging behind humans. Driven by Guilliman, the Empire's military technology is advancing with each passing day. Many dynasties of the Necromancers are still sleeping and fighting among themselves, and there is no progress in scientific research. In addition, many of their technologies come from the Star Gods. Lost the Star God, and the technology of many dynasties has also been broken. Productivity is also insufficient, and many powerful weapons cannot be remade. Once the Necrons lose their technological advantage, they can be said to be like chickens and dogs in front of the Empire. The battle lasted only a few hours, and the space undead fleet of VAF Galaxy turned into wreckage in the void. Powerful spatial devices suppress their ability to escape into pocket dimensions. Without the ability to escape from the battlefield in an emergency, even with a non-inertial engine that jumps instantly, it is still difficult to fight against the huge void air force of humans. The Empire used the brain to calculate the instantaneous jump position of the Necromancer ship, and then used destructive firepower to tear it into pieces. The war in the void ended quickly. Star Knights chapter leader Lothar and others began to implement the second phase of the plan, airborne on the planet VAF-4, destroying those obelisks, and destroying the exorcism dead zone. The Star Knights landed in a dilapidated hive city full of ruins. In the center of the hive city, there is a huge pyramid suspended, as well as those towering black obelisks. The Necrons quickly captured their position, and flashes of light appeared in front of them. Some suspended buildings were teleported, pyramids covered with geometric luminous textures, spires piercing grey clouds, and buildings of various geometric shapes. Star Knights, launch a charge! Lothar shouted. He raised the bolt gun in his hand and started shooting at the buildings and undead soldiers that flashed from the teleportation. The sounds of bolters and gauze lasers filled the rundown streets. Through the observation port of the Intrepid, Side watched the enemies who opened fire on him. They have the appearance of such people, only taller than mortals, hunchbacked and thin. Bolter flashes reflected the hollow metal structure of the enemy, carved with ribbed torsos and heads hanging between their shoulders. Their appearance seems to be wearing a steel mask with no expression and green sunglasses. Certain enemies have only horizontal or vertical cracks for their mouths and nose bridges. Some of the faces of the enemy soldiers are completely empty except for the eyes. Their firearms are transparent and shining green round rods, on which several energy cables and firing devices are fixed. Projects diffuse energy fire through a pair of focused tines. The places hit by those energy projectiles left only weird and well-defined craters. The technology of the Necrons should not be underestimated. They actually destroyed matter layer by layer. Sed activated the cannon laser cannon, and the aiming point of the muzzle hovered over the nearest enemy. With the sound of locking, it fires directly. The laser spewed out, hit the enemy's chest, and penetrated the weapon held in the pale iron hand. Then, like melting fat, a dissolving cavity was drilled in the center of its torso. Other fighters also launched attacks one after another, knocking down the space undead who blocked the way. Facing the upgraded original caste warriors, the necromancer soldiers suffered heavy losses very quickly. Many are missing arms and legs, and the wounds on the torso are spitting out sparks. The first wave of Necron attacks were quickly repelled. The Star Knights took the opportunity to gain a firm foothold and install more heavy weapons. There is no way for mortals to enter VAF-4 to fight. Those machine slaves whose brains have been removed can. They control huge floating platforms, and use cannons and earth shakers to launch attacks on necromancer buildings. Go on, we have to fight away. Lothar called his brother, and after he finished calling, he switched to the channel of other battle groups. Golden Suns and other war groups have chosen different areas to launch attacks. Taking down planet VAF-4 is already a certainty. The Star Knights marched towards the center of the hive capital. An anti-transportation device was set up along the way, which prevented the space necromancer from using the teleportation technology to disrupt the attack plan. The Necrons can only use the space where the anti-transportation device has not been installed, and use the ruined streets and alleys to launch attacks. The closer to the central area, the greater the resistance encountered by the Star Knights. More and more space undead are attacking from the ruins, from all directions. Lothar and others seem to be caught in a metal frenzy. Metal undead are everywhere. In addition to the undead soldiers, there are also many alien structures on the battlefield. The upper body of a metal skeleton is mounted on a large anti-gravity unit, buzzing in the air 2 meters above the ground. One of its arms is a cannon, like a magnified version of the guns carried by undead soldiers. And its head is equipped with an array of aiming lenses. Huge metal beetles also gushed out from the teleportation flash. They have 6 metal limbs, and there are 8 shiny red lenses on their heads like eyes. The huge metal beetle kept collecting the wreckage that couldn't be sent back, devoured it, and then gave birth to the next small mechanical beetles. Those little beetles were also devouring the wreckage, friend or foe, they were devouring. For the Emperor. Lothar shouted, accelerate forward. The disadvantage of not saving the manuscript, I am so dizzy with burning, I can't code the words, I can't keep up, I have to change it, and I will save the manuscript in the future. Chapter 289 Justice is a fart. The flames of war are burning, and the gloomy sky is dyed red. The rumbling explosion shook the ruins of the hive capital. Every landing of lasers and missiles will set off countless gravel and wreckage, causing large pits to appear on the ground. The double-headed eagle flag of the Empire is flying, very bright. The Astral Knights are advancing towards the pyramid with the assistance of intelligent control firepower units. The closer you get to those black obelisks, the more you can feel the oppression from the soul. The think tanks of the Astral Knights felt like a fish stranded on the beach, unable to establish a channel with the etheric ocean of the warp. The closer they got to the obelisk, the weaker their spiritual power became, and sometimes they lost their spiritual power directly. The Star Knights' attack also put enormous pressure on the space undead. More and more undead structures are also being put into the battlefield. Among them, high-level units that usually don't appear on the battlefield are also put into the battlefield. Some giant sculpture-like statues appeared on the battlefield, several times higher than ordinary undead soldiers. Judging from the lines on their appearance, they have more details. Obviously, they are more advanced than ordinary undead soldiers. Belongs to the commander's level. Now, they have also been put into the battlefield, and it is conceivable that their strength has been exhausted. There are quite a few space undead on the planet VAF-4. They have to guard so many obelisks and pyramids on the surface, it seems a bit unsightly. In addition, the Star Knights' attack is also extremely fast. They have no time to mobilize troops from other regions. Teleportation technology is also limited. Coupled with human anti-space transmission technology, they are even more trapped in the dilemma of having no soldiers to use. Sed let out a roar, manipulated the Fearless to shoot wildly, and activated the power claws, and those undead soldiers who dared to approach him were ruthlessly caught by him. The pale metal torso of the necromancer was as fragile as paper in his hands. A scarab was torn apart by side, and strong sparks burst out. He took heavy steps, trampling over the opponent's wreckage. A wall covered in dried blood in the ruins collapsed. A huge pitch-black figure drilled out of a bottomless cave. It wields its sharp claws, and its scarlet eyes are mad and malicious. The pitch-black figure was as huge as a night titan, and its surface was covered with complex geometric patterns, far more than ordinary soldiers. Sid made out its geometrically textured steel surface and joints through an intrepid observation array. He knew that the geometric pattern on the surface represented the level of necrons. The more lines, the higher the status, the better the technology used when the body is transformed, and the more wisdom left behind. The whole body of the huge undead is composed of complex structures. There is also a red gem inlaid on the chest. Look at least a lord-level necromancer general. There is also a weapon that can emit gauze rays under one sharp claw. Several Star Knights were pierced by it. The sharp claws have a force field. The huge original cast bodies of the Star Knights were easily torn apart by it. Even the ceramic armor was smashed into flying fragments by the force field on the claws. Asshole! Seeing his comrades die, Side's voice was full of anger. The heavy and fearless body ran, every step was so heavy. The earth trembled slightly. The power claw hit the sharp claw of the undead general. The collision of the force field instantly burst out a strong shock wave, forcing the fighting sides back. Sid felt the violent shaking, and the balance system issued a rapid warning sound. The opponent was also knocked back a few steps. The two sides did not have any communication, and they fought together again. All moves are to attack the opponent's vital parts. When the paws of both sides were entangled again, the undead general wanted to use the other claw to attack, but Side took a step ahead, aimed the laser cannon in the other hand at the opponent's chest, and fired a cannon without hesitation. The scorching light beam failed to directly melt the opponent's metal body, but directly knocked the opponent into the air, hitting the stone pillar in the distance, setting off a huge explosion in dust. Sid rushed over, and before the opponent got up, he pierced the opponent's chest with his sharp claws, dug out the opponent's processing core, and let him die. The undead soldiers who died in battle cannot be sent back to the furnace. Once they are knocked down, waiting for them is the fate of death. As the astral knights advanced, there were mechanical wreckage everywhere that shot electric sparks. Shattered parts intertwined with ancient relics and wreckage strewn the canyon floor. Chapter Master Lothar has also given up his bolt gun, activated the power sword he carried, and led the brothers of the chapter to break up the formation of the structure in a swift and fierce battle. The attack of the Star Knights is unstoppable. They quickly reached the vicinity of the first black obelisk. The obelisk is suspended more than 10 meters above the ground, exuding an extremely depressing death zone. In such an environment, it is difficult for even Primaris warriors to persevere. The Star Knights set fire to destroy the black obelisk. When the obelisk was broken, their oppressed souls also felt a bit of relief. Continue to destroy the obelisk. Lothar shouted. Destroy the obelisk and other troops can join the battle. The high-level undead lord who was driven to a desperate situation also flew out of the pyramid carrying the anti-gravity throne. Their thrones are equipped with cannons, a great complement to the Necron's meager frontal firepower. As soon as they came out, they knocked down many Star Knights with their excellent firepower. Let Lothar and others have to find a cover to avoid their crazy attacks. Unfortunately, their appearance can't change the situation of the battle. Lothar let intelligent fire units hunt them specifically. The number of intelligent control firepower units of Mechanikus far exceeds that of high-level undead lords. Missiles and laser beams quickly pierced through those guys' anti-gravity thrones. Facing the horrific firepower of humans, the high-level undead guarding the pyramids can only resent it, as their thrones turn into burning wreckage and flying debris. Lothar divided the team into several teams to perform different tasks, destroy the black obelisk, and let the large troops of the Empire descend. He led a group of warriors into the pyramid. The pyramid is not only the tomb of the dead, but also the palace of the dead. The pyramid didn't seem to recover long before it was put into battle by its users. The geometric textures in many places have been dimmed and cannot play their original role. Some parts have even failed and have not been repaired. Lothar's team encountered some obstacles inside the pyramid, but they were quickly resolved by them. The team continued to divide one team after another to occupy various areas of the pyramid. Lothar has his own considerations for doing this. Handing over the pyramid built by the Necrons to the Mechanikus will definitely gain a good impression. Those motor oil guys always like these weird things. Lothar and others walked all the way in, and the structures of the Necrons along the way were completely destroyed. Soon, he and his team entered the inside of the pyramid. There is a huge hall inside. In the palace sits a dynasty of French kings. Norwalk dynasty has many vassals. It is one of the vassal dynasties that guards VAF-4 planet. Seeing humans coming in, the Dharma King's eyes were full of fear. The number of human beings far exceeds that of the Necrons, and in the past, technological means could be used to erase this gap. Now, they don't even have this advantage. In front of human beings, they are like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. It's hard to imagine that you have grown so quickly and become a powerful civilization capable of destroying the space undead. Lothar glanced around, and after finding no other threats, he looked at the King of France on the throne. Is this your last words? It's really arrogant. The Dharma King's voice was very hoarse, and the human tone made him very angry, but it couldn't do anything. It's less than 1/10,000th of what you used to be. Lothar raised the bolt gun in his hand and aimed it at the King of France on the throne. The other party wants to say something else. Lothar lost his patience and pulled the trigger. Accompanied by a burst of explosions and shock waves, the throne was shattered, and the Dharma King also ushered in the end. At the same time, news came from various teams. The black obelisks were all destroyed. Pyramids are also under control. The task of the Star Knights has been completed, and the controller of the area has been killed. Lothar said, opening all channels. We are still a little bit closer. The captain of the Golden Sun said, those obelisks are too scattered, and it will take a little more time. The victory of Vaf4's battle was doomed from the very beginning. With so many Primaris warriors, the Necrons have no chance of winning. Without the obelisk, the Empire's Astral Legion and Titan Legion were released to the ground like a tide. After 2 days, the planet was declared liberated and cleansed. Human beings who survived being enslaved by the necromancers were also cured. After finishing all this, Lothar heard another news just after returning to the storm. Lion Ryan will take the command of the crusade against the Necrons and formulate an overall strategy. Soon, the other party will come to the front line in person. This is undoubtedly an exciting news. Being able to get the command of a Primarch makes people feel like returning to the era of the Great Crusade in myths and legends. On the other side, Calgar, who was ordered by the Emperor of the Empire, and many heroes of the Empire also set off to fight against Abaddon near the Eye of Terror. The new power in the hands of the opponent has caused many Imperial worlds to fall. If it is not controlled, the situation that has just improved is likely to rot in an instant. The battle in Gotham City ended quickly. As always, the superheroes got what they wanted and stormed the Robot Mansion. The problem is that the opponent's purpose is not to defend the Robot building at all, but to set a trap to ambush the most powerful member of the Justice League, Superman Clark. Relying on kryptonite, the invincible Superman Clark was knocked to the ground by a surprise attack by Lex. Supergirl has tried to save Clark as quickly as possible, but it is still a step too late. Clark, who was injured by kryptonite, was taken away by Lex. Superwoman can only be furious at the ruins. The superheroes storm the Robot building, but don't find the many corporate executives they want. If you can catch the high level, you can exchange those guys for Clark. They have been attacking for so long, but the opponent has already left. In the central room, there is only one white man. The other party was wearing a robe like a wizard, sitting on a chair, watching Batman, Blue Beetle and others break through many barriers and walk into the room where he was. Who are you? Batman looked around the wide room with only one person, his face became gloomy. This time, they were played too hard. So many superheroes were killed or injured, and Superman Clark was taken away. Robert Building is still an empty shell. Not a single valuable boss can be captured. Those guys are really mean and shameless. You can call me Sam. The man said with a smile on his face, all superheroes can come here as guests, and everyone in the Robot Company welcomes it, but I don't know why they want to destroy the property of the Robot Company in this way. Bruce used his bat armor to lock the opponent's face, and after a while, he retrieved the opponent's detailed information from the Wayne Group's database. The other party was a bartender before, disappeared for a long time, and suddenly appeared again recently. There is a brother named James. Don't play tricks, Sam, tell us where the top executives of the Robot Company have gone? Your conspiracy is doomed to fail. Give up. This free and beautiful world will never fall into your evil hands. The corners of Sam's mouth raised slightly, revealing a mocking smile. It's the freedom and beauty of your superheroes. All I see is sin and depravity, and a bunch of hypocrites. Hearing what Sam said, Batgirl came out. People like you can't understand how much superheroes have paid to protect the world? You will only stubbornly think that superheroes are blocking your steps to rule the world. What did you pay? Sam stood up. He used to be a member of the Foggy World and possessed extraordinary abilities. After being selected as a member of the exploration team, he underwent physical enhancement. Many heroes on the scene, if they fight alone, they are not his opponents at all. Did you pay cheap sympathy? Or pay superior arrogance? Human society doesn't need you at all, don't you have any self-consciousness at all? Show hypocrisy, but never solve the real problem. As long as your interests and so-called justice are triggered, you will destroy others. Robot Corporation selflessly helps every group in this world. Education, medical care, people's livelihood, every field, they are so selfless, just to save this race. Even if it is a bunch of lowly social garbage, as long as he is willing reach out for help, and Robot will give him a chance to be a man. And besides enjoying the applause of those idiots, what are you doing? You will only maintain a society that turns people into ghosts. Men sell their dignity for money, and women sell themselves for money. Those in power are unscrupulous, and those in high positions indulge in pleasure, but people at the bottom live like animals, fooled and deceived by you people. You don't understand justice at all. We maintain such a world, but it's all for the good of ordinary people. Batgirl said, Robot Company deceived you. Your justice is nothing, Sam mocked. Stop talking nonsense with him, this stubborn guy should be subdued first, and then pry the information out of his mouth. Blue Beetle made a suggestion using the communication channel. That's right, there's no need to waste your tongue on such a stubborn guy. Green Arrow shot 3 arrows in an instant, sealing off the direction Sam might move, and then shot 3 more arrows towards the vital point. Only the world maintained by righteous superheroes is the greatest protection for ordinary people. Work hard to enjoy a good life. If you don't want to work hard, who can you blame? Living in this world, who has no pressure? The meaning of life is to be found by oneself, not by others. Thinking that he was born to inherit tens of billions of family assets, he was surrounded by supermodels and those women who were greedy for his money all day long, living a boring and empty life. It wasn't until he became the Green Arrow guarding Star City that he found the meaning. That is to protect this society from being destroyed by those lunatics. Sam dodged Green Arrow's attack with a blink. Go to hell, hypocrites. He pressed a button in his arms. This is also his mission to stay here. Is to confirm that these so-called heroes have come here to activate the final trap. Throw them all near the sun. Kill these superheroes, Robot Corporation can reshape the world. What the world needs is never a superhero, but a powerful system that can truly equal people. Let the old system guarded by superheroes and scum be destroyed. This world where people turn into ghosts, let it disappear. With the flickering of space, the robot building that has been occupied by superheroes disappeared. Only one big pit was left on the spot. Chapter 290 Batman's Darkness, for subscription. Superheroes such as Batman and Blue Beetle, rely on their keen senses to detect the opponent's intentions immediately. They shot one after another, trying to subdue each other. Unfortunately, they were all one step too late. Sam waited here for so long, even his own brother was knocked off the building by the Blue Beetle, and he fell to pieces. He didn't save him, just for this moment. As the button is pressed, space distorts and crackling sounds echo in the air. Eerie screams and harsh sounds filled their ears. The soul and body are distorted, and the dizziness of reshaping has made many superheroes go dark. When they opened their eyes again and could see things, they realized that they had been thrown away from the battlefield and appeared in the boundless dark void. Those superheroes with slightly weaker physical qualities tried to make a sound, but there was no echo. The essence of sound is vibration. And there is no matter in space that can transmit human sound frequency vibrations. For this reason, screaming in the void has no sound. Others can only see the distorted faces of those heroes. The space environment is very cruel, and many superheroes simply do not have the ability to survive in the void. Otherwise, their range of activities would not be limited to the small planet. 1. The absolute low temperature of space can take away their body temperature within a few breaths, making the body's blood freeze. Lack of oxygen also suffocates them within minutes. One after another superheroes turned into ice sculptures in pain. Superheroes who survived by virtue of armor and superpowers are not in a good situation. Weak superheroes die from hypothermia and lack of oxygen. They may die from the heat. Superheroes are very close to the sun. The heat radiation released by the sun is washing over their bodies, intensifying the movement of particles, and the temperature will rise to the limit that the physical body cannot bear in a few seconds. Temperature is the external manifestation of particle motion. The more active the particle movement, the higher the temperature. The quieter the particle activity, the lower the temperature. There are no particles in space, which means one thing, that is, there is no temperature in space. The temperature needs to be expressed through the medium. The light emitted by the sun is essentially just radiation, and will not generate any temperature in space. For this reason, even if you are very close to the sun, as long as you are in the void, your body will first feel the low temperature. After a while, it will become hot due to radiation. It is also possible that hot and cold appear at the same time. This is why the planet has temperature, but the vacuum surrounding the planet has no temperature. Every superhero who realizes his situation turns extremely ugly. High temperature alarm, please leave the dangerous environment in time. High temperature alarm, please leave the dangerous environment in time. High temperature alarm, please leave the dangerous environment in time. The shrill siren echoed. Looking at the sharply rising temperature, a rare trace of fear appeared on Bruce's face. Not only the threat of death to him, but also the life and death of other members of the Bat family, as well as the life and death crisis encountered by his ambiguous object Catwoman. With the protection of the Bat armor, it can last for a while. But others are not so lucky. The Batgirl clamoring for justice has been frozen into an ice sculpture at this moment, suspended in space, and shattered into pieces when it collided with other people's corpses. Several Robins are protected by armor, but their armor is behind Batman's armor, and will soon reach a critical point. Catwoman has the magic of ancient Egypt, but facing the cruel laws of the universe, the power of magic is too weak. After a while, she showed a painful expression. Bruce used the jet function of the suit to advance, grabbed Catwoman's hand, tried to do something, but sadly found that there was nothing he could do. Do not. Bruce was heartbroken seeing the pain of his beloved woman. His voice could not be heard. Catwoman's magic slowly wears off. The dagger in her hand burst into countless pieces. Even with the blessing of the so-called cat god, it is difficult for her to survive in such a harsh environment. Gods also have their own limits. In the face of the ruthless universe, the cat is just a character like an ant. Its divine power cannot shake the cold rules of the universe. Can't save the dependents who are favored by him. Bruce was heartbroken. He watched Catwoman go to death a little bit. Those beautiful eyes are full of pain. No. Bruce howled in pain. The death of Catwoman and the Bat family pushed his pain to the extreme. He recalled when he was a child, when his parents were killed. Darkness grew within him, gripping his soul like vines. He hated feeling powerless. I hate the feeling that I can only watch the people I care about die, but I can't do anything. Why is fate so cruel, to let him experience such pain again? Bruce closed his eyes in despair. His life was a tragedy. After his parents were killed, he lived in darkness. Becoming Batman is his salvation. And now, this redemption has also become an illusion. Just when many superheroes were desperate, a glowing crack appeared. Several light touches protruded from the crack, dragging the living superheroes into the crack, allowing them to escape from death. Blue Beetle Ted Cod is also one of the surviving members. His battle armor was badly damaged, but the high technology in it still allowed him to survive. After all, the blue beetle in his hand is a technology from another planet, and has a certain ability to survive in a vacuum. After all the alarm systems were disarmed, he took off his helmet, revealing a handsome face of a middle-aged man. Ted Cord scanned around and found that they landed on a huge platform. Shazam, Wonder Woman, Aquaman and other superheroes in charge of peripheral blocking stand not far away. Looked worriedly at the superheroes who were brought back. Several superheroes with healing powers walk up to those injured and help them recover. Bruce, what's wrong with you? Wonder Woman walked to Bruce, who was kneeling on the ground with his hands on the ground, and the other person was twitching in pain. We saw the disappearance of the robot building, and we realized it was a trap. I asked the gods of Mount Olympus for their help. Unexpectedly, it was a step too late, and I only saved you. Bruce turned a deaf ear, but immersed himself in his own spiritual world. A boy stood in the alley where his parents were shot dead, watched his parents' bodies lying in a pool of blood, and cried desperately and helplessly. Farther away, the darkness is boiling and screaming. They came from all directions, devouring everything around the boy bit by bit. Until the bodies of the boy and his parents were all submerged in darkness. The Bat family is wiped out. Catwoman died too. He became a real loner. All of this is Robot's fault. This blood debt must be repaid by the other party. Bruce's eyes are red. Gotham is his, it's his. He is the real king of Gotham. The rescued superheroes returned to the Justice League headquarters. There is no joy on their faces, only pain. They lost too much. The first offensive launched against the Robot group was played by the opponent between applause and heavy casualties. The Flash, Aquaman, Shazam, and others looked at the scarred Batman and others, and didn't know what to say for a while. This fiasco has dealt a huge blow to the morale of the Justice League. There is a situation. Steel Skeleton, who has been monitoring the situation of the Earth's network, suddenly said, and he turned on the big screen, which is broadcasting global news. The Justice League's attack on the Robot Company was shocking, and public protests broke out in many places, demanding that superheroes be severely punished. The impact of this incident was too bad, and countries have issued severe condemnations of the Justice League. To show our attitude, the Justice League has been systematically slandering the company, and this time it invaded the company's headquarters, causing a large number of casualties and property damage. The following is a report brought back for you by frontline reporters. The camera turned around and came to the ruined Gotham City. It can be clearly seen from a high altitude that the Robot Company building has disappeared, and there is only a charred deep pit on the spot. A lot of buildings collapsed around, and there were a lot of wounded, crying. The fragility of ordinary people's life is beyond imagination. A thumb-sized splash of rock can hurt them. A large number of Robot employees and machinery were transferred to supplement the insufficient public rescue personnel in Gotham City. Son, don't be afraid, Mom will take you to treatment right away. A woman ran out of the ruined building, crying. She was holding a bleeding child in her arms. Members of the medical team quickly went up to them, took the child in her arms, and put it on the emergency bed. The female reporter trotted up with the microphone in hand. Hi ma'am, what happened? Is that your baby? What kind of injury did he get? The woman was crying like pear blossoms and raining, her whole face was pale with fear. I don't know, I saw a freak get smashed into my house, my kid got hit in the stomach with a piece of rubble. My god, how did this happen? It seems that it has been affected. The female reporter said, the superheroes have acted without scruples, which has damaged the interests of many residents of Gotham City. Get those superheroes out of our society. A man leaned in front of the camera and shouted, they use their abilities to ignore the law and start a war in the downtown area, which is what terrorists do. The man's words resonated with many people nearby. Get superheroes out of our world. Let the superheroes go. Get them out of here. These scenes make many already depressed superheroes even more depressed. They are fighting for these people. Why don't they understand at all? That Robot Company is going to rule the world. Are these guys blind? A superhero stood up and said indignantly. This sentence resonated in the hearts of many superheroes. They made so many sacrifices to protect the world, but what they got was incomprehension and exclusion. I'm afraid we are the ones who are blind. A discordant and lazy voice sounded, they didn't ask us to save them. One sentence made many superheroes glare at the person who made the sound. Constantine, what do you mean? A superhero asked in a bad tone, you also think it's wrong for us to do good things? Constantine shrugged, he wasn't originally a member of the Justice League. In order to fight against the powerful Robot Company, the Big Five summoned famous superheroes everywhere. Constantine was also pulled over. Of course, he wasn't doing it for any righteous cause. He came purely for money. In Constantine's heart, justice is always used to wipe his ass, and only those guys with unclean will talk about such things. His mission is to use magic to help these superheroes monitor the movements of Robot Company, and he is not directly involved in the struggle. Are you doing good deeds? Did you start a war in the center of Gotham City, or did you do it without evacuating the people? What do you know? This is for the secrecy of the operation, we are forced to use this method. Hai Wang said in a deep voice, you don't understand the strength of Robot Company at all. I really don't know how powerful they are, but I know very well that they don't joke about the lives of millions of ordinary people. Seriously, you superheroes are too arrogant. You have been away from those ordinary people for too long. Even those ordinary people, you have all forgotten what people want. Constantine took out his lighter to play with, and sat lazily on a chair. What they want is justice, what they want is a safe and beautiful world. A passionate superhero said, this is the direction we are fighting for, and it is also the original intention of the Justice League. Cut. Constantine showed a contemptuous smile. In the past, $500 could make a girl sell her shame, and $1,000 could hire a desperate gunman. How much do you think I pay? They will pay would sell so-called justice. That's why we have to work harder to create a better world. The Flash said. Constantine threw his lighter, this is the result of your hard work. The price used to be a little more expensive, until you formed an alliance to fight crime everywhere, unemployed gangsters became cheaper, and so did the girls. You said we shouldn't fight crime. The always good-tempered superwoman became a little upset when she heard Constantine's words. Accordingly, it should be. But judging from the results, you have cracked down on crime, but it has made crime more rampant. Constantine said mockingly, now, the situation has changed a little. You take $500,000 to recruit those young girls and gunmen, they will think you are a big whore, and such a small amount of money will make them sell themselves. Isn't this what we worked hard to get? Wonder Woman stood up and said. No, this is only after the appearance of Robot Company. Constantine's words left many superheroes speechless. People are creatures that value profit, and Robot Company provides those people with a stable life. The benefits far outweigh the benefits of their being part of society, so they don't become criminals. So, even without superheroes, crime would continue to decrease. And in the world you protect, crime is a better way than hard work, so you will never be able to eliminate those crimes, even if everyone here is on call 24 hours a day, so I say. If you don't want to stay here, you can just say so. Bruce, who had been silent all the time, stood up, interrupting Constantine's words in a low tone. Looking at Bruce, Constantine's pupils condensed slightly, then shrugged, opened a portal with a wave of his hand, and disappeared after jumping in. Only his voice echoed in the hall. Forget it, remember to put the money on my card, business is not good recently, otherwise I won't come to hang out with you. Bruce glanced at the confused superheroes, wondering if they were wrong, and shook his head. These guys are too fragile. Bewitched by Constantine's few words. We are not wrong, no matter when, justice is not wrong. We protect this world, so that it will not be played by those evil people in applause. Bruce took off his helmet to reveal his face. The Robot Corporation is the most powerful enemy we have ever encountered, but they are not invincible, and we are not without allies. What do you want to do? Wonder Woman asked. Call all the forces we can muster. Bruce said firmly, we will definitely win this war and rescue Clark. The Robot Company should not dream of ruling the world, they will definitely lose. What about Hal? Cyborg asked. Call him, the Earth has reached the most critical moment. Bruce said in a deep voice, we need every strength. Superman is the strongest force in the Justice League, but he is not the most difficult to deal with. Clark's ability is more biased towards the real universe. Among the several founders of the Justice League, there is another one who holds a biased power. That's Green Lantern, Hal. He has been summoned by the Guardian to other battlefields. It is precisely because of this that Hal did not participate in this operation. Now, the time has come to recall one of the founders. Aquaman will summon the warriors of Atlantis. Wonder Woman will also return to Paradise Island for rescue. Even the Flash would call other Speed Force holders. Supergirl will go to summon the Kryptonians who have been hiding in the crowd. Bruce clenched his fists tightly. This time, the Justice League will do whatever it takes to destroy Robot. Things are getting messy, and it's going to be a big mess. After Constantine left the Justice League headquarters, he hurried back to his family manor to check the information. The dark aura on Batman Bruce made him palpitate. According to ancient legends, a terrible evil is sealed beneath Gotham City. That evil thing will incite people to fight in chaos, so as to strengthen itself. Was sealed in Gotham City by the ancient mages. Bruce was obviously influenced by that force. This universe hides many unknown secrets, and those ancient evils are taboos that no one can touch. They are the remnants of the ancient, the darkest, and most evil nature. Star City, the hometown of Green Arrow. The captured Superman was locked in a cage made of kryptonite at this time. Superman, who is comparable to a god, is weak at this moment, like a wild dog that has been injected with anesthesia, lying limply on the cold metal plate. Several mechanical tentacles are constantly taking his blood samples for analysis and research. The target has very novel genetic technology, but it's a pity that there are also great flaws. A mechanical priest showed a crazy look. If we can reverse this technology, it will be very beneficial to the development of the Empire, Lord Titus. Titus stood beside the cage, nodded, research is allowed, the interests of the Empire are the top priority. As a member of the first batch of exploration team, Titus was also assigned to the second batch of exploration team. Take Sam and return to the mother universe of the other party. The human civilization in this universe has not yet stepped out of the Earth, but it already has all kinds of weird, even advanced technologies that are no less than the Empire, which is really incredible. The aliens here also possess powerful technology. It is really not an easy task to gain a firm foothold in this starry sky. At this stage, the Empire has no way to launch a fleet into this universe. The tunnel is still under construction, and it is estimated that it will take at least 5 years. In the past 5 years, at most, a small-scale team can only be deployed to pass on information and a small amount of technology, and there are not many things that can be done. If the Justice League hadn't launched an attack, Titus would not have thought of fighting them. Staying there for 5 years, waiting for the big forces of the Empire to push, is the kingly way. It wasn't until he received the news that the Justice League was going to take action against the Robot Company that he prepared for a counterattack. The war started, and he didn't regret it. It is a good plan to unify this planet first, and then rely on this planet to conquer the surrounding area after the Empire comes. Titus looked at Superman, who looked no different from a human, turned his head to look at the excited mechanical priest, and gave a new order. Test his genes and see how different they are from human genes. Chapter 291 The Fear of the Supreme God. Subscribe. Clark was awakened by a loud, insect-like buzzing. At this moment, he was weaker than ever, and it took all his strength to support himself with his hands. The body that was strong enough to break steel became limp at the moment, without any strength. He raised his head and looked around. There were buzzing mechanical devices everywhere, and the thick cables were placed on the ground like that, intertwined like a group of winding black snakes. Clark looked up and saw the rocky soil layer. He guessed that his location should be underground. The enemy knows his situation well. Trapped him far from the sun. Without the blessing of the yellow sun, there is no way for him to recover from the state affected by kryptonite. Robert Building is a scam. Those company executives may have already moved to this unknown space. Clark scanned every corner of the place to see if there was any chance of escape. This space is not as exquisite as those villains in the past. Every place reveals a brutal industrial rough aesthetic. Before even the wall was leveled, the cables and meters were hastily fixed on it. It seems that the activation here is very hasty. The Justice League's attack still played some role, at least let them escape here in a hurry. After Superman looked at the environment, he turned his attention to those staff members who were wearing red robes and had traces of mechanized transformation on their bodies. From some secret information, Superman knew that these red-robed men claimed to be believers of a certain cult, and the idea was that the flesh and blood were weak and the machine would ascend. They are pursuing the so-called path of truth, using machinery to replace their own flesh and blood, so as to obtain stronger functions. A profane scene. Superman stared at those guys with mechanical prosthetic limbs, disgusted in his heart. How can someone hurt their own body like this to install these things? The minds of these people are too terribly twisted. Clark shook his head, suppressing the absurd thoughts in his heart. These guys are nuts. I actually think about whether their hearts are distorted. It's really ridiculous. If it wasn't distorted, how could they be so arrogant and want to rule the whole world? The genetic similarity is very low. Like the Eldar, they have a human-like appearance and are reproductively isolated from humans. Kryptonians are not real humans and should be defined as aliens. However, judging from the current situation, this Kryptonian I have a certain liking for humans. Goodwill doesn't represent everything. They are not our people, but a kind of alien similar to us. Who knows what kind of things it will do in the future? Superman's gaze followed the talking voice to a corner. The guy in the red suit is reporting to a man in steel armor with a scarred face. That man exudes the aura that belongs only to soldiers. Cold, chilling, and that kind of disregard for life. The opponent's combat intuition is very keen. When Superman's eyes fell on the opponent sensed something and turned around. Clark saw a pair of indifferent eyes, so cold that there was no emotion, only absolute reason, as sharp as a dagger, capable of cutting open a person's brain and gain insight into any thoughts of the target. Lex's kind of is not worth mentioning in front of such a person. Are you the mastermind behind the scenes? Clark looked at the man and asked, why did you do this? There was a moment of surprise on the man's face, as if he was confused as to why Clark could ask such a question. Answer me. Clark shouted forcefully. I'm not the mastermind behind the scenes as you said. Titus looked at the awakened Superman and answered his question. As soon as these words came out, Clark was taken aback. Isn't such a character the ultimate enemy? Who is the operator of all this? Then what is your purpose? Clark asked, do you want to rule the world? This doesn't seem to have much to do with you, alien. Titus said indifferently. I will never allow you to use war to destroy this world. Superman stared at Titus, and it could be seen from the anger in his eyes that he was not joking. To protect the world from the threat of war, to protect the world that makes people smile. He will never allow war fanatics to appear. In the name of Superman, he will definitely protect the world. Titus stared at Clark for a few seconds, then turned his head and planned to leave. There is no need to waste any words with the alien, the dead alien is the best alien. Superman will be executed in public after being extracted of all value, and used to declare war on the Justice League. The Justice League will surely win the final victory, and evil will never defeat justice. Titus stood where he was, showing a rare smile. I also agree with your words, the question is which of us is the evil side. As soon as these words came out, Clark was stunned, unable to understand the meaning of the other party's words. I'm curious, what is your understanding of justice? Is it based on the good and evil in your mind? Or is it based on the good and evil stipulated by your system? Justice is to protect the weak. Clark said word by word, let them live quietly and happily, and protect those innocent people from being hurt by you bastards. Protecting the weak is your justice, and my justice is that the survival of human beings is above all else. Titus looked at Clark, his eyes fixed on him, without the slightest concession, and you have hindered us, and you have hindered us. The fate of mankind, so you who claim to be righteous are evil. Nonsense, you are trying to decide the fate of mankind. Clark shouted. Didn't the Justice League intend to interfere with the fate of mankind? Titus interrupted, if you didn't want to interfere with the fate of mankind, you wouldn't have launched this war, and you wouldn't have been imprisoned in here, become my experimental sample. Such a topic is meaningless, Lord Titus. The mechanical priest on the side walked over with a data pad. Those cultists also said that they are righteous, but they were defeated by us later. Clark looked at the guys in front of him. He knows that it is useless to argue with the other party on such a topic. The mind of the other party is not comparable to that of ordinary criminals, and it is impossible to be persuaded by a few words. They are well planned and organized, and there must be a powerful force behind them. Who are you guys? Clark asked. Nobody answered Clark's question anymore. Those guys in red robes ignored him, immersed in their workbenches. A mechanical tentacle stretched out from above and pierced Clark's body. Under the suppression of kryptonite, his body was no longer invulnerable, but became as fragile as an ordinary person. Sharp metal pierced his body, accompanied by a burst of pain, and the dark red blood was drawn into a reagent bottle along the mechanical tentacles. Mechanical priests conducted a comprehensive inspection on it. Strive to obtain Kryptonian technology from him. Titus silently watched Superman, whose blood was drawn for experimentation, and listened to reports from various branches about the Justice League and other hostile forces. In addition to the Justice League, governments of various countries and some civil forces are also secretly engaged in sabotage. Currently, the people of all countries are attracted by the future promised by Robot Company, and the most important thing that Robot Company has in hand is the hearts of the people. Titus also knows that the nature of those politicians and capitalists is greedy and will never be satisfied. They desire more and more desire to maintain their privileged position. Now that Robot Company controls the situation, they will do their duty. The family assets accumulated by several generations have been wiped out by Robot's dimensionality reduction blow, and they stand on the same starting line as ordinary people. If those people were willing, there wouldn't be so many wars in this world. The status of a master is always what people want most. Especially for those who were born on the mountains beyond the reach of ordinary people. It is their daily life to look down on ordinary people from above. One day, they suddenly fell from the altar. The drop was so great that they would never accept it. If the Justice League can defeat the Robot Company, then they can get more and retain their original status. For this reason, these people will definitely support the Justice League secretly. After suffering such a fiasco, the heroes of the Justice League also realized that Robot Company is not the villains they used to deal with. They are stronger and smarter. What they have to do is no longer to make small troubles, but to seriously prepare for a war. Bruce built a bat army for himself by remotely controlling his own butler. Wonder Woman summoned the warriors of Paradise Island, and also asked the gods to help them when necessary to defeat Robot Company. Sea King summoned soldiers from the kingdoms of Atlantis to completely cut off the ocean routes of the Robot Company and destroy the opponent's global business map. That would allow the Robot Company to rapidly decline in its control over other regions, weakening their strength and support. Supergirl also summoned the surviving Kryptonians. When Krypton exploded, in addition to her and Clark, some tribesmen fled Krypton. When Clark became an adult, the signal from his spaceship was also received by other tribesmen. When they came to the solar system and received the blessing of the yellow sun, they gained extraordinary physical strength and various incredible powers. Each of them has the abilities of a weakened version of Superman. Not as powerful as Clark, but it should not be underestimated. Supergirl brings them all together, which is also something that has never been done before. The addition of Kryptonians has doubled the confidence of everyone in the Justice League. Such a powerful combat force can definitely beat Robot Company to the ground. An unprecedented war is about to break out. The headquarters of the Guardian is located on OA star in the center of the universe. There are countless geometric buildings, which are continuous. The most magnificent geometric building is the place where the Guardians communicate with the members of the Green Lantern Corps. Several Guardians with blue skin and oval heads sat on chairs. Their gazes were fixed on the suspended light curtain in front of them, with fear and anxiety in their brows. A breach has been opened in the barriers of the universe. A luminous channel is extending into this universe. Evil forces from other universes are about to invade here. The Guardian of the Universe was originally a Martis star who possessed powerful technology. But in an accidental experiment to explore the mystery of the origin of the universe, some terrible truths were discovered. That is the antimatter universe. The material universe is the reality, and the antimatter universe represents the illusion. The time, space, and laws of physics are all invalid. It is a very mysterious and unimaginable space. With the help of that space, the purpose of flying faster than the speed of light can be easily achieved. Also discovered the existence of the multiverse. After that experiment, the Maltesians attracted the wrath of the God Supreme God. The reason is that they destroyed the barrier, exposing the entire universe to the eyes of some creatures who could not possibly discover this universe. For this reason, they have two choices: the first is to be destroyed, and the second is to become a guardian to atone for sin and prevent those creatures from invading this universe. The Martis star can only choose to become a guardian. The Supreme God also revealed some truths that were enough to scare him to the Maltesians, letting them know the importance of being the guardian of the universe. There are countless universes beyond the universe, which are connected through the antimatter space discovered by the Martis. The universe is like an isolated island in the ocean. You can find other isolated islands by swimming across the ocean. The ocean is full of infinite possibilities, but it is also full of dangers, threatening the existence of isolated islands at all times, forcing civilization to continue to develop in order to survive. Many civilizations died on the road of exploration because of this. Even those civilizations that survived by chance have become very extreme, and will continue to wage wars against other universes to fight for their own survival. In order to protect this universe, the Supreme God came up with a way, that is to hide the entire universe, to avoid being discovered by civilizations from other universes, and to avoid being targeted by the dangers of the antimatter universe. This universe has also been transformed and cut into different universes. The real universe is vast and boundless, and there are countless planets. Just one galaxy has hundreds of billions of stars. The more than 3,000 people in the Green Lantern Corps look after 3,600 sectors, it is impossible to be the scale of a real universe. The real universe was transformed into sub-universes of different dimensions and serial numbers by the Supreme God and his subordinates. Antimatter was used to separate these sub-universes, which is the so-called Wall of Origin. Civilizations that do not have the ability to break through the limitations of space will continue to circle in the limited and boundless sub-universe. Civilizations that have the ability to break through the limitations of space will see the Wall of Origin. Can't break through the Wall of Origin, and can't break through. And outside the entire real universe, the Supreme God also built a barrier to completely hide the real universe. Currently, the space they are in is the 052 universe, which is a divided small universe. Every functioning universe with Guardians has a Green Lantern Corps. In addition to the 052 universe, there are also 001 universe, 002 universe, and so on. Even the Guardians don't know how many serial numbers there are. Only the Supreme God will know what the final serial number is. Some of the sequence universes have been invaded and mutated, and have become deserted and very dangerous, and are isolated by the isolation program. The power possessed by the Supreme God is unimaginable, otherwise he would not be able to shape this small multiverse. Every serial number universe will have those weak gods, such as those so-called Protoss and ancient gods. These gods are very powerful for ordinary creatures, but the Supreme God can erase them at will and reset the area. In a sense, the Supreme God is omnipotent, omniscient and omnipotent. But even such an existence is terrified of those terrifying visitors from another universe. The Guardians are naturally facing an enemy, and they have even considered asking for help across regions. Otherwise, with the power of the 052 universe alone, I'm afraid it will be difficult to stop the opponent's wave of attacks. Only with the help of the power of multiple sequential universes can it be possible to repel the opponent. Otherwise, the 052 universe is likely to be directly abandoned, become a member of those abandoned sequential universes, or even be reset. We must ask the Monitor for help. A Guardian said in a deep voice, the power of the enemy in the other universe cannot be resisted by our strength. Civilizations that can attack other universes rely on massive resources. Enough to crush us. The real universe is huge, unlike the sequence universe, which is a small area that is delimited. Just the diameter of a galaxy is enough to make life feel hopeless. Even traveling at the speed of light, it will take hundreds of thousands of years to traverse. A civilization that can launch a war in another universe must be a civilization that has broken through to an extremely high-tech level. Letting them fight against such a civilization is undoubtedly hitting a stone with a pebble. The Monitor is the universe manager appointed by the Supreme God, who stays in the domain of the Monitor, monitors all the sequential universes, and ensures their smooth operation. Guardians are not qualified to meet the Supreme God directly, and the only ones who can be contacted are the Watchers. Only with the permission of the Monitors can they get reinforcements from other sequential universes. The other Guardians nodded. Nobody has a problem with this. A green light flew into the center of the Guardians of the universe from the outside, and landed in front of several Guardians. Master Guardian. The light faded from the body of the visitor, revealing a tired look. It was the Green Lantern Hal from Earth. Hal, what do you want? The Guardian turned off the light screen in front of him, and did not intend to tell the other party about the invasion of the alien universe. This matter is very important. If it causes unnecessary panic and speeds up the enemy, it will be very bad. I got a distress message from the Earth, please allow me to return to my hometown. Hal said respectfully, my friend needs my help. Several Guardians looked at each other. Then you go back, we will find other Green Lanterns to complete your task first. A Guardian said. Thank you, Lord Guardian. Hal stood up with a happy face, immediately activated the power of the Green Light Ring, and flew out. Green Lantern Ring has the ability to fly in the antimatter universe. For this reason, it doesn't take much time for him to return to the Earth. I'm back, Bruce, Clark. When Hal thought of his good friend, he was secretly delighted. The Guardians of the Universe watched Hal leave with solemn faces. They are not optimistic about the fate of the Green Lantern. Obviously, it must be forces from other universes that are making trouble on Earth 052 at this time. Even if you have a lantern ring, I'm afraid it will be more or less auspicious. The only benefit may be to let the Guardians of the Universe see the strength of the invaders. The estate of the Constantine family is full of Gothic style. Here are stored the magic books and handshakes passed down from generation to generation by the family, as well as the diaries of those exorcists and their magic tools. At this moment, Constantine is sitting in the study, flipping through an ancient book that has turned yellow, and reading out the words and sentences on it. The Founding Fathers summoned a group of demons in order to win the supernatural battle of the native witch priests and the wizards sent by the king. After success, there was a demon named Barbados that could not be sent back to because it did not belong to this world. The ancestor of the Wayne family, Jefferson, one of the Founding Fathers, sealed this demon in Gotham City with the help of wizards. Barbados cannot be killed. It is a demon that symbolizes an indulgence. It is always inspiring people to pursue corruption and enjoy the rest of their lives in crazy pleasure. It likes those who have dark hearts and long for twisted desires to be satisfied. People, think of it as a container. Without exception, they all matched. Bruce's parents were killed since he was a child. After becoming Batman, he has been longing for the so-called redemption. He threw himself into the darkness and abided by his code of not killing, especially in the many battles with the clown. Bruce didn't want to kill, but he kept suppressing his killing intent. He knows very well that he is a monster, and once he kills the first person, he will go all the way to become a monster. The more you suppress, the more you will explode. The Bat family is completely wiped out, and her lover, Catwoman, is also dead. Coupled with the previously squeezed negative emotions, once it explodes, Bruce is definitely the most terrifying villain Gotham has ever seen. It is understandable that Barbados is eyeing Bruce. It's waiting for Bruce's inner burst that has been suppressed for many years, tempting this dark-embracing superhero to become a part of the dark. I have to find some foreign aid. Bruce is not easy to deal with. Constantine said in a low voice, I hate those superheroes who are fine and like to pretend. Their hearts have long been distorted, as if suppressed. The powder keg, Barbados only needs a little spark to handle them. Justice League headquarters. Bruce, why don't you kill him and avenge us, why? The parents stood up from the pool of blood and questioned the young Bruce with ferocious faces. We love you so much, but you are not even willing to avenge us? Just for your reputation. Bruce, revenge. Revenge, Bruce. Do not. Young Bruce screamed. Bruce in reality also woke up suddenly, his forehead and strong body were covered with sweat. He fell into a nightmare again. Revenge. Bruce looked at his veined palm and started talking to himself. Revenge. Revenge. There are harsh voices echoing in his mind, howling and screaming, drilling into every brain cell of Bruce, suppressing his nerves and playing with his memories. The desire to kill rose in Bruce's heart, eager to kill all those enemies. Excite yourself to the sound of their bones being crushed. Their wailing will make them feel happy. Kill them all. Kill them all. Are you okay? Wonder Woman's voice woke up the confused Bruce, you don't look very well. I'm fine. Bruce shook his head, looked at Wonder Woman and asked, how's the situation? Have you found Superman's whereabouts? I asked the gods for help, but they couldn't do anything. Those guys have some means to evade the gods' detection of fate. Wonder Woman said. What are the origins of those guys? They even have this kind of means. Bruce's tone was a little annoyed. They knew nothing about the enemy, and they were in a passive position from beginning to end. I thought about it for a long time. I originally meant to use the timeline to explain the multiverse of DC. After thinking about it, it is better to describe the Supreme God as an almighty being who controls the entire universe, and divides different sequential universes. What is the 001 universe, the 052 universe? There are also a bunch of sequential sub-universes. It means that the walls of origin are used to draw small circles in the big circle. In this case, Dr. Manhattan of the second universe can also be released for ventilation. When the time comes, I will be able to describe Marvel, those main games, evolution games, and I don't need to add worldviews to them. Otherwise, DC and Marvel are all based on one planet and one faction, so it doesn't feel right. Chapter 292 The Crisis of the Different Universe Tunnel, subscribe. Wonder Woman shook her head, but did not answer Bruce's question. She has no answer either. The power of the gods of Olympus is beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and they can control the fields of fate and time that humans cannot touch. Even they couldn't find who Robert's company was hiding. Where did she go to find Clark for Bruce? Seeing Wonder Woman's appearance, a kind of anger rose in Bruce's heart. I really want to growl loudly, but I can't find out why Clark is walking around here. As soon as the words were about to come out, Bruce realized that he was falling into chaos. Hastily suppressed the tyranny in his heart, and forced himself to regain his composure. Robot company is powerful, so I should be mentally prepared for this kind of thing. Is there really no clue? Bruce asked again without giving up. Wonder Woman shook her head, not at all. The other party blurred the line of fate, and the gods couldn't find Clark. Clark seemed to have disappeared from the earth. I see. Bruce said in a deep voice, if you can't find Clark, let's put it down for now. The other party deliberately targeted Clark, but didn't kill him on the spot, so he probably won't kill him so soon. Let's go faster and find out who is behind the scenes, and we will definitely save him. Clark's arrest is worrying, but I'm also worried about you, Bruce, you don't look very good. Wonder Woman looked at Bruce, and she could feel something wrong in his heart. The death of the Bat family and Catwoman was a difficult thing for Bruce to accept. Wonder Woman is very worried that Bruce, who has always been under a lot of pressure, will collapse. Justice League like that is over. Superman is the combat power of the Alliance. Batman is the spiritual pillar of the Alliance. It was Bruce's efforts that kept the Justice League from collapsing due to the previous crises. I'm fine. Bruce shook his head and looked at Wonder Woman, I can adjust myself. Really? Wonder Woman saw a tawny light in Bruce's pupils. The light disappeared quickly, and she had disappeared before she had time to react. Only those eyes revealing determination. Did I read it wrong? Bruce stood up, loosened his muscles and bones, and walked to the place where he kept the bat armor. Are you going out? Wonder Woman asked. I'm going to find some helpers. Bruce said, Robert's company has a mysterious origin. It can recruit such well-known villains as Lex and dare to confront us head-on. The manipulator behind it is definitely the most terrifying opponent in our history. We have to only with the help of every available strength can there be a glimmer of hope of defeating the opponent. Then who do you go to? Clown. Bruce didn't look back, just walked out. His words made Wonder Woman frown slightly. Bruce is looking for the clown to cooperate with that lunatic. This is not a good sign. Bruce didn't care what Wonder Woman said. At this moment, all he can think about is how to get revenge. He wanted to find out the mastermind behind the scenes, dismantle the opponent's ribs one by one, peel off the nerves of the limbs little by little, and pull out the throat from the mouth. He wants the mastermind behind the scenes not to survive, not to die. Only in this way can he comfort his family and lover. Walking into the room where the battle armor is stored, several mechanical tentacles pushed the bat armor to Bruce. When he turned around and opened his hands, the battle armor also opened up, just enough to accommodate him. Bruce didn't move the whole time, letting the mechanical tentacles arm him, thinking about the clown himself. As his old enemy, Bruce knows the Joker's ability well. Before the robot company rose, the Joker and Batman were the marks of Gotham City. In Gotham City, no gangster would dare to provoke the lunatic Joker. It's a pity that with the rise of the robot company, the crazy clown can't fight against that cruel force. Freeze Man, Crocodile Man, the Gotham City villains were all transformed into mindless slaves by the other party. Insufferable, the crazy clown who made all the gangsters and residents of Gotham City fearful was forced to flee. The Joker being captured by Robert Coe and being captured by Batman are two completely different concepts. Bruce will not violate the laws of this country. His ancestor was one of the founding fathers, and the Wayne Group is also the most successful company in the world. This is doomed. Bruce will not go to kill the Joker without a legal trial. In the fight with Batman, the Joker is not worried about what will happen to Bruce. What's more, the clown is not afraid of death, he has been eager to use his own death to prove that chaos in this world is normal. The problem is that the Joker doesn't want to die at the hands of the Robot Corporation. Death at the hands of the Robot Company is meaningless to a lunatic like him. Only death at the hands of Batman, the guardian of Gotham, is the clown's pursuit. Can prove that the world is chaotic. Bruce knows what the clown wants to do, but he has always abided by his principle of not killing, and he is determined not to let himself take the last step. The two fought for a long time, but there was no winner. Had it not been for the appearance of Robot Company, the two might have continued to fight. Choose to cooperate with the clown. First of all, he valued his ability. If he had no ability, he would not be able to fight Bruce for so long. Secondly, the clown's madness and confusion. Robot's ability to restrain clowns is nothing more than relying on numbers and technology. The Justice League will provide the Joker with equipment and assistance, so that the Joker and Robot will be on the same level. With the craziness of the clown, it will definitely throw Robot Company into chaos. Standing on the observation window of the Invincible Truth, one can overlook the entire large fleet. Ryan stared at the fleet that was handed over to him, densely covering the starry sky. The light flickering in the distance made Ryan not sure whether it was the light from the battleship engine or the real starlight. Such an army is enough to destroy any enemy's resistance. Behind him, officers at all levels following the expedition were sitting quietly in their positions, only the static sound from the floating window echoed in the meeting room. Withdrawing his gaze, Ryan turned his head to look at the high-ranking army officers who had already sat down. The atmosphere in the meeting was slightly tense, and the faces of the Astartes and the mortal officers showed tension. The head of the Star Knights, Lothar, was also in the meeting. Ryan is the commander in charge of destroying the recalcitrant forces of the Necrons. He is the Primarch of the First Legion and a blood relative of the current Emperor. Ryan's green eyes are piercing and sharp, like lasers that can burn people's hearts. When not fighting, Ryan will wear a simple white robe with a gold chain on it, which will highlight his tall and strong perfect figure. Now, he is wearing a war robe and an armor made of the latest technology. Ornate golden scroll carved on curved serum side panels depicting the Empire's golden double-headed eagle. He walked towards the meeting crowd and didn't stop until he was seated. The two mechanical priests inserted the data crystals that had been prepared into the reader. Ryan glanced at the information window floating in front of him, which contained the current counterattack against the Norwalk dynasty and the opponent's detailed information. Replacing the Necrons and other aliens and seizing all of the galaxy is a plan that His Majesty has already formulated. For this reason, any issue about the benefits of the war can be directly vetoed. The only purpose of this war is to completely end the Necrons, headed by the King of Silence, hand over all the dominion over the Necrons to our ally King Sodai. Ryan typed a series of control commands in the information window in front of him. Micrologic quickly processes the written instructions of the original body. With the soft buzzing sound, the information window floating in front of everyone changed again. Several three-dimensional galaxy interfaces appeared in front of everyone. The system shows the Empire's fleet in green, while enemies are shown in red. In a corner of the limit star field, everything turned red. There are still a few places that are flickering, that is the area where the battle is taking place. The overall strength of the Norwalk dynasty is not too strong for the Empire. Ryan said. Their only threat is the Star God shards in their hands. Those shards contain infinite power. Any slight will pay a heavy price. For this reason, we need to seize the Star God fragment as soon as possible. Based on the information provided by our allies and some information obtained from our own exploration, we speculate that the most likely place where the Star God fragment is located is the crown world of the Norwalk dynasty Dihuno 6. As long as the Star God shards are taken away, the Norwalk dynasty will have no chance of overturning. It will be bit by the Empire's troops and annihilated in the vast starry sky. Speaking of this, Ryan paused briefly, scanning the crowd. The faces of many war leaders showed a thoughtful look, evaluating Ryan's words. Lian's finger slid, adjusted the projection, and focused on the Dihu 6 galaxy and surrounding galaxies. In order to show the current battlefield situation more clearly, Ryan also asked the projector to display the subspace with black and red dotted lines. The exorcism dead zone of the undead has been greatly expanded so far. The Dihu number 6 galaxy of the Norwalk dynasty is also the most important node in the exorcism dead zone. The subspace near it is almost dead, and the Shin expels auspicious and auspicious devices are no longer available in these areas. Even psychers will be squeezed and hurt when they enter these places. If ordinary people enter these places, their souls will soon wither due to the loss of nourishment. Galactic warfare is also a very reluctant thing. For this reason, we must remove the obelisk node and weaken the dead zone of exorcism. Ryan said while sliding the projection, and several galaxies that are very close to the planet Dihu-6 were pointed out. These few the galaxy is the most important node in it. If it can be destroyed, the power of exorcism death zone will be reduced by at least 90%. The power of the exorcism death zone is beyond imagination, and these planets are located in the core area of the exorcism death zone. If you want to capture them, the price you have to pay may not be any different from a full-scale attack. A Navy the Lieutenant General spoke. Ryan stared at the other party, and when the other party finished speaking, he nodded. The problem you mentioned is a key point. If we use conventional battles, the price we have to pay is equivalent to a full-scale attack. The ruler of the Norwalk dynasty, the Scarlet King, is not a fool. He will not sit by and watch us if the large army destroys these important worlds. He will definitely mobilize his troops to stop us. To fight in the exorcism dead zone, the space undead have a greater advantage than humans. The longer the battle in the exorcism dead zone, for the Empire the more unfavorable it is, the soul cannot be nourished for a long time, and our soldiers will fall into a state of exhaustion and self-doubt, and in the end they will even collapse. Several carefully selected small troops may be able to create miracles and complete tasks that large troops cannot complete. Lien looked at the node planets emitting red light, and said his plan. Will it be too risky for the team? Lothar asked. The Primaris fighters are very strong, but they will be overwhelmed by the wave of metal, not to mention they are also responsible for destroying the obelisk. Task. Lothar has experienced the battle in the VAF galaxy. Although they won the victory, they also realized the power of the Necrons. Several teams want to see several important node planets of the other party. It is too risky to do that. It's tantamount to sending those teams to die. They don't need to destroy the obelisk, but just send the weapons to the target. If they are lucky, they may not need to start a war. Ryan waved his hand, and the star map projection disappeared, and a metal pillar covered with electromagnetic lines the image appeared in front of everyone. This is a geomagnetic reverser. After activating it, it can reverse a planet's magnetic field within a few hours, intensify geological activities, and cause continental plates to disintegrate and reorganize. Even magma in the center of the Earth will erupt. With the help of this thing, it is enough to destroy the local obelisk. The location of the obelisk is very clever. Are all important nodes located in the ley lines, so that the power of the obelisk can be maximized, distorting the entire planet into a huge anti-subspace force field. The geomagnetic reverser will disturb the local magnetic field and cause changes in the nodes of the Earth veins. The construction method of the obelisk was bestowed by the star on the Necrons. The major dynasties have mastered the technology of building obelisks, but if they are allowed to improve, it will not be that simple. The obelisk can form an anti-subspace force field, and can also form a subspace augmentation force field. Back then, Abaddon used the obsidian magic crown ceremony provided by the word bearers to reverse the vigilante, and reversed the anti-subspace force field into a subspace increasing force field, using the principle of reversing the ley lines. Lion doesn't need any subspace augmentation force field, he only needs to disrupt the original anti-subspace force field, weaken the exorcism death zone, and allow the Imperial army to drive straight in. Ryan's words made everyone discuss in a low voice. The whole plan has strong feasibility. After a while, people reached a consensus, and they expressed their support for Ryan's plan. Since you agree with this plan, let's get ready. Ryan crossed his arms, stared at the many army officers present, and then pointed to the projection of the Dihu-6 galaxy and said, when there is a weakening phenomenon in the exorcism dead zone, you have to seize the opportunity like a hunter and hit the opponent's heart directly. Numerous suspended celestial-class warships in the Modo galaxy form a huge world community. Each celestial body-class battleship is a world, with a perfect circulatory system enough to keep a species alive. Unfortunately, the world is not beautiful. They are all full of war style. The towering spears have no flower beds, only cold muzzles. There are no commercial activities in the intricately developed steel buildings, only soldiers with guns. Chagatai and Sanguinius set off from Terra together and arrived in Modo. They witnessed countless warships hovering in the void. Cruisers, battleships, celestial-class battleships, etc., are endless. Guilliman seems to want to fill the entire Mordo galaxy with battleships. Sanguinius and Jagatai both marveled at what they saw when they jumped out of the warp. It was amazing. The two of them stood in front of the observation window, and when the ship jumped out of the warp, they opened the observation window. This is a very dangerous move, and the unclean subspace energy has not completely dissipated. The crew had to cover their eyes to resist the otherworldly fire gushing from the rift. Only the two demigods can gaze undividedly into the flowing flames and see the majestic view of Mordor. He is the best among us. Chagatai said again without hesitation, the words he kept repeating elsewhere. Even during the Great Crusade of the Emperor on the Stars, it was impossible to muster such a force. Now, Guilliman has put it here on a defensive mission. I condemn him for wasting troops, or it's time to be in awe of the power he wields. Sanguinius also had some exclamations. Let's go, we will all face our own mission. Chagatai walked to the deck, Sanguinius stared at the countless warships in the void for the last time, and turned to follow his brother. His wings were folded behind his back, his ornaments jingled. The mechanical sage in charge of Modo received the two Primarches and brought them into the Modo Different Universe tunnel. The tunnel is so majestic that a person standing next to the station looks extremely small. The rivets on the pillars that support the tunnel are much larger than humans. The tunnel is no longer a product of humans, but a creation of giants. The trains running in it are also huge. A train occupies multiple tracks. The width of the front of the car is more than 100 meters, and the height is 30 meters. This unimaginable behemoth is no longer a train, but a moving metal mountain. The sheer size of the train creates a distorted sense of proportion for many of the workers who are about to be sent to work. The cab of the front of the car only occupies a corner of the huge front, large enough to accommodate dozens of members. But compared to the unimaginably wide and flat front of the train, it is still insignificant. In addition to the cab, there are many turrets standing on the front of the car, and each turret is equipped with 2 large-caliber artillery and various anti-infantry weapons. Rolling steam is ejected from the exhaust ports on both sides, illuminated by the blue light reflected from the front of the car. A plasma reactor is installed inside the front of the car. Sanguinius and Chagatai were assigned a room on the top floor, and they were accompanied by several heads of the base and several supervisors in charge of the supply station. They introduced the current progress of the Different Universe project to the 2 original bodies. The number of people involved in the Different Universe project is extremely large. These people need to consume a lot of materials, and these materials are transported by train. So far, the tunnel-passing battleship is already available, but it is the only area connected to the Empire at present. The outpost of Different Universe 1 is a completely corrupted universe. In such a universe, it doesn't make much sense to send battleships there. Purify an entire universe? The resources of the Empire are not so much. For this reason, it has always been cheapest and most practical to use trains for transportation. The number 2 Cosmic Tunnel Line and the number 3 Cosmic Tunnel Line are under intense preparation, and they are expected to be opened within 5 to 10 years. A female supervisor reported, overall, the tunnel process is relatively smooth. What threats did you encounter during the development process? Tell me in detail. Chagatai asked. He came here because he was entrusted by Guilliman to protect these tunnels. Guilliman hopes that he can form a fast and mobile emergency force to deal with emergencies in the tunnel. The Different Universe tunnel is built deep in the subspace. The surface layer of the subspace has broken away from the conventional understanding of time and space. The depths of the subspace are even more strange areas that ordinary people cannot imagine. All the conventional cognition of human beings will not work here. No matter how perfect the tunnel construction technology is, various emergencies will inevitably occur. Currently, the abnormal situation in the tunnel has been divided into 3 levels by us: green level, orange level, and scarlet level. In the case of green level, you only need to follow the rules and regulations compiled by the development department. Casualties can be avoided. The orange class requires the use of special forces, and the scarlet class requires the intervention of the Sisters of Silence and the Grey Knights. So far, there have been a total of 21 scarlet level incidents. Each time, the workers basically did not obey the rules and were bewitched to bring those inanimate people into the supply station along the way. After the scarlet level incident, the accident site will be closed, all personnel involved will be wiped out, and will be opened for continued use after cleaning. The number of orange level incidents is much higher than that of the scarlet level, but the casualties are not as exaggerated as the scarlet level. The personnel involved generally only need psychological counseling or transfer out of the tunnel for a period of time before returning to normal. Chagatai was silent for a moment before raising his head. Are there still sites that have encountered scarlet level that have not been purified and opened? There are 3. A military-looking supervisor stood up and said. Then my destination will be the nearest unopened site. Chagatai said. Hearing this, several people in the carriage looked at each other in blank dismay. My lord, that's too dangerous. Every closed site needs to be purified by the Nun of Silence and the Grey Knight before it can be used after special procedures. If you go rashly, you may be attacked by monsters. Please be sure to integrate the team first. Again. Chagatai waved his hand and interrupted the other party. Don't worry about me. I have traveled in it and understand how powerful these monsters are. But I also need to know what kind of enemy I have to deal with, and what kind of enemies are there in the security work of the tunnel. If there are any mistakes, I can form a mobile team in a targeted manner. If you haven't even seen the enemy, it's just talk on paper and useless. Just let me get off at the nearest abandoned site, and I'll take someone to see the situation. Chagatai was very tough, and several supervisors were at a loss for a while. They looked at Sanguinius aside. Unfortunately, let them down. Sanguinelay didn't have the idea of persuading his brother, but showed a smile to several supervisors. Don't worry about him, he can take care of himself. Hearing this, several executives could only let Chagatai do what he did and prepare an elite team for him. The personnel on the train are all useful, and they are assigned to each area for rotation. It is already very good to be able to draw a small team to protect Chagatai. If it weren't for his original body status, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to enjoy this kind of treatment. After all, the rules and regulations of the Universe Development Department are extremely strict, and the deployment of personnel is very secret, and once the order is ordered, it will not be changed to avoid being found by the devil. Sanguinius also asked about some information about other universes. It's a pity that everyone in the carriage is responsible for the tunnel. They don't have the right to know about things in different universes. Sanguinius didn't get any useful information, so he could only suppress his restless heart, and prepared to go to the outpost 1 of the different universe. According to his own plan, Chagatai got off the car ahead of schedule. Go forward for a certain distance, and you will see the abandoned site. Master Chagatai, please be careful. If you encounter an emergency, you can press the emergency button, and the emergency team will arrive for rescue within 5 to 30 minutes. Said the female supervisor. I understand. Chagatai nodded, then turned around and got out of the car. A well-equipped squad of Primaris warriors followed closely behind him. It can be seen from their coat of arms that the identity of this team belongs to the Exorcist chapter. In the years before Guilliman returned, the chapter had known the truth of the warp and was determined to fight the daemon. Of course, their approach was very extreme, and was once considered by the trial court to be a possible betrayal. One of the recruiting ceremonies of the Exorcist chapter is called controlled demonic possession. Each monk will be possessed by those relatively weak subspace creatures for 12 hours under strict supervision, and then be expelled. The Exorcist chapter uses this method to test the purity of recruits and enhance some resistance to demons, just like vaccination. After the start of the Different Universe project, the Exorcist squad was also selected as one of the squadrons to guard the tunnel. They are all shrouded in an armor whose main body is dark red, with a bone-white double-headed eagle painted on the chest, and the shoulder armor will be decorated with black patterns. Complicated incantations are engraved on the armor, runes are also engraved on the weapon in his hand, and the arc of the force field is crackling. They automatically formed a protective formation. Soldiers holding strong shields walked around Chagatai. In case of crisis, they will put up a strong shield to protect the Primarch. Chagatai did not say much about this. Before coming to Moto, he received the latest reinforcement. To be honest, if something could threaten him, the fighters of the Exorcist squad would not be able to resist it. Chagatai didn't talk about it, but enjoyed their protection. After all, if it is said, it is undoubtedly a kind of underestimation of the dignity of these soldiers. The road to the abandoned rest station is not very long. Relying on the footsteps of the Primarch and Primaris warriors, they arrived in half an hour. Smooth metal pillars stand at the entrance of the rest station, making crackling sounds. The pulsating arc jumps in the air, filling the air with a smell of ozone. The rest station has been sealed off by densely packed killing force fields and anti-subspace force fields to prevent the contaminated monsters from affecting the normal operation of the tunnel. In addition to the column, there is also a troop garrisoned, equipped with various heavy weapons. The arrival of Chagatai and others aroused their vigilance, and the huge muzzle was aimed directly at them. Here, no matter how careful you are, there is nothing wrong. Ghost knows if there will be demons who have the ability to transform. After the transfer of secret orders, Chagatai and his party gained temporary trust and were allowed to approach the rest station. The guards did not let down their vigilance because of this, and their guns were always aimed at them and the group. If there is a slight change, it will shoot directly. All are demon-killing bullets aimed at the soul. Looking at the densely packed muzzles of the guns, Chagatai even doubted whether he could retreat in front of these gun muzzles. Why didn't you clean up the monsters inside? Chagatai looked at the soldiers of the exorcism squad beside him and asked. A large number of anti-subspace force field devices that weaken the demons are placed on the periphery of the occupied rest station, continuously weakening the demons until they are forced to retreat, or they are forced to lose the nourishment of the subspace ether and starve to death. It's just this process will take some time. If the demons are not weakened to a certain extent, if you rush to clean up the rest station base, it is very likely to cause casualties, and even let the demons escape into the tunnel, causing a new round of destruction. This is Asia. In the depths of space, demons can use much more weird abilities than in the real universe. If there is any problem with the protection of the tunnel, the crisis will be catastrophic. For this reason, we will only take the safest approach. Even if this approach will waste some time, it is worth waiting for. Chagatai nodded. This is a saving grace. Forming mobile units should also take this into consideration. Not only to pursue fast, but also to pursue slow. A combination of speed and slowness can achieve the greatest effect. Walking to the side of a force field column with a height of 5 or 6 meters, Chagatai glanced at the direction of the rest station. Didn't see anything. Only closed rest stops can be seen. There are some traces of being smashed on it, and some blood. Other than that, there is nothing else. Is there a way to see inside? Chagatai asked. After a while, a guard handed him a data pad. The data board is connected to the camera inside, and some fist-sized observation robots that were sent in. Chagatai checks the rest stop situation through the data board. Everything inside was vandalized, there were mutilated limbs everywhere, and profane words smeared with blood. Employee rest dormitories, canteens, security areas, all have monsters roaming around. They make all sorts of shrill howls. From the body full of tentacles and eyes, you can see fragments of uniforms belonging to workers. Chagatai flipped through the video, looked at the guard and asked, "Can I go in?" Chapter 293 The fourth phase of the task, for subscription. As soon as Chagatai said this, the guards and soldiers of the exorcism squad were stunned. The abandoned rest station is extremely dangerous, and the interior space has been completely controlled by demons. Even if all the personnel in it are executed, the demon cannot be completely eradicated, and the anti-subspace device can only be used to trap the opponent inside and weaken it. The Primarch went in rashly like this, and if something happened, they would be blamed for death. That's too dangerous, my lord, let's wait for a while. The guard on the side said, the demon inside has just been trapped, and the anti-subspace force field has not hurt the opponent's origin. It is in the area of the rest station. The opponent is strong. Chagatai showed a smile. It's okay, that demon is not my opponent. As the most perfect genetic creation of the Emperor, the Primarch is half made of the genetic technology of the material world, and the other half is composed of the special origin of the warp. Primarches are both warp creatures and humans. This is why they are called demigods. Chagatai has fought in the depths of the subspace for many years, and has slain countless demons, so he is naturally very familiar with demons. The demons entrenched in the rest station are powerful, but they are also within his ability. He drew out his weapon, a long knife made of the most advanced technology of the Empire. A faint halo emanates from the blade, and complicated electronic patterns and prayers of blessings spread across every corner. Is the latest technological creation of the Empire arcane weapons. Arcane weapons are weapons specially created to kill demons. Has a strong restraint on subspace creatures. With this long knife, even if Chagatai is unable to kill the top demon under the command of the four gods, he is sure to be able to retreat unscathed. My lord, it's really too risky to do that. Another guard said. Chagatai showed a confident smile. I'm sure of what I'm going to do, let me go in. Only by facing danger directly can you know their terrifying nature. No matter how powerful the prey is, as long as you understand their weaknesses and activities according to the law, the hunter can hunt it down. Watching Chagatai's determined expression, the exorcist warrior leading the team turned to look at his companion. Get ready, we're going into the contaminated zone. You don't need to do that, I am enough alone. Chagatai said, you may lose your life in vain if you go in. It is our mission to protect Master Chagatai. The exorcist chapter will definitely not sit back and watch the protected person go into danger alone. Please don't let us do things that tarnish the honor of the exorcist chapter, sir. Seeing the other party's insistence, Chagatai did not use his authority to demand the other party, but just nodded. In that case, then you all follow me in, but you must be careful in everything, the strength of the demons inside cannot be underestimated. The leading exorcist warrior nodded. Be careful. After receiving the authorization from above, a guard opened the way for them to enter. The sealed rest stop opened a side door, just enough to accommodate Primaris warriors and Primarches. The guards raised their weapons, wary of demons that might come out suddenly. Chagatai walked in with the team. The security measures at the sealed rest station are extremely strict. An entry passage with 3 sealed doors. Only by closing the airtight door at the back can the airtight door in front be opened. Each door has security measures. If it is opened without a security password, the protection device will be activated. The attack unleashed was enough to kill the original cast warrior on the spot. After the verification key is successful, the indicator light turns green. The sound of mechanical humming came from the door, and the sound of the killing force field and protective devices being disarmed traveled along the metal to the ears of the group of people. Wait until there is a pleasant voice. 2 exorcist fighters walked up to a roulette, and together they opened the heavy hatch. With the opening of the hatch, a strong smell of blood came to the face. The interior of the rest stop is already a hellish scene. The lights flickered on and off, the walls were covered with blood, and the bodies of the executed staff members lay on the ground, emitting a stench. Chagatai shook his head and walked in. The exorcist fighters took out the scriptures and demon-killing weapons, and were alert to possible dangers. The inner corridors have changed beyond recognition, and those rooms and corridors are dominated by deep darkness. The swaying and flickering lights add a touch of weirdness to this hell. The corridors are littered with seats and bullet casings, as well as some dead laser gun batteries. Eerie whispers came from rooms that could not be illuminated by lights. Some strange limbs fled hastily into the darkness under the eyes of the warriors. The decorations that hung on the walls were desecrated and vandalized, and a slimy mold grew. Some grounds have also become sticky and soft. It's like walking on some monster's tongue. Broken picture frames piled up like rotten wood. Bronze fragments scattered on the floor were covered by congealed grime. Marble walls are pitted. Black mucus slowly oozes from the wide cracks. The floor of the corridor is cracked in multiple places. The crack should have revealed the metal deck, but only a bottomless dark pit could be seen. Chagatai could feel that there was a malicious existence in the depths of the rest stop. The other side dragged this rest stop into their field. The interior space of the rest station at this moment not only belongs to the material world, but also belongs to that mysterious realm. Be careful, don't act alone. Chagatai said, don't get separated, it has already noticed our intrusion. The stench of the subspace reeks from here. The exorcist warrior in charge said in a deep voice. The minds of Primaris warriors are as firm as a rock. In their divine transformation from mortal to superhuman, they gained sublimation. Learned from years of training to overcome fear. But when they walked into the rest station, the faces under the helmets all became serious. The pace also reveals a little uneasiness. They set up a battle formation, erected thick force field shields, and formed a defensive formation. The disintegrating force field generated by the weapon in his hand emits a pale light in the darkness. Chagatai walked in the forefront, surveying the terrifying scenery along the way. There are traces of corruption everywhere. The power of the warp is everywhere. Squirming flesh and monsters hiding in the dark. The tormented undead were whispering, howling their pain in life. Everything you see is profanity. Chagatai clenched the sword in his hand, adjusted his breathing, and was alert to possible enemies. A Primarch. The strange voice echoed in the room, the source was hard to discern, like the neighing of a poisonous snake. Chagatai frowned slightly, his eyes showing vigilance. Another demon. What do you call me, Janaeing, Chagatai? You are outstanding, once a supreme king, are you willing to be subordinate to your brother? The voice was hoarse, as if he was panting. It trickles into people's ears, creating fear and doubt. The bodies of the exorcist fighters are turning, and the detection system is constantly trying to locate each other. Their vision-enhancing devices buzzed, but they didn't see anyone. It was as if the voice was coming from another dimension. Your temptation is nothing new. Chagatai scanned the surroundings, looking for the source of the voice. Can you change something new? Don't always be so old, I really don't feel it after listening too much. The voice in the darkness was silent for a moment, as if Chagatai choked on a single word and was speechless. Don't you want to gain the power to control the entire universe? Don't you want to be the supreme monarch? Said the voice, being above all people, overlooking all beings, everyone can only kneel at your feet. I don't have that ability. Chagatai said, while clenching the long sword in his hand, he stepped forward, searching for the enemy's location with his extraordinary senses. I have one advantage, that is, I have self-knowledge, unlike yours. These idiots always feel that they are omnipotent, and they are beaten up every time. Demon. We can help you. The gods of the subspace are the masters of all original forces in the real world, no matter what happens in the real universe. The subspace can be corrupted and destroyed. Guilliman is strong now, but he won't stay strong forever. When he is powerful, we will disappear quietly, and when he is weak, we will appear to strike from the shadows. Victory belongs to ours is as predestined as the passage of time and the destruction of mortal bodies. If you are willing to cooperate, then we will ensure that you can defeat all enemies. Pull your brother down from that supreme throne, and we can put the entire galaxy and even the entire universe in your hands. Chagatai was silent for a while, and then said, the problem is that you can't beat him. If I cooperate with you, I would be too stupid. One sentence made the whispers disappear. The monster hidden in the shadows didn't know how to answer Chagatai's words for a while. Can you speak well? Now humans are getting more and more drifting, and the previous scripts are completely useless. The power of the gods is unimaginable. Compared with them, Chagatai and Guilliman are nothing worth mentioning. My brother is in Terra. If the gods are really as powerful as you say, go for it. If you can succeed, I might consider cooperating with you. Chagatai said mockingly, I hope not to see your head hung on the palace walls. The gods can't interfere with the real universe too much, you know it. Shadow said angrily, they need helpers to exert their power. As long as you are willing to serve the gods, the whole universe will be destroyed by then. The exorcist fighter could hear the anger in the opponent's tone. Apparently, Chagatai was displeased by saying that they were no match for the current emperor of the empire. The gods are suppressed by a life in the mortal world, such a thing is simply a humiliation. Admit it, your failure is inevitable. The gods you keep saying don't dare to confront Guilliman head-on. Chagatai's tone was tinged with mockery, apart from bluffing, what else can you do? Why don't you and I cooperate, kill the gods, and I will give you the rule of the warp, how about this suggestion? Chagatai jumped up, rushing towards the target like a hunting eagle, the arcane sword in his hand crackling. The blade plunged into the darkness, it was extremely sharp, and cut it directly. The exorcist saw an intertwined figure of an octopus and a skinned man emerging from the darkness. The monster howled, and Chagatai's blade pierced its body. The powerful arcane force field is dismantling its demonic nature. How did you find me? The demon's voice was extremely painful. As long as everything has existed, there will be traces. Chagatai smiled, a good hunter must learn to look for these traces. In the past, I thought you demons are very powerful, and your immortal nature plus various strange abilities is really amazing. It's a headache. But after hunting you many times, I no longer have such thoughts. You are not even in the forefront of my old prey. Excluding the power of the warp, your brains are really amazing worried. You once defeated my father, and you think you can defeat my brother by the same means. It is really arrogant and stupid. Whether it is mind or will, you will not be his opponent. He won't succeed. The monster screamed. Humanity is doomed not to get rid of us. Unfortunately, you are doomed not to know the ending. Chagatai lifted it up suddenly, and the blade cut the demon like cutting tofu. The exorcist fighters pulled the trigger, and the blessed bomb hit the demon, making the opponent howl in the explosion. Moments later, the demon fell, a foul-smelling black pool of blood. The weird atmosphere of the rest stop has not been weakened by this. The flickering lights became more urgent, and the weird whispers became sharper. The distorted black image was a twisted combination of countless ghosts, dancing at the end and edge of sight. The abominable monster imprisoned at the rest stop is angry at Chagatai's disrespect. They always think highly of themselves, and find it difficult to bear the offense of mortals. Unfortunately, humans are no longer the humans they used to be. The ape that came out of the prairie has opened its mouth full of fangs, looking forward to biting the throats of the gods and tasting the blood of the gods. The demon's rage did not arouse any fear in the squad. The exorcist fighters just raised their bolt guns to be wary of monsters that might rush out. Eerie howls sounded from the depths of the rest station. Those wandering monsters were driven by a certain will to rush towards Chagatai and others who were deepening. The subspace created waves, scalding like a furnace, and monsters as black as ink rushed out of the darkness one by one. The smell of sulfur spread in the air, and those monsters turned into hounds and bowed and dragged giant swords. The lying corpses also writhed their rotten joints, and crawled up with hideous faces. The walls squirmed like internal organs. Scorched black arms protruded from it, frantically trying to grab something in the air. The exorcist fighters reacted extremely fast, the explosive bombs roared, and the corpses that got up were smashed to pieces on the spot. Ammunition and turbine mechanism into the shadows of the forest. The brass shell fell to the floor with a crisp sound. They formed a tight defensive formation at the fastest speed, fighting against places from all directions. A hand like coke protruded from the ground, slapping on the thick armor, leaving dirty marks. Monsters try to crawl out of the ground. Chagatai kicked a monster trying to crawl out of the ground with one kick. He stood at the forefront of the team, and those enemies who escaped the long-range attack were harvested by him one by one. Encountered such an accident, but Chagatai did not withdraw. He glanced at the demon tide, then stepped into the depths, preparing to deal with the demons entrenched here. The exorcist fighters followed closely behind, and the radar in their helmets kept beeping. Monsters are coming from all directions, trying to contain them. A hound that looked like it had been skinned and its head turned into 3 petals escaped the barrage of bullets and jumped away, trying to bite the head of an exorcist warrior, but was pierced by a spear in the sky. The team formed a battle formation and went deep into the rest station base. The more you enter inside, the more terrifying the scene becomes. There are skinned corpses everywhere, hanging from the ceiling, and there are piles of stumps and broken arms. The wall was smeared with blood and many profane sentences. Mortals would be driven mad by this situation. In the depths of the rest station, Chagatai also saw the twisted monster. The fragmented corpses were piled up, and bone spurs were used to fix them, forming a throne of corpses. A naked, smooth body with horns growing out of its head, a pair of huge gorgeous wings behind it, black lines all over its face, completely black eyes, and a monster with extreme malice and hatred sitting on it. There are still strips of work uniform left on the other party's body. Obviously, it is the first staff member who was bewitched. The demon fashioned his own body out of the body of that hapless bastard. It's disgusting to build such a twisted throne, Chagatai said. Don't think that the entire universe must be based on your human aesthetics. The devil said, human beings are not the center of the universe, you are just a wave in the eternal time and space. Do you think you can change the whole world? No, you will just disappear in the long river of history, no one will remember. Whether human beings will dissipate or not is still uncertain. However, you will definitely dissipate. Chagatai said, today is your death day, you can say some last words or something. Are you always so arrogant? The demon's yellow eyes stared at Chagatai. It's hard to imagine a primarch speaking so viciously and arrogantly. In the face of ants, it is difficult for me to maintain a normal mind and vigilance. Chagatai said calmly. You will pay for your arrogance. The demon pounced on Chagatai, but the eagle disappeared in a blink of an eye. Speed is always the only way to win. Chagatai's voice came from behind the demon. The demon looked at his tentacles, and a scratch slowly became clear. With a snap, the tentacles fell down, wriggling on the ground, turning into pus and blood. The devil lowered its head with 7 or 8 eyes, and saw that there was also a scratch on its chest, which was slowly becoming clear. How could it be so fast? The demon's eyes showed fear and disbelief. Extreme speed mode off. Chagatai glanced at the light curtain that he could only see, then turned to look at the demon, whose body was cut into several pieces by his sword. He was reinforced before he came. Implanted the heart of the Empire into his body, and loaded the speed mode. Using this mode, there will be a difference between his time flow rate and the surrounding time flow rate. That is to say, relatively speaking, the time flow of Chagatai itself has become faster, while the time flow of the enemy remains normal, thus showing the extreme speed that the enemy cannot react to. Unless the opponent also has the ability to control time, it is impossible to escape. The exorcist fighters raised the explosive bombs in their hands and carried out a saturation attack on it, tearing its limbs apart. A warrior drew out a weapon of nirvana. To the final head. This is a weapon made using the soulless characteristics of the silent nun, which can kill demons forever. You can't do this. The demon who had roared just now, vowing to take revenge, became terrified at the moment. It dragged the remaining body and tried to escape, trying to commit suicide with a weapon that fell from the side. But the speed of the exorcist fighter is much faster than him. Before he could commit suicide, he was stabbed into the body by the nirvana weapon. Accompanied by ear-piercing screams, the demon's soul also returned to nothingness. Chagatai did not feel any joy because he purified the rest station. There are so many troubles just connecting a universe. To truly connect every universe that can be discovered, as Guillemon envisioned, demon attacks will definitely continue to increase. The method of sealing those polluted rest stops, when the number of tunnels is not enough, naturally there is no problem. With more tunnels, there will be more rest stops. At that time, it will not be so easy to close. Chagatai gathered the information he had obtained. These information will be used when forming the mobile force of the different universe tunnel. The rest of the rest stops, he plans to use them to train the formed mobile units. D6 Galaxy. War is an art, like matting. As long as the tone is determined, you can basically foresee the shape of the formation. The secret team sneaked into the rear of the Necrons, and used the geomagnetic converter to reverse the geography of the node planet. As a result, the original anti-subspace force field became a subspace augmentation force field, and the death zone of exorcism was weakened. The Imperial Army seized the opportunity and used the subspace to cross the outer defense line built by the Necrons with multiple galaxies, and directly attacked the crown world of the Norwalk dynasty. From the destruction of the important node planet in the exorcism death zone to the large force rushing into the D6 galaxy, the time interval is very short. Many high-level officials of the Norwalk dynasty had no time to react, and were blocked by the Imperial Army in the crown world. Standing in front of the highest power pyramid representing Norwalk, Ryan cleaned up the stains left by the previous battle without haste. Beside him, a squad of Primaris warriors acted as his bodyguard. Lion obtained the position of Marshal of War, but the command of the Dark Angel was handed over to Azrael, and the highest authority was in the hands of the Military Affairs Department. It is an unwritten rule that the Primarches will no longer lead their original offspring. Without the Dark Angel, Ryan selected a group of elites from various battle groups as his guards. Naturally, no one would refuse such an honor. The guards held bolt guns and stood beside Ryan, scanning the surrounding situation. The entire crown world has been reduced to ruins. Those huge obelisks, towers and pyramids were blown up, and everywhere there were metal wreckage bursting with electric flashes and imperial soldiers who died in battle. The air was covered with dirty and thick dust, which quietly drilled into the filter and poured into the mouths of the soldiers. The tall buildings that stood upright have been turned into rubble. Under the intensive artillery bombardment of the Empire, there are bomb craters of various sizes everywhere. The roar of the Titans' weapons still echoed in the air. The knights searched for the remaining enemies in the ruins and crushed them thoroughly. The rumbling heavy tanks crushed the rubble and bombarded everything built by the Norwalk dynasty until it was wiped out. Lane turned a deaf ear to this, his contemptuous manner making it difficult to perceive that he was in a brutal battlefield. When the last stain was removed, a message window popped up. The battle is over, Lord Ryan. The overlord of the Norwalk dynasty, the Crimson King, has surrendered. Its only request is to see the commander this time. Only in this way will it hand over control of the Crimson God fragment. I really should see you. Ryan gestured lightly, and the guards changed their formation and surrounded him. The inside of the pyramid is a mess, with traces of battle everywhere. Scattered bullet casings were mixed with broken mechanical limbs, and occasionally one or two corpses of original caste warriors could be seen. The statues and works of art inherited from ancient times have been toppled and smashed. Even the stasis force field devices protecting them showed signs of bullet craters and knives and axes. The artillery installations along the way have been destroyed. Ryan walked unimpeded all the way, stepped on the wreckage of those undead structures, and walked in. In the interior of the pyramid, in an extremely wide hall, a group of high-level space undead with complicated golden patterns on their bodies have been brought under control. And sitting at the top is the overlord of the Norwalk dynasty, the Crimson King. This guy is famous for enslaving the shards of the C'tan Crimson God. At this moment, the king has lost all its soldiers. Its generals, except those who died, surrendered with it. The eyes of the Crimson King radiated green light, and it watched Ryan's arrival. The closer you get, the clearer people will see the overlord. Its appearance is somewhat similar to that of humans, and its entire body is made of active metal. The body is based on white, and the golden lines outline the complex dynasty emblem. Without any flesh and blood, the built-in processor is responsible for its thinking and memory functions. A Primarch? It seems that my failure is not a shame. The voice of the Scarlet King was extremely indifferent, without a trace of emotion. For a metallic life like it, emotion is not necessary. You can call me Ryan. Ryan stared at each other, and his voice echoed in the hall. I know your name. When the dynasty was revived, we investigated human beings. Your history is very short. It is really incredible. We will be defeated by a young race that has only risen for tens of thousands of years. You are immersed in the past, forgetting that the universe is moving forward. Ryan said, you are destined to be eliminated. You know this better than us. I don't need your preaching. The Crimson King said, your lifespan is less than a fraction of mine, you won, that's all. If you didn't ask to see me, maybe I wouldn't bother to preach. Ryan said, hand over the Star God fragment. Can you tell me, why do you want Star God fragments? Those guys are extremely vicious and will only bring you a curse. The Scarlet King said. This has nothing to do with you, you just need to hand it over, maybe you can live. Ryan said, the Sotai dynasty will take over the control agreement of the Norwalk dynasty. If you don't tell me, I can guess a little. The Scarlet King said, they must have concluded a covenant with you. Those liars are always like this. They can use all kinds of rhetoric to deceive the people they want to deceive. You humans may think that you are the lucky one, that you can control the fragment of the Star God, and in the end, you will find that you have lost nothing. You just hand it over, you don't need to care about the fate of mankind. Ryan urged, what you say is meaningless. Go and get it if you want it, you shouldn't have come here. The Scarlet King's red eyes showed a trace of cruelty, it's a big taboo for a commander to get so close to the enemy. The Crimson King opened his arms, and the entire pyramid shook. The fragment of the Crimson God has been imprisoned in the pyramid for energy use. It is full of resentment for its tens of millions of years of imprisonment. For this reason, I have never completely released it. Every time, it is a release, a fraction of power is enough to change the course of battle, and you will be the first to let me do that. Although it is only a fragment, it is still a fragment of God. Feel the wrath of God, human. The wall was cracked, and rays of light burst out from it. A terrifying hatred spread out from the ground, pure and insane. Warning runes jumped out of the helmets of the warriors, and the energy index was soaring rapidly. The floor of the hall is constantly reorganized like a changing Rubik's cube, revealing the complicated mechanical structure underneath. Countless glowing pipes connect a cube. That is the energy core of the pyramid, the fragment of the Crimson God. In the answer given by the Nether Dragon, after the space necromancers betrayed, they imprisoned some of the Star God's fragments in the cube maze to serve as weapons and energy cores. Lien stared at the cube, and there was nothing in it. The star has no form. The Necrons once forged bodies for them, but destroyed them when they betrayed. The fragments of the Star Gods are just tumbling mist of light, and that image fits their star vampire status. If you release it, you will die too. The Star God hates you the most. Ryan looked at the Scarlet King, as if the Scarlet God's awakening was not a fatal thing for him. It doesn't matter, at least it can drag you to die together, that's the most important thing. The Scarlet King's mechanical tone was full of madness. Obviously, perishing with humans has become his last obsession. But you can't do it. Ryan said, there is news of the Crimson God in my information, do you think I will trust you completely? You can't fight a god. The Crimson King said in a cold tone. But another can. Ryan took out a crystal clear ball, which was the capture device built by the Nether Dragon to imprison other star fragments. The Nether Dragon is a polymath among the star gods, who knows knowledge that other star gods do not know. Before being betrayed by the Necrons, the star gods had already broken up and devoured each other. The Nether Dragon naturally has no plans to rescue other star gods, but plans to absorb other star gods with the help of humans. Guilliman has always been happy to see this kind of dog-eat-dog thing, so he naturally agreed to it. Ling activated it and threw it down. A black hole appeared out of thin air, swallowing the cube directly. The pyramid that was crumbling just now became stable again. The Crimson King also stayed where he was. If that pale metal face could make an expression, it would be extremely ugly. The ultimate move was cracked like this. If his complexion can be good, then it is really hell. Ryan glanced at the Crimson King, with a hint of sneer in his tone, what a terrible conspiracy, it's almost over. The Scarlet King wanted to say something, but the Primaris warrior behind him chopped off its metal head with a single sword strike. The same is true for other high-level necromancers, who were executed one after another. Metal heads were cut off one by one, and the processing core inside was also destroyed. Rebirth protocol was previously shut down. These guys were destroyed by the CPU, and they were completely dead. Ryan didn't pay much attention to these guys, but turned and left with the ball. Give the master control agreement to the people of the Suotai dynasty, and hand over these metal heads to them by the way, and beat King Suotai. Walked out of the pyramid, the teleportation device on the battleship had already locked the coordinates of him and the guards. The light flickered a few times, and he was sent back to his flagship, the Invincible Truth. The ball that imprisoned the fragments of the Crimson God was being toyed in his hands. I am the of the stars, as long as you let me go, I can give you supreme power and the knowledge to shake the world. A voice echoed in Ryan's mind. It came from the will of the Crimson God. Being imprisoned by the Necrons for so long, the Crimson God yearns for freedom all the time. This time, it thought it was free. To make the Necron pay, and to kill every living being to satisfy its hunger. But who would have thought that freedom would be choked to death just as it sprouted? Lien stared at the ball in his hand. Every declares its own strength, and it will always be those promises when facing the world. Knowledge, power, wealth, status, and power. The weak will be attracted by these promises. The strong will not take a second look. He placed the ball in the large imprisoning force field that had been activated earlier. The sphere is bound by the light beam, suspended in the field of mechanical manufacturing, isolating possible pollution from the will of the star god. It will be returned safely to Mars for either Guilliman or Call to dispose of. Lien turned and walked out. His task is not yet complete. The most powerful overlords of the Necrons, the Silent King, and the Storm King have not been dealt with yet. The destruction of the Norwalk dynasty will inevitably cause a chain reaction. Other dynasties are likely to join forces to fight against the human army. The next battle may be a tough one. Guilliman, you are a scumbag. Imprisoned on the Golden Throne, Magnus roared in the Sea of Souls, hysterical and crazy to the extreme. It's a pity that no one can hear him. His body had become scorched black, and he sat on the throne just like that, with a painful expression on his face. Guilliman could hear it, but he just ignored him. With the power of Magnus, the Empire's Astrotorch and Webway Seal can last for a while. In order to show the new Emperor's benevolence, Guilliman has stopped the ritual of sacrificing 10,000 psychers to the astronomical torch. The current Golden Throne is Magnus' hard resistance. In order to avoid problems with the Webway Seal, Guilliman is also preparing a plan to fight back from the Webway. Otherwise, Magnus was blown up that day, and Terra was also blown up, which would be troublesome. A large-scale anti-subspace force field has also been built in the underground palace. The Webway connecting the Beta Garmin galaxy to Terra will soon be repaired. At that time, it will be able to pinch back and forth, blasting the subspace demons of the Webway. When Dawn is ready, he will open the Webway Seal and enter. After ascending the throne, Guilliman spent most of his time dealing with government affairs, accelerating the development of the Empire, optimizing the distribution of wealth, and making people more motivated to work. Sitting on the mechanical throne, one of Guilliman's daily tasks is to review the work of other officials to ensure that they are acting fairly. The 4th stage certification task has started. Please host to explore 5 different universes and 5 galaxies, and the 4th stage database will be automatically opened after the goal is achieved. Just flipping through the list of government affairs handled by the Imperial Chancellor Penny, the system prompt sounded in Guilliman's mind. Guilliman was delighted. The database in the 3rd stage has already involved time, space, and dimensions. What kind of knowledge must be involved in the database in the 4th stage? Auxiliary elf this time. Why did the 4th stage mission come so quickly this time? Guilliman remembered that he had waited a long time for the 3rd stage certification mission. Chapter 294 The Horror of the Cancerous Legion, for subscription. Hearing what the auxiliary spirit said, Guilliman showed his original expression. If you think about it carefully, you can actually think clearly. When I just completed the 2nd phase of the mission, I just mastered Terra. The entire empire is a huge mess. There are freaks everywhere, and some people want to raise their flags to clean up the emperor, to destroy him, the biggest traitor after Horus, and to maintain the orthodoxy of the empire. As the regent, he nominally controlled the empire. In fact, many planets are not willing to submit to his rule. There are countless nobles who make trouble behind their backs. In the midterm of the Indomitable Crusade, not only the aliens and traitors were fought, but also those nobles who were unwilling to obey him. It took so much effort to say that the empire was integrated and an effective management system was re-established. After the third phase of the task is completed, he has gained actual control. The entire empire has also been reborn under the previous Iron Fist methods. Industry, economy, and education have all been comprehensively and deeply developed, productivity has greatly increased, and social wealth has also skyrocketed. By eliminating aliens and traitors, redistributing social wealth, smoothing the gap between rich and poor, and creating a safe living environment, the birth rate has also risen sharply. The population once skyrocketed. The current imperium of man is definitely the most populous ever. The empire of today and the empire of the past are not a concept at all. It is not surprising that the fourth stage of the task can be activated. Guilliman looked at the details of the system certification task. Explore 5 different universes and 5 galaxies. In a sense, this task request is as simple as a free gift. It is much simpler and easier than the third stage. The third phase of the task requires Guilliman to bring back all the Primarches. Is not a concept at all. Finding the Primarch made his scalp tingle, and he had to play tricks to trick Angren into it. It took nearly a century of expedition before we could gather a family together. The fourth phase of the mission can be achieved only by exploring different universes and other galaxies. The different universe exploration team has set off, and there are more than 10 teams. This task will be completed shortly. The requirement to explore other galaxies is a bit difficult. The closest to the Milky Way, the large Magellanic Cloud, whose mass is only 1/20th of the Milky Way, is also 190,000 light-years away. If human beings shine a light outside the galaxy on the day when they formally colonize the moon, declaring that human beings are going to the starry sky. After experiencing the golden age of human beings and the age of empires, this light has not yet completed half of the journey. It is conceivable how far the distance between the galaxies is. For human beings with a lifespan of only 100 years, the world of 190,000 light-years is no longer within the scope of their thinking. Even with the help of subspace, the uninhabited void spanning hundreds of thousands of light-years is still a very dangerous thing. The warp is chaotic. The more lifeless a place is, the more chaotic it will be. There is no way for the lighthouse system to span such a long distance to navigate the ships of the Empire. For this reason, the danger of exploring other galaxies is no less than that of exploring different universes. In people's conventional cognition, the danger of going to other universes is definitely more dangerous than exploring in one's own universe. The reality is just the opposite. Humans can easily land on the moon in the aviation age, but they can't go deep into the seabed and the center of the Earth. Knowing the existence of the subspace and the path left by previous civilizations, the difficulty of exploring other universes is much easier than going to other galaxies. Other galaxies, the human empire can only explore with its own power. Going to other galaxies, this matter needs to be considered in advance. Guilliman tapped his fingers unconsciously on the back of the throne chair. He is considering establishing a brand new exploration department to coordinate such things. The universe is vast and boundless, and it is a goal that is difficult to achieve in a lifetime if you want to set foot in every corner. The only thing humans can do is to forge ahead and strive for traces of humans in the large super galaxies that are found. Human Exploration Division. A rudimentary plan appeared in Guilliman's mind. The Empire needs to continuously send various exploration teams to different galaxies to collect local information and do a good job in the preliminary work for the Empire's colonization. In fact, this plan has always been hidden in his heart. Expanding civilizations tend to live longer than shrinking civilizations. If you live in a corner, you will definitely be eliminated. Only continuous expansion and expansion is the foundation of survival. The Empire should be like weeds, growing in every corner that can grow, and capturing every area that can be captured. Thinking of this, Guilliman outlined the detailed steps of the plan in his mind, preparing to build a sufficiently strong expeditionary exploration team. The Empire's void troops popularized celestial fortresses not only to increase combat effectiveness, but also to consider continuous operations in deep space. To capture other galaxies, the Imperial forces have to plan for a battle that lasts for hundreds, or even thousands of years. Fighting in the deep space far away from the parent star and human civilization is the most correct usage of the celestial class warship. Exploration and conquest have always been twin brothers. Just relying on the power of the Imperial government, there is no way to maintain enthusiasm for too long. Only by letting the people of the Empire realize that exploring other galaxies and universes will bring great wealth can a cyclic development of the exploration system be established. It's the life of a social animal. Guilliman complained. The only happiness when being the emperor of the Empire is farming and planning development. Harem? Wait for the Empire to be strong enough to capture those goddesses, or open a harem of sticks. The short lifespan of a mortal woman of a few hundred years is destined to be a tragedy. If the life of the other party is extended, it will bring an even greater tragedy. The Empire's life extension project will definitely be on the agenda. But it is not a simple matter to extend the natural lifespan of human beings. Related to gene recombination and change. It may take centuries to slowly increase the natural lifespan of humans. Standing on the ruined hive city, Abaddon watched the messy battlefield beside him. Dead bodies are everywhere, blood and body parts clogging the city's sewer system. Thousands of legionnaires and millions of mutants, humans, and demons wander in this fallen city. Another planet fell to the hands of the Black Legion. Those idiots loyal to Guilliman watched the orbital defense network of the planet sink into darkness a little bit, and could do nothing but worry. The Black Legion ravages the planet with brutal efficiency, killing those who would not kneel before the marauder. Experienced warlords personally lead troops to attack every city, smashing the forts and trenches that the defenders rely on. And the one walking in the front is Abaddon. In charge of the planet's defense is a woman, a staunch supporter of Guilliman. She intends to use a fortress to block the progress of the Black Legion. Such an idea is really too naive. 3 million men and women who swore to protect their homeland defended the fortress under her leadership. That woman's ability is so outstanding that no lord can attack. Until Abaddon personally smashed open the plastic steel gate, destroying the defensive force field of the fortress. The soldiers of the Black Legion were able to rush into the fortress. Men and women are fighting hard to defend their homeland. Disciplined laser salvos burst like strobe stars across the fort. Abaddon admired their courage, but unfortunately, they couldn't change anything. In front of the Chaos Warriors blessed by the evil gods, ordinary people are as vulnerable as children. Abaddon, Hongsuo, and others entered the fortress all the way, and there were only fragmented wreckage and broken arms everywhere they passed. Great Predator, one day, you will be liquidated. At the end of the battle, the woman drew a sword and rushed to Abaddon, but was killed by him. The woman also had 2 sons, one died fighting to protect his mother and the other was captured by Abaddon. The inhabitants of the entire planet were massacred, and they didn't stop their horrific killings until there was no living person in the whole world. Abaddon stared at a rising black smoke in the distance, which was the energy center of the city. His men were throwing the bodies into the fiery fusion power pile, burning them all. Suppressed weeping came from behind Abaddon. A man had his legs broken and lay dying in a pool of blood. He weeps for his dead homeland. Crying for his dead mother. Crying for his dead brother. Crying for one's own dead compatriots. Abaddon turned his head, looking down at the dying guy condescendingly. Surrender to me, you can live, otherwise, you will be tortured before death. You will only kill yourself. The man coughed and said, his body looked very thin, but his spirit was extremely strong, and the tearful eyes were burning with anger, as if he wanted to kill the big predator in front of him all swallowed up. You look so ridiculous. Abaddon stretched out his hand and picked it up, as if grabbing a small ant. The man you serve is still on Terra, rejoicing in claiming the throne of supremacy. He doesn't care about your loyalty, let alone your death. You are afraid of him, even if he is not here, you are afraid of him. You kill everyone because you know that this planet will be taken back by the Empire, and your failure is doomed, great marauder. Painful, the dying man showed a happy smile, you can kill a civilian or 10,000 soldiers, but you will pay the price in the end. I don't need the great emperor to pay attention to me. Loyalty, even in death. You can kill me, too. This is the only way you can threaten mortals. You can no longer take people's souls like before, and you can't feed your allies with us. My soul has long belonged to the great emperor of the Empire. Abaddon looked into the other person's eyes, there was sadness and pain in those crying eyes, but there was no fear of him. He hated that look. The Black Legion is no longer feared by the people. Only hatred and enmity. Crack, there was a crisp bone cracking sound. The man's neck was broken by Abaddon and thrown aside. Abaddon wanted the man to kneel in front of him, in order to satirize the woman who shouted Guilliman's name and fought to the last moment. The mother fights for her faith, but the son grovels in order to survive. Unfortunately, Abaddon did not achieve his goal. Mortals of the Imperium have no fear of the Black Legion. They were connected together by Guilliman in an inexplicable way. Even if they die, their souls will be taken away. This further ensures their loyalty to Guilliman. My lord. A voice interrupted Abaddon's contemplation, and it was his psychic advisor, the Void Prophet Ashur, who came. Is there anything? Abaddon asked Ashur. The Empire is coming. Ashur stroked the skull scepter in his hand. Several servants with profane runes carved all over their bodies stood behind him, holding a brazier in their hands. Feeling the confusion contained in Abaddon's gaze, Ashur untied a skull from his waist, and crushed it into bone fragments with a little force. He threw the bone fragment into the brazier and uttered harsh words of darkness. More than a dozen attendants recounted one by one. With a bang, the brazier emitted a few strange rays of light, distorted as if it had been given life. A large fleet appeared in the distorted light curtain. Abaddon saw the burning void battlefield, floating the fragments of battleships blessed by the gods. Obviously, the enemy is approaching. Ashur was the first to know the enemy's arrival through some kind of subspace method. It is very likely that his servants sent the message. Abaddon knew that many of Ashur's men had separated, moving with different fleets. Wizards can communicate by virtue of some special witchcraft. Ashur has mastered this. It is not surprising that he knew of the enemy's arrival before the others. Who leads the team? Abaddon asked. Kalgar, king of Makraj, he has brought a lot of troops. It's this guy again, is there no one in the Empire who can send him? Recalls several fights between himself and the opponent. Every time, he was deflated and fled. As soon as I thought about it, I confronted Kalgar again. Some shadows appeared in Abaddon's heart, but he quickly suppressed them again. Where are the troops led by Marvel now? Abaddon asked. Hongsuo came out, he was the clearest about military dispatching. He led the cancerous troops and was always behind us. Even Lord Horus should be in their team. Speaking of Horus' name, Abaddon's expression was a little unnatural. Every time people said it, he felt like he was stepped on and humiliated. Since he is so arrogant, let him face the wrath of the Empire. Abaddon said in a deep voice, I want to see if this so-called can shake Guilliman and his minions. If we let Kalga go like this, will we be liquidated afterwards? Void Prophet Ashur showed an ugly expression. That word controls the power no less than the 4 gods. If he is retaliated and liquidated by the other party, it must have ended badly. Abaddon showed a smile. I've already lost to Kalgar twice, and it wouldn't be surprising to lose one more time. Don't worry, it's still unknown whether those guys can return to the Eye of Terror. They are fighting on both sides, no matter who wins or loses, I'm happy see it happen. Many high-level members of the Black Legion looked at each other, and they could all see each other's astonishment. Abaddon did not explain. Instead, he stared at the sky, showing a sinister smile. Die to that and his who try to follow it. Didn't Yog-Sothos declare that Guilliman is just a tiny ant, who will be crushed to death by it at will? Abaddon felt that it was necessary for the other party to prove it, to see if the evil was really as powerful as he had boasted. The glory of Makraj. This warship that once belonged to the Primarch now truly belongs to Kalgar. The symbolic meaning of this battleship surpasses everything, even Kalgar's original victory laurel, does not have such symbolic meaning. Represents that the Primarch actually handed over the Ultramarines to him. Primarch no longer leads his own children. This is the tacit consensus reached by all Primarches. It was undoubtedly a painful decision for both the chapter and the Primarch. Several chapter masters of the original Mother Regiment showed grief and pain, but no one questioned this decision. Everyone knows that doing so is conducive to the stability of the Empire. Kalgar stood by the porthole of the bridge, looking out. A fleet from the Eye of Terror is defeated. It is their wreckage that floats in the void. The corpses of those traitors were suspended in space, turning into ice sculptures, spinning quietly. Humanity is on the brink. Outside of the beauty created by the Emperor, the darkness has not completely disappeared. They expect human beings to make mistakes again, and they are expecting human beings to walk on the old path again. Those weird gods are eager to make human beings bring them under our own control. If we can't successfully defeat them, all our efforts will be in vain. We live in an unprecedented era. A hero who once passed away but returned has become the new emperor of mankind, taking over the unimaginable burden. Those ancient myths are also returning, fighting side by side with mankind, against the coming final test. We must win. This is our oath and our belief. It is the meaning of our existence to use our lives to protect the human race towards a better future. Kalgar clenched his fists, firming his inner thoughts. The Ultramarine is the spear of invincibility. Ultramarines are unshakable shield walls. They will never fail the Emperor of the Empire. Never fail human beings. Abaddon ran out from the Eye of Terror again. That bastard has let him run so many times. This time, he will never let the opponent escape from his hands again. Terra's prison will be the final destination of the traitor. Like other Primarches, he became a being reviled by the people of the Empire. We have locked down where Abaddon is. The intelligence director's voice came from the direction of the main console. This sentence made Kalgar withdraw his chaotic thoughts, and turn to the main console. The staff of the battleship are sitting in their positions, using nerve cables to process data to maintain the normal operation of this huge battleship. Kalgar sat on the throne that once belonged to Guilliman. A floating information window appeared in front of him. A head fortress covered with flesh and eyeballs appeared on the screen. It is the weird fortress that the Black Legion got from nowhere. Lock this fortress, and when you get close, immediately launch a jump gang. I want to kill that bastard. Kalga said in a deep voice, I want to knock out all his teeth, and let the people of the Empire see a big toothless man. How funny the looters are. With the flickering and twisting of the dark sky, ripples appeared in the void that was originally as calm as the surface of a lake. After a while, the space-time structure was torn open several huge holes. Light from another world gushes out from it. The ships of the Empire poured out like the tide. The ships of the Black Legion also turned around, trying to annihilate the Empire before it stabilized its front. The two sides quickly fought together. With its powerful firepower and huge scale, the Empire quickly gained an advantage. The huge head fortress was also stared at by two Celestial-class warships, constantly releasing beams capable of destroying the planet and bombarding them. Under the control of the Black Legion, the Fortress of the Skull is constantly fighting back. Between them, countless small ships engaged like swarms. Laser beams and missiles, shells form deadly thickets. The void shield on the hull is continuously lit up, deflecting the energy beams enough to destroy the city. Kalgar seized the opportunity and led the Ultramarines and the warriors who followed him to launch a gang-jumping operation. Prepare to completely crush the resistance of the Black Legion. The tide of original caste warriors flooded into the head fortress with the help of teleportation. Kalgar was shocked by what he saw. Those traces of profanity can be seen everywhere. In the dark shadows lurk countless creatures of the warp. The first to attack them were horned, red-skinned demons. They are twisted, legs made of sharp knives swinging wildly. Hooves slapped the floor of the cabin, and the long sword in his hand was burning with flames from hell. The first line of defense of the fortress was in close contact with Kalgar and others, and they fought together in a short while. Two Ultramarines tactical squads were not far from Kalgar, providing cover for the chapter master. The moment the demons emerged from the smoke and shadows, with the smell of molten iron and blood, explosions hit them like a torrential rain. Kalgar throws himself into battle, smashing every enemy in his path with his iron fist. Combat missions are arranged before the battle begins. Things on the battlefield should be left to those soldiers to decide. They know what to do. When they think that their sacrifice can be exchanged for more benefits, these fighters will sacrifice without hesitation. Kalgar never had any doubts about it. He trusted these fighters. The The demon's body was burning with flames, and the flames illuminated the black corridor, like pale torches. The warriors formed spears and pierced their defenses continuously, shooting dense barrages at them, and cutting off their limbs with sword blades. Calgar grabbed a demon and grabbed the opponent's horn, broke it alive, and tore its body apart, extremely brutal. The demon's body torn in half was thrown out by him, hitting other demons. Calgar was also equipped with a bolter under his gauntlet, and the two demons were directly knocked away by the blessed bullets, and steam was bubbling from their bodies, making them howl in pain. The Ultramarines cleaned up the demons at an extremely efficient speed. A howling demon is shot into a bomb by a calm warrior from the gaping jaws. Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, the demon's entire head exploded like a watermelon. Some demons were also knocked to the ground, and the surrounding soldiers waved their weapons and slashed at each other. Just a few breaths, the demon's twisted body turned into a pool of foul-smelling and sticky mud. Some Chaos Warriors drove the mortal servants, trying to hold back the Empire. Unfortunately, nothing can stop the anger of human beings. Those Chaos Warriors were blown apart after only a few encounters. Those mortal servants are even worse. Some of them are the descendants of the slaves in the Eye of Terror. They have long forgotten their origins, and were tortured by the traitors until they lost all will to resist. Also partly mortals coaxed from conquered worlds by the Black Legion. Those fools gave their lives to the devil just to live a few more weeks. They don't deserve any sympathy. Loyalty is not an empty term. It is an oath to guard with life. They should die for the Empire and fight to the last for humanity. No matter what kind of crisis you encounter, you should not betray. A traitor is never worthy of pity. Slaves rushed in droves against the loyalists of the Empire. The red eyes have long lost their minds, and the dirty faces covered with brand marks and tattoos, twisted to howl in despair. Calgar knocked them down without mercy. For the sake of the great Emperor, all traitors deserve to die. Calgar said indifferently after smashing a woman's head with a punch. Those servants died one after another, they were too fragile, and the Imperial loyalists could easily reduce them to a pile of fragmented corpses. Stepping on the road paved with blood and stumps, Calgar led his personal guards all the way deep. Demons, traitors, slaves, mutants, and servants created by the Dark Mechanikus were ruthlessly destroyed. Nothing can stop them. Near the depths of the fortress, a group of warriors wearing Baroque-style black armor stood in front of them. Horned helmets encase their heads, blood-red eyepieces glow sinisterly, and they wield ancient bolters. They watched Calgar and his party rushing in, waiting in full force, ready to fight. Just as Calgar was about to give the order to kill all these traitors, a voice interrupted him. It's been a long time, King Macrage. Calgar looked solemnly at the place where the sound came from. Abaddon, wearing a Terminator armor, came out of the darkness. The thick armor was covered with bone spurs, like a monster who came from a nightmare to reality. Today is your death day. Calgar said in a deep voice, stop thinking about running away like a coward. I have no intention of fighting you, Calgar. On the contrary, I am here to help you. The Black Legion suffered heavy casualties in the battle on Cheetixing. Don't you wonder what kind of power made us recover so quickly? I never believed a traitor. Calgar said, I only know one thing, and that is that you are finished, Abaddon. Abaddon didn't care about Calgar's threat. A brand new force has entered the galaxy. They are like those disgusting bugs. They didn't belong here, but they came here and tried to get their hands on the galaxy. It is with the help of this force that the Black Legion can do so. Recover quickly, your primary enemy is not me, Calgar. Killing me is meaningless, it will only drain your and the Empire's strength. The Black Legion has been defeated by you again. What you have to face next is the real mastermind behind the scenes. I hope you can be as tough as you are now. These words are my warning to you. Be careful of that new enemy. Don't want you to die at the other's hands. Your head is mine, Calgar, remember that. Abaddon took 2 steps back, a thick, sticky black smoke sprayed from the statues on both sides of the hall. Just 2 or 3 breaths drowned out the gang of traitors. When Calgar realized something, he rushed into the thick fog, and the other party had disappeared without a trace. Abaddon, you are a coward. Calgar growled angrily, a coward. Abaddon, who used teleportation witchcraft to escape to the Sansa, showed a mocking smile. So what about cowards? The one who survives to the end is the real hero. The Empire will go dog-eat-dog with that Yog-Sothoth and beat him to death. Let's go. Abaddon didn't care about the fortress he lost. That thing didn't belong to him, but belonged to Horus, who was controlled by Yog-Sothos. The crew of the Worry-Free started the maximum thrust of the battleship's engine, and flew towards the target according to the originally set goal. Abaddon has been looking for ancient weapons that can harm the gods. Now, he has some clues. At the edge of the galaxy, there is an ancient ruin that has been forgotten. Belongs to a very long time ago. Maybe, he can find something he needs there. Calgar's anger doesn't change anything. Abaddon cunningly escaped from him again. This is the 3rd time. After calming down, he asked his subordinates to install star-killing bombs on this huge fortress, and then let all the troops withdraw from the battlefield. As the last primordial warrior withdrew, the huge head fortress was torn apart by star-destroying bombs, and countless flames gushed along the corridor, engulfing all the enemies who failed to escape. Calgar, who returned to the glory of Macrage, was trying to track down Abaddon's whereabouts. Even if they killed most of the Black Legion's active force and failed to capture the big predator, it wouldn't be a victory. In order to deal with Abaddon, Calgar brought an extremely large force. Attacked from multiple directions to encircle and suppress the Black Legion, just to completely block Abaddon's retreat. Now, as long as all the troops work together to block the waterway of the warp and prevent Abaddon from escaping back to the Eye of Terror, the opponent will be unable to turn the tide. Before Calgar ordered to search for Abaddon, a new message came from other battlefields. An Imperial Navy fleet responsible for encircling and suppressing the Black Legion was annihilated by an unknown force that suddenly intervened in the battlefield. A total of 20,000 primordial warriors with 2 battle groups were killed by the enemy, and millions of soldiers of the Empire were killed or injured. It was the heaviest loss after the second Emperor of the Empire ascended the throne. This news made Calgar realize that Abaddon was not lying. A force far more terrifying than the Black Legion is seeking to take over the galaxy. Let go of that first. Calgar's face was extremely ugly. Order all the ministries to gather strength to fight against the new enemy. On the void battlefield, fragments of battleships are floating everywhere. Both Imperial and enemy. The two are mixed together, just floating like that, attracted by the gravity of the celestial body, flying towards the stars, or being pushed away, flying into the dark void. No matter where they fly, their fate is irrelevant. On the battlefield, there is still the last huge celestial-class battleship still struggling, trying to escape from the battlefield. The soldiers guarded all passages and sniped the enemies of the Tiao gang. Originally, they were already victorious in encircling and suppressing the Black Legion, but they suddenly smashed out several planet-like skull fortresses from the edge of the galaxy, reversing the situation. The powerful Imperial warships were also blown alive by enemy troops far exceeding their own. On the only surviving Celestial-class battleship, the defenders of the Empire are still fighting fiercely with the enemy. No. 7 or 8 Imperial soldiers wearing exoskeletons looked at the green monster in front of them with horrified expressions. Their weapons shot at each other's bodies, as futile as water guns hitting steel. The green monster beat the group of soldiers into a lump of mud without any effort. Behind that monster, there are other equally huge monsters. Both green and red. They all have a common name, Hulk. Under boundless rage, their strength is beyond imagination. The terrified soldiers of the Empire saw that they tore apart the Primaris warriors alive, and even blew up a battleship tens of kilometers long. They are also put on the Celestial-class warships as the main force for attacking fortifications. Each Hulk has a body size of 5 meters, which is extremely huge. It can blow up a Night Titan with a single punch, and possesses endless power. As soon as it was thrown into the battlefield, it crushed several lines of defense. Wherever they passed, there were all tattered corpses torn apart by them. The appearance of the Hulks made the already precarious line of defense fall. The soldiers of the Whalers chapter retreated to the core area under the leadership of the chapter master Marvin. Another battle group, Emperor's Scythe, has also retreated to the core area. All survivors were forced to the core, relying on the last defensive fortress to block the enemy's attack. Fate has never favored us. Tresias, the chapter master of the Emperor's Scythe, watched the enemies constantly gathering outside the fortress, showing a bitter smile. The Emperor's Scythes have suffered as much as the Whalers. The Whalers were discriminated against for cursing the establishment of the army, so they could only go to the borders of the Empire to fight. The flagship of the Badab War, they unknowingly sided with the tyrant Huron, causing them to be attacked by Imperial loyalists, losing most of their weapons and equipment, and punished for a 100-year redemption expedition. The Scythe of the Emperor is the battle group responsible for monitoring their expedition. The two battle groups have forged a deep friendship in many battles. During the Hive Fleet invasion of the Kraken, the Emperor's Scythes and Whalers chapters were all but wiped out. The home planet of the Emperor's Scythe, Sosa, fell during the invasion of the Hive Fleet. In order to cover the retreat of the civilians, the Emperor's Scythe stood on a mountain called the Coffin of Giants, and eventually all members died in battle. When the Empire brought these two chapters back, they were in as bad a shape as the Astral Knights. Emperor's Scythe only has the last starship, they have lost all Terminator armor, and they don't have any armored vehicles. The Whalers suffered heavy casualties in successive battles with the Zerg, and all those who survived were wounded, only one step away from complete annihilation. After a long period of recuperation, they were able to recover and grow stronger. Like the other chapters, they expanded, taking it to 10,000 men. And put his home star on a celestial-class battleship. This time, it can be said that all the money accumulated over the past 100 years has been thrown in. 20,000 fighters, almost all of the two battle groups. If it weren't for the fact that there are still several companies and other troops, I'm afraid these two battle groups that have just recovered will have to be removed. We were really unlucky, no one thought that there would be such an enemy army. Marvin's tone was equally bitter. From start to finish, they don't have any information about the enemy. The other parties seemed to appear out of nowhere. When they besieged the Black Legion, they were caught off guard. There was a sharp howl, and the enemy attacked again like a tide. The artillery of the tanks roared, the Titans were also unleashing their anger, and the heavy weapons on the walls of the fortress were also pouring ammunition. High-energy grenades and electromagnetic pulse bombs explode in the center of the enemy. Charging at the forefront are those twisted treants. An arm like a vine that can pierce steel. Under intensive firepower, they were beaten to pieces, and there were flying wood chips everywhere. The corpses left by the enemy's previous attack were also vaporized in front of the defenders' terrifying firepower. Not a single treant was able to break through the fire blockade and walk in front of the defenders. However, they have also completed their mission and advanced enough distance. Amid the gunpowder and blood mist, a new enemy took over the treant's place. The huge hulks charged. The strides of the heavy body shake the battlefield, as if it were the end of the world. Prepare! Marvin shouted, for the Emperor, for mankind, and for the sake of living up to the holy blood. The hulks charged into the line of defense of the Whalers. The size and strength of the two parties are equally terrifying. The Hulks are blessed by Yog-Sothoth. They all stem from an ancestor, that is Dr. Banner, who was the first to incarnate Hulk. The cancerous universe distorts those heroes. The Hulk family led by Dr. Banner also failed to escape this tragic ending. Dr. Banner's family inherits a special genetic factor. After being illuminated by gamma rays, it will transform into Hulk. For this reason, their entire family has the ability to transform into Hulk. After the entire universe was distorted by Yog-Sothoth, the entire Hulk family was also distorted and became the servant of the other party. There is no doubt about the powerful combat power of the Hulks. As the anger increases, the combat power will continue to increase. The strongest Hulk can even destroy a planet. The veterans led by Marvin crouched down, raised the strong shield that activated the force field, and the heart of the Empire was overloaded, ready to meet the first wave of impact from the Hulks. Chapter 295 Ancient Artifact Assyrian's Rod, subscription required. The roars of the Hulks are deafening, making one's scalp numb. It moves like a tank, which is very shocking. Marvin holds a strong shield. At the first moment of the collision, he felt as if he had been hit by a thunderbird that was tens of meters long and flying at high speed. The huge impact made him feel that his internal organs were impacted. Throat is sweet. Just barely vomited blood. After desperately resisting the first wave of the enemy's impact, Marvin drew out the power weapon at his waist. He seized the opportunity and stabbed the monster that hit his shield with a sharp blow. The cracking force field crackled, destroying the material structure of the target from the atomic level. The bodies of the Hulks are as hard as steel, and they can easily beat a heavy tank to scrap. Facing the damage from the cracking force field, the Hulk still roared in pain. The body that was strong enough to resist lasers and missiles was pierced by the power weapon, and blackened blood gushed out from the wound. Marvin held a power weapon and violently stirred in the opponent's body. When the monster roared even more horribly, it withdrew its strong shield and chopped off the opponent's head with a sword. Fetid blood spurted from the smooth cut, staining his armor. Other Hulks are also hit by the whaler. Power weapons have a cracking force field that cuts through everything. Even Hulk, who claims to be able to hold missiles, is as fragile as paper in front of power weapons. Withstood the first wave of shock, the whalers formed a tighter battle formation. They are all original caste warriors strengthened by the heart of the Empire, with unimaginable physical recovery and combat effectiveness. Hulks are powerful, but it is difficult to break the battle formation formed by the whalers. Relying on the courage to fear death, the whaler not only resisted the attacks of the Hulks, but also launched a counterattack against them. The Hulks were knocked to the ground, mobbed by the whalers. Long knives, battle axes, and giant swords all fell on them. With such an attack, even an iron-clad body would be cut to pieces. Stick to the line of defense. Marvin roared, "We are the strong shield of mankind, we are the guards of the Empire, we are the vanguard of His Majesty, and we will." Before he finished speaking, a burst of beams blew away the solid shield in Marvin's hand. Before he could react, several beams of light struck again. A beam of light pierced through the armor on his abdomen, leaving a huge wound on that strong body. There was also a beam that blew his arm off. The whole person was lifted up by the huge impact. After a while, he fell heavily on the ground again. The burst beam was so powerful that it made his head dizzy. The continuous blows were as fast as lightning, and he had no time to react, so there was nothing. Marvin wanted to stand up, but he couldn't. Some kind of special power prevents the heart of the Empire from repairing his body. How can mortals stop the footsteps of gods? A woman with several tentacles on her body was suspended in the air, looking down at the fighters who tried to resist her. It was she who shot Marvin into the air just now. Black flames hovered beside her, like a walking out of an ancient myth. Weird lines covered the twisted, disgusting body. The tentacles danced and circled in the air, releasing beams of destruction. Every beam of light released will take the lives of those soldiers. She is the Phoenix Girl from the Cancerous universe, one of the most terrifying Cancerous heroes. The power of the Phoenix and Phoenix Woman is said to be one of the oldest forces that created the universe. Ability to span space, time, dimensions, and manipulate objects from subatomic interfaces. Powerful and incredible. Several whalers warriors protected Marvin. They raised their bolt guns and kept shooting at the Phoenix Girl who looked like a god. Blessed bullets have incredible magic breaking effects and can cause huge damage to demons. But at this moment, it can only barely penetrate Phoenix Girl's weird protection, and cannot cause fatal injuries to her. Stupid. Phoenix Girl released more attacks, and the Berserk Phoenix Force distorted the space. The whaler warrior who was hit was decomposed from the atomic level and turned into black dust. "Take the chapter master down," shouted the chapter librarian, unleashing a massive Sonic spell that used the warp rift to throw Phoenix Lady into the etheric turbulence, driving her from the battlefield. The next second, the think tank of the battle group was lifted up by a group of red light. The whole body is covered with eyes and tentacles, and the Scarlet Witch who drives chaos magic appears on the battlefield. With a wave of her hand, she used powerful chaos magic to turn the warband librarian into blood mist. At the same time, more and more cancerous heroes also appeared on the battlefield of the fortress. Each of them exudes a frightening aura and possesses terrifying combat power. The Supreme Mage who looked like a few corpses, the Twisted Magneto, and the Wolverine who turned into a monster. These monsters who were once responsible for protecting the peace of the universe dimension all appeared one by one from the black fog that enveloped the entire fortress. They have the dual characteristics of reality and illusion. The weapons of the whalers are all for destroying demons, and they don't have much restraint against these cancerous monsters. In addition, the number of monsters far exceeds them. The cancerous monsters joined the battlefield, slowly tilting the balance of victory to their side. Marvin felt unprecedented pain, which came from his strong body and his resolute soul. The whalers are losing. And he can't do anything. Marvin could vaguely hear the voices of his brothers calling him. But it was already difficult for him to respond. A red alert was constantly flashing on his head-mounted display. Empire Heart's attempts to repair his body have failed. His life is passing. The pained sounds of his battle brothers falling kept ringing in his ears. The enemy's attack became more and more fierce, and the whalers were isolated and helpless, dying alone in the battle. The knights have already failed, and their mechas have turned into broken copper and iron that burst into flames. Those fearless mortal soldiers also died tragically in the massacre of cancerous monsters. Marvin struggled to get up. He had to do something. He couldn't just die like this. Can't lie on the ground waiting to die. Marvin wanted to grab the bolter on his waist. Every movement hurts him, as if something inside him is tearing him apart. All kinds of noisy voices are constantly coming from the communicator. Marvin recognized Tresias' voice. Brother, how is the battle situation on your side? There is a ship that can still operate, and the captain hopes that we can board the ship and leave. Can you hear me, Marvin? Brother. Marvin spat out a mouthful of blood and responded hoarsely. No, why are you so weak? There was fear in Tresias' voice. Hold on, the Emperor's side will come to support you, and we will take you out of the battlefield. No need, Tresias. Marvin looked at the battlefield. The Weepers were fighting hard, and soon, this place would fall. The whalers are about to lose their defenses. If the Emperor's side can survive, then leave the battlefield. Don't say such things, we are here. Tresias' voice was extremely anxious. When we faced the Krakenzerg fleet, we swore that the Emperor's side and the whaler would stand by and help each other. Never betray. I cannot abandon you, Malvin. Don't come, brother, please respect my last wish. Marvin managed to show a smile. Tresias, if we can no longer live together to toast and drink, then I have a word that I want to let you know. You know, it's an honor to be your brother. Live, brother. Malvin cut off the communication. Exhausting his last strength, he struggled to stand up. He looked towards the battlefield. At this moment, a pair of scarlet eyes were also staring at him. The enemy wears a suit of rusty, fetid mold-covered armor, and holds a hammer in his hand, with black lightning bolts swirling around him. The combat strength of the opponent was extremely terrifying, and several primordial warriors were beaten to pieces by him. Of course, he also had wounds on his body. The explosive bomb shattered half of his face, revealing the thick white bones and squirming flesh and blood, looking like a ghost. For your majesty. Marvin stared at the monster holding the hammer, raised his bolter, and aimed at the monster. The enemy didn't speak, but raised its hammer. Black thunder gathered on the hammer, looking terrifying and strange. The sound of the bomb being excited mixed with the sound of thunder. Marvin fell, and the darkness covered him like a tide. He flashed back important images about his life. In the dim hall of the whaler battleship, a row of 15 and 16-year-old naked children lined up, accepting the inspection of the fortress masters. You have a choice, child. Choose to die doing nothing, or give your all for the Emperor. The veteran in charge of conscription stared at Marvin, who was only 16 years old at the time, and said. That day, he became the seed. After long training and painful genetic surgery, he became a weeper. His daily life is fighting and fighting. Marvin experienced the years when the whalers were forgotten on the edge of the galaxy, also experienced the humiliation of the Badab War, and faced the helplessness of the Krakenzerg fleet. When the chapter was in dire straits, he accepted the position of chapter master as the last captain. He accepted the order of the regent of the empire and went out to fight and restore the number of the warband. Got the qualification to go to Terra to participate in the enthronement ceremony of the second emperor of the empire. On Terra, Malvern witnessed the beginning of a good age. One day, we will lay down our weapons and enjoy a peaceful life. At that time, we will be able to proudly tell everyone that we have fought for this life all our lives. Marvin once said this to his fighting brothers. Thinking of this, he smiled one last time. Unfortunately, I still couldn't do it after all. The battle banner flew in the flames, as the last whaler fell. The battle flag woven by the weeping nuns also burned in the flames and turned into ashes. The stronghold eventually fell. The chapter master of the Emperor's scythe, Tresias, took the remaining 50 battle brothers to board the last starship. I will definitely come back. Tresias made an oath as he watched the celestial-class warship that had activated its self-destruct procedure and disintegrated silently in the void. Those cancerous monsters must pay. Only in this way can we comfort those brothers who died in battle. The head fortress made of the heads of the members of the celestial group is suspended in the icy void. The entire universe is cancerous at the will of Yog-Sothoth. Not only mortals, but even those groups who claim to maintain the order of the universe cannot escape bad luck. After they were defeated, they cut off the heads containing the core strength and created huge war fortresses one after another. The headless corpse was made into a war puppet, and was regarded as the trump card of the cancerous army. Such a conquest war is not the first time. Marvel, at Yog-Sothoth's will, waged countless wars of conquest, dragging those universes into eternal cancerous realms. For Marvel, the only pity is that he failed to capture the gods of his original universe. Otherwise, Yog-Sothoth will definitely value him even more. The original universe in which he was born was artificially divided into a pseudo-multiverse. Of course, at the beginning, Marvel didn't know it until he accepted Yog-Sothoth's blessing. Another named OAA uses the subspace to divide the entire universe, forming different sub-universes, and creating different batches of heroes to provide them with spiritual power. Although Marvel accepted the blessing of Yog-Sothoth, he also retained his own wisdom and learned the truth of the multiverse. Represents the reality of the universe was born in the virtual subspace. As expressed in ancient Eastern philosophy, Wuji gives birth to Taiji, and Taiji gives birth to Lianji. Everything in the world has two sides of yin and yang. The real universe has strict physical laws, which maintain the birth and death of all things. The illusory subspace exists based on the echoes of creatures. The two are interdependent and inseparable. If you want to have supreme power, you must control the emotions of real creatures, so as to leverage the power of the subspace and achieve the so-called omniscience and omnipotence. Some so-called creation gods have come up with a vicious method, which is to build a universe completely controlled by them. Marvel's universe is such a deformed creation. All the heroes dance according to their preordained destiny, providing entertainment and strength to those behind the scenes. Marvel has seen the so-called time administration and fate line firsthand. All lives are like puppets controlled by silk threads, operating according to each other's wishes. This is why Marvel will firmly follow Yog-Sothoth and become a disgusting monster. Being a monster also has a little freedom. Become the so-called hero, but can only be manipulated to the end. Marvel stood on the giant tower of the Fortress of the Skull. He watched the only broken Imperial warship rush out of the heavy encirclement of the cancerous fleet, and fled after opening the subspace channel on the edge of the galaxy. His eyes squirmed, and the corners of his mouth dripping with saliva rose slightly, and he didn't show any anger because the enemy fled. Brutal massacres of ignorance cannot cause the greatest fear. He had to keep some alive. Let them go back to Imperial society to spread the terrible deeds of the Cancer Legion. The seeds of fear will be planted in the hearts of those people, and when the right opportunity comes, they will take root and sprout, crushing the morale of the enemy and causing internal turmoil. War is an art. Those who only know how to hit with a hammer are only worthy of going to the construction site. Those natives have turned their backs on the great Yog-Sothoth, and we are likely to face the human empire directly. Professor X Charles, whose feet grew tentacles, walked behind Marvel. It's no big deal. Marvel's tone was hoarse and dry, like old tree trunks rubbing against each other. Those guys are just consuming the resistance of this so-called empire for us, and soon, this universe will enter a perfect eternal state. Marvel didn't care about Abaddon's cautiousness. Those guys are useless. Even if you leave, it won't affect the overall situation. Those indigenous humans are approaching us. Charles continued. He has powerful brainwave abilities, can connect to the subspace, and see many things that ordinary people cannot see. We have to prepare in advance. The warp is fluctuating at this moment. The huge Imperial fleet is crossing the subspace, and will soon come to the starry sky. Let them come, here will be their burial place. Marvel showed a cruel smile. Soon, they will realize that the Empire will be destroyed, and the only way to embrace the great Yog-Sothoth in order to avoid the ultimate fate of destruction. They came prepared this time. It doesn't matter, they will lose anyway. Marvel has no doubts about Yog-Sothoth's power. What do those stupid natives have to fight against an omnipotent chaos god? Let all the cancerous people get ready. Marvel said, we will defeat the Crusade army organized by the natives head-on. It's time to let them know how weak and stupid they are. The Dark Eldar are the most evil branch of the Eldar. They possess ancient and advanced technology, maintaining their own immortality through the pain of other beings. As early as when humans first explored the stars beyond Terra, the ancestors of the Dark Eldar had ruled the entire star sea. During the glory days of the Eldar Empire, their ancestors were steeped in violence and depravity. After the fall of the Eldar, instead of restraining themselves, they intensified, nourishing their withered souls through cruel massacres, and bringing those terrified victims back to their terrifying base camp. Comoros is located in the depths of the webway. Among the fearful whispers of many people, this city is called the City of Darkness. This city is so magnificent that several stars are imprisoned to provide it with light and heat. Although it is called a city, Comoros is more like an aggregation of countless satellite spaces. It consists of endless portals and hidden paths connected together. The entire webway is like a huge artery, with countless distant nodes all over it, like some kind of evil virus that is full of the webway. In the foggy space of the webway, these nodes are very close to each other, and they can be crossed in just one step. In real space, countless clusters of Comoros are scattered throughout the Milky Way, and some clusters are even thousands of light years apart. The space of the Dark City is self-contained, and people outside the webway cannot touch it at all. The Dark Eldar used this complex webway to roam around the galaxy, searching for enough prisoners and resources to ensure the prosperity of Comoros. They are the nightmares of living beings, the disasters that walk among the stars. The Dark Eldar are happy to torture the flesh of their captives and enjoy the process of destroying the spirit of their victims. Don't dream of being able to find final rest in their hands. Before they die, they will definitely torture every individual that falls into their hands, until their souls collapse, and they completely lose the fun of playing. In Comoros, there are also intricate forces maintaining an intricate and delicate balance. Voodoo sects, Pity the Blood, and the ruling Cabal. The Blackheart Cabal is the most powerful cabal in the Comoros. The supreme leader is Victor, the overlord who rules the entire Dark City. They also control the most powerful pirate fleet in Comoros. Maintains rule over the Comoros by taxing the souls of other Dark Eldar. Anyone who dares to challenge the Black-Hearted Cabal and Victor will either be secretly murdered or dumped in the sewer. The military strength of the Black-Hearted Cabal in Comoros is impeccable. Countless Cabal warriors, Comoros mercenaries, and deadly airships are waiting for Victor to point to the next target with a slight curl of his fingers. Victor possesses a powerful military force and has a close relationship with the Blood Pity. The Overlord wields a power unmatched by other cabals. The complex intelligence network also ensures that Victor has absolute control over the cabal. No action of any force in Comoros can escape his eyes. No one can challenge Victor's rule, ever. Comoros has already attracted the attention of the Empire. After the attack on the Disadrian Star area, the La Prados massacre, the Kajoban incident and many other Dark Eldar attacks, the Comoros extermination plan has been put on the journey of the Imperial military war. The Dark Angels chapter is responsible for this extermination plan. They are the best at eradicating the traces of the enemy. Compared with them, the other battle groups are always a bit worse. Guilliman has only one requirement for them, and that is to completely wipe out the Dark Elves. The most luxurious and exquisite castle in Comoros belongs to Lord Victor. At this moment, this luxurious castle is holding a grand banquet as always. The Dark Eldar inherited the extravagant ethos of the Eldar Empire. They pursue extraordinary sensory stimulation above all else. In the gorgeous hall, there is a long crystal table that is polished enough to reflect the light. That table was large enough for 100 slender Dark Eldar to sit and eat. The table was filled with pots of food, among which were thousands of silverskin sea fish. From small finger-long catfish to pelagic sea monsters, there are various sizes and species. Each plate of food is carefully arranged, just like a work of art. Livelied servants stood around the walls at their beck and call. Victor sat at the main seat, looking down at the numerous subordinates who were dining. As the Overlord, he possesses supreme authority. No one dared to offend him on this occasion. Otherwise, ushering in an ending that is definitely worse than death. There were piercing screams. Several selected unlucky ones are being dissected by blood-pity people on the stage. In order to torture these guys better, the Dark Eldar will give them nerve-stimulating drugs before the banquet begins. This drug can magnify the sensory stimulation by thousands of times, even a small wound will make the tortured suffer. The dissection of the blood pity is a must-have program for the Dark Eldar banquet. Through all kinds of torture methods, these guys are made to die, and howls of soul-piercing pain. The screams of those unlucky ones are the most beautiful movement at the banquet. In such an environment, the Dark Eldars would even show intoxicated expressions. At this time, Victor didn't smile much. Not only did the screams of those unlucky beings being tortured no longer arouse any interest in him, but more importantly, another thing annoyed him. The Empire is preparing to crusade against Comoros, and the Crusade Legion has already set off. Not long after, we will arrive in Comoros. Several crystals are suspended in the air, releasing strands of light, forming a series of light curtains. The light curtain shows the appearance of Eldar, the great prophet of the Elder race. This means of communication across long distances is also a very burdensome spell for the Eldar who are good at Chinix. Through the light curtain, you can see the tired look on Eldral's face. The great prophet who once determined to fight against chaos and protect the Eldar, at this juncture, still wants to make a final effort. Eldar wanted to persuade the Dark Elves to surrender. In that case, he would meet with Guilliman again to talk, and perhaps save some of the Dark Elves. If the Imperial troops are allowed to rush in, I'm afraid the situation will be bad. You must stop all your absurd actions. The upper echelons of the human empire have clearly shown their anger. If you provoke them again, Comoros will pay a heavy price. Surrender is your best ending, Vic-T, lay down your weapons, and I will present the pros and cons to Guilliman and keep you. Eldral's voice came from the light curtain. Victor dismissed it. Surrender? For him, the overlord of the Comoros, it is not a joke to surrender to human beings and entrust his fate to a human being. Are the bones of the cousins in the Ark world so soft that they want to kneel to humans? Victor said unceremoniously, if it's about this kind of thing, please don't bother us anymore. The guests at the banquet can also hear the conversation between the two. Victor didn't mean to hide anything. This gloomy overlord is clearly planning something, otherwise he would never have put his conversation with Eldrar in front of everyone. Perhaps it was to appease his men and make them realize that the Comoros were capable of dealing with all threats. It may also be for some more sinister purpose. The guests sat in their seats, and they didn't care about Eldrar's warning. They are deep in the webway now. What about the anger of the human empire? Humans have not entered the Comoros. What is the ending like? Presumably humans have not forgotten it. During the struggle for the hegemony of Comoros, in order to win the of Comoros, Victor secretly ushered in the troops of the empire, causing the largest invasion in history. The three major families of the Comoros were destroyed in that battle, and the final outcome of the empire was that they withdrew from the Comoros in embarrassment. A group of warriors became slaves of the Dark Eldar, and they are still fighting in the Comoros arena. Pleasing them. Today's Comoros has improved to a higher level under the leadership of Victor. The empire came in, so there was no back and forth. Those Astartes monks who want to kill the Dark Eldar will all become playthings, gladiators, and slaves in the hands of the Dark Eldar. Seeing Victor's reaction and the appearance of those guests who are not afraid of humans, Eldral, the great prophet of the spirit race, was completely desperate. The Dark Eldar are hopeless. In order to survive, they constantly use all kinds of torture to extract their souls, so as to replace the sucking of the Prince of Pleasure. They have been lost in the path of depraved indulgence for so long that there is no cure for it. These fallen cousins are still so arrogant, ignorant of the horrors of the Empire. The wrath of the Empire is destined to destroy Comoros. All he can do is turn a blind eye. The involvement of the Ark Eldar and the Harlequin troop will only make things more complicated. Guilliman is not stingy with a little kindness to his allies, but he will never let go of the Dark Eldar who have repeatedly caused massacres. You can do it for yourself. After leaving this sentence wearily, Eldrar cut off his spell. The suspended crystals also slowly fell and returned to their original positions. Victor sat in his seat without any expression change. He glanced at his subordinates sitting on the banquet table, and said slowly, "What do you think about the invasion of the human empire? Those savage monkeys can't do anything, Mr. Victor, as long as our defenses are tight enough, they won't even be able to come in." Tarur, the consul of the Black Heart Conspiracy Group, was the first to speak. "Humans are against the webway. I don't know, they still use the simplest method to travel faster than the speed of light. Without the cooperation of the insiders, I doubt whether they will be able to find Comoros." Tarur's words resonated with the other guests. A group of savage monkeys also want to destroy Comoros. Isn't this just a dream? Victor did not speak, but stared at Tarur, judging from the tone and expression of the other party, whether the other party was flattering or sincere. Don't trust any Dark Eldar, not even one who professes loyalty. They are used to backstabbing. Any slack shown by Victor may allow others to see an opportunity. Humans are repairing the webway, and Victor knows this through his own intelligence channels. Obviously, other forces in Comoros did not know about this. Few people are willing to exchange information with the Dark Eldar. No one wants to watch themselves being cut into pieces the next second just after providing information. The news channels of the Dark Eldar are very poor. Unlike the Arc Eldar, the Dark Eldar are forbidden to use Shinnick powers. The psychic energy used will glow in the subspace, and the glow in the subspace is undoubtedly calling the Prince of Joy to enjoy delicious desserts. For this reason, the Dark Eldar banned psychic powers in the Comoros. There is no psychic prophecy, and there are no external information channels. For many major events in the universe, the Comoros are blindfolded. The Comoros have not heard of major events such as the construction of internet channels and the establishment of firewalls by humans. Many Dark Eldar still stubbornly believe that humans are still the wild monkeys they once were. The return of the original body? 80% of them are wild monkeys dreaming. The original body of human beings returns, and the god of war on the side of the Eldar, Cain, cannot be revived in place. Victor withdrew his gaze. His subordinates should be ignorant and stupid, and they have not yet challenged his position. Humanity said so much to attack Comoros, and they must have assembled a strong enough army. We have to prepare for a fierce battle. The crystal glowed again, outlining an image above the banquet table. The image shows a crystal scepter. The whole body is crystal clear, depicting complicated mantras. There is a huge gem at the top of the scepter. Seeing the image of the scepter, many Dark Eldars discussed in low voices. Asuryan's Rod. Someone read out the name of the scepter. Asuryan is also known as the Phoenix King, the leader of the gods of the spirit race, and the father of the gods. He has a twin brother who is the god of war, Bloody Cain. There are some rumors that his wife, Di, is the joint wife of their brothers. The rod of Asuryan was passed down in ancient times. It is said that during the Battle of Heaven, Asuryan ordered the Forge Val to forge a powerful weapon against the Star Nightbringer. Val forged the staff of Asuryan. A mighty weapon capable of aligning stars and unleashing the fire of the phoenix. Using the scepter to manipulate the stars, Asuryan unleashed a deadly solar flare that severely damaged the C10 Nightbringer. An unimaginable artifact. Volosian, the highest consul of the Black-Hearted Conspiracy Group, showed his intoxicated eyes. "I have witnessed the power of Asuryan's staff once, and the stars must obey the will of the staff's owner and be mobilized at will. Unleashes an attack capable of destroying the world. It needs Shinnick energy to activate. How can we activate it?" Another Dark Eldar asked a key question. As soon as this question came up, many Dark Eldars immediately showed embarrassment. Comoros prohibits the use of Shinnick powers. What's more, the crisis brought about by the use of Shinnick energy is probably more terrifying than the crisis brought about by the human empire. Before the crazy offensive of the empire, the Comoros still had a chance to survive. If they encounter the Prince of Pleasure, they will die without a place to bury them. Blood sacrifice is also available. Victor said the solution: by using blood sacrifice, we can activate the power of this artifact without using Shinnick power. Is it really possible? Tarur's tone was puzzled. Victor looked at Tarur with a hint of danger in his eyes. Dare to question yourself, this is not something a smart person should do. Chapter 296: The Destruction of the Comoros, for subscription. Where in the Comoros it is customary to stab in the back, the ruler who loses authority is no different from the dead. The ending is worse than those bedbugs in the bottom of the Comoros. From the establishment of the Comoros to the present, when every ruler finally ends, the ending is extremely tragic. For this reason, every Dark Eldar in a high position must live carefully. If you are a little careless, you may be doomed. Victor stared at his confidant, Driel. Killing intent had already emerged in his heart, but he still kept a smile on his face. Question represents a loss of authority. Represents that the opponent may challenge their own rule. It will also let others see an opportunity. Had it not been for the imminent threat of the Empire, a body would have appeared in the sewers of Comoros the next day. The Black Heart Cabal will also welcome a new consul. Now, for the sake of the overall situation, Victor can only bear with it temporarily, wait for this matter to pass, and then deal with the other party. Comoros prohibits the use of Shinnick energy, but our ancestors have already grasped it very thoroughly. The essence of subspace is the aggregation of emotions. The emotions of creatures can leverage unparalleled power in that illusory kingdom. The blood sacrifice ceremony is one of the most effective methods is to use the despair and fear of the dead to leverage the unparalleled power. According to some ancient cipher textbooks, Asuryan Rod has considered using blood sacrifices to exert its power at the beginning of forging. In order to be able to use the power of the Asuryan staff, Victor has done a lot of homework, and it can be said that he knows it well. Even went to the homunculus secret society to ask the oldest guys. Some homunculi have lived a long time, longer than the old immortal Eldrar, and know many secrets of the ancient times. If the power of this scepter can really be leveraged, then the human empire will indeed have no way to pose a threat to us. The chief executive officer of the Black Heart conspiracy, Volosian, has a sick look in his eyes, longing for killing and cruelty. If the human army in this crusade can be destroyed, Komaro's prestige will be greatly improved. The Dark Eldar will become the lingering nightmare of the human empire. Other Dark Eldar higher UPS can also imagine the huge benefits. An Aster Tower fetches an extremely high price tag in the Komaros. Who doesn't want to have a few more such powerful emperor creations in their arena? In that case, the people of Komaros will definitely go crazy. Those eager for more brutal, bloodier performances are bound to let out more deafening screams. Happy for those Aster Tower fights and fights. The prosperity of Komaros will be pushed to a whole new level. Victor saw the greed in the eyes of these guys, and expressed contempt for them in his heart. Before the war started, they were already thinking about how to distribute the spoils. A group of greedy, dirty evil spirits. Take advantage of them, but never trust them. The arena in Komaros will always be the favorite entertainment place for residents of Komaros. They will cheer for every brutal fight and show. To nourish the withered souls of others by witnessing their pain. These lunatics yearn for endless immersion in the joy of killing, torture and other twisted behaviors. The brutality in the arena is often unbelievable. Among them, the arena controlled by the voodoo sect is the most and cruel. The Dark Eldar who can enter it all have a certain status in Komaros. Each voodoo sect has its own arena. This is not only a display of their wealth and status. Is also a theater of violence. Comparing the amphitheaters of other civilizations with the magnificent arenas such as the Crucible and the Moored Staircase and the arenas of the Dark Eldar, it is like the comparison between the cottage and the palace. Each arena in the Komaros has its own deadly charm and unique challenges. It is by no means as simple as catching and fighting. From spinning blades to carnivorous beasts, complete with gravity wells. Inventive dangerous contraptions such as power reversal traps. Bloody ballet, 10,000 beasts, zero gravity escape, every project is so ingenious. Everything imaginable, games that torment people and inspire fear can be found in the arena of the Dark Eldar. Among the numerous voodoo sects, the battle sect is definitely the most influential existence among these voodoo sects. Their leader is Hespera, who is called the succubus. Each of her gladiatorial fights will arouse the fanatical pursuit of Komorian nobles. Countless people spent a lot of money just to witness her graceful skills in slaughtering the losers. The Crucible occupied by the battle sect is the most luxurious arena in the entire Komaros. From the city-sized laser-segmented area to the huge black-grained living jade gallery, all of them demonstrate the status of the battle sect as the most magnificent landscape in Komaros. A beast-like roar came from the remains of the Astartes hanging above the entrance of Crucible. It was the remains of a warrior taken out of Dreadnought. After being specially treated by the homunculi, it was hung above the arena to show the residents of Komaros the power of the arena. Crucible, controlled by the battle cult, is the place with the most Astartes gladiators in the Komaros. Every day, the nobles of Komaros will cheer for the wonderful performances they bring. One day, the wrath of mankind will come upon you. The crippled Astartes roared angrily. His anger made those Dark Eldar look fascinated. The pain of others always makes these crazy people feel happy. The human fortress built at the node of the webway is magnificent, like a giant mountain made of cement and steel. The towering city walls are covered with firepower towers and defensive turrets, which are enough to tear apart any behemoths trying to attack the fortress. The soldiers of the Empire lined up, patrolling back and forth on the city walls, alert to possible attacks. Warplanes hover in the sky, and any unauthorized ship is not allowed to pass through the city's port. Those who tried to force their way and ended up becoming a pile of rotten iron in the webway, dragged back to the furnace by the Mechanicians, and decomposed into various basic materials. The Dark Angels have accepted the mission of the Emperor of the Empire. They will go deep into the webway to destroy the Dark Eldar. The city built at the node of the webway is their last supply station. If it goes deeper, there will be no human city. When it comes to art, Dorn is not the best primarch. When it comes to the construction of a fortress, his talent is definitely beyond the reach of other primarches. Boris couldn't imagine that he was in a building made by humans. The city walls extend infinitely towards both sides, bending and turning in higher dimensions, forming a boundless but limited city. Looking from every corner of the city wall, what you see is an endless city wall with no end. Boris has seen many tall and majestic buildings. The ground is connected to the airport in low Earth orbit. A supergiant hive city that occupies a continent. Suspended in the sky, like a fortress in the city of the sky. It is another unique experience to be able to stand on a city platform that is large enough for celestial-class warships to pass through. He turned around and could see the huge towering building behind him. The city is paved with hundreds of ports for ships to pass through. Countless transport ships are being inspected by port personnel. Once inspections are complete, these ships will be able to use the repaired webway to reach their destination safely. The fortresses distributed on the edge of the webway will block all threats from the webway belonging to humans, ensuring the absolute safety of ships. The huge size of the webway fortress is difficult to measure with the scale of mortals. It is divided into 3 layers from top to bottom. The top layer belongs to the army stationed in the fortress. Like a beehive, a large number of military vehicles are stored here. Once an emergency crisis breaks out, the fighter planes here will be released like a swarm of bees, strangling the enemy. The layer in the middle is the widest and most populous. It has a residential area and a commercial area, as well as a transit area for cargo turnover. People live and play on the second level as if they were on other planetary worlds. The bottom layer is the port area, and those raised piers are connected by communication and energy supply cables, like giant spiders randomly spreading their webs over the mountains. The entire fortress is like a spindle, with small ends and a large middle. All this made Boris feel his own insignificance. Wearing power armor, he is just a speck of dust in front of this magnificent building. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would have imagined that there would be such a human miracle located in the webway? Ezekiel's voice came from behind. Boris turned to look, and his bodyguards also stepped aside. Lord Ezekiel. Boris saluted Ezekiel. The other party nodded, and walked to Boris's side along the path that the guards gave way to. Do you feel sincere respect for Lord Dorn's talent? He has shaped this magnificent city. The appearance of every miracle is worthy of people's respect for its creator. Boris looked at the magnificent transport ship like a giant beast. Each ship is so huge, full of supplies from all over the galaxy, gathered here. It's like mountains with many mountains. Each mountain range is a slowly moving spaceship. Boris had never imagined such a grand scene before. Now, it actually appeared before his eyes. Those majestic transport ships spew out blue plasma, pushing the heavy steel body. They moved slowly, entered the port for inspection, and then followed the webway to their destination. These ships are lined up with no end in sight. Every corner you look at, are these moving metal behemoths. Our mission is to protect such a miracle from being destroyed by the malice of the universe. Ezekiel smiled. There are always enemies who want to destroy these and drag mankind into the abyss. Boris looked at the mountain-like ships and asked, is the battle against the Dark Eldar ready to start? Yes, Azrael has reached a strategic plan with several other chapter leaders. In addition to attacking the satellite areas of Comoros, they will also launch a surprise attack on the main body of Comoros. Deathwing is perfect for such a task. We are good at raiding and decapitating the enemy. The task of raiding the main city of Comoros is extremely dangerous, and those Dark Eldar have a lot of strange methods. Ezekiel stared at Boris and said, you have to be mentally prepared. I know that Deathwing has accepted the most difficult task since its inception. Boris didn't fluctuate at all. For Deathwing, death is not something difficult to accept. When they were selected into the first company, they had already made such psychological preparations. The Comoros was built in the depths of the webway, and the Dark Eldar used the characteristics of the webway to prevent the Prince of Pleasure from poisoning them. According to some information obtained from the torture of the Dark Eldar captives, Comoros once broke out demons have invaded the world, and for this reason, they have closed some webway entrances. If these webway entrances can be opened, the destruction of Comoros will only happen sooner or later. Ezekiel's plan is very simple. What the Dark Eldar fear most is Slaaneish's desire for their souls. This is why the Comoros like cruelty and killing so much. They must harvest their souls in this way, so as to extend their lives and replenish their souls. Open the portal to the webway, allowing demons to enter Comoros. For the Dark Eldar, the plans of the humans to bring the pleasure demons into the Comoros are diabolical. Boris looked as usual, and was not moved by Ezekiel's words. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to the people of the Empire. No shameless means can be used to deal with those lunatics in Comoros. Only by completely eradicating this cancer can humans get rid of those fears. Fiery mirages flicker between the sky and the earth. There is no sun in this weird space, but the light makes people feel stinging eyes. The roiling heat waves rise from the ground, distorting the light from a distance. The sky radiates dazzling light, covering the dry surface. The dry and cracked land is dusty and covered with salt and alkali. The land is flat, and the endless plain extends towards the horizon without trace. This is not a realm of reality, but an illusory space that belongs to God. A gigantic dragon covered in silver armor was crouching on the dry surface. The dragon's body was full of wounds, dripping with bright red blood. Every drop of blood that falls will cause a sizzling sound on the ground. It endured the high temperature scorching, just lying there like that, as if slowly waiting for the passing of life. A gust of wind blows by, making the eyes of the closed dragon open. It looked at the barren plain, and the vortex appeared from a distance, drifting across the earth, rolling up dust and sand. A figure stepped out from the dust. The gold and blue armor is shining, and the long sword lies quietly in the scabbard at the waist. A laurel leaf crown was worn on the forehead of the visitor, exuding a noble atmosphere. Your strength is getting stronger. The dragon stared at the human in front of him, his voice was like thunder. Is this your spiritual world? It means silence and death. Guilliman looked around and said with a smile. It doesn't matter how the spiritual world is. Why did you come here? That's what I care about most. The dragon stared at the humans in front of him, its huge dragon pupils wrinkled slightly, revealing danger and warning. We are allies, and it is normal to care about you. Guilliman did not show any abnormality because of the hostility of the void dragon, but looked at each other, examining the wound on the huge dragon's body. Allies. The nether dragon showed a mocking look. I can see the same essence as mine in your eyes, that is deceit. For existences like us, loyalty and trust do not exist. You have more evil purpose, human being, you came here for that purpose, don't try to cover up anything, lies are meaningless before God. God? Do you still think so? Guilliman showed a hint of surprise, but he didn't waste any more time, but took out a ball. Your device is very powerful, a fragment of the star god. The nether dragon showed a rare greedy expression. Fragments of the same kind contain power far exceeding that of other creatures. If he can swallow them, he can recover most of his power. You are much more powerful than I imagined. It seems that the destruction of the Necrons is already doomed. The Nether Dragon moved its huge dragon head close to Guilliman, and those yellow-brown eyes seemed to contain a bright starry sky. They are just after images and echoes of the past, and defeating them will not give me any sense of success. Guilliman played with the ball in his hand and looked at the Nether Dragon. I know you want this, but you gotta give something. What do you want? Nether Dragon asked. Your freedom. Guilliman said, my enemies are more than I imagined, and now there is another one. I have to consider winning a few more allies. You want me to be your slave? Is this how you win over your allies? The Nether Dragon's tone was filled with disgust, and Long Tong stared at Guilliman without concealing his hostility. I am the god of stars. Before you humans appeared in this cosmic starry sky, I was already an invincible existence in this starry sky. If it weren't for those space undead, you wouldn't even be qualified to stand in front of me. Forget it, you and I both know what a so-called is. Guilliman didn't care about the Nether Dragon's anger and hostility. You can choose. If you refuse, I can form an alliance with others. Like it. Guilliman took out the ball in his hand. Who is the food, you or it? It's just on my mind. You can choose to refuse, but it shouldn't. Are you threatening me? The Nether Dragon spread its wings and roared, shaking the whole world. At this moment, its figure has become extremely huge, covering the sky and the sun, and the stars are just playthings at his fingertips. Green flames are burning all over its body, exuding a frightening aura. This is Star God. They used to feed on the stars and extinguish them at will. Surrender, or die. Guilliman's body became equally huge. Standing in front of the Nether Dragon, the whole world is in his hands. The Nether Dragon is like a moth crouching in his palm. Put your palms together to crush this ancient star god. The spiritual world is a world of competing wills. In this field, absolutely no creature can compete with me. Guilliman used a firewall to connect the wills of the entire human race. He is man himself. The Nether Dragon is not only fighting against him, but the will of the entire human race. The star is immortal. But they are not invincible. Faced with the crushing of the will of the entire race, they will have an ending more terrifying than death. You are a lunatic. The Nether Dragon roared as he watched the human being who had defeated him in his spiritual realm. But after a while, it still lowered its head and made a gesture of submission. A golden and blue laurel crown mark appeared on the huge dragon body, just like the blessing mark of the gods to their believers. The two reappeared in that barren world, and Guilliman was already standing on top of the Nether Dragon. For Star God, this is undoubtedly a kind of humiliation. But in the face of the power that it cannot resist, it has only one way to die besides submitting. We are allies. Guilliman left these words, and threw the ball to the Nether Dragon. Be honest, don't force me to kill you one day. When Guilliman opened his eyes, he was still sitting on his mechanical throne. Just now, the confrontation with the Nether Dragon was just a confrontation of spiritual will. Guilliman went a little too far to make sure this guy was on his side. For the upcoming final battle, such behavior is understandable. A suspended light curtain appeared in front of Guilliman. Words had reached Terra that the Emperor's scythes and the Whalers were within a single step of being crushed. This matter is tightly sealed. Except for important figures such as the Marshal of the Imperial Army Waldo, and the Prime Minister of the Empire Penny, no one else has the right to know. The third stage of reinforcement for many war groups was considered by Guilliman as the most important thing to do. Seeing the powerful combat power of the cancerous monster, Guilliman also knew very well that Yog-Sothoth, the omniscient and omnipotent, possessed power beyond his imagination. The cancerous monster is probably just the tip of the iceberg of the opponent's strength. None of the powerful old monsters and old gods appeared. It would be ridiculous to say that the Legion of Cancer is the whole power of Yog-Sothoth. Yog-Sothos, the three-pillar god, is just the other side of the of ignorance. It is by no means an easy task to defeat the opponent. The only thing he can do is to regain the Eye of Terror and drive the opponent's forces out of the galaxy. It's getting more and more troublesome. Guilliman's eyebrows became serious. Before the minions of the four gods were cleaned up, the troublesome thing called the Cancerous Legion came. I have to speed up myself. In addition to the construction of the augmented reality universe, the construction of the subspace army cannot be left behind. The Legion of the Cursed, as well as the heroes of the Empire, still have potential that has not been tapped. How can death be the end of responsibility? As long as the soul is not turned into ashes, everyone has to get up and work. Those so-called gods and demons can be resurrected through the subspace, and things like Lucius can be reborn with the joy of the enemy. Humans have to master the technology of rebirth in subspace. Those fighters have worked so hard to train them, and they will die when they die. The subordinates of those evil gods are always reborn. Who can bear it if they continue to fight like this? Only wicked people can deal with evil people. To deal with evil gods, you have to be more shameless than those guys. The war against the Comoros came quickly. The closed webway was opened by humans. In order to express their support for the Empire, some Ark Eldar stood against their cousins. With the help of these Eldar, the defense strategy of the Dark Eldar to close the entrance to the webway has failed. Several satellite areas have been violently attacked by humans. The history of those satellite areas is also ancient and can be traced back to the kingdom before the Great Fall. It is extremely secretive and is an excellent place for the Dark Eldar to carry out their evil rituals and plans. Attempts to traverse those areas have long been unquestionably suicidal ventures. Those twisted minaret buildings hide countless Eldar pirates. In addition, there are alien mercenaries and bounty hunters will also be active here. The Empire's attack was extremely swift and violent. When the webway was opened, huge titans, knights and heavy tanks were dropped on the ground. The Dark Angels are extremely brutal, dedicated to erasing all traces of the Dark Eldar. The pirates and mercenaries hidden in the buildings suffered an unprecedented blow. The overwhelming artillery fire covered the sky, and every building was blown into ruins. The human empire did not conduct any street fighting, but crushed any possible resistance with powerful artillery fire. The titans of the empire tore down every building, burning every corner with weapons the size of buildings. The knights, heavy tanks, and artillery clusters carry out saturation bombing on every ruin site that may hide the enemy. The target will not be transferred to cover another area until it is safe to do so. Azrael was wearing a set of black power armor that matched his identity, moving among the ruins like a black sculpture. His face is masked by a skull, and his breastplate is adorned with the imperial aquila, with a huge pendant hanging from it. The artillery fire shook the intricate city, and the black smoke blocked the light of the sky. The Dark Angels will occasionally pull one or two Dark Eldar and alien mercenaries from the ruins, pull the trigger, and execute them directly. Let me go, I'm a human being. From the ruins, several men ran out with frightened faces. A Dark Angel glanced at the clothes on him and pulled the trigger directly. The huge explosive bomb directly tore apart the opponent's body, leaving only a pile of wreckage on the ground. These humans who colluded with the Dark Eldar for their own interests are also within the scope of execution. The Dark Angels will not spare any of them. Azrael showed no mercy, he watched those people be executed. Colluding with the enemy is also a kind of betrayal. The Empire will never forgive any form of betrayal. Go forward and erase this city. Azrael said in a deep voice, except for those human prisoners captured by the Dark Eldar, don't leave any other alive, and don't leave any memory about this city. The Dark Eldar in the satellite area quickly launched a counterattack, overwhelming high-speed aircraft and various firepower devices fired at the Empire one after another. However, the firepower of the Empire far exceeds that of the Dark Eldar. Those fighters were shot down like birds. Not long after the battlefield was full of damaged aircraft and the corpses of the Dark Eldar. The army of the Empire is like a tide, driving powerful war machines into the battlefield continuously. When the Dark Eldar knock down one titan, 10 titans will be found on the battlefield. Those human soldiers unleashed their firepower on any place where people might hide, making the raid a worthless thing. Humans reject any shadow areas, but rely on their own brutal firepower to flatten the entire city. Every building was destroyed. Those Dark Eldar who tried to use their speed to rush into the human battle formation were all slaughtered mercilessly by the primordial warriors. All kinds of defeats have forced the Dark Eldar and their allies to confront humans head-on, giving up their speed advantage. Faced with a head-on confrontation, the Dark Eldar did not recover much from their decline. Faced with the concerted efforts of various human forces, the Dark Eldar, who originally liked to betray, fought on their own, unable to form a joint force at all. The lines of defense that had been built so hard did not last long before they collapsed, leaving piles of corpses on the ground. One failure leverages another failure. The hypocrisy and viciousness of the Dark Eldar have terrified humans the most in the past. Now it has become their Achilles heel. Various voodoo sects and conspiracies have their own secrets, and no one can trust anyone. When a line of defense collapsed, they immediately wondered in their hearts whether the other party fled the battle and betrayed their allies. Suspicion, once born, is as inescapable as a gangrene. One by one they abandoned the lines that should be defended. In order not to be abandoned by their allies and fall into crisis, they decisively chose to abandon their allies and put the other party in crisis. When the Dark Eldar raided, they could still work together. This is based on the fact that the enemy is much weaker than them and has enough benefits. But when it came to this kind of frontal battlefield, the Dark Eldar became a mess. There is no trust, no sense of self-sacrifice, and no interest at all. How could they cooperate? Not stabbing the opponent twice in the back is regarded as having a good moral level. Under Azrael's orders, the Dark Angels and accompanying Primaris warriors carried out a systematic massacre of the Dark Eldar. From jagged spires to dark atriums to pain-filled manufacturing plants, in this city of wonders and torture, brutal carnage takes place. Imperial soldiers have a fanatical hobby for homomorphic revenge. They reenacted the massacres of the Dark Eldar against human cities. The city's sewers and stairs are full of massacred corpses. Those twisted arenas, its guests were slaughtered. The iron hooks that were once used to hang the losers are now all hung with the Dark Eldar. Hanging there like strips of bacon, eager, crazy eyes covered with unimaginable fear. The Dark Eldar are well aware of what they will face when they die. Without protection, they will become the food and playthings of the Prince of Pleasure. The news of the human invasion of the satellite area echoed in every corner of the Comoros as if it had grown wings. As revenge for the former looting targets of the Dark Eldar, human beings' war methods against the Dark Eldar are extremely cruel. They did not take any captives, but put them all to death. The residents of the Comoros were excited at first. Humanity dared to attack the Comoros, and it was undoubtedly asking for a dead end. But the news from the front line quickly made them fall into fear. Every building was torn down, Cabal warriors and pain engines trying to raid human positions were slaughtered by the long-awaited Adeptus Astartes. Whether it is firepower or army size, this offensive of the Empire has horrified the residents of Comoros. They really couldn't imagine why the Empire could gather such a huge army in the webway and attack them. However, they hadn't waited for them to understand the reason, let alone probe what the Empire was doing in the webway. Over the City of Darkness, a webway entrance was opened. A human fleet pierced in like a sharp sword. Those magnificent warships appeared in front of the residents of Comoros like a Gothic war fortress standing upright. Before they could react, the Empire's ships launched a devastating bombing. A series of destruction beams and nuclear bombs were released. Within a few breaths, countless tower-like nuclear explosion flames rose into the sky, and the huge shockwave shattered countless Dark Eldar buildings. Immediately afterwards, flashes of teleportation followed, and the Dark Eldar were caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the original caste warriors. This is a naked massacre. Humanity has used all kinds of extermination weapons in Comoros without any scruples. The huge battleship poured firepower towards the Comoros without stopping. The entrance of the webway is also constantly pouring out imperial warships. The Dark Eldar tried to regain control of the airspace, sending out a large number of needlecraft, void ravens, and razors. The Empire released a larger group of fighter jets. When a Dark Eldar pilot drove a fighter plane into the sky, he found that there were human fighter planes with double-headed eagle emblems all over the place. The battle between the two sides quickly became fierce, and many areas of Comoros were destroyed, leaving only wreckage and broken arms. Compared to satellite areas, the residents of Comoros are more brave. They are like sharks seduced by blood, coming from all directions, trying to participate in this battle. Even voodoo sects unleashed their gladiators. However, in front of the Deathwing led by Captain Boris of the Dark Angels chapter, it was just a desperate struggle. Several figures moved in the shadows at an incredible speed. It's like a conceived ship's rail, hovering on the edge of sight. Dark Eldar Cabal warriors can use a variety of technological equipment to sneak in the shadows. Boris's eyes moved closely with the movement of the enemy. The opponent's tricks didn't work for him. With the help of the Heart of the Empire, he was able to see those creatures and individuals moving at super speed. When the opponent launched an attack, Boris pulled the trigger. The huge explosive bomb shattered the Cabal warrior who was trying to kill him. The rest of the Dark Eldar didn't end well either. They were executed one by Boris's battle brothers. A moment later, dozens of broken corpses were lying on the dark pier. Boris bypassed the corpses of these guards and walked towards his destination. He didn't go directly to capture the overlord of the Comoros, Victor. Instead, he entered a port in Comoros with a dead wing. There is a webway entrance here, enough for a cruiser to enter and exit. The Dark Eldar closed it. Victor even sent his own conspiracy group of warriors to protect this place from being spied on by others. Powerful etheric waves unleash here. A Deathwing warband librarian sensed the malice behind the webway, and the twisted lifeless howled in anticipation of entering the Comoros. Remove the seal here, and then retreat. Boris calmly issued an order that would destroy the entire Comoros without any fluctuations on his face. Several psychic bombs were placed on statues and force field devices inscribed with Eldar spells. Accompanied by a burst of energy screams, the originally closed webway opened. Light from the highest heaven poured into Comoros like water. A blood-curdling scream pierced the icy air. It was a single, quivering tone, like a tortured soul. One by one, the chorus of agony crossed the webway gate and entered the Comoros. Let's go. Boris looked at the opened entrance of the sealed webway, turned and left. The rest of the Deathwing members followed suit. This will be the most terrifying disaster in the history of Comoros. Those Dark Eldar who desire to bring fear and despair to other beings will suffer the same fate. The will of the Prince of Pleasure entered the Comoros. This is something countless Dark Eldar have been trying to avoid. The sealed webway was opened, and the first person to know was undoubtedly the overlord of Comoros, Victor. After receiving the news that the satellite area was attacked by humans, he ordered people to take out the Asuryan staff, and captured the slaves, preparing to sacrifice and activate the power of the Asuryan staff. To let human beings know what it means to commit crimes against the Comoros, even if they are far away, they must be punished. Who would have thought that human beings would be so cunning that the opponent would attack Comoros as soon as he left Comoros? Before returning to the defense, they got the death report from the warriors of the conspiracy group who were responsible for guarding the sealed webway. Humans directly destroyed the seal and put the minions of the God of Pleasure into Comoros. This is undoubtedly a disaster. The minions of the God of Pleasure have restraint on the Eldar. No matter how many Dark Eldar warriors are delivering food in front of the Pleasure Demon, they can't exert their strength at all. Master Victor, should we support the battle in the satellite area, or return to Comoros? Asked one of his subordinates. Go back to Comoros first. Victor's face became extremely ugly. He originally thought that with the strength of Comoros, he could still be on an equal footing with humans. That's why he looked indifferent to Eldrar's advice. His treasury contains many ancient artifacts. I think that even if you can't win the Empire, it's enough for the opponent to drink a pot. Who would have thought that he had already lost all his advantages just after the war started? When Victor returned to Comoros, a massacre that could shock the universe had begun. The Empire carried out some destruction, and after taking away the captured human prisoners who could be searched and rescued, they withdrew from the battlefield. Now, it is the demons of Slaanesh who have been given their chance that are raging in the Comoros. Those monsters that feed on pain, torture, and slaughter. The entire city was shrouded in an atmosphere of despair, the desperate screams of Comorian residents mixed with the cheers of the demons. Hanging from the tallest spire, the homunculi were wailing in despair enough to be heard throughout the city. That's the sound they've always wanted their prey to make. Now, it comes out of their mouths. Victor stood on the bridge of the battleship, watching his life's hard work come to naught. Until now, he realized how terrifying the gap between himself and the Empire was. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am a member of Prince Joy, the Queen of Hunting, Shalasi Demon Calamity. A weird, cloyingly sweet voice sounded on Victor's battleship, and at the same time, there was an aroma as sweet as rotten fruit rushing towards him. Many Cabal warriors all showed terrified expressions. Chapter 297 The Arrival of Sanguinius, subscribe. Shiraxi. Demon Disaster, no one of the Eldar dares to say that he will not be afraid of this name. To the Eldar, this is a cursed name. This is especially true for the Dark Eldar who like to slaughter. Shiraxi was created by Slaanesh to fight and defeat other Chaos Gods, especially the bloodthirsty ones of Khurn. There are many legends circulating in the subspace, among them there is a story about Shalasi defeating the bloodthirsty Skabrand. If it is true and credible, it also proves how strong Shalasi is, and can defeat Skarbrad, who was once loved by Khurn, by himself. Skarbrad was expelled from the Blood God realm for betraying Khurn, but his combat power has not been weakened in any way. Countless worlds burned under his rage, and countless lives were slaughtered by him. In the warp, the name Skarbrand also represents destruction and fear. Not a living being dares to desecrate this banished bloodthirsty. When preventing the resurrection of the Of Death and the plan of the Of Death army, Shalasi also showed strong combat effectiveness. Facing the joint attack of Evelyn, the Front, the incarnation of the Of Death, the Unicorn, and others, it seemed to be able to handle it with ease, and finally made the plan of the Of Death army to resurrect the Of Death go to waste. The Death God army has always had a plan, that is to find all 5 Crone swords to resurrect the God of Death and defeat the nightmare of their race Slaanesh. However, Shalasi stole the 5th Crone sword and placed it in Slaanesh's realm. Make the Death army a joke. Resurrecting the Of Death has also become an endless loop that cannot be solved. Victor's face became extremely ugly. The usual domineering appearance has disappeared without a trace, only regret and fear. The warriors of the conspiracy group watched a twisted and weird figure slowly coming out of the darkness. Moves with a grace not possessed by the Dark Eldar. Shalasi is about the same height as the Dark Eldar at the moment. Has the strong physique of a male Eldar and the handsome face of a female Eldar. The body is strong and slender with armor covering only key parts. The naked chest muscles are well defined, and the skin is light purple. Shining like a jewel. As the creation independent of Slaanesh, Shalasi is extremely beautiful. His existence even distorts the original meaning of the word handsome. Excessive pursuit of perfect harmony, and deviated from the acceptable boundaries of galactic creatures. Shalasi's head is also very narrow and long, with black hair standing up naturally, and a pair of curved pointed horns are worn on his head like a crown. There is also a thick and scaly tail behind it. The tip of the tail is a sharp knife with a barb, which is extremely sharp and reflects a dazzling cold light under the light. A female Dark Eldar impaled by Shalashi's tail. The slender body hangs on the opponent's tail. That female Dark Eldar is Victor's right-hand man, the Pearl of Comoros, and the Witch Queen of the battle sect, Hespera. Hespera has a beautiful appearance and a perfect figure. Even humans will be impressed by her beauty. The residents of the Comoros love to stay in the arenas she controls, admiring her wonderful art of killing. The sharp blade sliced across the bodies of those guys, making them scream the most ear-piercingly. Scenes like that can be described as pleasing to the eye. Every performance of Hespera can satisfy the residents of Comoros to the greatest extent, allowing them to return home happily. But at this moment, the Pearl of Comoros was hanging on Shalasi's tail, making a painful moan. The sharp knife pierced her towering chest. The vicious warp energy tormented the graceful body of the Witch Queen, making her miserable. That handsome face no longer had the charm of the past, only desperate pain. Delicious soul, always so intoxicating. I don't know if your soul can be more delicious than hers. Shiraxi showed a fascinated expression. Hespera was also caught by the thick tail. Was delivered to him. Shalaxi stretched out a finger, and lifted up the beautiful, perfect face of the Witch Queen. At this moment, Hespera's face is full of distorted pain and bone marrow fear, and her eyes reveal the desire for death. Shalasi has never been a generous demon, he likes to torture those prey bit by bit until the day the universe collapses. Hespera will never be redeemed, nor will her suffering end. Any kind of terrible punishment that the Dark Eldar can imagine. None can be compared with the ending of being taken away by Slaanesh. That depraved, indulgent realm is a terrifying taboo that the Dark Eldar would never want to touch. Victor looked at the scene, feeling a trace of regret in his heart. When he learned that the seal of Comoros had been broken, he should have chosen to flee immediately. Greed made him take risks. Comoros is his foundation and everything to him. Without the Comoros, who would know Victor? He returned to the Comoros, just to see if he could salvage something. The staff of Asurian in his hand may allow him to defeat the demon. Victor saw the appearance of Shalasi, and he knew that he was still too naive. Slaanesh longed for the souls of the Eldar, and had endured for countless ages. How could it miss such a good opportunity? Shalasi waved the long sword in his hand, showing a cruel smile. He walked slowly towards Victor's group until his warm, fragrant scent touched the ghostly armored faces of the Cabal warriors. The smelly scent permeated the breathing masks of the Cabal warriors, making them feel sick and vomit. A Cabal warrior couldn't bear to attack first. Shalasi caused unimaginable psychological oppression to them. Let them be like fish thrown on the shore, suffocating to breathe. The combat skills of the Dark Eldar are famous for being fast and ruthless. They chase speed and like to use the most brutal means to deal with the enemy. Shalaxi showed madness, waving the long sword in his hand, but did not make any resistance. One of his arms was directly chopped off by a Cabal warrior. A thick, deadly, sweet, poisonous mist sprayed from the wound. The pain caused Shalasi's face to turn an unusual deep red. His whole body was trembling, as if something of extreme pleasure was washing over every nerve in him, making him almost crazy with excitement. What a wonderful pain, so exhilarating and joyful, I want more, want more. Shalasi let out a piercing laugh, and his eyes became crazy. The samurai of the conspiracy group showed a terrified look. Pleasure demons are crazier than Dark Eldar. Enjoying the pleasure of brutalizing and abusing the enemy is like taking drugs. Under the horrified gaze of the Cabal warriors, Shalasi launched an attack. His swordsmanship is impeccable. Within one breath, all the limbs of the samurai of the conspiracy group who shot were cut off. After finishing all this, he stretched out his snake-like tongue, licking the blood on the long sword. The whole body was trembling with excitement because of his tyranny, like a sick lunatic. Shalasi's magic sword carries a vicious curse, and every attack will magnify the opponent's pain. The more twisted the hearts of those guys, the more terrible the pain. The screams that resounded throughout the entire Dark Eldar ship sounded. All the Dark Eldar who can become warriors of the Black Conspiracy Group are masters of abuse. They are good at inflicting pain on their enemies. The curse of Shalasi can turn these dark and distorted pasts into real damage, and reappear on them twice. What follows is a brutal scene of cruelty. In front of Shalasi, no Dark Eldar could resist his blow. Slaanesh minions have a special restraint on the Eldar. Their strength and combat skills cannot be fully displayed. Accompanied by the screams of the Warp, Victor and his party were knocked down one by Shalasi, using the most exquisite swordsmanship to inflict the greatest pain on them. Shalasi didn't completely kill them, which doesn't meet the needs of the demon of Slaanesh. He longs for more pain, and for seeing the pain of his enemies. The final scream was from the Comoros overlord. It resounded through the entire battleship and echoed in the scarlet sky of Comoros. And the maniacal laughter of Shalasi, mixed with the screams and explosions of Comoros, echoed in the ears of the howling Dark Eldar. The black sun hovers over Comoros, witnessing the final end of the remnants of this ancient empire. They survived the Eldar fall. But unwilling to heed the warning of the Arch Eldar, as always immersed in depravity and indulgence. Today is the moment when everything will end. Those broken shrines, statues of ancient forgotten gods gaze upon the final finale of their people. Blood spilled on the sculpture, like the last tears of the Eldar gods. Those arenas filled with iron spikes and vicious instruments of torture resounded with screams as always. Unfortunately, this time it was no longer the voices of the slaves that echoed, but the former audience. All prisoners have been released. The human batch was picked up by their fellow humans. Prisoners of other ethnicities were left in the Comoros. Surprisingly, there are still a group of Hwashi fighters among them. Perhaps they are the last remnants of the Tau race. They were captured by the Dark Eldar before the Tau star was fully attacked by humans. If they can successfully escape, they may be able to resume civilization construction in the ruins of the race. Unfortunately, this time the Comoros are doomed to have no survivors. The demons are enjoying this hard-won carnival. Some demons even cheer for Guilliman. Thanks to his men for giving them such a feast. The unclean creations of the Prince of Darkness invaded Comoros like a monstrous flood. Countless torture instruments and wooden stakes painted with various weird patterns appeared throughout the city. Those Eldar were hung on torture tools and stakes, like a grand massacre ceremony. Comoros was drawn into the chaotic realm of Slaanesh. There are countless corpses hanging on the arena. The sharp iron hook pierces the bodies of those unlucky ones. Let them writhe in agony on the hook. Their souls were tortured to pieces, and only pain remained. The demons would never let these guys die so easily. Vicious sorcery can imprison the soul of the opponent in a tortured body. Let them sink forever in endless, unimaginable pain. Pain turned into art, intertwined with the reverberating demon song. Except for the arena and the upper area where the nobles are located. At the bottom of the Comoros, those brutal atrocities can be seen everywhere. The demons did not spare any corner. The ground floor of Comoros also has many majestic buildings and minarets. The webway has no real top and bottom. The difference between the two is that one side faces the Black Star controlled by the slaves of the Dark Eldar, and the other side faces the nothingness of nothingness. The ground floor continues to extend towards another dimension, forming an intricate complex of underground buildings. The headquarters of the homunculi is located in the core area of the ground floor. Some homunculi serve the Cabal and Voodoo. Those homunculi hanging from high-rise towers are representative of them. Those homunculus masters who are highly skilled prefer to stay in their dissecting rooms rather than participate in the political games of the Dark Eldar. These guys are all masters in reshaping flesh and blood, whether living or dead, they will become materials in their hands. Horrible experiments are being carried out in their territory all the time. The eyeballs of hapless prey and travelers are hollowed out and blended into the twisting, narrow corridors, serving as illuminated pedestals. Homunculi are nobles who have fallen and indulged in the Eldar Empire. They are so old that they need to witness endless pain every day to nourish their dry souls. Their revenge is also extremely terrifying. Several imperial worlds suffered brutal massacres because they offended the homunculus. The homunculi peeled off the skins of the powerful and put them on the statues of the heroes of the empire to humiliate the empire. However, at this moment, they no longer have the arrogance of the past. The distorted laughter of the demons echoed inside the shadowed spire. The blood pity who lived for an unknown number of years was tortured by fear and ran around, trying to escape that terrible fate. No. Urian, the most prestigious homunculus, the president of the Flesh Prophet Association, and a fallen genius in the field of body modification and anatomy, let out a shrill scream. This guy is also considered a legend among the many flesh and blood craftsmen. From the humblest slave in the Dark City to the supreme overlord, everyone knows Urian's name. To some, the homunculi is nothing more than a twisted monster from a horror story. For others, they would rather the monster under the bed be a fact than Urian be a real existence. The past of this homunculus lord is too old to be studied. He has been reborn many times. Using the homunculi regeneration method that I have released, I travel through the realm of life and death time and time again, enjoying death crimes at the pinnacle of pain again and again like tasting fine wine. But this time, he didn't have any composure. The key to resurrection is that the soul is not lost. Dying under the minions of Slaanesh, the consequence is that the soul is pulled into the opponent's domain. Strange voices surrounded Urian, as if mocking his powerlessness. Urian hid in his dissecting room, but the shaking lights and moving shadows let him know that the physical level of defense could not stop the pace of these demons. He opened the coffin that he carried with him, and his works were placed inside. Invisible ghosts created from painfully twisted flesh. This is his most perfect masterpiece. On the battlefield, whenever he opens the coffin and sings the activation spell, the invisible ghosts will flock to the enemy, tear off the opponent's flesh and blood, and bring the head to him. This process is very fast. Before the enemy could react, it was over. Those weird voices were getting closer and closer, and Urian didn't care too much about it. He activated the coffin's work, and severe pain rushed to his brain. Weird jointed limbs and twisted shapes kept falling to the ground like broken china clay. In order to save his soul, he committed suicide. In an abandoned port far away from Comoros, the coffin of rebirth hidden under the building activated the resurrection process. This is a common trick used by the homunculi. Every modified organ on their body has a resurrection mechanism. Urian struggled to crawl out of the squirming flesh sack, with a distorted smile on his face. He will not spare humans. Those monkeys ruined Comoros in his lab. He wants to use an extremely cruel massacre to declare that Comoros has never been destroyed. The human empire will pay an unimaginable price for their stupid actions. A strange, cold wind blew past Urian's ears, as if a creature was blowing gently behind his back. Still fantasizing about how to take revenge on humans, a chill appeared on the spine of the homunculi Grandmaster. The xenomorphs and wandering traders wandering the abandoned docks heard a desperate howl. When they arrived at the secret place where the homunculi people stored the coffin of resurrection, this sadistic guy had already been tortured to death by an extremely cruel method. The painful and distorted expression on his face was like the last imprint of the soul being pulled out of the body. The destruction of the Comoros was extremely tragic, and it cannot be recorded in words. The screams of despair and pain lasted for many days. By the time the Empire re-entered Comoros, there was no longer a living life inside. Only those twisted monsters move inside those brutal, sickly steeple buildings. Azrael issued an order of extinction, completely destroying the entire Comoros. Every Dark Eldar stronghold will be reduced to ruins whose past no one knows. Guilliman's benevolence and his extraordinary rule are not only shown on those magnificent battleships, but also manifested in every small detail of the Empire. Facing those soldiers and warriors who have been traumatized by war, Guilliman is not as heartless and cruel as the High Lords of the past. Some suitable planets were selected to serve as healing or retirement homes for these individuals. Grim was rescued from the Dark Eldar arena. He was once the dreadnought of the Black Dragons chapter, an ancient warrior buried in a sarcophagus. Being hung in the arena controlled by that disgusting Dark Eldar in Hespera, being the object of entertainment for those guys. He witnessed the Imperial guards being thrown into the arena to fight and slaughtered by gladiators who were good at the dance of killing. Witnessing the battle brothers fell in the fight with Tyrannosaurus, Chaos Warriors, and Orcs, it became a feast cheered by those Dark Eldar. Witnessing those innocent mortals being thrown into killing traps one after another, exhausted, being played within the applause. Grim once thought that he would never have a day of relief. Fate played a joke on him. The iron fist of the Empire smashed the defense of Comoros, and a new warrior descended from the sky, taking away all the human slaves in the arena. He witnessed that alien city full of crime screaming under the ravages of demons, and was destroyed by the artillery fire of the Empire. Then he was sent to an agricultural world. You are here to recuperate and restore your body. After that, you will be able to choose to retire and continue fighting. The Dark Angel who was in charge of escorting him and the other captives left after leaving such an explanation. Grim lost his limbs in a battle, which allowed him to be buried in the dreadnought sarcophagus, continuing to fight as a dreadnought. For his mobility, medical personnel put him on a bipedal walker. Use the nerve cable system to allow him to control the system. His agricultural world is extremely prosperous and prosperous. 90% of the land and sea areas of the entire planet have been opened up for agricultural production. The orbit of the planet is very special, making it summer all year round, providing enough light for the growth of crops. Every day, a large number of ships enter and leave the planet's space station. Ship fertilizer and processed waste from other planets and take their produce away. Industrial planets have hundreds of billions of permanent residents. Plus the needs of industrial production. The excrement of the industrial planet generally cannot be disposed of by itself, and there are environmental requirements, so it can no longer be discharged at will like before. Forcing these industrial planets to process the excrement and hand it over to the agricultural planet to complete the cycle. Empire is a huge circular system. Expand the natural circulation of a planet in the past to the level of the entire galaxy. It is a mandatory requirement for the agricultural planet to recycle excrement to supplement the original land nutrients. Only in this way can the agricultural planet not become a desert planet. The plants supported by the land need trace elements. If the agricultural planet once produced agricultural products to other planets, but did not recycle the excrement to supplement the trace elements of the land, it will lead to the gradual desertification of the land. Even if technology is used to make up for it, at most it will delay the collapse of the agricultural planet, and it may also lead to excessive hormones in agricultural products. Grim didn't know these things until he arrived at the nursing home. The shock that this incident brought to him was definitely no less than the shock when he was brought back to those magnificent battleships. transporting agricultural products, recycling excrement, and establishing a natural circulation system. If the group of young people who have not experienced the dark days of the past must sound very simple, after all, they live in such an era. When Kegrim was still active in the galaxy and had not fallen into the hands of the Dark Eldar, such a system would have been difficult to pass even a proposal, let alone established. In the past, the governors of each planet acted independently, only managing their own 1/3 of an acre of land, pure earth emperors. Mount Terra is high and the emperor is far away, so they can't control them at all. It is simply impossible to establish such an economic cycle system that spans the entire galaxy. Terra's gang of High Lords did not have the motivation and demand to do such things. After all, the forces of all parties are intricate, and to do such a thing, the interests of all parties must be balanced. For this reason, what the High Lords do most is the work of paper craftsmen. Repair here, repair there, it is impossible to do anything drastic. It wasn't until the new emperor of the empire, the great Guilliman, woke up from his deep sleep that he carried out drastic reforms and completed various incredible projects. The smaller the details, the more able to reflect the ability of a ruler. Protection and subsidies to the agricultural world prevent people from exhausting the agricultural world, and pass draconian laws to prevent the industrial world from self-destruction. These things seem less intuitive than the strengthening of the empire's warships and armies, but they have actually changed human life. The skies of the industrial world are no longer filled with poisonous smog and acid rain. The agricultural world will not be like the hive worlds in the past, which oversqueezed the land and collapsed, and eventually became a desert world. Human beings can only hide in the hives and eat fungus nutritious porridge, lingering, and become a breeding ground for chaos and aliens. If the agricultural world cannot even build a hive city, it will quickly lose its vitality and become a forgotten world. Every world is now properly developed. Ensuring their sustainable development also tapped their maximum potential. These are the places where Grimm was amazed. The decaying empire of the past is transforming into what people dreamed of. Grimm is in a nursing facility, undergoing limb recovery surgery. The development of imperial medical technology has made it possible to regenerate severed limbs, and the price is very low, even ordinary people can accept it. Daily, his job is to walk on the balcony with a cane, trying to make his limbs more flexible as soon as possible. As a veteran, Grimm has zero skills other than fighting. From the time he was selected into the Black Dragon Corps at the age of 15, what he learned was the enemy quickly and effectively. Brother Astartes is doomed to miss a peaceful life. The location of the hospital is very good. Standing on the balcony, you can overlook a huge orchard and an aquaculture base near the sea. Grimm was born in a cruel time, when many good tastes were thrown away in order to survive. Tyrants, aliens, traitors, and countless enemies make the empire overwhelmed. Humans search for everything they own, and constantly squeeze themselves, just to fight against those terrible enemies and study how to survive. Now, the situation is quite different. Under the leadership of Guilliman, humanity has become the most powerful force in the galaxy. People began to pursue many things other than survival. The location of the hospital is very good, and those buildings perfectly fit the nature. Grimm stood by the balcony, the sea breeze was blowing on his face head-on, carrying a fishy smell. Children were playing on the beach, digging up the aquatic products washed to the beach by the waves with small buckets. Some lovers hold hands shyly, walk on the beach with bare feet, letting the cold sea wash their ankles. So beautiful, so peaceful. No gunfire, no screaming. Grimm thought he would never see such a scene again. He put down the crutch in his hand, leaned on the railing, and watched those warm scenes. No longer worry about the imminent death. Let those warm pictures wash away my dark memory in Comoros. At this moment, he felt that everything he had insisted on was meaningful. Everyone will live like a human being, no longer a cold number, and will not be ruthlessly consumed like a bullet. You look very emotional. A gentle voice sounded, and Grimm turned to look over. It was a middle-aged female doctor in a white coat. The face is very gentle and looks non-aggressive. Grimm evaluated the gap between the two. Even if his limbs could still be used flexibly, he could easily strangle this female doctor to death. Grab the opponent's throat like grabbing a chicken, and easily pinch it off. I was born for war. Grimm suppressed his tyranny and said calmly. I know you, Astartes, war angels, you are His Majesty's sharpest sword, our guardians. The female doctor walked to Grimm's side, supported the railing with her hands, and looked into the distance. The sea breeze blew her soft long hair and brushed over her face like white jade. You shouldn't be so close to me. It's dangerous. Because our spirits have some trauma, too close a distance will make us start self-defense. In fact, according to the previous procedures, I should receive treatment from the chaplain of the war group instead of stay in this nursing facility. Times have changed. The female doctor said with a smile, the Great Majesty has changed everything and reshaped the galaxy and the human race. I can see the hesitation and resistance in your eyes. You have fought all your life in the name of the former emperor. But after being rescued, he learned that his son sat on the highest throne. From the day I was trained, I was taught to be loyal to the emperor, fight for humanity, and never compromise. Grimm did not refute the female doctor's words, even if it falls into the hands of the Dark Eldar, nor has I ever forgotten this mission. I have endured humiliation and the loss of my brother because I swore to fight for the emperor to the last. When I was rescued, the emperor had passed away, and the empire was handed over to the returning Primarch. Everything felt so strange to me. I wondered if I should die with the destruction of the Comoros. In that case, at least you don't have to face the inner wavering. I can understand you, not everyone can accept the changes of the times calmly. The female doctor clicked her hand in the air, and a light curtain appeared in front of them. I am your psychotherapist, Grim. I was ordered by the Ministry of Military Affairs to evaluate and treat your mental state to ensure that you can return to the battlefield. I don't need treatment. Grim said, my will is as indestructible as a rock. If you put me on the battlefield, I can take up arms and kill the enemy. This is my mission and my duty. You are not a tool, Grim. Even if you are an Astartes warrior, you are still a living person. Don't regard yourself as a tool. War is not everything to you. The female doctor said with a smile, what the Empire needs is a healthy warrior, not a berserker who drives himself mad in oppressive silence. What if I refuse your treatment and evaluation? Grim asked. You will be forced to retire. The psychological construction of the army is an essential content. Soldiers lost in killing and silence are our enemy's favorite prey. Metropolis. If you and I work together, we will certainly be able to severely damage Robot Company. Bruce found his old enemy, the clown. The Joker, like Batman, is a symbol of Gotham City. No gangster would dare to provoke this guy with a funny face painted on his face. Even Bruce has a headache about this enemy of his. He has arrested the clown many times, but he is always escaped by the other side cleverly. Of course, the two of them also had cooperation. Every cooperation can be described as perfect. It's really surprising. The clown tilted his head and looked at the fully armed Batman, showing a crazy smile. He walked in front of the opponent with a weird posture. After suppressing it for so long, you are finally willing to expose your true nature. Yes, Bruce. I'm just for justice, to stop Robot's vicious conspiracy. Bruce slapped the clown's hand that wanted to touch his face, and said in a deep voice, I'm not the same person as you, never will be, Arthur. I will never become a lunatic like you, worshipping monsters of chaos. Then why did you come to me? The clown grinned, revealing his yellow, saliva-filled teeth, very sharp, like a vampire. You are eager to overthrow the Robot Company, right? You are eager to overthrow the order that you don't like and have no place for you. Just like me, I hate the Gotham City you control, and I want to destroy everything like that. You want to overthrow Robot Corporation, uncover their hypocritical masks, and tell everyone in this world, look, the rule of Robot Corporation is a conspiracy, a shameless conspiracy. The clown spreads his hands like a mad orator whose only audience is his nemesis. Look inside your heart, Bruce, you're not a hero. You're just a mean brute like me, a shameless clown who craves chaos and waits for attention. When your bat mark is slapped on the sky above Gotham City, you know your own nature, don't you? The feeling of being needed and sought after by others is so intoxicating. I didn't. Bruce clenched his fist and said coldly. No. The clown said mockingly, then why did you invite me to fight Robot? Invite a criminal, a murderous lunatic, to fight a company that may save all mankind. Robot Company will only lead this world into the abyss. Ha ha ha, this sentence is very similar to Lex's style, that is, the scientist who opposed Superman, the Justice League will only bring the world into the abyss. Look at those people outside, when they talk about Robot Company, just as excited as when we first mentioned you. The Justice League and the Robot Company are not the same concept at all. Bruce retorted, the Robot Company thinks about how to rule the world, while the Justice League wants to protect people from living and working in peace and happiness. Isn't it the same nature to rule the world and protect people to live and work in peace and happiness? The Justice League has stipulated people's happiness and the definition of living and working in peace and contentment. You demand that there should be no street crime in the city, and that the operation of human society should be in accordance with your regulations. Doesn't that work like it does in the world? What's wrong with fighting crime? Those people can solve their own problems through normal means. Why do they use such extreme methods? Bruce said. When the people of France rioted, the king thought the same way. Why are these common people unwilling to solve the problem according to the law? Why do they use such extreme methods? Crime is never the cause of social unrest, it is the social system feedback that went wrong. What I hate about you superheroes is that you think you are right and everything you do makes no sense. Bruce grabbed Arthur by the throat, I don't need your preaching, clown. Don't try to mislead me, I know you were expelled from Gotham because of that Robot Company. They won't catch you, take your lobe, make you a poor puppet, don't you want revenge? Why revenge? Even though he was strangled, the smile on the clown's face was still on his face, what I deserve is the iron law of human society. Robot knows this very well, and they will not let me go, because only my death can tell the people of this world this ancient rule, no one can be an exception. That way, they can gain people's trust. Superheroes have violated this rule, and your justice is destined to be abandoned by people. Do you think you are fighting street crime? What you are fighting is people's dissatisfaction and hatred for society. You are worried that those vicious criminals will have too much influence, those high-status prisoners, you also worry that the impact will be too great. In the end, those laws only fall on those honest guys, and those crimes are their catharsis, their rant against injustice. If the crime is not severely punished, then what qualifications do you have to ask people to be kind? I will not cooperate with you, Bruce. Compared with defeating them, I would like to see the Justice League fall apart. I know they can do it up to this point. It used to be that the righteous heroes defeated the evil villains, and soon, I can see the embarrassment of heroes being thrown into prison. The clown's mockery made Bruce completely lose his mind. What's wrong with justice? What's wrong with fighting those crimes? Why are these guys always like this? Like those stupid people who don't support righteous heroes? Damn Robot, they want to rule the world, can't those idiots see it? The Justice League is defending the peace of this world. Defend people's happy life and defend people's freedom from being violated. Didn't Robot just launch nuclear fusion energy? Didn't it promote the reform of medical care and education? Why are people nowadays so stupid, attracted by this small favor, and forget what the Justice League has paid? Wearing the battle armor, he exerted a little force and heard a click. He broke the neck of Arthur the Clown. A lightning figure appeared beside Bruce. It was Flash Bar. The scene that caught his eyes made the young Bar look astonished and a little scared. Bruce actually killed the Joker. You shouldn't do this, we don't have the right to kill him. Bar stuttered a little. He walked to the side of the clown, who was already not breathing. The Joker is just a mortal. If the Justice League hadn't believed in the no-kill rule and would hand over criminals to the court for trial, the clown would have died long ago. Bruce shot in anger. How could the clown have a chance to survive? We have been wrong for a long time. The benevolence of women has made us at a disadvantage in the confrontation with Robot. Bruce did not go to see the clown's body, and the death of his old enemy made him feel relieved. A big rock. At this moment, some of the shackles were released, making him feel relieved. This is a war, Bar, a war that determines the future. Bruce said. The clown refused to join us, leaving him will only increase the variables. Bar looked at Bruce. His heart was full of confusion, but Bruce still convinced him. The Justice League has been around for so long. Bruce's reputation is beyond the reach of ordinary people. The symbol of Batman is not only the pillar of Gotham City, but also the pillar of the Justice League. Let's go back, we have to discuss the next step plan. We must not fail again, we want to defeat the Robot group, and rescue Clark. Bruce said, we will win this war. Titus' team has been communicating with the Empire without interruption. After capturing Superman, Titus and his party even sent a lot of data about Kryptonians to the Empire. The mechanicists were very excited, and the technology of the different universe inspired them a lot. However, the Justice League's attack also made the Empire aware of the crisis. Not every universe and empire can easily gain a foothold. After research, in order to defend the pioneering achievements of the Empire, Sanguinius, who had just arrived at the number 1 outpost, inspired the people, and set off again, preparing to enter the new universe, trying to find a way to completely solve the Justice League and the indigenous government, and stabilize the Empire's pioneering achievements. After this period of development, the cross-universe road has stabilized a lot. The only shortcoming is that there is still no way to deploy large warships and large-scale Imperial troops. You can only send elite teams one by one to enter the target universe. Sanguinius entered the new universe without encountering any crisis. In the underground research institute that is still operating in Gotham City, the arrival of Sanguinius caused a burst of carnival among the Imperial personnel. A Primarch personally sits in charge, which doubles their confidence. Lord Sanguinius. Titus also ventured back from Star City to welcome Sanguinius himself. The top executives of Robot Company have always been the focus of the Justice League's investigation. Once they find their way, they will definitely launch a series of sniper attacks and offensives. For this reason, the high-level officials left Gotham City, leaving only the Underground Research Institute operating secretly to ensure communication with the Empire. Chapter 298 This is not something you can change, please subscribe. I don't know anything about that mysterious empire. I only know one thing. It may bring salvation to mankind, an unprecedented reform, and going to the stars will no longer be a delusion. In this world controlled by superheroes and capital, human beings have long lost the ability to self-innovate and progress. There is a saying that may sound cruel, and countless people will think that I am a lunatic, because only a lunatic would think that civilization the gears need blood to lubricate them. The development of civilization is at the cost of life. Only the most violent death can let those politicians know how abhorrent their actions are. Every war from ancient times to the present has its own meaning. It would be a sad thing if people only see the death and pain caused by wars and ignore the reasons behind the wars. Peaceful times breed corruption and greed, allowing people to accumulate resentment and dissatisfaction, and become filth that delays the development of civilization. If it is not removed, civilization will not advance and develop. The war corrected the wrong choice of human beings, venting the resentment and dissatisfaction accumulated in the peaceful era through killing and death. We should reflect on the pain caused by war, and we should be vigilant against the invisible pain in peacetime. The Empire has never concealed its nature of war. Everything it does is for survival and continuation. Its barbaric posture revealed to me for one reason: the essence of civilization is to survive, and everything else is unimportant. My name is Lex, and the world used to call me the enemy of Superman, and thought I was a villain who was completely bad. But they couldn't see the damage that superheroes did to human civilization. Those heroes who are high above never sharing their secrets and scientific research results with the world, they are trying to imprison mankind forever in a country they can control under the pretext of being good for the world. The eagle knows that only when the chicks spread their wings on the cliff can they survive in the cruel natural competition. A qualified mother will let her children learn how to survive. Human beings need pain to know what is right and what is wrong, so they can change. Superheroes take credit for taking away the pain in the name of justice. The scarier thing is that they never really address the root of the problem, but obsessed with solving problems as they arise. This reminds me of a very cold joke. A poor farmer complained to the Lord that his cattle were taken away by thieves. He said that the Lord should train the guard soldiers to deal with the thieves and manage the chaotic local law and order. The Lord disliked that too much. It's troublesome, since we need to train soldiers and find ways to suppress bandits, it's better to arrest the farmers, so that no one will complain about the poor security in the area. Lex crouched in front of the table, writing his diary. This habit has been maintained since he was very young. Even if he becomes a villain who deliberately wants Superman to die in the future, this habit has not been changed. Only by recording the past can people better look forward to the future. If you forget the past, you will never be able to grow. Lex was a brilliant inventor and entrepreneur who achieved what others might not achieve in their lifetime. If he hadn't become the enemy of Superman, his life would be a dream. Luxury car beauty, champagne banquet, applause, and cheers, he will not miss any of them. But now, he is just a villain who can only hide in the dark. Even Robot Company did not reveal his identity to avoid arousing public resentment. Lex never regrets his choice. People will always make many choices in this life. Some choices may sacrifice others to achieve oneself. Some choices are to sacrifice yourself to achieve others. He just chose the latter. Some people may laugh at his stupidity, and let him live a good life as a rich man, but he must be a villain. Some people will scold him for going against Superman. For these, Lex never cared. He just wanted to do something meaningful. When Lex, as a successful person, stood at the top of this society, he already knew the dark rules of this society. Those rules have never been as intuitive as war, but they are more cruel and terrifying than the killing of war. Some people can enjoy a luxury suite of $180,000 on Hawaii Island. Some people can only sleep at the subway entrance of the metropolis and use newspapers to keep warm. Some people are born with no worries about food and clothing, and are destined to become human elites and masters. Some people work hard all day long, but they are doomed to accomplish nothing, and they can only do nothing and suffer for a lifetime. Lex just hates this kind of world, hates the world guarded by those so-called heroes. They maintain the old laws and require the world to run according to their wishes. Think that as long as those visible evils are eliminated, people can live and work in peace. But I never thought that in this society, those crimes that cannot see blood are the most despairing things for ordinary people. Lex wrote down his feelings. After firmly embarking on the road against Superman, he never longed for honor, nor did he expect to get applause and flowers. He recorded these things just to let later generations understand the truth. Those who only stand in the light and shout for justice are the scariest. After writing the last word, Lex let out a long breath. Check carefully and confirm that there is no problem. Lock the diary and put it in a private drawer. He closed his eyes and meditated, letting his dry eyes rest. Until a crisp mechanical sound interrupted his thinking. Lord Sanguinius can see you now, Lex. As the sound sounded, a light curtain emerged, inside which was an electronic message with the emblem of the Skyhawk flashing. I see. Lex replied with a voice. After checking his attire, Lex stood up and walked towards the door. He put his palm on the panel of the door, and with the entry of identity information, the metal door opened smoothly. 2 bodyguards wearing exoskeleton armor were outside the door. Seeing Lex come out, they saluted a simple courtesy. Lex nodded and walked out along the corridor. From some information, Lex knew the existence of the character Sanguinius. Said to be one of the brothers of the Emperor of the Empire and one of the builders of the Empire. An out-and-out big shot, his identity is currently one of the most honorable figures in the universe of the Empire. Except for the great Emperor of the Empire, no one can surpass his status. For safety, the Empire built a large number of underground safety bases. Lex learned that a big man from the Empire was coming, so he asked to see him. He defected to the Empire because the Empire is more suitable for humans than the Justice League. The Justice League always asks the world to be a good person, but never gives any substantial benefits. The Empire is the exact opposite. They never ask people to be good people, but offer a lot of benefits. As long as they abide by their rules, they can get those benefits. Lex wants to learn more about the Empire. He needs to know whether the other party is just doing surface work. Superman and Batman are already a cancer of human society. He doesn't want the Empire to be another cancer. Some things can be disguised, and some things cannot be disguised. The Justice League keeps saying that it is for the world and for the people, but they always have a strange arrogance. Superheroes are always looking down on ordinary people, thinking that they are the ones who can determine justice. Anything that violates their ideas and actions is unjust and must be stopped. Lex can see this, which is why he hates superheroes. Everyone has justice for everyone, why sacrifice my interests for your justice? There is no such sign in the Empire yet, and Lex suspects that these people may not be of a high enough level. He wished to assess the Empire in its entirety by looking at its higher level figures. Roaring machines are placed in the intricate tunnels of the underground base. Mess of cables pinned to walls or left haphazardly along the sides of corridors. These machines can generate a special force field to prevent the outside world from spying on the safe base. The Justice League has a lot of weird means, and there are mythical characters behind it. If there is no means of concealing oneself, it is really possible to be played by the other party in the applause. Those villains always fail for a reason. There are countless means of others, but the villain is just fighting alone, and there is nothing wrong with failing. Led by the staff, Lex went through several safety inspections. When the door was pushed open, he was extremely shocked by the scene that greeted him. A group of warriors in blood-red armor stood on both sides of the corridor. Lex had contact with several Primaris warriors from the Empire, many times alone. And this time, they lined up, like an army. Primaris warriors are ridiculously massive, with broad stature. Even those superheroes, few can match them in stature. Every original warrior can be described as perfect. They are idealized human forms, with amazingly perfectly proportioned limbs. A Primaris warrior looked at Lex with sharp eyes, as if trying to cut open his soul. Indigenous people. The other party's tone was extremely cold. Lex had no doubt that the other party might cut his throat. As long as he shows a little dangerous intention, the other party will do that. Yes, I got the order, Lord Sanguinius wants to see me. Lex said calmly. Be respectful. The other party said, don't try to offend him. I understand. Lex said. Behind the Primaris warrior is the end of the corridor. The towering gate stands there, with pearls, rubies and gold leaf on the door, meticulously outlining a beautiful picture like heaven. The Primaris warriors withdrew their weapons and let Lex walk in alone. The walls of the hall are decorated with a lot of decorations, full of masterpieces made of oil paintings, frescoes, and gold mosaics. Each work is more beautifully painted after that, forming a perfect echo. The meaning and details are enough for those who know nothing about art to perceive the meaning conveyed in it. Every piece is a treasure of human artist. Lex has never seen them in this world, obviously, this is from the mysterious country of the Empire. When he walked inside, he saw Lord Sanguinius. A ridiculous thought came to Lex's mind. The combined beauty of the works of art here cannot compare with this great man in front of him. Lex stood where he was, marveling at what he saw. A flawless face with a faint smile. He was a little taller than the Primaris warriors, wearing an ivory tunic and loose robes. The folded white wings twitched slightly behind him, like a real angel. Beautiful to the extreme. In other words, he is beauty itself. At this moment, loyalty and admiration uncontrollably grew in Lex's heart. Tears welled up from his eyes, no longer controlled by his will. Lex held his breath, and he called out the name he knew. The great Lord Sanguinius. He even wanted to kneel down to thank the gift of fate. Sanguinius stopped him just in time. Do not do that. The voice is so gentle, like a sound of nature, it has the magic power to heal others. Lex knows that everything he does is worth it. My lord, it is my honor to meet you. It's my honor too, Lex. Sanguinius signaled Lex to find a place to do it, and he also sat on the huge chair belonging to the Primarch. There are many people in this world who hate us, but I am very pleased that we have firmly chosen us. They just don't understand the superiority of the Empire, and are immersed in the pursuit of fame and personal interests. Lex said, as long as we seize the rule of this world, people's thinking will soon be reversed. That's why I'm here. Sanguinius said with a smile, the Empire will take over the of this world, that's why I summoned you, I want to know your thoughts. There has never been any power the alternation was peaceful, with killing and bloodshed each time. I will always firmly support the Empire. Lex performed an unfamiliar skyhawk salute, expressing his attitude. I can feel your determination, Lex. It's just that I have a more important task for you. St. Gillies paused before continuing, after ending the chaos in this world, this planet needs a planetary governor, and after investigating many natives, I think you are the most suitable. You have absolute loyalty to human civilization. In order to correct the development of society, you will not hesitate to fight against the invincible Superman. This is an unimaginable quality. For this reason, I want you to be the first governor of the planet, reduce local resistance to the Empire. This. Lex was stunned for a moment, with an expression of disbelief on his face, and said, am I really suitable? Sanguinius nodded, you are the most suitable. Only those who are loyal to human civilization will be loyal to the Empire. You know what is most important to ordinary people and what is secondary. That alone puts you above a lot of people. Under the witness of my allegiance, the great Emperor, please tell me, Lex, are you willing to accept this letter of appointment? Are you willing to fight for mankind to the last moment of your life? Lex got down on one knee and burst into tears. He never expected to be recognized by others. In the eyes of the world, he is an out-and-out villain. In order to deal with Superman by all means, despicable and shameless. The Empire recognized his sincerity in wanting to give everything for mankind. I am willing, Lord Sanguinius. Lex said. This road is extremely difficult. Countless enemies are trying to destroy us. Any weakness will be noticed by them. You will be deceived by false appearances and deceived by the enemy's lies. You will be able to self-doubt and when wavering, do you still believe in the Empire unswervingly? I can. Lex said, I will steadfastly pursue the Emperor of the Empire until the end of my life. The enemies of the Empire are extremely powerful. Their power is enough to destroy the stars and enslave all spirits. They will torture you with disease, scare you with killing, tempt you with desire, and confuse you with knowledge. Can you swear never turn your back on the Empire? Sanguinius looked down at Lex, down at the mad scientist. I swear. Lex said, never betray. Sanguinius helped Lex up, I believe in you, Lex. You will be the first governor of another universe appointed by the Empire. Now, we have to discuss how to make you a governor worthy of your name. The political environment of the entire planet is extremely bad, split into more than 200 countries. It is estimated that it will take a long time before the real unification arrives. Sanguinius naturally couldn't waste time on this. The Empire doesn't have that much time to waste, and opening up the situation as quickly as possible is the best choice. It is difficult for countries to reach a consensus. The biggest problem lies in the ruling class. In order to maintain their own rule, the ruler will demonize other countries and form opposition, in order to intimidate the citizens to stand with them. No ruler will give up their rule for the happiness of their people. In order to maintain their privileged status, they would rather their people die than let go of power. This point has been verified countless times in the Empire. There is no alternation of power that is peaceful. Only sacrifice and bloodshed, and only violence can achieve great unity. A war is necessary. Sanguinius decided to use the most tragic violence to subdue the rulers of various countries and crush the resistance of the superheroes. Solemnus Galaxy. I thought I still had a little friendship with the Empire, so I wouldn't kill them all like this. Let your men put down their weapons, and you come out with the main control core and surrender, and I won't kill them all. Lien stared at the information window in front of him, and said in a flat tone, you have no other way to go, Trizon, your time has passed. The majestic fleet is floating in space, and the void guards of the Necrons have been ruthlessly destroyed. Countless fragments are scattered in the void, and the warships of the space necromancers have lost power, and can only use inertia to levitate and float in space powerlessly. Every now and then there would be a silent explosion or two, bursting with fire enough to light up the dark void. Ryan waited for Trizon's reply, while sliding several other information windows to check the battlefield information and the other party's information. Strictly speaking, Trizon is not a necromancer overlord. Is the curator of a historical art museum. The Solemnus Galaxy is where he keeps his collection. The entire planet has been built into a collection by him. Terrason was just a historian before he was transformed by living organisms. After transforming his body into an undead metal undead, his fun remains unchanged. That is to collect those important historical items and record those historical events that he thinks are worth recording. The Astartes of the Empire, the Custodians of the Empire, and the Inquisitors are all his collections. Judge Grey, who went to another universe, was released by the opponent when the Cadia fortress fell. Judge Grey is considered an ancient man from 3,000 years ago. After she was captured by Trizon, she has been trapped in the stasis field and used as a sample for the exhibition. Ryan chose Trizon as the next target after the destruction of the Norwalk dynasty, because this guy has a lot of important things in his hands. Such as the fragments of Niadretha the Burner, the Thulhu. It is said that this star burns with a flame hotter than the inside of a star. How the Tombstone Gate entered the webway was revealed by the burner to the Necrons. In addition to the fragments of the star god, Trizon also has a copy of the original body in his hand. This is the news from Fabius, the chief pharmacist of the Emperor's son who betrayed the Empire. That guy followed Ahriman to attack Guilliman, who went to the Star of Learning to find knowledge of the webway, but was surrounded by the loyal Primarch. In addition to Ahriman's escape, many traitors who participated in the attack on Guilliman were captured. Fabius is one of them. Under the torture of the trial court and various technological equipment, Fabius revealed a lot of important information. The most important of these is his Primarch cloning project. In addition to the perfect clone still in his lair, he also cloned Horus, Ferris, and so on. These cloned Primarches were killed. Only one cloned Primarch was spared, and possibly still alive. That's the clone of Fulgrim. According to Fabius, Fulgrim's clone was traded to Trelassen in exchange for some important biological knowledge and substances. The threat posed by the original body is unquestionable, even if it is only cloned, it cannot be underestimated. Lion came to solve the threat posed by Trelassen, and secondly, to recycle these collections that were useful to the Empire. Terrason in the information window was silent for a long time. He has long been mentally prepared for the massive attack of human beings. The demise of the Norwalk dynasty announced that human beings have officially attacked the Necrons. He didn't expect the opponent's strength to be so powerful. His guarding fleet hadn't lasted a day before it was directly scrapped by the opponent. Just relying on the strength of his troops, what kind of confrontation is he talking about? It's completely crushing the game. Surrender, escape, this is a difficult choice. Among the overlords of the Necrons, King Sotai is a traitor, everyone knows this. The human empire made it clear that it was supporting the Zothai dynasty and trying to control the Necrons. If escapes, Trizon is still sure to escape. Over the years, he has gone around stealing all kinds of historical objects worthy of collection, and also practiced the stunt of escaping. It is my own collection that may be gone. Humanity will not let go of his museum. If you surrender, it will be a bit humiliating. I think he has lived for so long, but now he has to surrender to humans, a race similar to wild monkeys. Your reputation will be ruined all your life. Terrason looked at a gem next to him. It was a gem containing the spirit of the world. It was made by the ancient craftsmanship of the Eldar tribe. In order to get it, he was almost killed by the barbaric Eldar tribe. In front of the gemstone is a slightly rough staff, which is the scepter of the ruler of a marine race that completed the unification of the planet. In addition to these, there are those precious specimens. A dark Eldar was frozen in the jumping action, her spiritual bone shoes tapped the black display seat. The huge, muscular orc was frozen at the moment he roared, and the battle axe in his hand was already raised high. Sacrifice a little dignity, you can keep these priceless treasures. The power of human beings cannot be resisted by today's fragmented space necromancers. Even if it is the Silent King, the ending is already doomed. Terrason thought for a moment, simulating the choices he had made countless times in his mind. As long as he chooses to escape, everything here will be wiped out. Man does not keep his work. These precious historical objects will be ruthlessly destroyed, what a cruel thing that is. I agree, I order all my subordinates to lay down their weapons, and you have to promise me that you must never destroy my collection, otherwise, I would rather destroy this planet than surrender. Lien showed a smile. I swear in the name of my allegiance, the great emperor, I agree to your request. As long as you hand over the main control core, I can promise not to destroy your collection hall. Terrason sighed lightly, a trace of sadness welled up in his heart inexplicably. The immortal dynasty will eventually be destroyed. There is no eternity in this world. United Nations building. The yellow wall inlaid with the emblem of the United Nations is the background board of the rostrum. 500 representatives from all over the world are sitting in their own seats at this moment. On the rostrum, there is an angel with white wings. Yes, an angel. That flawless face, a pair of wings as white as snow, all revealing nobility. Ordinary people would panic and kneel on the ground the first time they saw it. Are you a representative of Robert Company? A representative stood up and asked tremblingly. Yes, you can also be regarded as the representatives of the Empire. We will bring enlightenment and salvation, and lead you to a new era. The Robert Company has given you many gifts, but these are insignificant. The Empire will give you even more many. Human beings will control their own destiny, control the bright starry sky, and control the inexhaustible universe. The words of Sanguinius echoed throughout the world on radio and television. Even if you don't understand his language, you can clearly understand what he means. Are you going to rule us? Asked another man in a suit, in the name of your so-called empire. Yes, according to the sacred law of the Empire needs to defend the existence of human beings in the multiverse, and every human civilization has the obligation to serve the Empire. Power and obligation are equal. You enjoy the advanced technology and military protection of the Empire. You need what you pay is loyalty, absolute loyalty. But we don't want to be ruled by you. Another woman stood up. We don't need an emperor to rule us. Sanguinius stared at the woman, then scanned all the representatives present. This is not something you can change. Chapter 299 Imperial Citizenship System version 1.0, subscription required. Such arrogant words shock the world. Such a terrible ambition that no one can match. The words to rule the entire world, uttered by a giant with angel wings and a perfect appearance, added a touch of beautiful cruelty. Sanguinius stared at the many representatives, his sharp eyes did not back down in the slightest. The pace of the Empire will step out of the original universe. This is not only the expectation of his brother Guilliman, but also the key to the human Empire's transcendence. The Empire never compromises. From the beginning of the Great Crusade, those lost civilizations had only two choices, surrender or destruction. Now, the same is true for this human civilization born in a different universe. They should be thankful they have options. If it is replaced by other aliens, only the brutal massacre of the Imperial army. Sanguinius is sad about all the suffering in the world, but he also knows that only blood and violence can bring about the salvation that human beings long for. He calmly glanced at the many representatives in the venue. These people represent more than 7 billion people on this planet. It's a pity that these people are just representatives, they can't make the final decision. Decisions are always in the hands of those with power. No matter how much the Justice League hides itself, it cannot change the fact that it is the most powerful organization on the planet. Is he crazy? An angel should utter such cruel words. Is Robot Corporation going to rule the planet? Such crazy words are more terrifying than that lunatic during World War II. Humanity should not be ruled by dictators. People in front of the TV were discussing with shock. They couldn't believe it was real. A series of questioning voices quickly appeared on the internet. However, Robot's work these years has not been in vain. The superior and affluent life has benefited countless bottom-level people. It is impossible to return to the chaotic and huge gap between the rich and the poor. The rich and powerful who lost their interests when Robot Corporation reformed the world are only a small part of the human race. More bottom-level people have received real benefits due to the various measures of Robot Company. There is no justice in this world, and there is no right or wrong. Whoever can give people more benefits, they will stand by their side. The forces supporting Robot are much stronger than the forces against Robot. It is not difficult to choose between a dictator who will never be seen and a group of parliamentarians who are blood-sucking and controlled by capital. There is always someone going to step on our heads, the emperor, the counselor, or the president. The names are just different. Why don't we choose a guy who can give us something more? Haven't you had enough of being fooled by those guys? A dictator is better than a bunch of vampires who want to every drop of our blood for money. Robot supporters do not resist the rule of the Empire. Humans always need a social system to ensure its normal operation. What is the difference between a presidential system and an imperial system? I can enjoy enough benefits. What kind of system is not important? What matters is whether the distribution rules can make the world fairer. Accepting the dictatorship of the Empire can enjoy equal education and medical care. Why should we lose these for the so-called freedom and democracy? It's not enough for two factions to fight online. There are also a large number of supporters of Robot Company on the streets of the city. They held high the double-headed eagle flag, made all kinds of unqualified sky eagle salutes, and swore allegiance to the great emperor of the Empire. Long live the great empire, long live the unity of mankind. Long live the great emperor of the Empire, long live the unity of mankind. People shouted various slogans. Once caused a lot of confusion. Justice League headquarters. Many superheroes have already gathered here. The Flash family that controls the Speed Force, Atlantis controlled by Aquaman, the female warriors of Paradise Island, the surviving Kryptonians assembled by Superwoman, etc. Both are powerful forces that can determine the direction of the battlefield. Even the Green Lantern, Hal, was back in time. He will never allow his hometown to be controlled by these conspirators. He must protect his homeland and never allow those guys to get involved. It's really a shocking statement. Can the fox's tail finally hide? Superwoman naturally also saw the screen broadcast by the United Nations General Assembly. Their ambitions have never been hidden, but the world has been fooled by them. Destroy them and protect the peace of this world. Robert Company must not be allowed to continue. Long live justice. Many superheroes spoke one after another, each with a firm tone. The so-called Empire can never control the world. Even if they fight to the last person, they will never compromise. Batman looked around everyone. This will be the most difficult battle for the Justice League. If even we can't win, then this world will really fall into the hands of those ambitious people. We have to respond to the guy with wings, let him know that the Justice League will never allow their evil conspiracy. In this battle, we must catch this Birdman. He must be a high-level executive of the robot company. Grab, if you stop him, you can coerce him to let Clark back. Bruce announced the tactical arrangement directly without any nonsense. The incident in the robot building made all the superheroes angry. In that battle, they suffered heavy losses, and many heroes died tragically. They harbor hatred and anger in their hearts. We'll never forgive Robot for its crimes. The largest dispatch since the creation of the Justice League. In addition to Superman, the other founders of the Justice League all appeared. Aquaman, Wonder Woman, Martian Manhunter, Cyborg, Green Lantern, etc., all return. The combat power is strong enough to subvert everything. United Nations building. Are you threatening us? The Congresswoman stood up and said, we never fear any threat, nor will we submit to the rule of any dictator. Yes, never give in. Don't think about using your arrogant ambition to rule the world. The conspirators who tried to do that are all doomed. Sanguinius did not care about the complaints of these representatives. Robot Corporation already has the power to easily crush these secular regimes. The reason why he spoke here was not aimed at these people. Rather, there was a loud bang, gravel splashed, and smoke and dust filled the air. The huge movement caused many screams of panic. They fled in fright. They are just a group of ordinary people, and a piece of gravel the size of a thumb can easily take their lives. Sanguinius stood still. He stared at the location where the loud noise came from, and saw the comer through the smoke. There is a big hole in the United Nations building. A woman in armor with a fiery figure stood in the smoke and dust, holding a rope and a small shield on her wrist. Although the heroes of justice may be late, they will never be absent. Wonder Woman stood up, staring at the man in front of him who declared that he would rule the world. Her eyes narrowed slightly. The other party's figure is much taller than her, like a perfect sculpture. The huge wings stretched slightly behind him, like an angel about to spread its wings and fly. Unforgivable schemer, Wonder Woman yelled. The lasso of truth in her hand shone with fiery light, and it was pulled towards Sanguinius. The battle sword blessed by the gods was also swung out. It was extremely sharp, and it passed through the air without a sound. Wonder Woman has been trained as a warrior since she was a child, and her fighting skills cannot be faulted. First use the lasso of truth to control the enemy, and then attack with the short sword and shield. Unfortunately, the enemies she fights are different from before. Sanguinius was born for war, and it is a divine creation created by the Emperor using the peak genetic technology of the Golden Age and the power of the warp. When he was resurrected, Guilliman used the most advanced technology to create a body that could be called a realistic version of a god. Sanguinius grabs the lasso of truth. The mantra lasso made by the fire and craftsman of Mount Olympus was torn off abruptly by him, and he broke away from the opponent's attempt to control himself. Subsequently, a counterattack was launched at a faster speed. After a few breaths, Wonder Woman also flew upside down from the big hole just now at a speed hundreds of times faster than before. The ultra-fast speed caused white waves to appear in the air. Sanguinius spread his powerful white wings and flew into the sky like an angel. A spear made of nanomaterials appeared in his hand, reflecting dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. I know you will come, the game is over, heroes, this world belongs to the Empire, the order of the Empire, the justice of the heroes, people have to choose one of them. Then they will never choose your so-called order. The Bat Fighter flew across the sky, and Batman wearing a cloak and armor descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Flash, Green Lantern, Aquaman and other powerful heroes also appeared one by one. They are fully armed and ready for battle. Sanguinius was suspended in the sky, his wings waved powerfully, making it seem like there was something under his feet that could keep him from falling. The teleport flash lighted up nearby, and Titus and the others who had already been prepared came out of the light. A group of idiots who betrayed the glory of the Empire. Titus activated the power weapon in his hand, and the heart of the Empire, which received the third stage upgrade code, was running at high speed, giving him extraordinary senses and fighting instincts. Facing a large number of superheroes, he has no fear at all. How can a group of idiots who only know how to fight street crimes with their wits and courage compare to a warrior honed in countless alien battlefields? Batman looked around. In addition to those huge fighters wearing armor, there were also a large part of soldiers wearing exoskeleton suits. It seems that the other party has long been prepared, and the speech at the UN building is not just to lure them out. Put down your weapons, you still have a chance to be punished lightly. Sanguinius looked at the many superheroes and said, I don't want to use violence to make you submit. Batman stared at Sanguinius, hatred in his helmet's eyes. He just wants these guys to die. The destruction of the Bat family and the death of Catwoman filled his heart with hatred. These sinful people should disappear from this world. If you want to rule the world, go ahead and dream. Batman shot out with an exploding bat dart. This move is like a signal. The two sides quickly fought together. Wonder Woman and Supergirl who were knocked into the air just now attacked again. Superwoman fired laser beams from her eyes, Wonder Woman also flew up, and the bracelets on her wrists touched together, bursting out powerful and terrifying divine power. Martian Manhunter also used his flying ability to launch an attack on Sanguinius. Aquaman, as well as some superheroes with the ability to fly. The ground also fought together. Titus let out a roar, and rushed towards the enemy. He knocked off the helmet of the superhero Blue Beetle who was trying to attack him with one punch. The heavy and powerful fist smashed the opponent's helmet to pieces, and the head was even more bloody. The alien Blue Beetle armor was like paper in front of Titus. His power armor contains the most advanced technology of the Empire. It is far from being comparable to the opponent's set of alien armor. Facing Titus, those superheroes can be said to be powerless to fight back. Titus has served the war wholeheartedly from the moment he was chosen by the Ultramarines chapter. Any tiny movement has been tempered for hundreds of years. Superheroes have to take care of their own lives while punishing evil and promoting good. Only a very small number of superheroes can master excellent fighting skills. Many superheroes suppress criminals by virtue of their abilities. Once their abilities fail, what greets them is failure. Titus is like a demon, rushing to kill among superheroes. Power weapons crackle and flash with frightening arcs. Those superheroes who dared to challenge him were beheaded one by him. Having great strength, keen senses, and quick self-healing abilities, Hawkman was cut in two. The opponent's artificial wings and anti-gravity belt have no defense against power weapons. The whole body was cut open by Titus with power weapons like cutting tofu. And his partner Adam was forcibly erased by Titus activating the rule-distorting ability of the Heart of the Empire. The Heart of the Empire has an operation ability beyond imagination. Able to mobilize the power of the warp to make limited interventions in reality. Like a program, it can delete data on some real-world targets, thereby erasing them. The Atom's ability to grow and shrink is no longer an ability at the level of reality, but a distortion ability in the subspace domain. The Heart of the Empire does not need to completely erase its real data, but only needs to destroy a few key points, so that the ability of the Atom can be disordered and self-destruct. The primordial warriors are overwhelmingly slaughtering superheroes. Under the blessing of the Heart of the Empire, it is difficult to destroy the Primaris warrior unless a fatal physical blow is used. The superheroes who once overlooked the world were harvested by sharp sickles like rows of weeds in front of the original cast warriors. A Speed Force owner of the Flash family uttered a shrill cry. A primordial warrior chopped off half of his body with the battle axe in his hand. The Speed Force comes from the origin wall of this universe, and it is an extremely powerful ability. Can make people run at extreme speed. The Flash BAL can even run at 10 times the speed of light. The problem is that the concept of speed is only the displacement of objects in space coordinates. The faster you move in space. The Empire's research on space and time is extremely in-depth. Now it is possible to create the prototype of the small universe. Guilliman has also heard about the existence of the DC universe. In order to deal with these superheroes, a series of backhands have long been prepared. The power armor worn by primordial warriors will release a layer of strange protective force field. When the attacker's speed breaks through a certain critical point, he is pulled into the space of infinite nodes by the protective force field, creating disordered space coordinates. Like the xenotortoise that can never be caught up in the mathematical paradox, the speedster can never really touch the original warrior. The speed the speedsters possess will only drive them to despair. In an infinitely stretched space, it doesn't make sense how fast you run. Without the blessing and crushing of superpowers, the fighting will of superheroes can be described as garbage. Faced with a massacre battle, many superheroes are so frightened that they can't even display half of their usual combat power. The battle at high altitude was even more tragic. Face off against these stubborn superheroes. Sanguinius has no mercy. He showed another side of himself. Killing and brutality. He slaughtered those superheroes who tried to besiege him with unparalleled combat skills and strength. The Holy Spear strikes like a phantom, swift as thunder, and cannot be avoided. Martian Manhunter's body was pierced, and even his head was cut off by Sanguinius. Death completely invalidated Martian Manhunter's disguise, revealing a green alien body. Sanguinius ruthlessly threw the opponent's body away, and launched an attack on several other superheroes. Wonder Woman's guardian bracelet was smashed by him, and even the armor blessed by the gods was easily pierced in front of Sanguinius like paper. The more he fought, the more frightened Wonder Woman became. The opponent's strength is far beyond her imagination. Perhaps only Zeus, the god king of Olympus, can barely fight against such a character. What is the background of that damned empire, and why is there such a powerful character? After just a few breaths, the second dead person appeared. Superwoman's iron body was ruthlessly cut open in front of the nanosphere, like a sharp knife cutting through tofu. The bright red blood was mixed with splashed internal organs. Supergirl's beautiful face is full of disbelief. She never thought about what it was like to die. When she first came to this planet, she was just an ordinary person on Krypton, and she had a body of steel and the ability to fly. She can jump out of the height of the plane with a single hop. Those criminals' guns hit her like a tickle. Amidst the cheers of the people, she tasted the feeling of being admired. Soon, she became a superwoman who eliminates evil and promotes good. Flying high in the sky, when people are screaming, she will appear handsomely and defeat criminals to enjoy cheers and applause. It never occurred to her that she, too, would die. The iron body and self-healing ability all failed at this moment. She died like a normal person. He didn't even have time to scream. Sanguinius made another blow and chopped off the opponent's head. No. Wonder Woman couldn't help crying out in grief when she saw her companions fall one after another, and looked at Sanguinius with hatred. She took off the last unbroken silver bracelet and released all her divine power. You must know that she is the illegitimate daughter of Zeus and the Queen of Amazons, the head of the gods of Olympus. She also replaced Ares and became the god of war of Olympus. Remove the bracelet, and her divine power will explode. Violent power burst out from Wonder Woman's body, and the bright beam of divine power pierced the sky. The next second, she flew out. Sanguinius threw his spear and pinned her to the ground. Green Lantern tried to attack again, but Sanguinius just stretched out his hand. A weird force field strips Green Lantern of his ring power, reducing him to a mortal and falling to the ground. The siege of Sanguinius was declared a failure. Aquaman's trident was interrupted by Sanguinius and became 2 pieces. When he himself wanted to escape, he was also caught by Sanguinius. Sanguinius grabbed his body, lifted it high, and then slammed it into his knees. The crisp voice resounded throughout the battlefield. The King in the Sea broke his spine abruptly and let out a shrill scream. The pain caused the superheroes who were already at a disadvantage to collapse. Batman was rescued by an amazing Captain Shazam. Shazam is extremely powerful, but there is also a think tank in the Primordial Warrior. In the confrontation with witchcraft, he did not gain any advantage, and was almost beaten to death by the opponent with a scepter. Playing magic and fighting in melee, Shazam was almost beaten into doubting his life. Green Lantern, whose nose was bruised and swollen from the fall, was also recovering his ability, and hurried away with Wonder Woman. The Justice League's counterattack can be said to be a complete failure. The whole battle was also recorded by the on-site equipment and broadcast to the whole world. Justice League is the last resort for those who want to say no to the Empire. Those congressmen took a gamble that the Justice League would continue to win as usual. At that time, those who say no to the Empire can also become positive figures who have the courage to fight against the dictatorship, which will also be of great help in winning votes. It's a pity that fate played a huge joke with them. Facing the Empire, the defeat of the Justice League is as unstoppable as a collapsed torrent. Whoever of you supports the Empire, who is against the Empire? Sanguinius, suspended in the sky, looked down at the terrified representatives, and Aquaman was still in his hand, wailing like a dead dog. The corpses of Martian Manhunter and Supergirl are particularly conspicuous among the corpses of many superheroes. The female representative who just shouted that she would never accept the rule of the Empire opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. With the defeat of the Justice League, her courage disappeared without a trace. Long live the Empire! A fat man in a suit raised his hand and shouted tremblingly. Long live the Empire! Long live the Empire! Others also shouted. Even those who said they would never compromise just now shouted. Sanguinius waved his hand and opened a message window. Lex, I'll leave the rest of the work to you. I understand, Lord Sanguinius, I will integrate the countries as quickly as possible. Lex said, I know their tricks, they can't play any tricks. Sanguinius nodded. He looked into the distance, showing dignity. Robots' fighter planes are roaring from all directions. The elites trained before will take over the military of each country, screen those human soldiers, and form the vanguard of the Empire. This battle is just the beginning. The next step is to eradicate the remnants of the Justice League and conquer the entire solar system. When the Legion of the Empire can be launched into this universe, the expedition to another universe will officially begin. This time, we will never make a mistake again. Sanguinius swore to himself. In the underground tunnel of Gotham City, the light from the flashlight flickered in the darkness. To be honest, if there is a choice, Constantine does not want to find Zatanna. It's a pity that Heaven can't find anyone who has a good impression of him, which is very embarrassing. Constantine considered that he should also surrender to the Empire when he thought about it. Maybe if you behave better, the other party will let you go to other universes. You can live a brand new life by yourself. You should stop slandering Batman, Bruce is not as vulnerable as you think. Zatanna didn't have a good tone for Constantine, a scumbag. The bastard's sweet words before entering the room are enough to move the goddess. Out of the room, you can forget about it as soon as you lift your pants. Zatanna wished to immediately give this a few fireballs to blow him up to death. But seeing that rebellious and handsome face covered with stubble, she was always disappointed and always wanted to give the other party another chance. Zatanna was born in a magical family, and her parents are well-known masters in the magic world. The collection of books at home is incredible. Constantine thought for a long time and decided to seek Zatanna's help. Demon Barbatos is not an ordinary demon, absorbing people's inner depravity and indulgent emotions to strengthen himself. The chaos in Gotham feeds it. The powerful force makes it plant the seeds of evil in the hearts of every supercriminal and hero. Batman is just one of them. Is also probably the most powerful one. Bruce is not fragile, he is twisted. In a place like Gotham, street crime is just the surface of the city's rot. He knows that the source of crime is there. Those supercriminals are not the root of Gotham's turmoil. Those who cannot be punished by law talent is. He knows this, but he continues to fight street crimes, maintain his name of justice, and use a false stability to establish his title of Guardian of Gotham. Such a person is the best host for Barbatos. I can guarantee that Bruce must enjoy the pleasure of this kind of twisted justice, otherwise, he would not have been doing this for 10 years. Constantine's words, but Zatanna did not believe it. You just envy him for being rich and popular. If you've ever played cards with Satan, you know that money is such a toilet paper thing, I wouldn't even bother to touch it if the girls didn't like it. Constantine said while checking the paintings on the wall with a flashlight. Those lunatics summoned a demon that does not belong to this world in order to establish this country. Don't say that, it's blasphemy against them. This is a fact. The two made it to the end of the tunnel, and saw a bronze alloy door with complex patterns. Solomon's seal of the spell. Constantine recognized the runes on the door at a glance. This is not a good thing, check to see if the contents are still there. I think it should be gone. Zatanna's flashlight pointed to a position on the door. The runes on it were scratched by some sharp weapon, and a fist-sized opening was melted on the bronze door. The seal of the sealing spell was destroyed, and Barbados escaped, but who did it? Constantine looked at Zatanna. I thought Barbados just affected Batman, but I didn't expect it to get rid of it. Sealed, escaped. You may be right, Bruce may no longer be the Bruce we knew. Zatanna was in a corner, picking up a dart. The unique bat mark, you can tell who it is at a glance. The situation is worse than we imagined. Batman has been dominated by Barbados. That thing is weirder than the evil god, and it doesn't belong to our world. Constantine also put away his hippie smile, and rarely became serious. I can already imagine the scene where Barbados transforms those distorted and hate-filled superheroes into his subordinates one by one. I have to make a phone call and ask Satan to kowtow and admit his mistakes. Can he forgive me for my previous mistakes? Establish a good relationship as soon as possible, so that you don't have to suffer after death. Terra. Empire Citizen System version 1.0. Personal information. Imperial information. Friend. Skill. Database. Personal property. Guilliman looked at the light curtain suspended in front of him, and really wanted to hug Ferris and kiss him. Really deserves to be the Primarch of Iron Hands, the Primarch who likes to play with technology flow the most. This thing can be fiddled with. It's really worthy of my trust in him. The era of the universal system is just around the corner. The information interface in front of Guilliman is limited to personal viewing, because it is not a real information window. It is a scene processed by the brain, which makes people feel that it is a suspended light curtain window. Actually, it's just information in your head. The Imperial Citizen System version 1.0 is the terminal application of the Subspace Firewall network. The Subspace Firewall connects the entire human spirit together. This is equivalent to an alternative spiritual internet. This system is equivalent to the terminal of the internet, which can process various complex information into a form that people can understand. Otherwise, the chaotic spiritual information alone would drive many people crazy, and it would be impossible to find useful information. With this thing, the citizens of the Empire can achieve true equality. The resources of the Empire will be allocated according to the contribution of each citizen, as will the precious knowledge. It's done very well. Guilliman clicked a few times, and then closed it. You and Penny hand over the work like that, and leave the promotion work to them. I see, but this is only a trial version. It is estimated that there are still some potential problems that have not been discovered. I hope that the follow-up of this project can continue to be entrusted to me. Guilliman walked up to Ferris, stretched out his hand and patted his shoulder armor. Who else can take on such an important task except you? Ferris, you are my most capable assistant. The emergence of the Imperial system, the simple human civilization has taken a big step toward true unity and the road of detachment. It's an honor, Your Majesty. Ferris said humbly, the contributions of other brothers far exceed mine. The key factor that determines how far a civilization can go is how far the path of truth can be explored, and you are the one who can help me in this field. Just this makes me feel that fate is against me. What kind of favor is it that allows you to return to the Empire? Otherwise who can I seek to do this? I will definitely come up with better results. Ferris said. I believe in you, brother. Guilliman responded with a smile on his face. Fengdu. I swear, there was no such thing in this world before I left. Chu Chen swore, there are no evolutionaries, and there are no reincarnation games. None of these things existed. The mechanical priest looked into Chu Chen's eyes, making sure that the other party hadn't told a single lie, and then withdrew the servo skull connected to him. Two original caste warriors stood not far away, exchanging information about this world in a low voice. It is completely different from Chu Chen's statement. The home planet he was born in has been dominated by another powerful mysterious force, which is the game of reincarnation. Everything he said is not available in this world, and for this reason, even the language is completely different. The first possibility is that Kaihoken lied. The second guess is that Chu Chen has been away for too long, and the time has erased everything he is familiar with. Reincarnation games have become the mainstream of this world. Indigenous people who become evolutionaries will be screened into the game to experience all kinds of scary adventures and endowed with all kinds of weird abilities. The entire society also relies on reincarnation games to exist, and even school courses teach courses related to reincarnation games. The evolutionary named player has the highest social status. Of course, the reincarnation game is also extremely cruel, and there are very few players who can survive each time, but the rewards will also be extremely rich. The meaning of ordinary people's existence is to have children, improve the seeds of evolution, and provide various social services for players. He may not have lied. After he left, this world should be kept in captivity. Another mechanical priest walked over. The subspace needs the emotions of real creatures to stir up, and the reincarnation game is likely to allow those players to express their fear, panic, betrayal, and many other emotions. After integrating these data, we found some key evidence to support this argument. Reincarnation games tend to make players suspect and fight each other. Under such circumstances, the games played by these players are like sacrifices. Then what should we do now? Chu Chen asked. Find out the real culprit behind the game, defeat it, and dedicate this world to the Empire. No, that's too dangerous. We are facing unknown enemies. To be able to create such a realistic game, its abilities must be extremely terrifying. If alien civilizations participate in it, I'm afraid they will also have extremely terrifying technological strength. The priest said, the best way is to watch from the sidelines, collect information, and hand it over to the higher UPS of the Empire to make a decision. Do you want to leave it to Master Celestine to make a decision? Chu Chen asked. No, this matter can only be decided by Terra. The problem we face is very complicated. If we don't handle it well, it may involve the Empire's development of different universes. Thinking that when I entered 7 times and exited 7 times, those scavens were defeated and fled in embarrassment. Ryan resisted the urge to kill the Traverser in front of him with a halberd. This guy is a talker, he will repeat his own things from beginning to end. If it wasn't for the Emperor's fragment guiding him to this procession, he would have turned his head and left. After a long journey through the subspace, the exploration team followed the chatterer named Dax and entered a world that was still at the level of civilization in the Middle Ages. From the first second they entered this world, Ryan and the others felt the breath of the 4 gods. The corruption of chaos is everywhere, and this world may only be one step away from the final collapse. For their arrival, the ragged villagers were very frightened. This may also be caused by their inadvertent display of strength. After all, anyone who sees a few people who can blow up those monsters and thousand-year-old trees with a single punch, and who are also wearing strange armor, will be terrified. A local noble scholar received them very warmly. Relying on their keen eyesight and profound knowledge, the noble scholars directly guessed that they were not residents of this world, but came from other worlds. The noble scholar arranged a banquet for the group. Before the meal, he raised a glass full of red wine and said, "The supreme sky is connected to countless worlds. In the past, this was just a guess, but now it seems that it is not a lie. Maybe the stories about the old sage told by those lizardmen are right. The old sage came to this world, and then it left in a hurry, leaving only countless mysteries and those miraculous buildings. Welcome to this world, travelers from other worlds. They are travelers from other worlds. I'm different. I'm just a soldier returning home. I remember when I fought in Roaring Mountain, I entered 7 times and exited 7 times. I killed the Skaven Ratman and fled in embarrassment." After drinking a glass of red wine, S.I. recalled his glorious past, and couldn't help bragging. "If I hadn't been shot in the knee with an arrow, I would have killed that damned Ratman general. It's a pity that the good thing was missed." Battle of Roaring Mountain. The noble scholar's expression became strange. "You look like you are only in your 30s, how could you have participated in the Battle of Roaring Mountain?" "I joined the army at the age of 15, and I followed Master Manred to fight against the Ratman at the age of 20. Isn't it normal to be in my 30s? Dax laughed. "I know you are so unreasonable for me at such a young age. People who have made great achievements are always envious and want to be sarcastic, I understand. It's been 1,000 years since the Battle of Roaring Mountain." The noble scholar said. "Emperor Manred has long since passed away." Chapter 300 Destroying Necrons in Space, subscription required. Dax is holding a wine glass. The dark red wine was reflected by the candlelight, like blood. The smile on his face slowly froze because of the noble scholar's words. 1,000 years. Dax repeated in an unbelievable tone, "You're not kidding me." "Yes, 1,000 years have passed." The noble scholar nodded firmly. "I don't need to lie to you. Wait a minute, there are some things that can prove what I said." He stood up from his seat and walked out quickly. After a while, he walked back, holding a thick book with gilt fonts on the surface. He put the tablecloth on the table, and carefully placed the books on it. This is a history book, a record of part of the history of the Empire, and the history of the Manred period is also recorded here. Turning to the page that recorded the Battle of Roaring Mountain, the noble scholar showed the book to these travelers from different universes. Manred led the army to victory against the Ratman. Because of this battle, he gained domestic support and became the emperor. Dax walked to the side of the noble scholar. He lowered his head and read the text on the book. After a few minutes, Dax finished watching. When he raised his head, he was in a daze. There is an expression of disbelief in his eyes. He has been lost in another universe for more than 10 years. But he didn't realize that when he came back, everything was beyond recognition. Mandri repelled the Ratman and smashed the malicious conspiracy of the Ratman to rule the surface world. Therefore, he won the support of other electors and became emperor. After more than 30 years, Manred was killed by the Ratman assassins, ending his rule. After Mondar, the Empire experienced many events. Nowadays, the Empire can also be said to be in turmoil, the power of chaos is constantly increasing, the Skaven Ratman are making a comeback, the vampire army is eyeing, and the undead are attacking. The others looked at each other and did not disturb the silent Dax. They can somewhat understand each other's feelings. The human empire has a vast territory. When a soldier sets off from his homeland, it means that he has given up everything in the past. Compared with the human empire that occupies the entire galaxy, the multiverse is more vast. The short life of a mortal is like dust in front of the multiverse, not worth mentioning. That mere 100 years, or even hundreds of years of life, can't resist the mighty power of time and space at all, and can only be forced to accept those helpless realities. Dax's mind is considered strong, otherwise, he would not be able to become a witcher in the foggy world and live for so long. He has been out of touch with this world for so long. Any changes are normal. He never thought that after he came back, the world would remain the same as it was when he left. It's just that 1,000 years have passed in a blink of an eye, which is hard for him to accept. The noble scholar took the book back carefully. For him, knowledge is everything, and books that record knowledge are more precious than gold and silver. Call the servant to put the books back in the study. The noble scholar sat back in his seat and enjoyed the dinner in front of him. I don't know what is the purpose of your coming to this world. The noble scholar asked, is there anything I can do to help you? If you don't mind, Please let me join your team. My ability is not bad. Master some sword skills and magic, and the understanding of this world can also serve as your guide. Valerian stared at the noble scholar, and felt the same fanaticism as the Martian group from his fiery eyes. Such people are willing to give their all for knowledge. Then tell us something about this world. Valerian said, we don't know anything about this world, so we can't decide what to do next. This is a small matter. The noble scholar didn't have any embarrassment. For him, the exploration of knowledge was above all else. Dax did not participate in the ensuing conversation. After learning that he has been away for 1,000 years, he is not very interested in understanding the history of this world. Thousands of years are enough to change too many things. The acquaintances he knew would have been corpses in the grave long ago. Same as the entire different universe exploration team. He is no longer a returning traveler, but an explorer. I don't even have a home, what a home. Dax walked out of the mansion of the noble scholar and walked towards the distant villages and towns. After being away for 1,000 years, he wanted to see what kind of changes had taken place in this world. Has the country he fought for become better than before? When he really walked into the village, he was disappointed. The streets are full of mud and frozen sludge, and the houses on both sides are desolate and dilapidated. The residents of the town were all yellow and thin, their eyes were dull, and their clothes were worn out. The merchants are shouting with their goods, but their business is not good. Occasionally, the Lord's army will pass through the crowd. They have no military look or sympathy. From those eyes, we can see their attitude. In their eyes, those ragged, skinny farmers are just a bunch of dum-dum, a bunch of animals waiting to be conquered. This is a backward and desolate world. Compared to a great empire that can span the universe. Everything here looks so unbearable. Dax walked towards a tavern. It was very noisy there, mercenaries and people with a little money were looking for excitement there. The smell of low-quality ale mixed with the smell of male and female hormones filled the bar. The scantily clad woman doesn't mind exchanging her body for something to eat. This is a woman's inherent advantage. Dax chose a place to sit quietly, gathering information from those people's discussions. Those drunks talk a lot of big words, but if they know how to analyze, they can find some truth and understanding of the world from these big words. The brutal lord rules the ignorant people, extracting enough taxes from them to maintain a luxurious life. As for the life and death of those poor ghosts, they don't care. Years of civil war have overdrawn the country's potential. Vampires, ratmen, dark elves, these cruel races are constantly invading the human kingdom, looting and killing in countless towns. The dead crawled out of the grave and attacked the living with their teeth and claws. This world is dying, and the tentacles of the evil have covered every corner of this world. Dax wasted a few hours, eavesdropping on the status quo of the world from those traveling mercenaries. Those messages can't help but make him a little bored. The world is getting worse and worse. Could it be that this world will be controlled by the gods like the Misty World in the near future? Recalling those twisted monsters in the mist, Dax felt a little gloomy in his heart. Such a world can only be described as terrifying. Dax walked out of the tavern, preparing to return to the mansion of the noble scholar. He walked through the crowd. People all looked at him in awe. Have pity on me, Lord Knight. Wearing worn-out clothes, with disheveled hair, his face was smeared with a mixture of dust and water, and he looked skinny, like a bamboo pole, ran in front of Dax. Dax is wearing the Empire's mechanical armor and has a huge sword in his hand. It is not unusual for the other party to recognize him as a knight. For these untouchables who live as humble as dust, there is no difference between the knight armor etched with magic patterns and the mechanical armor that uses energy to maintain operation. Neither of them knew each other. What do you want? Dax took a step back vigilantly, and put his hand on his long sword. I ask for your help, noble lord. The man said again, my village was attacked by scavens. They crawled out of the ground and dragged the living people in for food. For this kind of thing, you should go to the lord. Dax said, the lord is the one responsible for this kind of thing. No, the lord refused to send troops. The man showed pain on his face, he said that the taxes paid by the village are too little. I have nowhere to go, Lord Knight, please show mercy. After examining the other party and confirming that he was not lying, Dax relaxed his vigilance a little. I can't make a decision on this matter, but I'd like to take you to someone who can make a decision. Dax thought of the badness of this world, and perhaps with the power of the Empire, he could reshape the world. The Empire has been able to span different universes, and it is the strongest force Dax has ever seen, bar none. Of course, this has to be based on their willingness. Perhaps the crying of the man in front of him can make those Imperial envoys feel some sympathy. Valerian in the noble mansion listened to the scholar's introduction to the world. Race, power, geography, and major events that have happened. The deeds of Sigmar, the founding emperor of the Empire, aroused his suspicion. The other party fought against the forces from chaos, and created various powerful individuals. Such a performance is in line with the emperor's characteristics. Fragmentation however does not show any feedback. It wasn't until the scholars talked about the Cathay Empire in the east, and the dragon emperor who was hidden in Cathay and possessed the power comparable to a god, that the fragments responded. It gave Valerian visions of soaring golden dragons fighting the gods. The fragment of the emperor should be in the east, on the body of the mysterious dragon emperor. Collecting debris is not an easy job. Those fragments are scattered in many universes, falling around with the vast etheric ocean. Inspired by the fragments, Valerian decided to find a chance to go to the east. The civilization of this world is too low level, and there are not many enemies who can fight against them. The Empire should be able to easily establish an outpost here. After the scholar finished introducing the world, Dax walked in with that poor man. The other party was extremely reserved. Facing a group of people wearing weird armor, the man was so nervous that he didn't know which foot to take first. The mechanical prosthetic inlaid with the mechanical priest made him even more nervous, and his tongue got stuck. Fortunately, Dax who brought him in didn't let him talk, but conveyed the matter to Valerian himself. We can use this opportunity to gain the support of the people. In that case, it will be beneficial for us to carry out our work in this world. The power of the Skaven Ratmen will not be very strong, otherwise they will definitely swallow up the entire village, not like this little by little take away the living. Valerian was silent for a moment, then nodded. East holds the Emperor's Shard. But before going to the east, you have to make preparations. Although the civilization of this world is backward, it is not without the ability to fight back. The guy who holds the Emperor's Shards can't be sure whether he is an enemy or a friend. The guys in the fog world are a good example. It is the best choice to build an outpost first, and then go out to explore. Webway Fortress. Dorn walked through the arch and walked to a wide high bridge. He looked into the depths of the webway shrouded in mist. The progress of the network channel project has been very smooth. With arcane weapons and anti-subspace force field devices, the power of demons has been weakened to the extreme. In the webway, suppressed by the Empire, almost breathless. A little further on is the lost city of miracles of the Eldar. The city of miracles is an important webway node leading to Terra, the world capital of the Empire. 10,000 years ago, the 10,000 brothers and the sisters of silence expanded outward through the city of miracles. If Magnus hadn't broken the Emperor's protection, humans would have completed the construction of the webway 10,000 years ago and got rid of the shackles of the gods. It was Magnus' folly that the Emperor was forced to sit on the Golden Throne, unable to lead the Loyalists against Horus' rebellion. The Battle of the Solar System and the Battle of Terra are nothing but derivatives of the webway war. The City of Miracles has witnessed the ambitions of the human Emperor, and also witnessed the end of human failure. Crossing here, you can see the webway built by humans. As long as you control the City of Miracles, humans will no longer need the Golden Throne to protect Terra. Another voice came, it was the voice of Evelyn, the prophet of the spirit race, the leader of the Death Army. This is relief. The fact that Terra was captured by demons is like the sword of Damocles on the head of a human being. No one dares to take it lightly. Dawn said, my father paid a heavy price for this. Souls have become the fuel for the seal. It will be over soon, and you will truly get rid of the gods. There was a trace of complexity in Evelyn's tone. Words of the destruction of the Comoros had reached her. Except for a small number of Dark Eldar who joined the Death God army, Comoros can be said to have been completely destroyed. Human forces broke the seal on the gate of Cain and let Slaanish's minions in. For the Eldar, that is undoubtedly the worst ending. I don't have a good impression of Comoros and Evelyn. She was taken there once as a captive and knows how horrible that place is. Hell is probably much better than there. That is the out-and-out magic lair. The success of the webway is not only the liberation of human beings, but also yours. Dorn looked at Ephraim and said lightly, you are equally qualified to use the webway, this is the content of the Old Covenant, the Empire will not break faith. Evelyn smiled, I can still trust the character of the Primarch. Dawn looked into the distance, and a light curtain popped out. The fleet commander appeared inside the light curtain. Lord Dorn, we are ready. Dawn nodded, let's begin, take back the City of Miracles, and end this nightmare that haunts Terra. Clear. Dorn's order was conveyed to each captain through a complex communication network, and the large-scale fleet was guided to the depths of the webway. After an interval of 10,000 years, mankind returned to the ancient battlefield. The difference lies in one point. Thousands of years ago, humans were on the defensive. Thousands of years later, human beings are on the offensive side. The suspended celestial-class warships are like giant fortresses, releasing units in them continuously. Countless imperial astral forces and intelligent control units flooded into the battlefield like a tide. The Primaris warriors holding high the battle flag shouted the name of humans and emperors, and rushed towards the enemy with weapons in hand. Dawn also joined the battlefield in person with a weapon in hand. The artillery fire roared, and the sirens rang through the internet. The City of Miracles has been reduced to a den of demons, and countless demons occupy the city where a war once broke out. Here, they defeated the human defenders and shattered the human dream of getting rid of them. The demon tide was extremely turbulent, pouring out like a flood that broke a bank. The gods know what this battle represents. Once it fails, it means that human beings will be freed. The inanimate was driven into battle. The fight between the two sides became fierce within a few breaths. Each demon is unique. They are born from all kinds of weird, indescribable, and terrifying nightmares. No real being would want to face these horrific monsters. If it weren't for the protection of the firewall and the advanced protective equipment of the Empire, those human soldiers would be corrupted by the demons at the first sight and transformed into abominable monsters. The air in the webway is filled with the sound of metal and iron clashing and the heat wave that can burn everything. Followed by the stench of demon corpses and their rotten blood. Maddened demons screamed piercingly and brandished cursed weapons. The Grand Marshal of the Black Templar Amarik also joined the battlefield. The black sword in his hand released the brilliance of the anti-magic field. For the Emperor, for humanity. He uttered a battle cry, followed by the other Primaris warriors. Where he walked, the ground was covered with demon corpses, and the stench was almost poisonous. When Dorn started hosting the Webway project, he had already entered the Webway battlefield, and countless demons fell in front of him. The Grey Knights, led by the great mentor Manjago, are also attacking fiercely, just a little in front of Amalric. They are all elites against the demons, and the entire offensive is aimed at them. Artillery fire continued to bombard the City of Miracles, and huge titans and heavy tanks poured plasma and shells non-stop. The knights activated the spears in their hands, turned on the maximum horsepower, and launched charges again and again, harvesting the lives of the enemy like the ancient knight system. The machine slaves advance under the control of the combat program. Once they are knocked down, they will start the self-destruction program, causing heavy damage to the demon. The demons in Miracle City are not completely disorderly, they have war machines like demon cannons and titans. The abandoned city walls were rebuilt by demonic witchcraft, and the wriggling flesh and blood eliminated most of the power of the Empire's long-range artillery fire. Casualties on both sides are rising sharply. Groups of soldiers fell. A large number of fighter jets were blown to pieces, and the flying debris covered the streets. The knights broke through the outer defenses of the City of Miracles. Their powered lances tore through the wall of squirming flesh and remaining bone, opening the way for follow-on troops. However, they also paid a price. Huge meteorites burning with flames were projected from the city, exploding the shield of the mecha, and the armor was also burned to bubbles. Empire shall prevail. After a knight uttered his last voice, he was burned to ashes by the demon fire. None of the first batch of knights who launched the shock won the glory of entering the City of Miracles. The knight who escaped the impact of the meteorite was also ignited by the blazing demon fire, and turned into fly ash in a moment. Hundreds of knight mechas smoked, piled up on the vast tunnel, and fell on piles of demon corpses. For the Empire! For the Empire! The infantry unit composed of original caste warriors rushed into the city holding the double eagle flag and the banner of the battle group. Imperial tank groups also crushed resistance along the way, opening the way for the Astrum Militarum. Fighting broke out inside every bridge and building. The Eldar also invested their troops. The soldiers of the Death God army and the theater troupe walked on the battlefield like ghosts. Their swordsmanship was like dancing, full of cruel killing beauty, and they helped those human soldiers who were in trouble. Dorn charged at the front line, and the anger of the stubborn stone of the Empire made the demons terrified. We have returned, demons, bear the anger that has accumulated for thousands of years. Dorn roared loudly, and the other original caste warriors also roared. The demons along the way were torn apart by this team, and Dorn's long sword cut everything. No monster can be his opponent. With the sword swung, every enemy falls down. Those twisted monsters were harvested by him like weeds on the roadside. The large-scale fleet also began to release attacks, crushing the crazy tide. Brilliant blue and white streaks pierced through the fog and landed on the magnificent City of Miracles, extremely dazzling, igniting everything along the way. Tens of thousands, no one dared to look directly at those beams. Each one caused a deafening explosion, and each one hit the demon tide with thunderous momentum, shaking the entire city. The unborn fell in pieces, and there were a large number of casualties in the crazy wave. Some demons convulsed in pain, tormented by the released electrical energy. Some demons howled, lit by the fire of the stars like moving torches. The will of mankind is unstoppable, and even the gods have to retreat for it. The mighty Primaris warriors crushed every resistance the demons raised, crushing their bodies with the weapons in their hands. A demon burning with black flames rushed out from the City of Miracles. It was extremely huge, like an emperor-level titan. Damn humans! The demon roared angrily, you have angered the great. Before the devil could finish his words, he let out a painful sound. Just die, demon, you don't need to say your name. Don's indifferent voice echoed, his body was glowing, and he became as huge as the other party. Primarch power is anything but simple. Everyone is a son of God, which is why Horus can gain enough power to fight against the Emperor after passing the trial in the depths of the warp. They are perfect containers for seeds with unlimited potential. In the long 10,000 years, Dorn has already learned how to use this power. The webway stirred up a storm, and black thunder burst into the air. Both individuals possess enormous power, enough to easily destroy a world. In a sense, they are gods. The demon roared with anger, it was born in the ancient past and has survived endless ages. A race whose existence time is less than a fraction of its lifespan dares to be so arrogant. The black flames burn in the eyes of the devil, and the destruction and malice contained in them are enough to drive mortals into madness and die instantly. The power of the etheric ocean is constantly oppressing, the webway is shaking, and the top becomes transparent, revealing those terrifying scenes that are weird enough to drive the world crazy. The majestic giant hand as large as a mountain and the twisted monster that only appears in the dreams of crazy people peeked at everything in the webway through the small window, just like someone approached the bottle mouth and observed the insects inside with his eyes. Dorn didn't care about the situation. He had seen worse things. In the depths of the subspace, those indescribable and weird pictures are enough to drive all creatures crazy. Two powerful existences started a battle. The terrifying picture is like the battle of the gods in the mythological records. The confrontation between the weapons of both sides, each collision will release a strong shock wave, enough to wipe out life on the entire planet. The demon punched Dawn in the chest, and the armor containing the most advanced skills of the Empire cracked under the impact of the planet-like force. In response, Dorn reached out and grabbed the demon's flaming wings, ripping it off. The battle between the two has surpassed the limits of mortals. Every blow will cause a huge echo, shaking the entire webway. However, the duration is not long. After Dorn returned to the Empire, he received the enhancement of the most advanced technology of the Empire, possessing a divine body beyond the ordinary. Combined with his subspace essence, he can defeat his enemies in the real universe, very few. Even in the face of those star gods, he may not be at a disadvantage. Not to mention these inanimate people who got their bodies. Dorn's long sword finally pierced the demon's chest, causing him to scream in despair. The huge body staggered a few steps before falling down with a deafening sound. The defeat of the Black Flame Demon announced a change in the battle situation in the City of Miracles, and it also announced that human beings will win the final victory. Aymeric knocked down a monster covered in rough red animal skin, and blasted a monster with anti-joint limbs with another shot. He and the team rushed to the front line, shuttled through those complicated streets, and killed every monster they saw. Some monsters can mutter Gothic, which makes Aymeric even more disgusted. Despair, pain, failure. They cry, blue sun, rise, destroy. Aymeric heard the fear in it. They are afraid of their ultimate fate. Aymeric showed no mercy for their fear, and the only answer to these monsters was his black sword and the blessed heavy bolters of his comrades. He grabbed a twisted monster, and the black sword in his hand pierced into the opponent's chest, breaking it open. The demon was chopped into pieces, and half of his broken head trembled on the ground, howling in despair. Aymeric stepped on it directly. After finishing off the opponent, he raised his black sword and stepped forward. In the mist came the sound of wheels, metal wheels crushing the ground of the spirit bone. A mottled, ancient bronze chariot rushed over from the other end of the street. Rumbling, rolling over the corpses and mechanical wreckage left over thousands of years ago. The strong and powerful figure brandished a long whip, whipping and driving several monsters, causing them to drag their chariots and gallop across the street. This is an echo of the Bronze Age wars of humanity. Aymeric squatted down, activated the energy shield, and prepared to resist the opponent's impact. A burst of thunder shot out, and the chariot was thrown into the air on the spot, and the demons holding various ancient weapons on it were also thrown to the ground. Ghost Master of the Grey Knights, Mangajo came out from the side with his team, and executed the demon driving the chariot. Other Grey Knights execute other demons. Those guys die screaming like a human. Aymeric didn't care that the opponent took away his prey, but called his team to continue advancing. In the sky, Imperial gunships are also fighting fiercely with winged demons, preventing them from breaking through the blockade. After the big demon was killed, the demons obviously lost the courage to continue fighting. Humanity's demon-killing weapons have become popular. After the inanimate is killed, it is very likely that they will not be able to escape back to the subspace and wait for resurrection, but will be completely destroyed. Many demons are symbols of madness, born of extreme emotions, but this does not mean that they are not wise. Continue to stick to the City of Miracles, waiting for their fate is the tragic fate of returning to nothingness. The Empire's troops are endless, and no one knows how many troops there are in those magnificent celestial-class warships. When the idea of not being able to stick to it appeared in the minds of the demons, it was as if it had taken root, and they couldn't get rid of it no matter what. Humans became terrible in their hearts. No matter how hard they work, human beings can easily harvest them like mowing grass. This is a desperate war. It used to be the despair of human beings, but now it is their despair. The flames of war are burning, and demons fight desperately in the shrinking encirclement of the Empire. The corpse fell to the ground, and the essence of the soul was completely destroyed by the demon-killing weapon. Can't even respawn in subspace. After a fierce battle, the final control of Miracle City fell into the hands of humans. The machine slaves of Mechanicum gathered those corpses for harmless disposal. Dawn was not in a hurry to celebrate his achievements, but ordered the construction troops to repair and fortify the City of Miracles immediately. The Battle of the City of Miracles is over, and the next task is to take back the section of the webway built by the Mechanikus 10,000 years ago. With that webway taken, it doesn't matter if the Golden Throne exists or not. The former role of the Golden Throne was to keep the Emperor alive and to protect the seal of the webway. In order to prevent the birth of the Emperor and prevent the fall of mankind, the Emperor resolutely chose to crash into the four gods, his soul was turned into fragments, and his body also disappeared. The function of maintaining the life of the Emperor has disappeared, and now the only use is to maintain the seal of the webway. That traitor, Magnus, was being drained like a battery, maintaining the seal of the webway. Dawn would naturally not feel sorry for the torture that traitor was suffering. What he is worried about is that the function of the Golden Throne is continuously failing. Before the Golden Throne fails completely, the webway must be regained. Otherwise, Terra will be torn apart by the pouring warp energy and become a new Eye of Terror in a large rift. That is undoubtedly the most desperate ending for human beings. Truth Invincible Celestial Class Battleship. Many expeditionary officers headed by Ryan gathered here, including generals of the Star Militia Army, commanders of different battle groups, leaders of the Knights, Big Nuns, and so on. In front of them was the spoils taken from the Necromancer Terrason. This trophy is so special that Ryan dare not handle it without authorization. That's the clone of Fulgrim. The opponent is still locked in the stasis field. Logically speaking, Fulgrim is a traitor, so his clone should also be regarded as a traitor. According to Fabius, the clone has absolute loyalty to the Empire, and once wanted to lead the Emperor's son to surrender to the Empire. For this reason, Fulgrim's clone has a special significance. There is a limit to being able to use this as a breakthrough point to promote the power of the gods. It can also prove that the power of the gods will distort people's cognition, thus making people loyal to the gods. In this way, it can also show the legitimacy of the Empire, and the various measures to guard against subspace creatures are reasonable, in order to prevent people's free will from being distorted by the gods. Belief in the gods is not free will, but the twisted will of the gods. With the promotion of the citizen system terminal, all kinds of ideas will inevitably flourish, and there will inevitably be followers of the evil of chaos who will confuse right and wrong. A Fulgrim clone loyal to the Empire can make the people of the Empire hate the gods even more and unite with the Empire. Ryan looked at the clone, and said after a while, all senior officers involved in this matter must accept the ideological seal, and no discussion of any form is allowed. Except for the record files sent to Terra's main database, other related files are directly deleted. Before the final arrangement of this matter is made, any discussion is illegal. Lien's words are very firm, and no one is allowed to refute. After talking about the Fulgrim clone, Ryan talked about the Necromancer campaign. It is well known that the Empire supported the Suotai dynasty. Necrons that have lost the ability to reproduce are an excellent expendable ally. As long as King Zothai gets the final control agreement, the entire Necrons will fall under the control of the Empire. The relationship between the two clans was not maintained solely by the Covenant. King Suotai was also forced to hand over his control core to express his loyalty. King Sotai knew that the Nether Dragon and Guilliman had reached a cooperative relationship, and the resistance of the Necrons was meaningless. Many of their cutting-edge technologies come from the Star Gods. Now the star who controls the most technology, the Void Dragon, is on the side of humans. The Silent King will win with a mallet. Humans are well aware of the warships, defense protocols, and various weapons of the Necrons, and have taken targeted measures. If this battle is not fought, it is doomed to lose. Ryan's job now is to finish the finishing touches, and the failure of the Necrons is already doomed. Unless their technicians can immediately integrate that knowledge and launch brand new technological creations. 60 million years of sleep caused the entire race to fall into a wave of dementia. Many overlords have become mindless metal puppets, and those slightly inferior tomb technicians who have knowledge of civilization are even worse. Loss of memory, loss of data in countless cases. The dynasties that can recover intact are only the lucky ones, and more dynasties are silently destroyed in the changes and failure crises of the universe. The revived dynasties are fighting each other in their own way. Things like this make it almost impossible to rebuild the scientific research system of the Necrons. The scientific research system of civilization requires massive resources and the cooperation of the entire race. The more advanced the technology, the more complicated the division of labor and cooperation required. The space undead without a real ruler can no longer complete such a complicated division of labor and cooperation. They are the afterglow of the setting sun that is about to fall, very bright, but the ending is already doomed. Ryan sat on the main seat, listening to the plans of those generals. Currently the most powerful forces of the Necrons in the space, among them is the King of Silence who belonged to the supreme ruler of the Necrons of the space and the head of the Three Saints Council. He holds the most powerful Menek dynasty in his hands, followed by the Sotek dynasty. The Storm King, apart from these two, the most terrifying of them all is the Bone Kingdom, a force made up of mutated skinners. These forces are gradually uniting among them, mainly the King of Silence and the King of Storms, trying to use the parliamentary system to eliminate internal differences, unify the forces of the space undead, and seek to gather strength to fight against the Empire. For this reason, my opinion is to first destroy these courageous dynasties, and then use force to bring other weak dynasties to their knees. The Storm King and the Silent King are two threats that must be dealt with. As long as they are dealt with, the Necrons will lose coordination and become chaotic again. A female captain stepped forward. I am a little confused about this plan. The King of Silence is guarded by the Menek dynasty, and it has a huge appeal, which can call other dynasties to help. No matter if you send a large army or a small team, if you want to solve him, both are very difficult things. Both kings have the courage and strength to unify the space undead. If we succeed in solving one, but fail to solve the other, the surviving king will inevitably unify the entire space undead, and unite them in the name of revenge. I am afraid that we will face a united space undead force, and the difficulty will be 100 times that of the present. I suggest not to use any quick solution to the battle, but to use our advantages to fight a war of attrition and gradually encroach on the territories controlled by the Necrons. The parliamentary system can be described as cumbersome when used during wars, and the dynasties must have no way reaching mutual aid, on the contrary, will cause mutual suspicion because of failure, leading to failure of cooperation.